Chapter 1. Rebirth in a Different World. In the sacred heaven continent, within the Lin family's ancestral hall in the city of Cold Moon, a strikingly handsome youth, clad only in a pair of shorts, found himself firmly bound to a pillar. Really? Just a circumcision, and there's no need to tie me to a pillar, is there? At that moment, Lin Tianfeng stirred awake, a look of bewilderment crossing his face. He could only recall being in a hospital for the procedure before inexplicably losing consciousness. In an instant, a torrent of memories surged into his mind. No way. Have I truly traversed to another world? Lin Tianfeng's expression was one of disbelief. In his previous life, he had often indulged in novels of transmigration, yet he never imagined that such an event would befall him. To his astonishment, the body he inhabited also bore the name Lin Tianfeng, that he was the young master of the Lin family in Cold Moon City, once revered as the greatest talent of the realm. However, this title had been stripped from him a month prior when he had gone out in search of a gathering fruit and inadvertently damaged his dantian. Since that day, his life had plummeted from the heights of admiration to the depths of ridicule. Just moments ago, he had been entrapped by his cousin-in-law, Lu Yinyun, leading to a fatal confrontation with his cousin. Beast, how dare you violate your own cousin-in-law? What else are you capable of? An indignant voice echoed as a stern middle-aged man clad in a gray robe entered the ancestral hall. He was none other than Lin Haoze, the esteemed elder of the Lin family. Such a despicable act of defiling one's own cousin-in-law is unworthy of my Lin family's young master title. Indeed, this is a grave offense. According to our clan's laws, he should be expelled from the family. This shameless wretch brings disgrace upon the Lin family. I propose we cast him out and leave him to his own devices. Anger and contempt were evident on the faces of the Lin family members as they voiced their outrage, calling for Lin Tianfeng's expulsion. Transmigrating into the body of a person with a damaged Daniemi luck seems rather unfortunate, Lin Tianfeng thought, his heart heavy with distress. He had not anticipated encountering such peril immediately upon his arrival in this new world. If this matter were not handled delicately, he might very well be cast out from the family, which would certainly not bode well for someone who had just crossed over. With this in mind, Lin Tianfeng hastily sorted through the memories flooding his mind, contemplating how to navigate the predicament at hand. Lin Tianfeng, for your heinous and immoral actions, today I, representing the Elder Council, hereby strip you of your title as young master and expel you from the family. Do you have any objections? Lin Haoze's expression was severe, his gaze chilling. Elder, please think before you speak, Lin Tianfeng replied coldly. Lu Yinyun is a practitioner of the 7th layer of Qi refinement, while I am merely a person with a ruined dantian. Do you truly believe I possess the capability to violate her? Lin Tianfeng, although you lack the capability to seduce Lu Yinyun, you have nonetheless inflicted upon her a potent aphrodisiac, leaving her utterly weakened. What defense can you possibly muster now? Lin Tianyong snorted coldly, pulling Lu Yinyun close to him. I could see that moment. Lu Yinyun's face was a portrait of grievance, her eyes glistening with tears, exuding an air of vulnerability. This scoundrel is utterly despicable, resorting to drugging his own sister-in-law. Indeed, such a person is nothing short of a disgrace to our family. Numerous voices murmured in disapproval, their gazes towards Lin Tianfeng laced with disdain and anger. Esteemed elders, to defile one's sister-in-law is a grave sin. If proven true, he ought to be expelled from the family. However, I recall that Lin Tianyong and Lu Yinyun have yet to wed, thus the charge of defiling one's sister-in-law may not hold. A faint smile crept onto Lin Tianfeng's face. Lin Tianfeng, even at this juncture, you still attempt to wriggle out of the situation. Lin Tianyong retorted coldly, it is well known that Yinyun and I are betrothed. What difference is there between your actions and those of one who defiles his own sister-in-law? Silence. Do you presume to speak before our elders? Lin Tianfeng coldly reprimanded, cutting Lin Tianyong off mid-sentence. According to the rules of the Lin family, as long as a woman has not formally married into our clan, she is considered an outsider. Hence, the accusation of defiling one's sister-in-law is utterly unfounded. A cold smirk graced Lin Tianfeng's lips as he continued. Conversely, it is Lin Tianyong who has shown utter disrespect, brazenly assaulting the young master. This is indeed a grave transgression, one that, according to our family rules, warrants the forfeiture of his cultivation and expulsion from the Lin family. The faces of the Lin family elders changed dramatically at this proclamation. One had anticipated Lin Tianfeng's mental agility to be so swift that in a life-and-death confrontation, he had deftly diffused the tension with just a few words. Lin Tianfeng, do not engage in rhetorical sleight of hand. It is clearly you who defiled your sister-in-law first, forcing me to respond. Lin Tianyang's expression darkened instantly. He had not foreseen Lin Tianfeng's eloquence, which had ensnared him in a web of accusations regarding respect and hierarchy. Should this charge be substantiated, the consequences would be dire. Stop spouting nonsense. As long as you two are not formally wed, she cannot be considered my sister-in-law, and thus the accusation of defiling her cannot stand. Lin Tianfeng asserted with righteous indignation, yet you have shown utter disrespect, injuring the rightful heir. This is indeed a grave crime. Fool, even if she is not your sister-in-law, does that grant you the license to violate her? Lin Hao's piercing gaze fixed coldly on Lin Tianfeng. Elder Lu Yinyun is at the 7th level of qi refinement. As someone whose dantian has been destroyed, do you truly believe I possess the capability to poison her? Lin Tianfeng replied with irritation, if you insist on claiming I defile my sister-in-law, then by all means, let them remove my trousers and inspect for any traces of wrongdoing. We are all men here, any signs of intimacy would be readily apparent. Upon hearing this, Lin Tianyang's face darkened to an extreme, but he could hardly believe that Lin Tianfeng's mind was so astute, having foreseen this very counterargument. Come, Lai Fu, please check. The second elder, Lin Jipeng, said with a light cough. Yes, second elder. The middle-aged man named Lai Fu responded respectfully, then approached Lin Tianfeng and discreetly inspected his trousers. How is it? Lin Jipeng inquired with a serious expression. Second elder, the young master is entirely clean, there are no peculiar odors or signs of intimacy. Lai Fu replied with deference. Grand elder, your grandson has maliciously slandered the young master and inflicted grave injuries upon him. According to our Lin family's regulations, he should have his cultivation abolished and be expelled from the Lin family. Lin Tianfeng's lips curled into a mocking smile. Lin Tianfeng, you harbored intentions of defilement towards Yin Yun. Had I not arrived in time, she would have already been sullied by you. In my fervor to protect my wife, I inadvertently injured you. Lin Tianyang retorted, fury blazing in his eyes. Chapter 2. The Arrival of the Golden Finger. Lin Tianyang, I am aware of your covetousness for my position as the young master, but must you resort to such slander? If you truly desire the title of young master, I shall gladly relinquish it to you. Lin Tianfeng said coldly. Nonsense. When have I coveted your position as young master? Lin Tianyang gritted his teeth in anger. Enough with the idle chatter. You have recklessly slandered the young master and severely injured him. This is a grave offense. Lin Tianfeng sneered and turned his gaze towards Lin Haoza, saying, Grand elder, you have always been just and fair. Given your grandson's serious transgressions, how should I address his punishment? Upon hearing Lin Tianfeng's words, Lin Haoza's expression darkened considerably. After a moment of contemplation, he coldly stated, Lin Tianyang, your unprovoked assault on the young master is indeed a grave crime. However, considering your fervent desire to protect your wife, I shall impose a month of confinement upon you. Do you have any objections? At this juncture, Lin Haoza understood it was impossible to expel Lin Tianfeng from the family today. After all, there were many members of the family head faction within the Elder Council who would not stand idly by while he cast Lin Tianfeng out. His priority now was to safeguard his grandson as much as possible. I have no objections. Lin Tianyang gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with resentment. Lai Fu, release the young master at once. Everyone else, please depart, second elder Lin Jipeng instructed. Upon hearing this, the crowd turned and left the ancestral hall. Lin Tianfeng, we shall see what transpires. Lin Tianyang shot Lin Tianfeng a fierce glare before departing with Lu Yinyun. You possess a gift for rhetoric that is wasted if not utilized as a lawyer. Lin Jipeng chuckled, his face reflecting astonishment. He had been pondering how to protect Lin Tianfeng. Yet the latter's sharp words not only cleared his own name, but also placed a stigma of disrespect upon Lin Tianyang. Second elder, I must express my gratitude to you for today, Lin Tianfeng said, cupping his fists in a respectful gesture. He understood that had the second elder not been present, the grand elder would surely have sought to unjustly punish him. As long as you are innocent, I could never stand by and allow them to wrongfully accuse you. The second elder spoke with a grave tone. You must be weary today. Quickly return and take your rest. Very well. I shall take my leave, Lin Tianfeng replied, clasping his fists together before turning to exit the ancestral hall. Guided by the memories in his mind, he swiftly returned to the small courtyard where he resided. Others who traverse realms either become princes or possess extraordinary talents. Why have I arrived as one whose dantian has been rendered useless? Seated at the edge of his bed, Lin Tianfeng's eyes brimmed with helplessness and despair. In this world, where strength reigned supreme, if he could not cultivate, he was destined to remain a mere waste, living off the scraps of existence. That moment, the remnants of blood that clung to his body inadvertently brushed against a small black tower hanging from his neck. In an instant, a brilliant and dazzling light enveloped him, and his form vanished from the bedside. Where am I? Lin Tianfeng, bewildered, gazed with curiosity upon this enigmatic space. After 1,000,000 years, I have finally awaited the arrival of a primordial sacred body, only to find that you, young man, have seized the opportunity first. A chilling voice resonated through the air. Before him stood an elderly man, his hair a stark white and his posture hunched, suddenly materializing in Lin Tianfeng's presence. Hey, are you human or ghost? Confronted by the sudden appearance of the elder, Lin Tianfeng instinctively stepped back, a wary expression etched upon his face. You insolent brat, you possess audacity indeed to attempt to usurp this body from me. The elder's gaze was piercing, his voice laced with an unsettling chill. This is my body, Lin Tianfeng stammered. Though fear coursed through him, he mustered the courage to respond. You think I cannot see through your deception? The elder's voice dripped with icy disdain. Your soul does not belong to this realm. Lin Tianfeng's eyes widened in surprise upon hearing this. He had not anticipated that the elder could discern his soul was not of this world. Senior, this is all a misunderstanding. I know not how I came to inhabit this body. Lin Tianfeng hastily explained that if you wish, I can seek out another body for you, what do you say? He sensed that the elder had set his sights on this vessel. At that moment, he fervently hoped the elder would refrain from seizing it otherwise. He would meet his end before he even began. Very well, perhaps this is fate, the elder sighed, a look of resignation in his eyes. Young man, do you wish to take me as your master? Although the elder longed to take control of Lin Tianfeng's body, his soul had nearly reached the brink of dissolution, rendering him incapable of forcibly seizing it. To ensure his legacy did not fade into oblivion, he ultimately resolved to accept Lin Tianfeng as his disciple. Upon hearing this, Lin Tianfeng's face displayed a hint of astonishment, followed by a respectful bow. Disciple Lin Tianfeng pays his respects to the master. Lin Tianfeng discerned that this elder was no ordinary individual. If he could indeed study under such a formidable master, perhaps he could defy fate and alter his destiny. Well, to receive a primordial saint body as a disciple before my complete dissolution, I have no regrets, the old man said, a hint of satisfaction gracing his features. Master, can I truly cultivate again despite my dantian being shattered? Lin Tianfeng inquired. I possess a set of primordial techniques. If you follow this method diligently, you shall naturally restore your dantian, the old man replied, his tone calm yet firm. That is splendid news, Lin Tianfeng exclaimed, a flicker of joy igniting within him. Enough of this, my time is limited. I shall impart to you all that I have learned throughout my life. Your future path depends solely on your own destiny. The old man's voice carried a note of urgency. As soon as he finished speaking, his form transformed into a beam of white light, which promptly merged into Lin Tianfeng's forehead. In an instant, a torrent of immense memories surged into Lin Tianfeng's mind. He felt an excruciating pain deep within his consciousness, as if his head might explode, causing him to collapse to the ground, his body convulsing uncontrollably. After a considerable time, the pain gradually subsided, and Lin Tianfeng rose slowly to his feet. That moment, he had completely assimilated the memories within his mind. These recollections encompassed the entirety of the old man's knowledge, including unparalleled alchemy, array formation techniques, weapon forging, various cultivation manuals, as well as insights and experiences. Through these memories, he learned that the old man was named Xianyuan Hong, a formidable figure renowned throughout the divine realm. My goodness, my golden finger has finally arrived, Lin Tianfeng said, an excited smile illuminating his face. He then located the set of techniques known as the primordial art in his mind. Primordial art, please do not let me down, Lin Tianfeng thought with a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. Taking a deep breath to steady his exhilaration, he sat cross-legged and began to cultivate according to the principles of the primordial art. Chapter 3. The First Cultivation. This was Lin Tianfeng's inaugural cultivation session since his transmigration, and he was utterly focused. The technique began to operate. Streams of pure spiritual energy surged towards his body like a tidal wave. Simultaneously, his dantian was rapidly mending itself. In less than half an hour, his dantian was completely restored. Compared to before, his dantian was now broader, capable of accommodating a greater volume of spiritual energy. As an abundance of spiritual energy coursed through him, waves of intense pain surged through his meridians and dantian. At the same time, His cultivation level began to rise steadily. First layer of Qi refinement. Second layer of Qi refinement. Fifth layer of Qi refinement. In less than 4 hours, he had successfully broken through to the fifth layer of Qi refinement. This is exhilarating. Is this the feeling of cultivation? Lin Tianfeng remarked, a look of excitement gracing his features. Brother, rest assured, now that I occupy your body, we shall be inseparable from this day forth. I will take good care of your fiancée. Lin Tianfeng murmured, his eyes shimmering with a glint of expectation, originally traversing into the body of a person whose dantian had been rendered useless. He harbored a lingering sense of dissatisfaction. Now, having acquired a celestial inheritance, he felt an overwhelming sense of confidence and anticipation for his future. Subsequently, with a mere thought, Lin Tianfeng vanished from the confines of the Honghuang Tower space. Gaining access to Xian Yuan Hong's memories, he comprehended that this realm was known as the Honghuang Tower space, an enigmatic artifact from ancient times. With the Honghuang Tower now recognizing Lin Tianfeng as its master, he could effortlessly enter and exit at will. Upon returning to his chamber, he was struck by the realization that his body was covered in various impurities. Evidently, these were the remnants expelled following his recent breakthrough in cultivation. Without a moment's hesitation, he hastily entered the adjacent bathing area. Goodness, is this not a bit excessive? Lin Tianfeng exclaimed as he scrubbed himself, casting a glance downward, his face instantly betraying a look of astonishment. In his previous life, he had certainly watched his fair share of films of that nature. Yet even when compared to those foreign counterparts, he found himself no less impressive. Even surpassing expectations, after a refreshing bath, Lin Tianfeng approached the brass mirror at the vanity, meticulously scrutinizing his newly acquired visage. Such striking beauty. It would indeed be a pity not to embrace the role of a dashing young man. Lin Tianfeng held a profound satisfaction with this body, its cheeks, exquisitely chiseled as though crafted by a master sculptor, and its tall, graceful form, undeniably akin to that of an ethereal jade gentleman. Most notably, the proportions of this physique were astonishingly remarkable, a fact that brought him immense delight. Following a moment of self-admiration, Lin Tianfeng resumed his cultivation. Time swiftly transitioned to the following morning. By then, Lin Tianfeng had fully integrated the memories within his mind. He had also garnered a rudimentary understanding of this realm known as the Sacred Heaven Continent. It was a world that revered martial prowess, where the strong were venerated and the weak faced relentless oppression. Wealth, beauty, and power, those coveted treasures for which the masses fervently strive, were all inextricably linked to the foundation of formidable strength. Thus, to rise above others, one must possess extraordinary capabilities. Young master, the head of the family has emerged from seclusion and requests your presence at once. As Lin Tianfeng stepped out of the room, the maid Shaoan hurriedly approached him. Ah, understood. Lin Tianfeng nodded slightly and continued on his way to his grandfather's residence. Indeed, Lin Tianfeng possessed a remarkable audacity. Having committed such a scandalous act with his sister-in-law, he still had the gall to venture outside. It is true that I once believed him to be a paragon of virtue, a man of integrity, yet he has descended into such moral depravity. It seems that after the destruction of his dantian, he has utterly fallen from grace. Along the way, numerous members of the Lin family pointed and whispered about Lin Tianfeng. The glances cast upon him were laden with disdain and loathing. Unperturbed by the scornful gazes surrounding him, Lin Tianfeng resolutely continued toward the family patriarch's courtyard. Lin Tianfeng arrived at the family courtyard, where he observed an elderly man with a stern countenance and graying hair, seated in the prominent position with a gloomy expression. This individual was none other than Lin Xiaoshan, the patriarch of the Lin family, his grandfather. Lin Tianfeng respectfully clasped his fists and bowed with utmost reverence. Perhaps it was due to the fusion of the former's soul that made his address of grandfather come so naturally. Fenger, what exactly transpired yesterday? Lin Xiaodian raised his gaze towards Lin Tianfeng, a flicker of concern evident on his face. Grandfather, I am wrongfully accused. Lin Tianfeng's expression darkened, and he spoke in a low voice. Please recount the events to me in detail. Lin Xiaoyan's expression was as dark as water. He was quite familiar with his grandson's character, regardless of the circumstances. He could not bring himself to believe that his grandson would commit such a shameless act as to dishonor his sister-in-law. Grandfather. The events unfolded as follows. I was passing by Lin Tianyang's residence when I unexpectedly encountered Lu Yinyun. She invited me in for a moment, and assuming Lin Tianyang was present, I entered without a second thought. To my astonishment, as soon as I stepped inside, that wretched woman stripped off her clothes and embraced me. Shortly thereafter, Lin Tianfeng burst in with others, disregarding my explanations and promptly knocked me unconscious. Lin Tianfeng recounted the events in meticulous detail. It was utterly reckless of them to dare to frame the grandson of Lin Xiaotian. In a fit of rage, Lin Xiaotian slammed his palm forcefully onto the table, a chilling glint of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. "Grandfather, please calm down. This grievance shall surely be avenged by me." In Lin Tianfeng's eyes glimmered a sharpness akin to that of a blade. "Rest assured, my dear Fenger, your grandfather will spare no expense to seek assistance in healing your Dantian." Lin Xiaotian let out a long sigh and spoke with unwavering determination. "Grandfather, my Dantian has indeed recovered. As you can see, my cultivation has returned to the 5th level of qi refinement." Lin Tianfeng circulated his spiritual energy, unreservedly revealing his cultivation at the 5th level of the qi refining realm. "Is this truly real?" Lin Xiaotian's eyes widened in astonishment, his face reflecting an expression of utter shock. He had personally examined his grandson's Dantian, which had been rendered useless. Even the foremost alchemist of Hanyu City had been at a loss. Now, merely half a month later, the miraculous recovery of his grandson's Dantian was beyond his comprehension. Yet, it was indeed true. Throughout this period, his grandson had persevered in his cultivation, and to his surprise, the Dantian had gradually begun to mend itself. Lin Tianfeng casually concocted an excuse. "Very well, as long as the Dantian is restored." Lin Xiaotian's face revealed a look of contentment as he remarked, however, "The matter of Lin Tianyang framing you must not be dismissed lightly. I shall seek justice for you. Grandfather, please do not concern yourself with this matter. I shall personally exact revenge." Lin Tianfeng declared with unwavering determination in his gaze and resolute tone. "Since you wish to take vengeance yourself, I shall temporarily let him be." Lin Xiaotian's eyes glimmered with a hint of admiration. The realms of cultivation are classified as follows: qi refinement, spirit consolidation, mystical passage, earth profound, heaven profound, spirit gathering, void inquiry, martial king, martial emperor, martial sovereign, martial saint, and martial god. Request to join the bookshelf. Chapter 4. Su Shuiyao, head of the family. The master of the Su clan and the young lady of the Su family have arrived. At that moment, a servant hurriedly entered, bearing a somewhat anxious expression. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaotian could not help but furrow his brow slightly. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke with composure. "Please invite them in." Shortly thereafter, a middle-aged man, exuding an air of authority and gravitas, entered the room. Following closely behind him was a young woman of graceful stature and stunning beauty, whose allure could captivate any heart. The visitors were none other than Su Zhenghao, the head of the Su family, accompanied by his daughter, Su Shuiyao. Lin Tianfeng, through the memories inherited in his mind, clearly recognized that the stunning young lady before him was none other than his nominal fiancée, Su Shuiyao. In the past, Lin Tianfeng's Dantian was rendered useless in his quest for the gathering essence fruit to aid this young woman's cultivation, during which unfortunate circumstances led to his injury at the hands of a demonic beast. "Please, Master Su, take a seat. Fenger, pour tea for your Uncle Su." Lin Xiaotian said with an enthusiastic smile, warmly inviting him. "Master Lin, there is no need for such formality. I have come today primarily to discuss the marriage between my daughter and your grandson," Su Zhenghao replied, slightly cupping his hands in a serious manner, directly stating his purpose. "Oh, I wonder what Master Su's thoughts are regarding this union?" Upon hearing Su Zhenghao mention the marriage, Lin Xiaotian instinctively furrowed his brow, an ominous premonition suddenly rising within him. "To speak candidly, Master Lin, I have come here to seek the dissolution of the engagement between my daughter and your grandson," Su Zhenghao stated, his demeanor cold and his tone resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. "Master Su, this engagement was originally proposed by your esteemed family. How can it be so easily dismissed?" Lin Xiaotian's countenance instantly darkened, his tone unmistakably infused with displeasure and indignation. "The head of the Lin family, Lin Tianfeng, has been rendered impotent, and now rumors circulate about his disgraceful conduct with my sister-in-law. Such a morally bankrupt wretch is utterly unworthy of my attention." At that moment, Su Shuiyao, standing nearby with an expression of cold indifference, gazed at him with an air of disdain. "Su Shuiyao, having grown up together since childhood, you should possess a clearer understanding of my character than anyone else." Lin Tianfeng stood resolutely, his voice cold and unwavering as he declared, "If I were truly a lecherous man, your virtuous body would have long been sullied by me." He had not anticipated that Su Shuiyao would be so pragmatic. It is worth noting that once, Lin Tianfeng and Su Shuiyao were regarded as the golden couple of Hanyu City, having grown up together with an extraordinarily deep bond. A month prior, in a selfless act to assist Su Shueyo in her cultivation breakthrough, Lin Tianfeng had braved the dangers of the Kanglin mountain range in search of the gathering essence fruit. Unfortunately, this endeavor had resulted in him sustaining injuries that damaged his dantian. Now, merely a month after she obtained the gathering essence fruit, Su Shueyo arrived at his doorstep to annul their engagement. How could this not chill his heart? Concurrently, he felt a profound sense of injustice for the Lin Tianfeng of yore. Lin Tianfeng, your dantian is ruined, your reputation in tatters. Do you truly believe you are still worthy of me? Su Shueyao's voice grew increasingly frigid, her face devoid of the tenderness once shared between them. Su Shueyo, I risked everything to venture into the mountains for the gathering essence fruit, which led to my current plight. Now that you have successfully advanced in your cultivation, is your eagerness to sever our bond not excessively pragmatic, perhaps even callous? Lin Tianfeng's brow furrowed tightly, his countenance darkening with palpable displeasure, his eyes brimming with disappointment and ire towards Su Shueyao's actions. He found it exceedingly difficult to harbor any semblance of fondness for a woman so engrossed in material gain and power. Nevertheless, having already assumed possession of this body, he could not permit others to so brazenly humiliate him. Lin Tianfeng, your dantian has been rendered useless. The chasm between us is now insurmountable. Our destinies are irrevocably divergent. I advise you to relinquish those impractical fantasies and refrain from harboring any misguided aspirations towards me. Su Shueyao's voice was as cold as ice, her gaze laced with disdain, as if there existed an insurmountable divide between her and Lin Tianfeng. What a statement it was, to declare they were not of the same world. Lin Tianfeng let out a cold laugh, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes as he spoke. Su Shueyao, remember this well. One day, you will profoundly regret your foolish actions today. How could someone like you, whose dantian has been rendered useless, dare to hope that I would feel remorse? It is nothing but a delusion. A trace of extreme disdain appeared on Su Shueyao's face as she replied, Do not say, I have not given you a chance. In 2 months, Xingxin sect will come to Hanwei City to select disciples. If you can secure one of the coveted spots among the many competitors, I might consider postponing our engagement. Su Shueyao, since you have spoken so boldly, I wonder if you dare to wager with me? Lin Tianfeng's gaze radiated an intense provocation as he fixed his stare upon Su Shueyao. What do you wish to wager? Su Shueyao retorted coldly, her tone imbued with a hint of impatience and disdain. In the selection competition of the Sacred Heart sect, we shall engage in a public duel. Should you be defeated, I shall personally present you with a letter of divorce. Lin Tianfeng spoke with a serious and solemn tone, each word resonating with conviction. How could someone like you, whose dantian has been rendered useless, dare to aspire to defeat me? It is nothing short of delusional. Su Shueyao's disdain became increasingly evident, her eyes brimming with contempt for Lin Tianfeng. What? Are you afraid? The provocation in Lin Tianfeng's gaze intensified as he fixed his stare upon Su Shueyao. Overestimating oneself, I shall accept this wager. Su Shueyu let out a cold huff, exuding an air of frigid disdain. However, should you lose, you must kneel before the public, bow 3 times, and proclaim loudly in front of all the citizens of Hanwei City that you, Lin Tianfeng, are unworthy of me. Very well, it is settled. Without hesitation, Lin Tianfeng agreed, his eyes gleaming with unwavering determination, showing no sign of retreat. Lin Tianfeng, you proposed this wager yourself. I trust you will not regret it later. A smirk of cold amusement graced Su Shueyao's lips, her gaze rife with derision, before she turned and strode out of the Lin residence without a backward glance. Lin family patriarch, since the young ones have made their decision, I shall take my leave. Su Jinghao clasped his hands together, a hint of indifference on his face, and also departed from the Lin household. Fenger, Su Shueyao possesses remarkable talent and formidable strength, with only 2 months remaining until the Sacred Heart sect selection. Are you truly confident in your ability to defeat her? Lin Xiaodian spoke in a gentle tone, yet his eyes were filled with profound concern, as he gazed at Lin Tianfeng with a slightly furrowed brow and a face full of worry. Grandfather, please rest assured, 2 months is more than sufficient for me. Lin Tianfeng wore a confident smile upon his face. Having acquired the legacy of Xin Yuan Hong, he felt that if he could not defeat Su Shueyao within 2 months, it would indeed be shameful for him to continue living. It is good to have confidence. Should you require anything during your training, do not hesitate to inform your grandfather, who will undoubtedly offer his utmost support. Lin Xiaoyan's face radiated a loving smile, his gaze filled with encouragement and support for Lin Tianfeng. Grandfather, could you possibly lend me some gold notes? Lin Tianfeng asked, slightly embarrassed as he scratched his head, his expression tinged with awkwardness. Here are 100,000 gold notes. Take them for now. Feel free to purchase whatever you need. If you find yourself short, do not hesitate to come back to me for more. Lin Xiaotian took out 100,000 gold notes from his pocket and handed them to Lin Tianfeng, his eyes brimming with affection as he showered love upon his grandson. Thank you, Grandpa. Lin Tianfeng respectfully bowed, carefully stowing away the gold note, his heart brimming with gratitude towards his grandfather. All right, return and devote yourself to your training. Your grandfather looks forward to witnessing your brilliance in the selection competition. Lin Xiaotian's eyes shimmered with eager anticipation, his gaze brimming with encouragement. His grandson would undoubtedly not disappoint him. Lin Tianfeng once again bowed respectfully before turning to exit the Lin residence. Within his heart, he had already devised a plan to acquire some precious medicinal herbs to concoct elixirs, thereby swiftly enhancing his prowess with their assistance. As he strolled through the bustling and vibrant streets of Hanyue City, surrounded by the lively scenes of activity, a surge of ambition ignited within him. Given that fate had bestowed upon him the chance of rebirth, he was determined to forge an extraordinary life through his own endeavors, compelling those who had once belittled and humiliated him to regard him with newfound respect. Ah, is that not the once great prodigy of Hanyue City, Lin Tianfeng? A voice laced with mockery and derision suddenly pierced the air beside him. Approaching him with a haughty stride was a tall youth adorned in resplendent purple attire. It turned out to be a figure of disdain. Lin Tianfeng's face bore a hint of a mocking smile. Through the recesses of his memory, he recognized the individual before him as Wei Shijin, the fourth young master of the Wei family from Hanyue City. This individual was notorious for leveraging his family's influence to oppress others, embodying the very essence of a debauched scion. How astonishingly thick-skinned you are, Lin. Flaunting yourself in public after committing such a disgraceful act as seducing your sister-in-law. Wei Xingjin's lips curled slightly, forming a curve steeped in derision, his gaze radiating contempt and disdain towards Lin Tianfeng. Chapter 5. Wei Xingjin. A good dog does not block the way. Lin Tianfeng's demeanor was icy, his gaze revealing an unmistakable disdain. Lin Tianfeng, you are nothing but a mere waste now. Do you truly believe you still possess the brilliance and lofty stature of the once celebrated prodigy? Wei Xingjin scoffed derisively, a smile laced with profound contempt gracing his lips, his tone piercing Lin Tianfeng like a sharpened arrow. Fool! Lin Tianfeng let out a cold snort, his heart brimming with indignation, and he turned to take a step aside. You insolent brat, do I permit you to leave? Wei Xingjin's figure suddenly flickered, his speed akin to that of a phantom, instantly blocking Lin Tianfeng's path. What exactly do you intend to achieve? Lin Tianfeng's countenance was so dark that it seemed as if it could drip with water. Were it not for his temporarily constrained strength, he would have relished the opportunity to strike his adversary down with a single blow. If you wish to leave, so be it. Simply crawl beneath me, and I shall graciously allow you to pass without further harassment today. Wei Xingjin spread his legs wide, wearing an expression of extreme mockery, his arrogant demeanor inciting a deep-seated loathing within onlookers. Behold, a spectacle is at hand. Lin Tianfeng has been thwarted by Wei Xingjin, exclaimed a passerby, his face flushed with excitement. The audacity of Lin Tianfeng is astonishing, engaging in such disgraceful acts and yet nonchalantly stepping outside as if nothing were amiss. A second man scoffed, his eyes brimming with disdain. Indeed, were it me in his position, I doubt I could ever face the world again, chimed in an older gentleman, echoing the sentiment. At that moment, a considerable crowd of onlookers had gathered, their voices rising in a cacophony of gossip and speculation. Each gaze directed at Lin Tianfeng was laden with unabashed contempt, as though he were a most heinous criminal. Lin Tianfeng, should you wish to depart unscathed today, then you must obediently crawl beneath my legs, Wei Shijin sneered, a chilling smile gracing his lips, reminiscent of a venomous serpent, seemingly assured that Lin Tianfeng would capitulate. Su Shueyo, what brings you here? Lin Tianfeng's face suddenly revealed a touch of perfectly timed astonishment, his gaze fixed intently behind Wei Shijin. Upon hearing Lin Tianfeng's words, Wei Shijin instinctively turned his head. Damn it, perish. At that very moment, as Wei Shijin turned, a glimmer of resolve flashed in Lin Tianfeng's eyes. Like a bolt of lightning, he surged forward with all his might and delivered a powerful kick to Wei Xingjin's groin. The sound echoed. Ah! With a sharp crack akin to that of an egg shattering, Wei Xingjin emitted a blood-curdling scream that resonated like a slaughtered pig. He crumpled to the ground in agony, resembling a squashed toad. At this moment, despair and helplessness filled Wei Xingjin's eyes as he clutched his groin with both hands. his face paling to a ghostly white devoid of any color. "You little bastard, how dare you ambush me?" Wei Xingjin let out a woeful wail, his gaze harboring a chilling venom. Still daring to be arrogant? A flicker of cold light flashed in Lin Tianfeng's eyes, igniting the fury within him. Akin to a fierce tiger descending from the mountain, he lunged forward, mercilessly trampling Wei Xingjin's head. The sound of thudding echoed, accompanied by heart-wrenching screams that resonated in the air. In less than a moment, Lin Tianfeng had shattered Wei Xingjin's limbs. "Just wait, Lin Tianfeng. I swear, I will not rest until I avenge this grievance." Wei Xingjin gritted his teeth, his once handsome visage now twisted into a terrifying snarl. "I shall be at the ready." Lin Tianfeng's gaze was imbued with profound disdain as he coldly remarked, "However, should there be a next time, your fortune will not be so favorable." With that, he dismissed the prostrate Wei Xingjin, who lay on the ground like a dead dog, and swiftly navigated through the throng of people surrounding him, departing the scene without a backward glance. How despicable Lin Tianfeng has become. Indeed, he once appeared quite upright, but it is shocking to witness him resorting to such underhanded tactics as a sneak attack. He is no longer the prodigy he once was. Having even sullied the honor of his sister-in-law, what significance does a sneak attack hold for him? It seems that after his dantian was rendered useless, he has completely fallen from grace. In an instant, passers-by began to murmur, their faces reflecting utter astonishment as they cast disparaging glances at Lin Tianfeng's actions. At this moment, Lin Tianfeng had arrived at the Lingao Pavilion. The Lingao Pavilion stands as the largest commercial establishment in the Hengyue Kingdom. Its branches are scattered throughout the kingdom like stars in the sky, possessing a profound background and heritage, and occupying a pivotal position in the commercial landscape of Hengyue. "Young Master Lin, may I inquire what you require?" As Lin Tianfeng stepped into the Lingao Pavilion, a tall and graceful female attendant, adorned in a flowing green gown, approached him with light, elegant strides, her face illuminated by a welcoming smile. Lin Tianfeng, once celebrated as the foremost prodigy of Hanwei City, was well known, and the maidservants here naturally recognized him. "I wish to purchase some medicinal herbs, and I also require an alchemical furnace." Lin Tianfeng wore a smile, courteously articulating his intentions, and then handed over a meticulously prepared list of medicinal herbs. "Young Master Lin, please ascend to the second floor. I shall promptly instruct someone to prepare the herbs for you." The maid accepted the herbal list and promptly passed it to an individual who appeared to be in charge. Lin Tianfeng nodded slightly and then followed the lady attendant into the second floor of the Lingao Pavilion. The pavilion was adorned with an array of exquisite treasures, dazzling the eyes of all who entered. Among them were top-tier divine weapons capable of slicing through iron as if it were mud, as well as precious medicinal herbs, some of which had been aged for centuries and were worth their weight in gold. Lin Tianfeng selected a medium-quality alchemy furnace, its ancient design adorned with intricate, mysterious runes that subtly emanated an enigmatic aura. Next, he chose a sword, its elongated blade exceptionally sharp, slicing through the air with a whisper of wind upon a gentle flick. Having completed his selections, he descended from the second floor. The alchemy furnace was quite expensive, costing him a staggering 50,000 gold coins. Fortunately, Lin Xiaodian had just bestowed upon him 100,000 gold notes, or he would have been unable to acquire even this furnace, let alone enhance his strength. Before long, the female attendant had prepared all the necessary herbs, neatly arranged on an exquisite tray. After settling the bill, Lin Tianfeng cautiously departed from Lingao Pavilion, carrying medicinal herbs and a cauldron for alchemy. Meanwhile, within the opulent confines of the Wei residence, Wei Shijin lay in bed, his face contorted in agony, filled with despair and helplessness. At that moment, a venerable elder, his hair gray and countenance kind yet tinged with gravity, was intently applying bandages to him. "Dr. Yang, what is the condition of my son?" inquired a tall, distinguished middle-aged man, exuding an air of authority, his expression marked by acute concern. "Master Wei, your son has only suffered minor fractures in his limbs, with ample rest. He shall recover." However, Dr. Yang's brow furrowed slightly, hesitating as a troubled look crossed his face. "But what?" Wei Mingyuan, anxious and restless, pressed on, a foreboding sense swelling within him. "Your son's vital essence has been severely compromised, and it is likely he will find it exceedingly difficult to engage in intimate relations in the future," Dr. Yang stated gravely, his tone heavy with the weight of his words. "Is there truly no other remedy?" Wei Mingyuan's countenance darkened instantly, shrouded in clouds of despair, his eyes brimming with urgency and resentment. "This type of injury is beyond treatment," Dr. Yang replied, his expression as stern as iron, gently shaking his head. His voice laced with resignation. "Father, I shall kill that little bastard." Upon hearing Dr. Yang's words, Wei Shenjin's eyes welled with tears of despair as he cried out in a frenzy. He is merely 17, in the prime of youth, and now condemned to endure such pain and humiliation, reduced to tears without recourse. "Rest assured, I shall ensure that little bastard pays in blood for his deeds. That he faces a harrowing reckoning," Wei Mingyuan declared, his voice sharp and chilling, a glint of bone-deep coldness in his gaze. He then swiftly summoned the senior members of the Wei family, their faces grave as they hoisted Wei Shijin, collectively advancing with fierce determination towards the Lin residence. "Young master, trouble has arisen. The Wei family has come seeking confrontation. The master requests your immediate presence at the training grounds." Upon Lin Tianfeng's return to the Lin residence, the maid Xiaoyun hurriedly approached, her expression rife with urgency and her demeanor tinged with unmistakable alarm. "I understand. I shall make my way there immediately," she declared. Lin Tianfeng nodded, a flicker of determination flashing in his eyes, and then he hastened his steps toward the training ground. He was acutely aware that the Wei family had come with a fierce intent, undoubtedly seeking to trouble him. Nevertheless, he harbored no regrets regarding his actions toward Wei Shijin. After all, Wei Xingjin had audaciously bullied him to such an extent. If he were to continue to endure in silence, he would truly become a timid, retreating figure akin to a cowardly ninja turtle. In the Lin family's martial arts arena, the upper echelons of the Lin family and the Wei family stood in a tense confrontation, the atmosphere thick with hostility. Each individual bore an expression of anxiety, their eyes brimming with animosity, creating an oppressive ambience. Chapter 6. Confrontation with the elder Lin Xiaotian. "Surrender that wretched Lin Tianfeng to me, or do not blame me for my impoliteness," roared Wei Mingyuan, the head of the Wei family, his voice laced with an icy fury. "Where has my grandson offended you?" "Wei Mingyuan?" Lin Xiaotian inquired, his brow furrowed, his tone somber. "That little wretch Lin Tianfeng launched a clandestine attack, rendering my son incapacitated. If you do not provide an explanation today, my Wei family will not let this matter rest." Wei Mingyuan snarled, his teeth clenched, his eyes ablaze with rage, clearly pushed to the brink. At this moment, Wei Shijin lay on a stretcher, his face bruised and battered, bound in bandages, resembling a defeated animal, utterly devoid of hope. "Wei Mingyuan, are you certain you are not jesting?" Lin Xiaoyun's brows furrowed slightly, a hint of disbelief etched across his face. Naturally, he found Wei Mingyuan's words hard to accept. After all, his grandson had only just reached the 5th layer of the Qi refinement stage, while Wei Shijin had already attained the 9th layer. The disparity between their realms was vast, rendering any comparison of strength utterly implausible. "Am I jesting with you? If you do not surrender that despicable wretch today, I shall not let this matter rest," Wei Mingyuan roared in fury. "Wei Mingyuan, I have already sent word to Fenger. Should it prove true that he is at fault, I shall certainly provide an explanation to the Wei family. However, if your son instigated the conflict, then my grandson cannot be held accountable." Lin Xiaoyun's gaze was sharp as that of a hawk, emanating an aura of dignified authority without a hint of anger. "Do not waste my time with trivialities. Today, your Lin family must surrender that wretched spawn. Otherwise, do not expect me to show leniency." Wei Mingyuan's voice was chilling, laced with an icy killing intent. "Grandfather." At that moment, when tensions were at their peak and conflict seemed imminent, Lin Tianfeng approached. "You little bastard. I will kill you." Upon seeing Lin Tianfeng enter, Wei Shijin, lying on the stretcher, clenched his teeth in fury, his eyes brimming with venomous malice. Meanwhile, the upper echelons of the Wei family glared with fury, their eyes ignited with a fierce intent to kill, as if they wished to devour Lin Tianfeng alive. Lin Xiaotian pulled Lin Tianfeng closer and inquired solemnly, "My dear boy, what on earth is happening?" "Grandfather, the situation is as follows." Lin Tianfeng cleared his throat. "I had initially intended to visit Lingao Pavilion to purchase some elixirs, but this fellow insisted on obstructing my path. Furthermore, he demanded that I crawl through his legs. Unable to endure his provocation any longer, I took it upon myself to teach him a lesson." Lin Tianfeng spoke with a calm demeanor, recounting the events in their entirety. "Wei Mingyuan, the situation is quite clear. Your son has deliberately troubled my grandson. I have been gracious enough not to seek trouble with you. Yet you dare to cause a disturbance at my Lin family's doorstep. Do you truly believe my Lin family is easy to bully?" Lin Xiaotian's countenance exuded an air of authority, radiating a formidable presence. "Lin Xiaotian, the distinction between right and wrong is inconsequential. Your grandson has rendered my son a eunuch. If you fail to provide me with an explanation today, The Wei family shall not rest until justice is served. Wei Mingyuan spoke with unwavering resolve, his voice laced with an unmistakable threat. Wei Mingyuan, it was indeed your son who was at fault from the outset. Should you genuinely wish to oppose the Lin family, then by all means, give it a try. Lin Xiaoyan's voice resonated with authority, his gaze imbued with a hint of disdain. Very well, Lin Xiaoyan. Let us see how long you can shield this worthless wretch. The Wei family shall not let this matter rest. Wei Mingyuan's expression darkened, his voice laced with a palpable aura of menace. Wei Mingyuan, I shall make myself unequivocally clear today. He is my sole grandson. Should you dare to lay a hand upon him, neither your son nor any descendants of the Wei family shall survive. Lin Xiaoyan spoke with an icy demeanor, his words resonating with authority. Old Master Lin, I have a matter I am uncertain whether to express. The second young master of the Wei family, Wei Ximing, stepped forward. Young lad, what is it that you wish to convey? Lin Xiaoyan replied coldly. I believe that conflicts among the younger generation should be resolved by ourselves. Lin Tianfeng was once the foremost prodigy, as long as he is willing to accept my life and death challenge. The matter regarding the incapacitation of my third brother shall be forgiven by the Wei family. A faint smile graced Wei Xuanming's face. Nonsense. You have already reached the first level of the spirit consolidation realm, while my grandson has just suffered the loss of his dantian. Do you not fear the ridicule that may ensue from challenging him to a fight to the death? Lin Xiaoyan seethed with anger. Grandfather, allow me to handle this matter myself. Lin Tianfeng stepped forward, casting a cold gaze upon Wei Ximing. I accept this life and death duel. However, it must be scheduled for half a month from now. I wonder if you are bold enough to agree? Truly, he was worthy of being hailed as the former #1 genius, displaying remarkable courage. Since you have stated it thus, I shall grant you the span of half a month, Lin Tianfeng continued. A faint smile graced the corners of Wei Xuanming's lips. Now that the duel is set, I bid you all farewell, Lin Tianfeng spoke coldly. Lin Xiaoyan, prepare some exquisite delicacies for your grandson. There will be no further opportunities. Wei Mingyuan let out a cold chuckle, turning to leave with the members of the Wei family, confident that his son would undoubtedly prevail in this impending clash. The matter regarding Lin Tianfeng's dantian being rendered useless has been confirmed by the alchemists of the entire Hanyu city, and it is utterly impossible for him to recover. Head of the family, this incident was instigated by Lin Tianfeng. We cannot allow the entire Lin clan to suffer repercussions simply because he is your grandson. Observing the departure of the Wei family, Elder Lin Muhua remarked in a rather indifferent tone. Indeed, Lin Tianfeng has committed the heinous act of dishonoring his sister-in-law. And now he has brought upon us this grave calamity. Such a self-degrading individual ought to be handed over to the Wei family for resolution. Elder Lin Chihua also stepped forward, his voice tinged with discontent. Head of the family, the words of the elders may seem harsh, yet they are grounded in truth. If Lin Tianfeng were still the prodigy he once was, we would certainly advocate for his protection. However, since his dantian was destroyed, he has fallen completely. Engaging not only in the shameful act against his sister-in-law, but also now inviting such a significant disaster upon the family. Therefore, I, the elder, propose we surrender him to the Wei family to quell their wrath. Elder Lin Hausa then stood up, his demeanor reflecting a concern for the family's well-being. Elder, do not hastily cast blame regarding the act against his sister-in-law. Your grandson and Lu Yinyun have yet to be wed. Lin Tianfeng let out a cold snort and remarked. As for the matter of injuring Wei Xinjing, it was he who instigated the provocation. As the young master of the Lin family, if I do not teach him a lesson, what face would remain for my family? And you, as the esteemed elder of the Lin clan, not only fail to uphold the dignity of our lineage, but also dare to advocate for the Wei family. Are you suggesting that from now on, members of the Lin family should merely endure beatings at the hands of the Wei family? Lin Tianfeng's voice resonated powerfully, his gaze unwavering as it met Lin Hausa's. Your treacherous behavior makes one wonder if you are a spy sent by the Wei family, he declared. Nonsense. Do not speak such absurdities. Lin Hausa was rendered speechless, his expression darkening to an extreme. Elder, do not let embarrassment lead to anger. My words hold truth. As the esteemed elder of the Lin clan, you are submissive in public, yet strike with ruthless force within. If all the elders of the Lin family were as spineless as you, our clan would inevitably face decline. Lin Tianfeng let out a cold laugh, his tone laced with disdain and indifference. Chapter 7. Attempting Alchemy. How dare you cause such a colossal disaster, forcing the entire family to suffer for your misdeeds? Lin Hausa's face flushed with anger, his entire body trembling with indignation. Elder, This matter fundamentally arises from the Wei family's initial wrongdoing. If we surrender him today, what face will the Lin family have to maintain our standing in the Cold Moon City? The second elder, Lin Jiping, stepped forward. Indeed, although the young master's Dantian has been ruined, he has previously rendered great service to our Lin family. Surrendering him would not only tarnish our reputation but could also turn us into a laughingstock throughout Cold Moon City. The third elder, Lin Kongjian, also rose in agreement. Hearing the words of the second and third elders, Lin Hao's expression darkened to an extreme. Enough of this bickering. The Lin family fears no force and will never betray any of our kin. Lin Xiaotian spoke with a grave tone. The head of the family has a point. However, it seems somewhat inappropriate for Lin Tianfeng to continue serving as the young master, given that his Dantian has been rendered useless. Elder Lin Bin stepped forward. I concur with Elder Eight's opinion. If the Lin family wishes to thrive and endure, we must select an exceptionally talented individual to assume the role of young master. Elder Lin Muhua candidly stated, although Lin Tianfeng has rendered great service to the family in the past, his current state renders him unfit to lead the Lin family into the future, which may inevitably lead to decline. Esteemed elders, who do you believe is suitable for the position of young master? A faint smile appeared on Lin Tianfeng's face. I propose that Elder One's grandson, Lin Tianyang, be appointed as the young master, remarked Elder 9, Lin Yukai. Lin Tianyang is indeed impressive, a young prodigy with extraordinary talent. I too support his candidacy for young master. Elder 7, Lin Xuetao, chimed in. Esteemed elders, let us not overly praise Tianyang. The position of young master must be determined by merit. Elder 1, Lin Haoza, wore a subtle smile. Esteemed elders, your arguments hold merit. Lin Xiaotian cleared his throat and proposed, how about this? In 1 month, the clan competition will take place. The individual who secures the championship will become the next young master of the Lin family. What do you all think? The head of the family is indeed wise. Upon hearing Lin Xiaotian's words, Lin Haoza revealed a subtle smile. His grandson, Lin Tianyang, had already attained the 4th layer of the spirit-gathering realm, making him the most outstanding talent in the Lin family at present. If the champion of the clan competition is to become the young master, then that title undoubtedly belongs to his grandson. Very well, everyone may disperse now. Lin Xiaotian waved his hand and declared, head of the family, we shall take our leave. The elders of the Lin family clasped their fists in salute before turning to depart from the martial arts arena. Fenger, do you truly possess confidence for the life and death battle? Lin Xiaotian inquired with a furrowed brow. Grandfather, you need not worry. My Dantian has been restored, and my cultivation is swiftly returning. Killing Wei Xianming within a fortnight poses no challenge for me. Lin Tianfeng wore a confident smile upon his face. It is reassuring to possess such confidence. Lin Xiaotian patted Lin Tianfeng on the shoulder, advising him to diligently practice upon returning, striving to restore his cultivation as soon as possible, so that when the clan competition arrives, he could resolutely strike back at them. Sun Er understood. Lin Tianfeng nodded slightly and turned to walk towards his residence. Upon returning home, he closed the door behind him and quietly entered the vast expanse of the primordial space. Subsequently, Lin Tianfeng searched his mind for a technique known as the fire incantation and began to diligently cultivate it. To master the art of alchemy, one must possess the ability to manipulate flames, and this fire incantation was undoubtedly the most optimal choice. Lin Tianfeng sat cross-legged, channeling his internal spiritual energy according to the principles of the fire-burning technique. Initially, the energy coursed through his meridians with great sluggishness, causing beads of sweat to form on his forehead. As time elapsed, Lin Tianfeng gradually began to sense a shift. The flow of spiritual energy quickened, yet it simultaneously became increasingly difficult to manage. In an instant, torrents of turbulent energy surged wildly through his meridians, leaving him in agonizing torment. He must endure. Lin Tianfeng gritted his teeth, desperately striving to harness his spiritual energy. Yet, the energy within him surged with increasing ferocity, causing his body to tremble and his skin to flush a fiery red, as if it were on the verge of combustion. Just when Lin Tianfeng felt he could no longer endure, the spiritual energy within him seemed to discover an outlet, violently converging towards his palm. Boom! In an instant, a blaze erupted from Lin Tianfeng's hand, its searing heat distorting the very air around him. At last, he had succeeded in his cultivation. Lin Tianfeng wiped the sweat from his forehead, revealing a weary yet exhilarated smile upon his face. The fire manipulation technique is an extraordinarily profound art of pyromancy, applicable not only to alchemical practices, but also to combat. For Lin Tianfeng, it serves as a formidable secret weapon. He then retrieved the alchemical furnace, methodically sorting through the ingredients according to the memories embedded in his mind. This time, he aimed to concoct the qi-nourishing pill, an elixir intended to aid practitioners in their cultivation of the qi realm. Lin Tianfeng took a deep breath, calming his mind as he meticulously placed the sorted herbs into the alchemical furnace one by one. His full attention was devoted to the furnace, his hands deftly manipulating the incantations to regulate the temperature. Although his mind was imbued with Xian Yuan Hong's memories of alchemy, this was his inaugural attempt at refining elixirs, and thus, a degree of anxiety lingered. Initially, everything unfolded quite smoothly. The herbs gradually melted and melded within the furnace. However, as time elapsed, a pungent odor of charred material suddenly wafted through the air. This was not good. The temperature had risen too high. Lin Tianfeng's heart tightened, and he swiftly activated the fire-quenching technique to lower the temperature within the furnace. However, the situation did not improve. Instead, a series of tumultuous energies emanated from the alchemical furnace, as if it were on the brink of explosion at any moment. Lin Tianfeng gritted his teeth, channeling the spiritual energy within him, striving to maintain the stability of the alchemical furnace. Just as despair began to overwhelm him, the situation within the furnace suddenly stabilized, and the acrid scent of burning gradually dissipated. Upon witnessing this, Lin Tianfeng could not help but feel a surge of joy within his heart. He hastened the output of his spiritual energy once more, skillfully guiding the alchemical process. At long last, a rich and fragrant aroma of elixir wafted from the alchemy furnace. Lin Tianfeng knew that the alchemy was on the verge of success. He meticulously controlled the final heat, daring not to exhibit even the slightest negligence. The elixir was about to take form. Lin Tianfeng shouted loudly, promptly retracting the flames, and then cautiously opened the lid of the alchemy furnace. Inside, several round and plump qi refinement pills lay serenely within the furnace. I truly am a genius, managing to concoct a superior-grade elixir on my very first attempt. Lin Tianfeng hastily grasped the elixir in his hand, a satisfied smile gracing his features. The elixirs are categorized into 4 grades: initial, intermediate, superior, and supreme. Excessive consumption of elixirs below the supreme grade can lead to the accumulation of impurities within the body. In contrast, supreme elixirs can be ingested limitlessly without any detrimental effects on one's foundation. Consequently, the value of supreme elixirs far exceeds that of their lesser counterparts. With the experience gained from his first attempt, the subsequent alchemical processes proceeded with greater ease. From the second batch onward, he successfully produced only supreme qi refining elixirs. These exceptional elixirs exuded a rich fragrance and were imbued with abundant spiritual energy, adorned with intricate alchemical patterns. Chapter 8. Mountain Trials. Gazing at the elixir in his hand, Lin Tianfeng's eyes sparkled with excitement. He then sat cross-legged and swallowed the supreme elixir in one swift motion, plunging into concentrated cultivation. As the medicinal power continuously released within him, Lin Tianfeng felt an overwhelming surge of energy filling his dantian. This formidable energy surged through his dantian and meridians, each wave bringing forth intense pain. Despite the agony coursing through his body, Lin Tianfeng clenched his teeth, enduring the torment while simultaneously channeling the primordial art to swiftly refine this powerful energy. In mere moments, his cultivation level ascended to the pinnacle of the 5th layer of qi refinement. However, Lin Tianfeng was not content with this achievement. He continued to circulate his technique, absorbing the elixir's spiritual essence as he advanced towards the 6th layer of qi refinement. As time quietly slipped away, the spiritual energy within Lin Tianfeng surged forth, and the vortex of energy in his dantian spun ever faster. After approximately 2 hours, he finally encountered the barrier of the 6th layer of qi refinement. "Break for me!" In his heart, Lin Tianfeng roared with indignation, channeling the remaining spiritual energy within him to launch a final assault. In an instant, a powerful surge of spiritual energy erupted around his body. When tranquility was restored, Lin Tianfeng slowly opened his eyes, a glint of astonishment flickering within them. At that moment, he had successfully ascended to the 6th level of the qi refinement stage. As he felt the immense power coursing through him, Lin Tianfeng was overwhelmed with emotion, his face radiating confidence. Reflecting on the days gone by, he recalled being a mere impoverished soul on earth, yet now his fate had undergone a dramatic transformation. In the subsequent days, Lin Tianfeng remained in the primordial space, diligently honing his skills. To enhance his combat prowess, he sought out a set of ancient sword techniques and a set of ethereal movement techniques from the recesses of his mind. These 2 schools of thought were profound and enigmatic, far surpassing the techniques of the minor realm of the Holy Sky Continent. Fortuitously, Lin Tianfeng possessed the cultivation insights of Xianyuan Hong within his mind. Otherwise, even with exceptional talent, mastering them in a short span would have been nearly impossible. At the onset of his sword training, Lin Tianfeng's movements appeared clumsy and rigid, always struggling to grasp the essence of the sword technique. However, as time progressed, a flicker of enlightenment began to dawn within him. He then devoted himself to mastering the ethereal movement technique. Initially, his motions lacked agility and swiftness, but after several failures, he gradually found his rhythm. Unbeknownst to him, 3 days slipped by. At this juncture, Lin Tianfeng's ancient sword technique grew increasingly formidable, while his ethereal movement became more graceful and fluid. Clearly, he had successfully cultivated both the ancient sword technique and the ethereal movement to an introductory level. Though merely at the beginning stage, their potency was more than sufficient for his current needs. Subsequently, Lin Tianfeng exited the primordial space. After a brief cleansing, armed with a long sword and a few necessities, he quietly departed from the Lin family. He intended to venture into the Kanglan mountain range for a period of training. Since arriving in this world, he had yet to encounter true demonic beasts, and thus, he felt a sense of anticipation. Lin Tianfeng understood that to become an unparalleled powerhouse, one must inevitably endure the trials and tribulations of bloodshed and hardship. Only by consistently pushing the limits during battle and delving deep into one's potential can one attain formidable combat prowess that far surpasses others of the same realm. The Kanglan Mountain Range, the largest mountain range in the northwest region of Hengyue Kingdom, boasts undulating peaks and towering ridges, adorned with ancient trees that reach for the heavens. Within this range, fierce beasts roam freely, presenting both perilous threats and countless opportunities. As dusk approached, Lin Tianfeng arrived at a quaint town on the outskirts of the Kanglan Mountain Range. The mountains became treacherous under the cover of night, prompting him to seek refuge in this town for the night, planning to venture into the mountains at dawn for further trials. This town, nestled close to the mountain's edge, often served as a temporary haven for adventurers. Observing the brave souls adorned with blades and spears, Lin Tianfeng felt a surge of ambition and determination. For this was the very fantasy of a celestial hero he had once envisioned in his heart. The following morning dawned. Lin Tianfeng departed from the small town, continuing his journey towards the majestic mountain range. After approximately half an hour, he arrived at the fringes of the Kanglan Mountain Range. Upon entering this area, Lin Tianfeng instantly adopted a vigilant demeanor. The Kanglan Mountain Range teems with malevolent beasts, with countless creatures of the Qi refinement and foundation establishment realms, and even a significant number of beasts from the profound connection realm. Lin Tianfeng's cultivation level had only reached the 6th layer of Qi refinement. Amidst the perilous mountain range, even the most ordinary beast could pose a lethal threat to his life, compelling him to remain vigilant. Upon entering the mountains, Lin Tianfeng embarked on his first trial since his transmigration. Suddenly, from the thicket ahead, a rustling sound broke the silence. Lin Tianfeng tightened his grip on the long sword in his hand, his gaze alertly fixed ahead. With a thunderous roar, the ground trembled, sending dust swirling into the air as the surrounding trees shed their leaves in a chaotic flutter. Suddenly, a colossal frog leapt out from the thicket. Its immense body stood at a staggering height of 3 to 4 meters, covered in grotesque bumps and exuding a nauseating stench. The creature's bulging eyes glimmered with a cold, merciless light, locking onto Lin Tianfeng with an unsettling intensity that sent chills down one's spine. Goodness, this frog is astonishingly enormous. Lin Tianfeng could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Gazing upon the astonishingly immense figure of the toad, a sense of trepidation began to seep into his heart. This creature had already attained the 8th level of Qi refinement. It was likely that even a typical human cultivator at the 9th level of Qi refinement would not stand a chance against it. Nevertheless, Lin Tianfeng remained resolute, refusing to retreat. He was here to undergo trials and tribulations, not to indulge in a leisurely vacation. If he were to flee at the first sign of danger, he would lose the very essence of this journey of self-discovery. Lin Tianfeng compelled himself to regain his composure, swiftly channeling the spiritual energy within him in preparation to confront the impending assault of the monstrous beast. With a thunderous roar, the gigantic frog unleashed a deafening bellows. Its cavernous maw agape as a stream of toxic green venom erupted forth. Lin Tianfeng's figure flickered as he effortlessly evaded the onslaught of venom. The liquid splashed onto a nearby tree trunk, instantly emitting a pungent green smoke, as the wood was rapidly corroded, leaving a gaping black hole. Witnessing Lin Tianfeng's ease in dodging its strike, the colossal toad leaped into the air, lunging toward him with great ferocity. Beast, perish! Lin Tianfeng's foot shifted, and his ethereal movement technique unfurled like a wraith. With a sudden sweep of his longsword, he fiercely lunged toward the frog's eye. Clang! The frog reacted with remarkable swiftness, its robust forelimb swinging to collide with the sword, producing a resounding chime. The strength of this frog was truly astonishing. Lin Tianfeng felt a slight numbness in his arm, his face revealing a look of astonishment. However, he showed no signs of retreat. Instead, he once again executed his agile movement technique, launching a new wave of fierce attacks. At this moment, he was filled with exhilaration. For this was his first battle against a beast since his arrival in this realm. As the combat progressed, Lin Tianfeng gradually adapted, his initial tension and trembling emotions calming down. After a fierce exchange, he finally discovered the frog's flaw, piercing its heart with a single sword strike, delivering a fatal blow. Chapter 9. Dongfang Jin gazing at the corpse of the colossal frog, Lin Tianfeng breathed heavily, a victorious smile spreading across his face. This was his inaugural battle since his journey began. Though perilous, it endowed him with invaluable combat experience. After a brief respite, he continued deeper into the mountains. Along the way, he encountered numerous sudden attacks from beasts, yet with his nimble skills, he deftly resolved these troublesome encounters without incident. Naturally, when faced with beasts whose power far exceeded his own, Lin Tianfeng wisely chose to take a detour. As the battles persisted, his practical experience grew increasingly rich. 10 days swiftly passed. During this time, Lin Tianfeng engaged in an almost frenzied regimen of training within the mountains. By day, he fought against various formidable beasts, honing his martial skills and willpower at the precipice of life and death. By night, he would seek out a sheltered and secure cave, entering the vast primordial space to recuperate his strength. After this 10-day ordeal, Lin Tianfeng's foundational cultivation became ever more solid, and his combat prowess saw a significant enhancement. Simultaneously, his ethereal movement technique and the primordial sword art became even more refined and exquisite. Although he was merely at the 6th layer of Qi refinement, he felt confident that he could triumph even against practitioners at the 9th layer of the same realm. Clang, clang, clang. That morning, as Lin Tianfeng slowly emerged from the cave, he heard a cacophony of fierce combat echoing through the air. He beheld a man and a woman darting through the sky, both wielding their weapons, launching relentless attacks upon one another. Each move was imbued with lethal intent, the momentum seemingly capable of tearing the very sky asunder. With no time to ponder, Lin Tianfeng hastily retreated back into the cave, holding his breath and focusing intently, quietly observing the intense battle from the cave's entrance. Dongfang Jin, I advise you to surrender the Xiantian sacred pearl. Otherwise, do not blame this holy son for his ruthlessness, the man declared, his voice chilling and penetrating, emanating a palpable aura of murderous intent that sent shivers down the spine. Dressed in resplendent golden robes, he possessed a strikingly handsome visage. Yet his sharp eyes emanated a sinister energy, instilling a sense of dread. Situ Jun, you are not worthy of demanding the Xiantian sacred pearl from me, she retorted with defiance. The woman displayed a hint of disdain upon her face. Clad in resplendent purple attire, she stood tall and elegant, her beauty surpassing that of all. Resembling a celestial being descended from the heavens, exuding an aura of cold aloofness that instilled fear in those who beheld her. Wretched creature, since you seek your demise, do not blame me for my ruthless actions. C2 Jun's voice was chilling, his gaze shimmering with a fierce intensity. The Xiantian sacred pearl was a supreme treasure. If refined, it could enable him to transcend a minor realm. Hence, he was determined to seize it today, come what may. As he spoke, C2 Jun abruptly swung his flame spear, unleashing a searing beam of light that surged toward Dongfang Jin. In an instant, the valley's sky was filled with intersecting beams of light, the sharpness of the spear's radiance seeming to tear the very air, emitting a piercing whistle that echoed throughout the valley, instilling trepidation in all who witnessed it. Such terrifying power. Lin Tianfeng's face bore an expression of profound astonishment as he observed the fierce clash between the two combatants. He had anticipated that the practitioners of this world might possess great strength, yet he never imagined it would be to such an extraordinary extent. C2 Jun, today I shall slay you without fail, Dongfang Jin scoffed, a glimmer of cold light flashing in her beautiful eyes. With a swift motion, she brandished her longsword, sending forth a dazzling sword aura that cleaved through the air like a radiant meteor directed at C2 Jun. This strike carried with it immense force, distorting the very fabric of space in its wake. As the battle raged on, the conflict became increasingly intense, Fierce beams of spear and sword clashed in the air, toppling countless towering trees in their path. The rocks along the valley walls shattered into fine dust under the relentless power exuded by the two. Situ Jun wielded his flame spear with relentless fervor, its shadows dancing like a roaring fire dragon, surging toward Dongfang Jin with unbridled heat and fury. Unyielding, Dongfang Jin danced gracefully, evading the spear's onslaught with ghostly agility, her longsword weaving exquisite floral patterns of light that neutralized each incoming attack. Boom! The two clashed once more with a deafening roar that reverberated through the valley, startling a flock of birds into flight. A wave of terrifying energy radiated outward as the clash intensified. At that moment, Dongfang Jin seized upon a flaw in Situ Jun's defense. Her form flickering as she appeared at his side, her longsword piercing toward his throat with the swiftness of lightning. Situ Jun was taken aback, hastily raising his spear to defend himself. Bang! Although his reflexes were swift, he was still struck in the chest by Dongfang Jin's kick, sending him hurtling backward. Wretched creature! Perish! A glint of cold light flashed in Situ Jun's eyes as he swiftly hurled a barrage of flying needles during his backward flight. These needles, dense and glimmering with a chilling radiance under the sun, shot forth towards Dongfang Jin like a meteor shower. In the face of the myriad of needle-like projectiles, Dongfang Jin hastily conjured a sturdy shield of spiritual energy around her form. Despite her efforts to block the majority of the flying needles, several still found their way through the gaps and pierced her body. Dongfang Jin, you have been struck by my yin-yang harmony. If you fail to find a man within half an hour, you shall undoubtedly perish. Situ Jun's complexion turned as pale as death, yet his eyes gleamed with a sinister light. Despicable fiend, you seek your own demise. Upon hearing these words, Dongfang Jin's expression darkened considerably. Enduring the agony inflicted by the needles within her, she once again charged towards Situ Jun with her sword raised. Vile wretch, I have no desire to exhaust myself against you. Once your affliction takes hold, I shall make you kneel and beg for mercy. Situ Jun's gaze was filled with malice as he spoke, maneuvering skillfully to engage in a dance of combat with Dongfang Jin, attempting to buy himself time. However, Dongfang Jin's speed was remarkable, her sword energy increasingly fierce, each strike imbued with lethal intent. In an instant, Situ Jun found himself in a state of disarray, struggling to defend against her relentless assault. Suddenly, Dongfang Jin's sword slashed across Situ Jun's shoulder, blood gushing forth and staining his garments crimson. Ah! He let out a cry of anguish, staggering precariously, nearly collapsing to the ground. Shameless scoundrel, perish! Dongfang Jin seized the opportunity to press her attack. Her swordplay ceaseless and frenzied as she struck mercilessly at Situ Jun. Faced with her relentless fury, Situ Jun found himself increasingly overwhelmed, his injuries mounting and blood soaking his fine attire. At that moment, Dongfang Jin's form flashed suddenly, and a sharp blade of sword energy pierced through Situ Jun's left chest. Situ Jun coughed up a mouthful of blood, his countenance turning ashen, devoid of color, his breath growing weak and faint. Dongfang Jin, one day I shall torment you to your death, he spat, a flicker of intense resentment flaring in his eyes. With that bitter proclamation, he turned and fled like a streak of light into the distance, panic-stricken. Watching Situ Jun's retreating figure, Dongfang Jin exhaled softly in relief. Yet soon her expression shifted to one of grave concern, her breathing becoming increasingly rapid. Damn you, Situ Jun, just wait. The emotional state of Dongfang Jin gradually became one of impatience. Had she been in peak condition at this moment, she might have held on to a glimmer of hope to endure. However, having just emerged from a brutal battle, nearly 90% of her spiritual energy had already been expended, rendering the prospect of enduring nearly impossible. She then seated herself in a meditative posture, focusing intently on expelling the toxins within her body. Yet, the moment she began to channel her energy, the toxins erupted violently, akin to a raging flood. A soft, seductive moan escaped Dongfang Jin's lips, as the turmoil within her grew increasingly chaotic. In that instant, she could no longer suppress the toxins coursing through her veins. An overwhelming desire surged from the depths of her heart as the battle finally drew to a close. Lin Tianfeng cautiously peered out from the cave, his eyes filled with vigilance as he surveyed the surroundings, akin to a wary rabbit. Once assured that the outside was quiet, he gingerly stepped out of the cave. At this moment, Dongfang Jin sat cross-legged with her eyes tightly shut, exerting all her energy to fend off the terrifying spring poison. Beads of sweat, the size of mung beans, continuously trickled down her forehead, and a delicate flush adorned her face, reminiscent of the splendid twilight hues gracing the horizon. Suddenly, Dongfang Jin detected the faint sound of footsteps behind her. Startled, she swiftly turned her head. A man. Her eyes widened in shock, her voice trembling slightly, revealing an uncontrollable excitement. Had she not seen the man, her formidable willpower might have sustained her. However, Lin Tianfeng's sudden appearance shattered her composure, plunging her into despair. In that moment, she realized that without an effective resolution, she would face the horrifying fate of a catastrophic demise. Contemplating this dreadful outcome, Dongfang Jin's delicate figure flickered and, like a specter, she instantly darted in front of Lin Tianfeng. Her slender hand shot forth, gripping his throat with a fierce hold. "Calm down, fairy. I was merely passing by, with no connection to that man," Lin Tianfeng stammered, trembling at her sudden presence as he hastily pleaded for mercy. He had just traversed into this world, with a promising future ahead, and he certainly did not wish to meet an untimely end. Dongfang Jin paid no heed to his pleas, her gaze sharp as she swiftly scanned the area. Soon, she spotted another cave not far off. Without a word, she seized Lin Tianfeng and swiftly propelled them both toward the cave, like a gust of wind. Once inside, she deftly tugged at her belt, and her exquisite robe cascaded to the ground like fallen leaves. In an instant, a breathtakingly beautiful figure stood before Lin Tianfeng. Dongfang Jin's silhouette was voluptuous and alluring. Her skin as white as jade, resembling the finest mutton fat. Not a single flaw could be discerned on her body, as if she were a flawless masterpiece of art. What on earth is happening? Lin Tianfeng found his mind blank as he gazed at this ethereal woman. At this moment, he discerned the truth. It was evident that she had been afflicted by that unspeakable poison. His foremost concern now was whether she might turn ruthless afterward, abandoning him once her needs were met. "Help me." The voice of Dongfang Jin resembles a celestial melody, imbued with an irresistible allure, exuding an enchanting aura that seems capable of captivating one's very soul. As she spoke, she gracefully waved her right hand, unleashing an invisible yet formidable force, instantly reducing Lin Tianfeng's garments to ashes. "Fairy, I am but a reluctant participant. You must not hold me accountable for the aftermath." Lin Tianfeng silently swallowed a gulp, his heartbeat involuntarily quickening. However, Dongfang Jin completely disregarded him, seizing his head and firmly pressing it against her chest. "Goodness, saving a life is worth more than building a 7-story pagoda. If death is to come, then so be it." Lin Tianfeng, with little regard for anything else, swiftly embraced the slender, snow-like waist of the woman. In that moment, they were entwined tightly together, and the cave was instantly enveloped in an atmosphere of undeniable intimacy, causing cheeks to flush with embarrassment. A day later, Dongfang Jin abruptly rose from Lin Tianfeng's side and quickly settled into a cross-legged position, commencing her cultivation practice. "I find myself in an awkward predicament." Lin Tianfeng was filled with a deep reluctance, his eyes reflecting an insatiable longing. He then bent down and cautiously made his way toward the cave's entrance. Although Dongfang Jin possessed a beauty that could captivate nations and a seductive, enchanting figure, she was ultimately a formidable woman of great strength. Once she fully regained her senses, it was highly likely that she would turn against him. To ensure his own safety, Lin Tianfeng ultimately decided to make a hasty retreat. After fleeing a considerable distance, he suddenly felt an overwhelming surge of terrifying energy within him. This energy inflicted excruciating pain, leading him to the brink of annihilation. With no time to ponder, Lin Tianfeng quickly sought refuge in a concealed thicket, subsequently entering the vast emptiness of the primordial realm. At that moment, beads of cold sweat poured from his forehead, and his entire being radiated an intensely fiery aura, as if he were engulfed in a furnace. He sensed that his body was filled with an extraordinarily pure energy, which rampaged through his dantian and meridians, causing him immense suffering, as if millions of ants were gnawing at his flesh. With no time to lose, Lin Tianfeng hurriedly sat cross-legged, channeling the primordial technique, and began to refine the mysterious energy within him. As the technique operated, the energy was gradually refined, and his cultivation level began to soar uncontrollably. 7th layer of Qi refinement, 8th layer of Qi refinement, 9th layer of Qi refinement. By the time morning arrived the following day, Lin Tianfeng had successfully broken through to the 9th layer of Qi refinement, feeling the formidable power coursing through him. A glimmer of excitement appeared in his eyes, akin to witnessing dawn in the depths of darkness. He then sat cross-legged once more, operating the primordial technique to stabilize his newfound power. His rapid ascension demanded careful honing, for the qi refinement stage was the foundation of a cultivator's journey, leaving no room for carelessness. Meanwhile, within the cave, Dongfang Jin suddenly opened her eyes, a look of astonishment crossing her face, clearly betraying her shock. She had not anticipated her own breakthrough. Gradually, she rose to her feet, but as soon as she stood, she stumbled, a tingling sensation coursing through her legs. Chapter 11. Life and Death Battle. You shameless scoundrel. Do not let me catch you. Dongfang Jin gritted her teeth, a glimmer of icy murderous intent flashing in her eyes. The memories of that day filled her with a desire to vanish into the earth. Despite being a formidable warrior of her generation, she found herself sullied by an insignificant ant, a thought that drove her to despair. Subsequently, Dongfang Jin exited the cave and began her search throughout the mountains. However, to her dismay, despite scouring the vicinity, she could not uncover any trace of Lin Tianfeng. "You little brat, I will remember your face," she murmured to herself, her figure gliding away and vanishing into the mountain range. Lin Tianfeng had immersed himself in the primordial space for a full 2 days, solidifying his cultivation before finally departing. With only 2 days remaining until his fateful battle against Wei Mingxian, he felt an urgent need to return swiftly. At this moment, Lin Tianfeng was filled with excitement, his gaze brimming with confidence. Through the trials of the past half-month, he had not only ascended to the 9th layer of the qi refinement stage, but had also significantly enhanced his combat prowess. Although he currently stood at the 9th layer of qi refinement, he was fully confident in his ability to contend with a practitioner at the 3rd layer of the spirit concentration stage. It is worth noting that he practiced the supreme technique, the primordial formula, which endowed him with spiritual energy far surpassing that of his peers at the same level. Should his martial skills advance further in the future, his capacity to challenge opponents beyond his level would grow even stronger. Subsequently, he hastened towards the outskirts of the mountain range. After a day of travel, Lin Tianfeng finally returned to Cold Moon City. "Fenger, where have you been during this time?" Lin Xiaotian wore a worried expression, his eyes brimming with concern. "Grandfather, I have ventured into the Kanglin mountain range for my training. As you can see, my cultivation has already returned to the 9th level of the qi refinement stage." Lin Tianfeng channeled the spiritual energy within him, revealing his cultivation level. As a powerful aura emanated from his being. Well, it appears my grandson possesses the bearing of a great emperor." A faint smile of reassurance graced Lin Xiaotian's face, quickly followed by a look of concern as he inquired, "Fenger, tomorrow marks the fateful duel between you and Wei Xianming. Do you possess the confidence to face it?" "Rest assured, grandfather," Feng replied, "though I currently stand at the 9th level of qi refinement, I am confident that I can triumph even against a practitioner at the 3rd level of spirit concentration." Lin Tianfeng displayed a confident smile upon his face. "You little rascal. Surely you are not boasting?" Lin Xiaotian said with irritation. "Grandfather, I assure you, I am not exaggerating," Lin Tianfeng remarked with a smile, "before my dantian was damaged. My cultivation reached the 5th level of the spirit concentration realm. Although I have yet to regain that state, my combat experience remains intact. Thus, an ordinary practitioner at the 3rd level of the spirit concentration realm would not stand a chance against me." However, Lin Tianfeng's words were merely a pretext. His ability to challenge opponents beyond his level stemmed primarily from his mastery of the primordial technique, rather than his previous battle experience. "You little rascal," he continued, "I am currently suppressing my cultivation to the 3rd level of the spirit concentration realm. If you can repel me with a single punch, then I shall have faith in your abilities." Lin Xiaotian spoke with a grave expression. The matter of life and death was of utmost significance, and he would not allow his grandson to take unnecessary risks. "Grandfather, it would be wise for you to suppress your cultivation to the 4th layer of the concentration realm. I fear I might inadvertently injure you with a single blow," Lin Tianfeng replied with a smile. "Well, young man, do your best. Let me see if you possess the strength to back it up," the grandfather challenged. Lin Xiaotian's eyes glimmered with a hint of anticipation as he subsequently suppressed his cultivation to the 4th layer of the concentration realm. "Grandfather, do take care." Lin Tianfeng channeled all his spiritual energy and struck with a powerful fist. With a resounding boom, Lin Xiaotian remained utterly still, while Lin Tianfeng felt a slight ache in his arm. "Fenger, I never anticipated your spiritual prowess to be so formidable. With such strength, grandfather can rest assured about this life and death battle." Lin Xiaotian's eyes were filled with astonishment, and a faint smile of relief appeared on his face. "Grandfather, I am not an impulsive person. Without certainty, I would never engage in a life and death battle with him," Lin Tianfeng stated resolutely. "As for your duel with Wei Xianming, I am not overly concerned at present. However, in just half a month, the clan competition will commence. Lin Tianfeng has already advanced to the 5th layer of the concentration realm, so you must not allow yourself to become complacent during this time. Lin Xiaodian, with a grave expression, solemnly assured, Grandfather, rest assured, if I do not wish to relinquish the position of the young master, then no one shall take it from me. Lin Tianfeng's eyes radiated a glimmer of confidence. Fenger, his grandfather announced, I have just received news that Su Shuiyao has successfully advanced to the 6th level of the concentration realm. Lin Xiaodian furrowed his brow slightly, and a solemn expression gradually settled upon his face. Grandfather, rest assured, there is still a month until the selection ceremony of the Sacred Heart sect, and by that time, I will undoubtedly possess the strength to defeat her. Lin Tianfeng's eyes radiated a glimmer of determination. As long as you have confidence, that is sufficient. It is getting late. You should return home and rest. Lin Xiaodian nodded slightly. Grandfather, I take my leave now. Please do take care of yourself and rest early. Lin Tianfeng respectfully bowed and then returned to his residence. The following morning, Lin Tianfeng had completed his morning rituals early, donning a resplendent white brocade robe with his thick, long hair elegantly styled upwards. To enhance the contour of his face, he let 2 strands of hair cascade naturally beside his forehead. He appeared as a graceful figure, with sculpted cheekbones and eyes that conveyed both determination and melancholy, reminiscent of an unparalleled nobleman. Under the guidance of Lin Xiaodian, the Lin family approached the arena at the city center with great pomp. The scene was abuzz with a multitude of spectators, including many from the younger generations of various prominent families. The substantial turnout was primarily due to the Wei family's deliberate promotion of the event. Their intent being clear, they wished for all to witness Lin Tianfeng's demise in the arena. At that moment, Wei Xianming stood silently on the platform, wielding a long sword, while the Wei family had all gathered to cheer him on. Look, Su Shuiyao has arrived. At that instant, a gasp rippled through the crowd. Turning towards the sound, they beheld a youthful maiden in a pale pink gown, her beauty radiant as she approached. Her skin was as fair as snow. Her eyes sparkled like stars yet bore a hint of aloofness. The newcomer was none other than Su Shuiyao, accompanied by a remarkably handsome and poised young man, Li Qinming, the young lord of Hanwei City. Miss Yao, what is there to see in 2 ants biting each other? Li Qinming remarked nonchalantly. I am merely curious to see what a person, whose dantian has been rendered useless, relies upon to dare ascend the life and death stage, Su Shuiyao replied coldly. He likely fears your public withdrawal from the engagement, hence his choice of such an extreme manner to seek death. Li Qinming's face revealed a trace of disdainful amusement. You make a valid point. It seems I had indeed overestimated him. Su Shuiyao's eyes glimmered with scorn. In her view, Lin Tianfeng sought merely to end his life in this manner, which, to her, was fortuitous. Why hasn't Lin Tianfeng shown himself yet? Could it be that he is retreating like a coward? Not appearing would be the wise choice, with his dantian now ruined. Stepping onto the life and death stage is tantamount to courting death, others murmured. Indeed, it seems he acted impulsively in accepting this battle when faced with reality. Even if he were granted a few extra doses of courage, he would likely not dare to come forth. At that moment, the arena thrummed with the sound of animated discussions. The consensus among the crowd was that Lin Tianfeng would surely shy away from this life and death confrontation. Goodness! Lin Tianfeng has arrived. Suddenly, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Everyone turned towards the sound, witnessing Lin Tianfeng and the Lin family approaching the arena with measured steps. Lin Tianfeng stood tall and composed, exuding an air of tranquility that betrayed no hint of fear. At that moment, the venue erupted into a cacophony of whispers and discussions akin to a surging tide. How audacious of Lin Tianfeng to dare step onto the stage of life and death. One could surmise that he was merely here to play a role, putting on a fade, and soon enough, he would be the one lamenting his fate. Upon seeing Lin Tianfeng's arrival, Su Shuiyao approached him directly, a cold smile gracing her lips as she remarked, Lin Tianfeng, I am merely calling off an engagement. There is no need for you to take it so to heart. Is there? Upon hearing this, Lin Tianfeng's gaze revealed a hint of disdain. Su Shuiyao, you are not worthy of my despair. He feigned indifference, adding, let us see how you meet your end. A flicker of anger crossed Su Shuiyao's face. You shall be disappointed. Not only will I survive, but I shall also personally annul our engagement during the disciple selection ceremony of the Sacred Heart sect. Lin Tianfeng's voice was chillingly indifferent. You remain as arrogant as ever. Lin Tianfeng, I hope you can walk off the stage alive. Li Qinming remarked coldly, a defeated foe. Lin Tianfeng cast a cold glance at Li Qinming, a trace of disdain flickering in his eyes. You, just wait and see how you meet your end. The chilling intent to kill ignited in Li Qinming's gaze. There's a saying I'd like to impart to you. A sycophant, in the end, possesses nothing. A hint of contempt appeared in Lin Tianfeng's expression. Having said that, he turned and ascended the arena. Watching Lin Tianfeng's retreating figure, Li Qinming gritted his teeth in fury, had it not been for Lin Xiaoyan's presence. He would have relished the opportunity to strike Lin Tianfeng down with a single blow. Lin Tianfeng, you truly possess audacity. However, now that you have shown up, today shall mark your demise. Wei Xianming, upon witnessing Lin Tianfeng's arrival, wore a vicious and terrifying smile. I have no interest in conversing with a dying man. If you intend to make a move, do so swiftly, and do not dawdle. Lin Tianfeng's gaze was as cold as ice, laced with a hint of disdain. You little wretch, since you are so eager to meet your demise, allow me to grant your wish. Wei Xianming was consumed by fury, his entire being seemingly on the verge of explosion. He leapt into the air, brandishing his spear with sudden ferocity, a dazzling shadow slicing through the air. Propelled by an incredibly fierce gust, as he aimed a deadly thrust at Lin Tianfeng. In the face of Wei Xianming's onslaught, Lin Tianfeng exhibited no sign of fear. His form flickered like a specter, effortlessly evading the rapid strike. In the blink of an eye, he closed the distance with an astonishing speed, his sword flashing violently. With a swift motion, a glimmer of cold light flashed like lightning, leaving a deep crimson mark across Wei Xianming's neck. How is this possible? Wei Xianming's eyes widened in terror and disbelief. Before he could utter another word, his voice was abruptly silenced, his spear clattering to the ground as his body slowly crumpled. Lifeless. At that moment, the scene fell into a profound silence, as if time itself had frozen, and the faces of all present were etched with utter shock. No one had anticipated that Lin Tianfeng would effortlessly slay Wei Xianming with a single stroke, completely shattering their expectations. Heavens! Is this truly the end? This is utterly absurd. He defeated Wei Xianming with one move. Indeed, was it not said that his dantian was destroyed? How could he still possess the cultivation of the 9th layer of qi refining? A wave of disbelief swept through the crowd, as they exchanged incredulous glances. How can this be? Su Shueyo trembled, her beautiful eyes filled with astonishment. She had never imagined that Lin Tianfeng's dantian was intact, and that he could eliminate Wei Xianming in a single blow. Li Qinming stood frozen, his mouth agape, his expression a portrait of disbelief. The members of the Wei family were seething with rage, their teeth clenched in fury. Wei Xianming's father, Wei Mingyuan, was nearly driven to madness, roaring, Lin Tianfeng, you dare to kill my son. I will demand your life in return. As his voice fell, Wei Mingyuan soared into the air, akin to a great rock spreading its wings, lunging toward Lin Tianfeng. Wei Mingyuan, you seek death. A furious roar echoed. Just as Wei Mingyuan was about to pounce upon Lin Tianfeng, Lin Xiaoyan arrived in the nick of time, positioning himself protectively before Lin Tianfeng. With a fierce gaze, Lin Xiaoyan unleashed a terrifying aura, raising his palm and striking violently at Wei Mingyuan. Boom! With a deafening roar, Wei Mingyuan was violently propelled backwards, his body soaring several dozen meters before crashing heavily to the ground, a mouthful of blood erupting from him. In that moment, silence enveloped the arena. All present were rendered speechless, astonished by the formidable power displayed by Lin Xiaoyan. On the stage of life and death, fate is predetermined. Your son lacks the skill. Do you, as his father, truly believe you can prevail through intimidation? Lin Xiaoyan's voice was as cold as frost, and his gaze was piercing, exuding an extraordinarily formidable aura. The members of the Wei family looked at Lin Xiaoyan in terror, momentarily paralyzed with fear and unable to take a single step forward. Su Shueyo and Li Qinming were equally stunned, unable to regain their composure for quite some time. The sheer power of Lin Xiaoyan was astonishing. It became evident that the Lin family should not be underestimated. One could not help but exclaim in awe, their tone laced with reverence. Indeed, the Wei family had encountered a formidable adversary this time. Another quietly echoed, their face reflecting deep sentiment. Lin Xiaoyan, once my father emerges from seclusion, your Lin family shall face dire consequences. Wei Mingyuan's voice was as frigid as a blade, his eyes filled with malice and resentment. He had not anticipated that Lin Xiaoyan's cultivation had reached such an advanced realm. Even if Wei Long were present, he would not dare to speak to me in such a manner. Lin Xiaoyan's voice was icy, his expression devoid of emotion as he declared, I reiterate, I shall refrain from intervening in the contests of the younger generation. However, should the elder generation attempt to bully my grandson, Do not blame me for extinguishing every descendant of the Wei family. The old man retorted, we shall see. I shall not let this grudge rest lightly. Wei Mingyuan's gaze was filled with venom. He suppressed his dissatisfaction and rage, leading the Wei family away from the scene. He understood that, given his current strength, he was no match for Lin Xiaoyan, so he could only bide his time until his father emerged from seclusion. Chapter 13. The Lin Family Clan Comparison Fenger. Let us return. During this time, do refrain from wandering about. Be cautious not to allow them to exploit any opportunities. Lin Xiaoyan imparted a gentle admonition, his eyes brimming with affection and concern. Understood, Grandpa. Lin Tianfeng nodded slightly. Subsequently, the Lin family returned to their ancestral home in a grand procession. At this moment, Lin Tianyang's heart was a tumult of emotions. He could not fathom how Lin Tianfeng's dantian, which had been rendered useless, could have suddenly recovered. Fortunately, the clan competition was to be held in a fortnight, which represented Lin Tianyang's sole opportunity to attain the position of junior family head. He must triumph in the competition. Otherwise, as time passed, should Lin Tianfeng's cultivation fully restore, he would no longer have a chance to ascend to the role of junior family head. During the ensuing days, Lin Tianfeng devoted himself to training within the primordial space. With merely 15 days remaining until the Lin family competition, he was determined to advance his cultivation to the second layer of the spirit condensation realm. Only in this manner could he secure his position as junior family head. Moreover, Lin Tianfeng had long since resolved to eliminate Lin Tianyang. He sensed a lingering obsession deep within his soul, an obsession directed specifically at Lin Tianyang and Lu Yinyan. Should he fail to avenge himself, this fixation would never dissipate and might even trigger his inner demons when he reached a breakthrough in the future. On the 5th day within the primordial space, Lin Tianfeng successfully advanced his cultivation to the first layer of the spirit condensation realm. By the 14th day, he had reached the pinnacle of the first layer of the spirit condensation realm. Lin Tianfeng's rapid advancement in cultivation can primarily be attributed to his formidable techniques and the support of the primordial space. It is noteworthy that the spiritual energy within the primordial space is abundant, even surpassing that of the outside world by several folds. The moment to transcend has arrived. Lin Tianfeng whispered softly, his gaze imbued with a glimmer of anticipation and resolve. Subsequently, he settled into a cross-legged position, channeling the Hong Wangju as he endeavored to break through the second layer of the concentration realm. As the technique continued to circulate, the spiritual energy within the primordial space surged into his body like a tidal wave. Under the deluge of this abundant energy, his meridians and dantian expanded further, sending intense waves of sensation coursing through every corner of his being. Lin Tianfeng gritted his teeth, his forehead veins bulging, yet he dared not relent in the slightest. He exerted every ounce of his energy to channel his cultivation method, guiding the spiritual energy within him towards the threshold of the second layer of the spirit concentration realm. At long last, after numerous attempts, a faint crack appeared in that formidable barrier. Upon witnessing this, Lin Tianfeng felt an overwhelming surge of joy, prompting him to fervently channel the spiritual energy within him. Breakthrough. Lin Tianfeng let out a low growl, channeling all his spiritual energy into a surging torrent, once again charging towards the bottleneck. In an instant, the meridians and dantian within Lin Tianfeng resonated with a series of crisp sounds. Suddenly, the barrier of the second layer of the spirit condensation realm shattered, and a newfound, formidable power swiftly spread throughout his body. At this moment, Lin Tianfeng successfully ascended to the second layer of the spirit condensation realm. At last, he had broken through. Lin Tianfeng gradually opened his eyes, a glimmer of excitement shining within them. Having attained the second layer of the concentration realm, he felt confident that he could triumph even against an adversary at the 6th layer of the same realm. Subsequently, Lin Tianfeng swiftly attended to his grooming, styling his hair into an upright fashion, and donned a set of resplendent white attire before departing from the primordial space. Young master, the clan competition is about to commence. The patriarch requests your immediate presence. As Lin Tianfeng stepped out of the room, the maid Shaolin hurried towards him with an expression of urgency. Let us go. Lin Tianfeng nodded slightly, and then made his way towards the Lin family's martial arts arena. Today marks the day of the clan competition for the Lin family, which can be regarded as a grand event for the entire Cold Moon City. As one of the 4 prominent families in Cold Moon City, the Lin family's clan competition naturally attracts the attention of the entire city. Moreover, the Lin family has extended invitations to the other 3 families to witness the event. The clan competition is not merely a contest of martial prowess. It is an exceptional opportunity for the younger generation of the family to showcase their strength to the entire city. For this reason, each family invites others to observe during their clan competitions. At this moment, the young descendants of the Lin family were all filled with fervor and anticipation. They were eager to demonstrate their skills during the competition, hoping to earn recognition and approval from their family. Of course, those of relatively weaker abilities could only stand silently to the side, their hearts heavy with disappointment. Achieving an outstanding rank in the competition would provide a chance to ascend the ranks and acquire more resources for personal development. Conversely, those who performed poorly and were of age risked being marginalized by the family, or even dispatched to remote towns to manage the family's business affairs. It was rumored that young Master Tianfeng had recently broken through to the 5th level of the concentration realm, making him the undeniable favorite for this competition as champion. A young man at the 7th level of the Qi refinement realm spoke slowly. That is undoubtedly true. Young Master Tianfeng is currently our Lin family's foremost genius, replied a disciple at the 8th level of the Qi refinement realm. One cannot be so certain. Lin Tianfeng's Dantian has recovered, and with it, his strength has returned to its peak, so the championship is still within his grasp, remarked a youth clad in white. You are being overly optimistic. Even if his Dantian is restored, regaining peak strength will likely require some time. Someone interjected. Your argument holds some merit. If he cannot return to his peak, then the championship will indeed belong to Lin Tianfeng, said the disciple at the 7th level of the Qi refinement realm. At this moment, within the Lin family's martial arts arena, voices of discussion rose and fell as numerous young disciples from various families fervently debated who would claim the title of champion. When Lin Tianfeng stepped into the arena, he instantly captured the attention of many clan members. Several young disciples greeted him enthusiastically, to which he responded with a gentle smile. This world operates on a simple principle. When one possesses sufficient strength, respect naturally follows. Yet, when one falls to the status of a worthless individual, even a dog would tread upon them. Lin Tianfeng sought a tranquil corner to sit peacefully, patiently awaiting the commencement of the clan competition. Meanwhile, representatives from the prominent families of Hanyu City arrived to witness the event. As the time for the competition approached, the clan leader, Lin Xiaodian, rose and strode to the elevated platform. Today marks the day of the Lin family's clan contest, and I extend a warm welcome to all esteemed families in attendance. Before we proceed, I have an important announcement to make. Lin Xiaodian paused briefly and proclaimed in a resounding voice. Whoever emerges as the champion of this clan competition shall be the future young master of the Lin family. As Lin Xiaodian's words resonated, the atmosphere immediately became charged with fervor. Several scions of families allied with Lin Tianfeng began to celebrate in advance, encircling him and showering him with a myriad of flattering and obsequious remarks, completely disregarding the current head of the family, Lin Tianfeng. Lin Tianfeng reveled in this adulation, his arm wrapped around Lu Yanyan, a subtle smile gracing his lips. He was resolute in his ambition to claim victory in the upcoming clan competition. Chapter 14. The unhinged Lin Tianfeng. Subsequently, the second elder, Lin Jipeng, took to the stage to announce the rules of the clan competition and the rewards for the top 10 participants. He emphasized with great seriousness that the use of poison was strictly prohibited, and under no circumstances was a participant allowed to deal a fatal blow to an opponent who conceded. Violators would face severe repercussions in accordance with clan regulations. As the second elder concluded his address, the crowd erupted in excitement. The young prodigies of the Lin family were brimming with eagerness, their eyes sparkling with an unmistakable thrill. Soon, they took to the stage to draw lots. As the drawing concluded, the clan competition officially commenced. Lin Tianfeng, however, held little interest in the battles that unfolded on the arena. Given his current prowess, none among the younger generation of the Lin family could pose a challenge to him. Even if Lin Tianfeng were to advance to the 5th level of the spirit condensation realm, he would still be unable to withstand a single strike from Lin Tianfeng. Were it not for the desire to uphold the former's honor, Lin Tianfeng would not have bothered to attend this clan competition at all. As time passed, the skirmishes on the platform grew increasingly intense, while the audience below buzzed with excitement. Soon, it was Lin Tianfeng's turn to make his entrance. Today, he chose not to conceal his cultivation, openly displaying his second level of the spirit condensation realm. After all, he would inevitably engage in combat later, and it would be evident to all. Lin Tianfeng's first opponent was a cousin from the collateral branch, possessing the 9th level of Qi refinement. Upon seeing Lin Tianfeng as his adversary, he immediately chose to concede. The subsequent challenges unfolded with remarkable ease, as most individuals faced with Lin Tianfeng opted for surrender, while a select few from the spirit concentration realm chose to confront him directly. Yet, none among them proved to be a match for Lin Tianfeng, all falling to him with a single strike. Brother Tianyang, how could this fellow, whose dantian was clearly destroyed, suddenly recover? Lu Yinyun inquired, her brow furrowed with perplexity. It is likely that his dantian was only slightly damaged, Lin Tianfeng responded, his expression clouded with a hint of foreboding. However, there is no need for concern. Even if his dantian has healed, he remains no match for me. But after our previous scheme against him, should he fully regain his strength in the future, he will undoubtedly seek retribution. Lu Yinyun expressed her apprehension. Rest assured, he will not have the opportunity to threaten us. Lin Tianyang's gaze held a glimmer of icy menace. The battles in the martial arts arena continued unabated, the atmosphere charged with intensity as the younger generation fought fervently for their rankings and futures. During this time, Lin Tianfeng's winning streak persisted, culminating in a victory over an opponent at the 4th level of spirit concentration. As time progressed and noon approached, the Lin family competition reached its pivotal climax. In the final match, Lin Tianfeng faces Lin Tianyang, announced Elder Lin Jiping with a commanding voice. Lin Tianfeng, although your dantian has recovered, your current cultivation level is merely at the 2nd layer of spirit concentration. I advise you to concede voluntarily. Lin Tianyang's tone was frigid and piercing. Elder, my brother Tianyang has achieved the 5th layer of spirit concentration, while my own cultivation stands at the 2nd layer. Thus, I shall exert my utmost effort in this match. However, my dantian has only recently regained its strength, and my control over power is still somewhat lacking. Should I inadvertently cause him serious harm, I trust you will not blame me. Lin Tianfeng turned his gaze towards Lin Haoze on the high platform, his eyes glinting with a hint of cunning. Indeed, as soon as Lin Tianfeng's words fell, a shadow of gloom flickered across Lin Haoze's countenance. Young master, as long as you can inflict harm upon Tianyang, I shall not hold you accountable, Lin Haoze spoke with a somber tone. In his view, even if Lin Tianfeng were to reach the 2nd level of the concentration realm, he could never be a match for his grandson. Elder, since you say so, I am greatly reassured. A cold smile emerged on Lin Tianfeng's face. Lin Tianfeng, since you are so arrogant, I hope you will not beg for mercy later. Lin Tianyang was seething with rage, his voice laced with a chilling aura of menace. At this moment, he silently vowed that before Lin Tianfeng conceded, he would once again incapacitate his opponent's dantian. Who do you think you are? You are not worthy of my surrender. Lin Tianfeng let out a cold snort, his eyes revealing a hint of disdain. In that moment, the atmosphere around the martial arts arena grew tense, as all eyes were fixed upon the stage. A sense of anticipation filled the air. Who would emerge victorious in the duel between Lin Tianfeng and Lin Tianyang? Someone could not help but inquire with curiosity. Is there any doubt? Lin Tianyang has already reached the 5th level of the concentration realm, while Lin Tianfeng, even with his 2nd level cultivation, stands no chance against him. Another began to analyze the situation with authority. At this juncture, the venue buzzed with chatter as the crowd expressed their opinions. The contest for the title of Young Master, featuring Lin Tianyang against Lin Tianfeng, was now officially underway. Elder Lin Jiping declared in a steady voice, Lin Tianfeng, considering your inferior cultivation, I shall grant you 3 moves today. Lin Tianyang wore an expression of arrogance, accompanied by a hint of disdain in his demeanor. Since you revel in pretense, I shall indulge you. Lin Tianfeng let out a cold chuckle, and in an instant, his figure transformed into a fleeting shadow, vanishing from sight. How could this little wretch possess such astonishing speed? Witnessing Lin Tianfeng's remarkable swiftness, Lin Tianyang felt a jolt of surprise course through him, a hint of panic flashing across his face. In the blink of an eye, Lin Tianyang resolutely swung his fist in retaliation. As for the earlier promise to allow his opponent 3 moves, it had long since been cast aside. This battle was pivotal for the inheritance of the position of the young master, and without a doubt, Lin Tianyang was determined to avoid defeat at all costs. Confronted by Lin Tianyang's oncoming punch, a faint smirk curled at the corners of Lin Tianfeng's lips, revealing a trace of disdain. In a swift motion, he reached out with his right hand, effortlessly seizing Lin Tianyang's wrist, and followed up with a resounding slap across Lin Tianyang's face. The sharp crack of the slap echoed throughout the training ground, leaving all present in a state of utter shock. How could this be possible? Lin Tianyang's eyes glimmered with disbelief. At this moment, his head throbbed incessantly, and his right cheek was swollen like that of a pig's, accompanied by a searing pain. Lin Tianfeng, with such meager strength, how dare you covet my esteemed position within the family? What grants you the audacity? Lin Tianfeng's gaze was frigid, his tone laced with a hint of disdain. Lin Tianfeng, the outcome remains undecided. Do not be so arrogant. Lin Tianfeng let out a furious roar, unsheathing his longsword. And in an instant, he struck towards Lin Tianfeng. Unaware of the impending doom, Lin Tianfeng let out a cold snort, his ethereal movements unfurling as his body transformed into a streak of white light, swiftly delivering another resounding slap to Lin Tianfeng's face. Clap! Ah! Lin Tianfeng let out a wretched scream. His body spun in place from the force, and his left cheek swelled up considerably. He now appeared far more bearable to the eyes. A teasing smile emerged on Lin Tianfeng's face. You scoundrel! I shall make you pay. Lin Tianfeng, consumed by rage, completely lost his sanity as he swung his sword once more towards Lin Tianfeng, his demeanor resembling that of a madman. He could not bear the weight of this outcome. He had initially believed that today he would ascend to the position of the young clan leader, embarking on a journey towards the pinnacle of his life. The two resounding slaps delivered by Lin Tianfeng rendered him utterly devoid of reason. Chapter 15. The Internal Strife of the Lin Family. As Lin Tianfeng charged forward once more, a hint of disdain curled at the corners of Lin Tianfeng's mouth. Swift as a specter, he lunged at Lin Tianfeng, delivering a flurry of strikes to his cheek. How dare you boast? How dare you slander me? The crisp sound of slaps echoed through the air. In but a fleeting moment, Lin Tianfeng's face had been transformed into a grotesque parody, his mouth contorted beyond recognition. I acknowledge. As Lin Tianfeng's words lingered in the air, Lin Tianfeng struck him across the face with a resounding slap. How could he still refuse to concede at this point? Lin Tianfeng let out a cold snort and unleashed another flurry of blows. The despair in Lin Tianfeng's eyes was palpable. His mouth had been contorted from the impact, rendering him incapable of voicing any semblance of surrender. On the elevated platform, Lin Hao's countenance turned a shade of ashen, his gaze flickering with an intense murderous intent. He could not fathom why Lin Tianfeng's combat prowess was so formidable. At that moment, Lin Tianfeng abruptly lifted his foot and delivered a fierce kick to Lin Tianfeng's dantian. Bang! Lin Tianfeng expelled a mouthful of blood, his eyes brimming with despair as his body was propelled through the air like a cannonball. He could hardly believe that Lin Tianfeng had the audacity to cripple his dantian. Younger, Lin Hao let out a furious roar, his figure flickering instantaneously as he caught the body of Lin Tianfeng, who had been hurled away. Lin Tianfeng, it is merely a clan competition. Yet you have resorted to such brutality against your own kin. Lin Hao was consumed by fury, his eyes filled with malice and venom. Elder, you cannot hold me accountable for this. Tianyang, my cousin, has always been unwilling to concede defeat. I assumed he was secretly concocting some formidable move, which is why I gave him a kick, only to inadvertently strike his dantian. Lin Tianfeng feigned an expression of profound sorrow, his face awash with self-reproach. Alas, brother Tianyang, I truly feel remorse for you. In response, Lin Tianyang spewed forth a mouthful of blood, collapsing in a fit of rage. It was not that he was unwilling to concede. Rather, his opponent had relentlessly struck him, rendering him utterly incapable of uttering a word. Now, to claim that he was reluctant to yield was nothing short of shamelessness at its peak. Lin Tianfeng, do not think you can deceive with your eloquence and inflict harm upon your kin. Today, I shall ensure your downfall. The chilling essence in Lin Hao's voice pierced through the air as he lunged fiercely towards Lin Tianfeng. Lin Hao, you seek your own demise. Lin Xiaodian let out a furious roar, his form swift as a phantom, instantly positioning himself before Lin Tianfeng, effortlessly neutralizing Lin Hao's assault. Lin Xiaodian, you have indulged Sun Xingxiang, allowing him to devastate the talents of our clan. Today, I stand before you on behalf of the Elder Council to revoke your position as the head of the family. Lin Hao's voice was imbued with an icy indifference. As his words echoed in the air, he cast a fierce glance at the elders behind him. In an instant, the fourth elder Lin Qihua, the fifth elder Lin Shaojuan, the sixth elder Lin Muhua, the seventh elder Lin Xuetao, and the ninth elder Lin Yukai hastily positioned themselves behind Lin Hao. In that moment, Lin Hao resolved to sever all pretense. With his most outstanding grandson rendered incapacitated, he deemed it unnecessary to endure any further. Simultaneously, the second elder Lin Jiping, the third elder Lin Kongtian, and the eighth elder Lin Xiaoquan took their stand beside Lin Xiaodian. Lin Hao, betraying the family is a grave offense. I advise you to contemplate your actions carefully. Lin Xiaoyan's voice was as frigid as frost, his gaze sweeping coldly over the elders present. As for you, esteemed elders, considering your past contributions to the family, if you choose to turn back now, the head of the family may choose to overlook your acts of treachery. Lin Xiaoyan, it seems you fail to grasp the current situation. The majority of the elders stand with me. On what grounds do you believe you can contend with me? Lin Hao's voice was chillingly indifferent, and his gaze exuded an intense aura of menace. Lin Xiaoyan let out a cold sneer, his eyes filled with profound disdain. Lin Haoza, since you aspire to occupy the position of the family head, I am eager to witness your capabilities. As soon as his words fell, an astonishing and overwhelming pressure surged forth from him like a tidal wave. You have actually ascended to the third layer of the Tongxian realm. Lin Haoza widened his eyes, an expression of disbelief etched upon his face. He had initially assumed that Lin Xiaoyan's cultivation was on par with his own, both residing within the second layer of the profound realm. With the backing of numerous elders, he believed that securing the position of family head was all but guaranteed. Yet, to his utter astonishment, he discovered that Lin Xiaoyan had achieved the third layer of the profound realm. Lin Haoza, if you now choose to forfeit your dantian, I may spare your life. Lin Xiaoyan's gaze was sharp as a sword, exuding an aura of formidable authority. You wish for me to sever my own cultivation? You are merely a deluded dreamer. Perish. Lin Haoza gritted his teeth, wielding his blade as he lunged towards Lin Xiaoyan. With circumstances having escalated to this extent, he found himself without an avenue for retreat. Now, the only glimmer of hope for redemption lay in the act of slaying Lin Xiaoyan. Utterly oblivious to the impending doom, Lin Xiaoyan let out a cold snort, his right hand sweeping fiercely, unleashing an overwhelmingly violent surge of energy that surged forth like a tumultuous tide, striking swiftly towards Lin Haoza. With a thunderous roar echoing through the air, Lin Haoza's formidable attack dissipated instantaneously before Lin Xiaoyan's ferocious energy. In the next moment, Lin Haoza was sent flying like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily to the ground, blood gushing from his mouth like a fountain. How could this be possible? Lin Haoza's eyes widened, his face a canvas of disbelief and profound terror. He could scarcely fathom the staggering disparity between himself and Lin Xiaoyan. Just moments ago, I had extended an opportunity to you. Since you failed to recognize its value, I shall now escort you on your final journey. Lin Xiaoyan's eyes glimmered with a chilling light as he suddenly swung his right hand. A terrifying gust of palm wind surged forth, akin to a bolt of lightning, instantaneously striking towards Lin Haoza's head. Bang! Lin Haoza was brutally struck, his brain splattering and blood staining the ground. The other elders, witnessing this gruesome scene, turned pale as paper, their legs trembling like chaff in the wind, and they fell to their knees, pleading for mercy. Master, spare us. We were all misled by Lin Haoza, momentarily bewitched. We implore your grace, cried the fourth elder, Lin Qihua, his voice quavering with profound terror. Master, we have been ensnared by Lin Haoza. We beseech you to forgive us this once. The fifth elder, Lin Xiaojuan, pressed his forehead firmly against the ground, his body shaking uncontrollably. Master, we are willing to atone for our sins, chimed in the sixth elder, Lin Muhua, hastily. The remaining elders echoed their sentiments, bowing repeatedly in repentance, fearful that Lin Xiaoyan might, in his wrath, take their lives. Lin Xiaoyan's demeanor exuded an air of authority as he coldly regarded the elders kneeling in supplication. After a moment of contemplation, he declared, Humph. In light of your past contributions to the family, I shall grant you a temporary reprieve this time. Should you harbor any ulterior motives in the future, I will not be so lenient. The elders, upon hearing his words, felt as though a great calamity had been averted and expressed their gratitude repeatedly. Thank you, Patriarch. From now on, we shall be unwaveringly loyal and serve the family diligently. Chapter 16. Chen Shuya. At that moment, the spectators surrounding the martial arts arena were abuzz with chatter, none anticipating that a family competition would devolve into an internal strife within the Lin family. The representatives from other clans observed with grave expressions. Although the Lin family had lost a prominent elder, Lin Xiaoyan had ascended to the third tier of the profound realm, news that was far from favorable for them. Subsequently, the representatives of the various clans departed from the Lin family estate. Given the significance of the events that had transpired, they were compelled to report back immediately. After the departure of the clan members, Lin Xiaoyan unleashed a formidable purge on the direct relatives of Lin Haoza. Those elders who had sided with Lin Haoza were not spared either, facing appropriate retribution. Their future salaries were deducted for 2 years, and their positions as elders were revoked. It was made abundantly clear that unless they achieved great merit for the family, they would not regain their former status. Once all matters had been settled, Lin Tianfeng personally dealt with Lin Tianyang. As for Lu Yinyun, he subjected her to a night of torment. Afterward, Lin Tianfeng rendered her cultivation base null and unceremoniously cast her onto the streets. With that, the obsession that had plagued his mind dissipated entirely. Lin Tianfeng had no interest in overseeing the family affairs. After addressing Lin Tianyang, he entered a state of cultivation. The Holy Heart sect would soon arrive to select disciples, and he aimed to elevate his own prowess to secure a place among them. Meanwhile, the events within the Lin family spread rapidly throughout Hanwei City. This news, upon its release, created a considerable uproar, with countless individuals engaging in fervent discussion, each voicing their opinions. In the Wei family courtyard, Wei Zihao relayed the events that had transpired in the Lin family. Father, Lin Xiaodian has reached the third tier of the profound realm, and Lin Tianfeng has also recovered to the second tier of the concentration realm, exhibiting an astonishing ability to challenge those beyond his level. Lin Tianyang stood no chance against him. Wei Mingyuan's brow furrowed deeply, his countenance darkening significantly. Father, does that mean my brother and I will be unable to avenge our grievances? Wei Xingjin's eyes were filled with resentment. Since that little beast had reached the second layer of the spirit condensation realm, he would undoubtedly participate in the disciple selection of the Sacred Heart sect. After pondering for a moment, Wei Mingyuan turned his gaze towards Wei Zihao. Zihao, do you have confidence in dealing with that young man? Wei Zihao's eyes sparkled with a certain self-assurance. In his view, although Lin Tianfeng possessed formidable abilities to challenge opponents beyond his level, it was undoubtedly due to his previous cultivation at the fifth layer of the spirit condensation realm. Currently, Wei Zihao had attained the sixth layer, which imbued him with unwavering confidence in his own prowess. That is good. This is the spirit fruit I procured for you. It is sufficient for you to break through to the seventh layer of the spirit condensation realm. Should you encounter that young man in the selection competition, make certain to eliminate him, Wei Mingyuan said through clenched teeth, his voice laced with a chilling, murderous intent. Rest assured, Father, if that young man faces me, I will ensure he has no place to be buried, Wei Zihao asserted with determination. Father, what if that old fellow Lin Xiaodian goes mad? Wei Xingjin asked anxiously. Fear not. The younger generation will engage in a fair contest. Even if we were to kill that young man, Lin Xiaodian would have no grounds for complaint. Moreover, this is the selection competition of the Sacred Heart sect. Even with 100 times his audacity, he would not dare to intervene. A chilling aura of murderous intent flickered through Wei Mingyuan's heart. As time quietly flowed by, the day for the Sacred Heart sect selection of disciples arrived. After a period of diligent cultivation, Lin Tianfeng successfully ascended to the third layer of the concentration realm. Additionally, during this time, his ethereal movement technique in the primordial sword art progressed from rudimentary practice to a minor accomplishment, with the enhancement of his agility and swordsmanship. Lin Tianfeng's capacity for challenging opponents beyond his rank grew increasingly formidable. Today, the city of Hanwei thrummed with life, bustling with a throng of people. At this moment, a colossal arena was erected in the central square, surrounded by a crowd eager to witness the spectacle. Even youths from several neighboring cities came to participate in the assessment. Although the Sacred Heart sect had only 3 available slots in this region, it did little to quell the fervent desire of many to join the sect. The reason for this enthusiasm was simple. To become a member of the Sacred Heart sect signified a leap into the Dragon's Gate, embarking on the path to immortality. For ordinary individuals, altering their fate necessitated joining various sects, as the techniques of typical families could only lead one to the threshold of the profound realm. The more advanced techniques were exclusively possessed by the major sects and powerful factions. Consequently, countless young talents yearned to affiliate themselves with these influential forces. The various families in Hanwei City took this selection event quite seriously, with even the city lord, Li Jingyao, personally present to maintain order. This underscores the importance that each family placed on this selection. Feng our Lin family is counting on you for this selection, Lin Xiaodian remarked, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Grandfather, rest assured, I am certain to secure a spot in this selection, Lin Tianfeng replied with unwavering conviction. With your strength, obtaining a slot should not pose a significant challenge. However, should you encounter Su Shueya or Wei Zihao, remain vigilant, Lin Xiaodian advised with a serious expression. Do not worry. Grandfather, they are not a threat to me, Lin Tianfeng assured confidently. In Lin Tianfeng's eyes gleamed a radiant confidence. At that moment, He sensed two pairs of unusual gazes upon him. He swiftly turned his head, only to find Wei Zihua and Wei Xingjin of the Wei family glaring at him with malevolence. Unfazed by the hostile stares of the Wei brothers, Lin Tianfeng remained undeterred. With his current prowess, even if Wei Zihua were to break through to the 7th level of the concentration realm, he would pose no threat to him. The only individuals worthy of Lin Tianfeng's attention were likely Su Shuiyao and Li Qiming. These two had once stood alongside him as the three great prodigies of Hanwei City. Although he had been deemed the foremost genius, the gap between them was not insurmountable. At that moment, a breathtaking figure darted towards the arena, landing gracefully atop it in the blink of an eye. She was a voluptuous and alluring woman, exuding an air of elegance and nobility. Clad in a delicate lavender gown that perfectly embraced her curvaceous form, she radiated an enticing charm that captivated all who beheld her. In that instant, the atmosphere fell silent. As every gaze in the crowd turned in unison towards the woman on the stage, their eyes filled with reverence and anticipation. The newcomer was none other than Elder Chen Shuya of the Sacred Heart Sect. Chapter 17. A shock to the audience. Welcome, Elder Chen, to Hanwei City for the selection of disciples. Upon her arrival, Li Jingyao, the city lord of Hanwei, promptly approached with utmost respect. Elder Chen, I have come today for the selection of disciples. I would appreciate your assistance in maintaining order during this event. Chen Shuya's voice resonated with a celestial quality. Ethereal and enchanting, emanating a unique, frosty demeanor akin to a proud snow-laden plum blossom, rendering all who heard her spellbound. Rest assured, this matter is in my hands. Li Jingyao replied promptly, bowing respectfully. Then I shall rely on you, City Lordly. Chen Shuya acknowledged with a slight nod, her graceful figure moving lightly, akin to a celestial being descending to the mortal realm, as she sauntered to the forefront of the arena. I am Elder Chen Shuya of the Sacred Heart Sect. For this new disciple selection, the age limit is set at 18 years, and the cultivation must not be below the concentration realm. Her voice remained ethereal, as her discerning gaze swept across the crowd, imbued with an unyielding yet dignified aura. The first round will consist of a perseverance assessment, while the second round will evaluate combat prowess. Only those who rank among the top 3 will be eligible to join the Sacred Heart Sect. As Chen Shuya's words echoed, the crowd erupted into a flurry of commotion. Many young aspirants, who did not meet the criteria, shook their heads in dismay, their faces etched with disappointment and despondency. The first round of the assessment begins now. Participants need only place their hands upon the stone. Those who can endure for 10 seconds shall pass. Chen Shuya's elegant hand gracefully lifted as she retrieved a colossal stone from her storage ring, casually tossing it onto the arena. The moment the stone appeared, it emanated an overwhelming aura of might that sent shivers through the souls of onlookers. In no time, a serpentine queue formed as individuals lined up to undergo the assessment. Wang Lin, at the first level of the condensing spirit realm and aged 18, endured a perseverance test lasting 8 seconds, resulting in disqualification. Li Xuanhuan, also at the first level of the condensing spirit realm and 17 years old, managed merely 5 seconds, thus failing. Li Yuanhao, similarly at the first level and aged 17, tested for 3 seconds, falling short as well. Wei Zihao, however, at the 7th level of the condensing spirit realm and 18 years of age, triumphed with a remarkable 30 seconds, passing the test. At that moment of triumph, the Wei family erupted in jubilation. Numerous families hastened to extend their congratulations to the Wei clan. Wei Mingyuan, the head of the Wei family, wore an expression brimming with pride, as if he could already envision a resplendent future for his lineage. The first round of perseverance tests continued, yet the number of successful candidates remained scant. Soon, it was Su Shuiyao's turn to be tested. As the most beautiful woman in Cold Moon City, she possessed a graceful and enchanting figure, alongside a visage that could rival the stars. Thus, the instant she appeared, she captivated every gaze in attendance, leaving the crowd utterly spellbound. Su Shuiyao, at the 7th level of the condensing spirit realm and aged 16, achieved an astonishing 99 seconds, securing her qualification. When her results were announced, a glimmer of admiration flickered across Chen Shuya's face. Truly, as the foremost beauty of Cold Moon City, her talent was astonishing. This moment ignited a wave of astonishment, with adoration and infatuation reflected in the eyes of all who beheld her. Su Shuyao exuded an air of pride and confidence, sauntering calmly towards the qualified area. Congratulations to the Su family head for raising such an outstanding daughter, murmured the crowd. Indeed, with such a remarkable daughter, the Su family was destined for greatness. They must not forget to uplift us in the future. In an instant, many families from Cold Moon City conveyed their goodwill and congratulations to the Su family. Su Jinghao, the head of the Su family, was all smiles, eagerly engaging in lively conversation with various clans. Before long, it was Lin Tianfeng's turn to ascend the stage for testing. At that moment, all eyes in the venue converged upon Lin Tianfeng, each spectator's thoughts a tapestry of varied intrigue. The faces of the Lin family were etched with tension and anticipation, silently praying for Lin Tianfeng. Meanwhile, the members of the Wei, Su, and Li families also watched Lin Tianfeng on the stage with anxious expressions, harboring ulterior motives and scheming in secrecy. Lin Tianfeng, at just 16 years of age, had reached the third level of the concentration realm, enduring the willpower test for 200 seconds, thereby passing. A glimmer of admiration flickered in Chen Shiya's eyes. She had not anticipated that this young man's resolve could be so unwavering, managing to withstand the pressure of the testing stone for such an extended duration. In truth, Chen Shiya was unaware that 200 seconds was far from Lin Tianfeng's limit. Had he so desired, enduring for an entire day would be a trivial feat. As the moment of Lin Tianfeng's successful test arrived, the crowd erupted in astonishment, disbelief written across every face. How could this be? How could this young lad possess such formidable willpower? The members of the Wei family gritted their teeth, their faces darkened as if they could drip water from their fury, filled with jealousy and anger. At that moment, Su Shuyao's expression was particularly grim. She never imagined Lin Tianfeng's willpower would surpass her own. As noon approached, the grueling first round of testing finally came to a close. Over 10,000 participants had taken part, yet only 40 emerged victorious. Each of these individuals was extraordinary, possessing exceptional talent and indomitable will. Congratulations on your advancement to the second round. Next, we will conduct a combat assessment. All participants will draw lots on stage. Chen Shiya's voice flowed elegantly, akin to a gentle stream. As her words faded, those who had passed the assessment ascended the stage, their hearts brimming with nervous anticipation as they prepared to draw their lots. All eyes were intently fixed on the numbers in their hands, each hoping to draw a favorable position. Lin Tianfeng's fortune was quite favorable, having drawn the second position. Now, let the top 3 contestants ascend the stage to accept the challenge. As long as you maintain your designated positions, you shall become disciples of the Sacred Heart sect. Chen Shiya spoke once more, her gaze sweeping solemnly over the individuals on stage, her voice imbued with gravity and respect. Subsequently, she reiterated the rules of the second round in detail. Now, let the holder of the 4th position come forth to challenge. As Chen Shiya's words echoed, a tall and imposing youth, whose cultivation reached the 5th layer of the spirit-gathering realm, stepped onto the arena. His gaze was resolute, fixed steadily upon the top 3 contestants, ultimately landing on Lin Tianfeng. I challenge number 2, the towering youth declared boldly. Among the top 3, Lin Tianfeng possessed the lowest cultivation, thus he unhesitatingly chose to confront him. It seemed imperative to establish dominance. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly face relentless challenges. Lin Tianfeng pondered silently. Then, like a bolt of lightning, he leapt into the air, landing firmly in the center of the arena. You are merely at the 3rd tier of the concentration realm. This ranking is beyond your grasp. If you have any sense, you will promptly vacate the stage. Otherwise, do not blame me for striking you down with a single blow. The tall youth spoke with an air of arrogance, a hint of disdain etched across his features. However, as soon as his words fell, Lin Tianfeng surged towards him like a flash of lightning. His speed was so astonishing that his movements were nearly imperceptible. With a resounding crack, the sound of a sharp slap echoed, and the towering young man was sent sprawling by Lin Tianfeng's hand. The force of that blow was formidable and executed with remarkable precision. Chapter 18. Defeating Wei Zihao. Lin Tianfeng's combat prowess is absolutely astounding, someone exclaimed, unable to contain their astonishment. Indeed, Yang Jian is the premier genius of the Yang family from the neighboring Tianshui city, yet he was effortlessly struck away. Another person quickly echoed, their voice laced with profound shock. At that moment, the atmosphere was thick with disbelief. All eyes widened, faces displaying incredulity. Initially, the crowd anticipated an intense and fiercely contested battle. Yet, none could have foreseen that a mere casual slap from Lin Tianfeng would send Yang Jian at the 5th tier of the concentration realm, flying. The young master emerged victorious. The Lin family erupted in jubilant cheers, their faces alight with excitement as they began to celebrate among themselves. Meanwhile, several families with close ties to the Lin clan approached to offer their heartfelt congratulations. creating a lively and exuberant atmosphere. The challenges, however, continued to unfold. Lin Tianfeng sent Yang Jian flying with a single slap, demonstrating an astonishing display of power that deterred most challengers from daring to confront him. As time passed slowly, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Lin Tianfeng, prepare to meet your demise. Suddenly, a voice filled with malice pierced through the air. Wei Zihao leapt into the air with remarkable agility, landing firmly on the arena. His icy gaze fixated on Lin Tianfeng, exuding a palpable aura of murderous intent. Wei Zihao, since you are so eager to meet the King of Hell, I shall grant your wish. Lin Tianfeng, undaunted, unsheathed his long sword in an instant, his figure flickering like a specter as he landed firmly on the stage. Today, it is time to settle the grievances between our two families, he declared. Wei Zihao's voice was chilling, and his gaze exuded a palpable aura of menace. If you are determined to seek death, I stand ready to fulfill your wish at any moment. Lin Tianfeng's demeanor was one of indifference and calm, showing no sign of being intimidated by Wei Zihao's aggressive stance. What an arrogant young man, today. I shall make it abundantly clear to you what dire consequences await those who offend the Wei family. Wei Zihao's tone was chillingly cold, and a glimmer of lethal intent, as sharp as frost, flickered in his eyes. Having reached the 7th level of the concentration realm, he was undoubtedly among the elite talents within the entire Hanyu city. In his view, even if Lin Tianfeng were to restore his cultivation to its peak, he would still stand no chance against him. Senior, this fellow keeps threatening to kill me. If I were to eliminate him, it surely wouldn't be considered a violation, would it? Lin Tianfeng spoke with utmost respect as he turned his gaze towards Qin Shuya, who stood upon the elevated platform. Our Sacred Heart sect only accepts the most exceptional talents. As long as no poison or forbidden drugs are employed, even if you were to inadvertently slay someone in this arena, I shall not intervene. Qin Shuya's voice was melodious and refined, accompanied by a subtle smile gracing her lips. She harbored a considerable curiosity about Lin Tianfeng, the young man before her, whose cultivation merely rested at the 3rd level of the spiritual realm, had just triumphed over Yang Jian, who was at the 5th level of the concentration realm. Now, he boldly proclaimed his intention to eliminate Wei Zihao, who was at the 7th level of the concentration realm, which stirred a flicker of anticipation within her heart. With your assurance, I am at ease. Lin Tianfeng respectfully bowed, his eyes radiating an unparalleled confidence. Do you believe Lin Tianfeng can triumph over Wei Zihao? Someone inquired, unable to suppress their curiosity. It is difficult to say, but if I were compelled to make a choice, I would surmise that Wei Zihao's chances of victory are considerably greater, a man clad in black solemnly remarked. I concur, another man in white echoed. Although Lin Tianfeng possesses formidable capabilities to challenge those beyond his level, the disparity in cultivation between him and Wei Zihao, who has reached the 7th level of the concentration realm, is indeed substantial. At this moment, the surroundings of the arena buzzed with excitement, as all eyes were intently fixed upon Lin Tianfeng and Wei Zihao. Lin Tianfeng, for years you have overshadowed me. Today, I shall ensure your utter destruction, Wei Zihao declared. His visage contorted with malice, his voice laced with a chilling aura of lethal intent. Is it never-ending? If you intend to strike, then do so swiftly. I have no interest in wasting time with a corpse. Lin Tianfeng's voice was as cold as ice, his gaze revealing an unmistakable disdain. You seek death. Wei Zihao's fury ignited in an instant. With a swift motion, he brandished his long sword, unleashing a dazzling blade of light that streaked towards Lin Tianfeng like a shooting star, striking with tremendous force. Although Lin Tianfeng was several minor realms below him, Wei Zihao did not dare to underestimate his opponent, unleashing his ultimate technique from the outset. In the face of this fierce sword light, Lin Tianfeng's ethereal agility was instantly activated. He subtly shifted his body, effortlessly evading the fierce strike. If this were all you were capable of, it seems no one could save you today. A smirk, laced with derision, curled at the corners of Lin Tianfeng's lips. Come, strike me with your sword once more. Witnessing his attack miss its mark, Wei Zihao's countenance darkened further, resembling a stormy sea. With renewed vigor, he swung his long sword, casting a multitude of formidable sword shadows that engulfed Lin Tianfeng like an impending tempest. Primal chaos, no trace. Lin Tianfeng's gaze sharpened as he executed a graceful, ethereal step, his long sword slicing through the air with the swiftness of the wind. In an instant, it clashed with the sword radiance of Wei Zihao. The sound of metal striking metal resonated in the air, producing brilliant, dazzling sparks. The two warriors were immediately engulfed in an intense and fierce battle, unleashing a barrage of razor-sharp sword beams that wreaked havoc upon the arena. The spectators below held their breath, captivated by the ferocity of the duel unfolding before them. Lin Tianfeng, meet your demise. A glint of madness flickered in Wei Ziheo's eyes as his inner spiritual energy surged like a tempest, propelling a ferocious sword beam toward Lin Tianfeng with unrestrained force. Lin Tianfeng's gaze sharpened, and he unleashed his spiritual energy without reservation, his long sword radiating a resplendent light. Clang! The two sword energies clashed fiercely, sending an invisible shockwave rapidly expanding outward. Under the impact of this formidable force, Wei Ziheo was propelled backwards several meters, his complexion instantly turning as pale as a sheet. How could this brat possess such strength? A sense of fear involuntarily welled up within Wei Ziheo. Die, you. In that fleeting moment as Wei Ziheo retreated, Lin Tianfeng offered him no respite, swiftly executing a devastating strike. Although dread gnawed at his heart, Wei Ziheo had no choice but to stand his ground, hastily raising his sword to block. Hiss! Lin Tianfeng's sword struck with a swiftness akin to lightning, its angle remarkably astute. Coupled with his elusive and ethereal movements, Wei Ziheo scarcely had time to react before a faint mark appeared upon his neck. How is this possible? A look of despair and disbelief filled Wei Ziheo's eyes, his pupils gradually dilating before his body collapsed to the ground, utterly devoid of breath. He could never have imagined that within mere moments, his life would be extinguished by Lin Tianfeng's hand. Chapter 19. The Letter of Divorce. Lin Tianfeng sheathed his sword and leapt into the air like a soaring eagle, landing steadily on the ground of the arena without even casting a glance at Wei Ziheo. At that moment, the crowd was engulfed in shock. All eyes widened in disbelief, their expressions reflecting utter astonishment. Even on the high platform, Chen Shuya's beautiful eyes briefly flashed with surprise. She had not anticipated the emergence of such an exceptionally gifted young man in the small town of Hanyue. How audacious! To hide such depth. Su Shuiyao's brow furrowed slightly, her countenance darkening like an overcast sky. She simply could not comprehend how Lin Tianfeng's dantian, clearly rendered useless, could suddenly be restored. Moreover, he possessed such formidable combat prowess. The mere thought of her agreement with Lin Tianfeng ignited a flicker of regret within her. She understood that her strength was only a shade greater than Wei Ziheo's. Should she confront Lin Tianfeng, defeat was inevitable. If she were to lose, Lin Tianfeng would undoubtedly annul their engagement before everyone, a consequence she could not bear. At that moment, the Wei family seethed with fury, their glares fixated on Lin Tianfeng's, as if they wished to rend him to pieces. Yet, they dared not act rashly. This was, after all, the selection venue of the Sacred Heart sect. Any act of aggression would be seen as an open provocation to the sect, with unimaginable repercussions. Furthermore, given Lin Tianfeng's exhibited strength, his entry into the Sacred Heart sect was a certainty. If they continued to escalate the conflict, the Wei family would find it exceedingly difficult to maintain their standing in Hanwei. Observing his most promising son perish in the arena, Wei Mingyuan's eyes brimmed with venom and resentment. Ultimately, he led the Wei family away in anger, their robes billowing behind them. Simultaneously, the prominent families of Hanwei extended their congratulations to the Lin family, with many proposing matrimonial alliances. Faced with such developments, Lin Xiaotian could hardly contain his delight. Unable to fathom the remarkable transformation his grandson had undergone in just 2 months. The Lin family, too, was overwhelmed with exuberance, unable to restrain their joy. Lin Tianfeng is poised to join the Sacred Heart sect, heralding the imminent rise of the Lin family towards grandeur. The challenges upon the arena persist, with the battles growing increasingly intense and exhilarating. Each fierce confrontation tightens the strings of anticipation, as if they might snap at any moment. Following Lin Tianfeng's defeat of Wei Zihai, a formidable opponent at the 7th level of the spirit-gathering realm, no one dared to confront him thereafter. Ultimately, Lin Tianfeng successfully secured his 2nd position, while Su Shuiyao claimed the 1st and Li Qiming obtained the 3rd. Congratulations on becoming disciples of the Sacred Heart sect. You have until tomorrow evening. I shall await your presence here, Chen Shuya declared before vanishing in an instant, leaving only a gentle breeze in her wake. Su Shuiyao, it is time to settle our grievances. Step forth for a duel. Lin Tianfeng leapt gracefully into the air, landing steadily at the center of the arena. His gaze, cold and piercing, fixed upon Su Shuiyao, as if capable of freezing anyone in their tracks. Tianfeng, I acknowledge that I was at fault in the past, and I am here to offer my sincere apologies. If you can find it in your heart to forgive me, we can continue our relationship as we once did. Su Shuiyao said, a rare softness gracing her features as she looked at Lin Tianfeng with deep affection. Spare me these insincere words. If you emerge victorious today, I shall kneel and proclaim thrice that you are unworthy of me. Yet, should you falter, I will publicly sever our bond. Lin Tianfeng's demeanor was chillingly indifferent, his face devoid of any expression, resembling a frigid statue. Tianfeng, we have grown up together. After all these years of camaraderie, do you truly intend to be so heartless? Su Shuiyao's eyes glistened with tears, appearing woefully pitiful, evoking a sense of compassion. Su Shuiyao, I once ventured into the Kanglan Mountains to seek the gathering essence fruit for your cultivation breakthrough, which ultimately led to the ruin of my dantian. Yet, you not only failed to show gratitude, but, when I was wronged, you chose to call off our engagement. Today, I shall release you, and henceforth, we shall be strangers, with no further ties between us. Lin Tianfeng's expression was as cold as frost as he tossed the divorce papers he had prepared in advance directly at Su Shuiyao. The papers fell through the air like a merciless decree. How utterly materialistic Su Shuiyao was. At this moment, the crowd below buzzed with chatter, pointing fingers and casting disdainful glances at her. Lin Tianfeng, do not presume your strength makes you exceptional. We shall see. Su Shuiyao bit her crimson lip, her face darkening to an extreme, as if it could drip with bitterness. She understood that she could never hope to match Lin Tianfeng at this moment. Engaging him in battle would only serve to invite humiliation without yielding any benefit. Lin Tianfeng, do not think yourself so remarkable. Dare to face me in combat. Li Chiming, filled with rage, leaped onto the stage, his fury palpable. Do you think you are worthy? Lin Tianfeng let out a light chuckle, his gaze imbued with an unmistakable disdain, as he turned and strode towards the arena below. You are courting death. Seeing Lin Tianfeng dare to disregard him so brazenly, Li Chiming was seething with rage. And without hesitation, he raised his hand and struck downwards with a palm, unaware of the peril he was inviting. A fleeting glimmer of cold light flashed in Lin Tianfeng's eyes as he swiftly turned and unleashed a powerful punch. This blow, imbued with an extreme ferocity, surged toward Li Chiming in an instant. With a resounding crash and a sharp crack echoing through the air, Li Chiming emitted a piercing scream, his body hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string. In that moment, his arm lay broken, his complexion turned as pale as parchment, and he crashed heavily to the ground beneath the arena, stirring up a cloud of dust. Li Chiming, if you wish to be a sycophant, no one will hinder you. But it would be wise not to provoke me. Lin Tianfeng's voice was as frigid as frost, his gaze sharp as a sword. With his words hanging in the air, he strode purposefully towards the area where the Lin family resided. Witnessing this, City Lord Li Jingyao could only shake his head in resignation, hastily instructing his men to assist Li Chanming to his feet and swiftly take him for medical attention. In truth, he did not approve of his son's pursuit of Su Shuiyao. As the lord of the city, Li Jingyao was keenly aware that Su Shuiyao was not a suitable match. Moreover, she possessed a rather pragmatic disposition, making it exceedingly difficult for his son to win her heart. Li Jingyao had attempted on several occasions to counsel his son, yet his words fell on deaf ears, leaving him in a state of profound helplessness. Upon Lin Tianfeng's descent from the arena, the members of the Lin family swiftly gathered around him, their faces illuminated by an unmistakable expression of joy. At that moment, individuals from various esteemed families approached to extend their congratulations. Several families even expressed their desire to betroth their daughters to Lin Tianfeng, yet he gracefully declined their offers. His singular focus now resided in the pursuit of martial arts, striving to enhance his cultivation as swiftly as possible, and he maintained high standards regarding women. However, should there be any formidable women with substantial backgrounds, he would consider them differently. Chapter 20. Arrival at the Sacred Heart Sect that evening. The Lin family was aglow with lights, hosting a grand banquet. During this festive occasion, family members crowded around Lin Tianfeng, raising their glasses in his honor and offering heartfelt blessings. Fenger, they said, the Sacred Heart Sect is a place where talents converge, in circumstances where strength is unattainable. One should strive for a modest and low-key development. Lin Xiaodian wore a serious expression, his eyes filled with concern and apprehension, as he earnestly advised, Grandfather, rest assured. Without your formidable support, I lack the means to be ostentatious even if I wish to. Lin Tianfeng wore a relaxed smile on his face as he nodded and spoke. Grandfather does not expect you to remain discreet in every situation. If someone truly bullies you, there is no need to show mercy. When necessary, either refrain from acting or strike decisively, ensuring a lethal outcome without leaving any potential for future troubles. Your safety must always be the priority. Lin Xiaoyan's gaze was resolute as he earnestly cautioned once more. Rest assured, I am not someone who easily falls victim. Lin Tianfeng promptly assured him, his eyes radiating confidence and determination. That is good to know. Return and rest early. We must set off at dawn. Do not forget the time. Lin Xiaoyan gently patted Lin Tianfeng's shoulder, his gaze imbued with a hint of reluctance. Lin Tianfeng was raised by him, and now as he prepares to journey to the Sacred Heart sect, he cannot help but feel a tinge of reluctance. Grandfather, please rest early. Once I become an inner disciple, I shall return to visit you. After Lin Tianfeng finished speaking, he turned and slowly made his way back to his residence. Having traversed to this realm for nearly 2 months, he could not help but feel a tinge of reluctance at the thought of departing from the Lin family. After all, the old master Lin had treated him kindly, and in his previous life, he had been an orphan, never truly experiencing the warmth of familial affection. Furthermore, his soul had completely merged with that of the former Lin Tianfeng, rendering them nearly indistinguishable. Thus, the Lin family had come to embody a sense of home for him. The following morning, as dawn broke and the first light of day began to emerge, Lin Tianfeng rose early, meticulously grooming himself before donning a resplendent purple brocade robe. Today, he styled his thick, long hair into a high bun, secured with an exquisite hairband, presenting an image of striking elegance. Accompanied by a retinue from the Lin family, he made his way to the city center square once more. At this moment, the members of the Su and Li families had already been waiting on site for quite some time. Li Qinming, who had suffered a broken arm the previous day, although now bandaged and mended, appeared somewhat disheveled. Upon Lin Tianfeng's arrival, Li Qinming's expression darkened instantly, his gaze seemingly ablaze with fury. Meanwhile, Su Shueya cast a cold glance at Lin Tianfeng, saying little, yet her eyes revealed a tinge of complex emotion. Lin Xinzi, you are all young, having grown up together. Do not let minor grievances weigh heavily on your hearts, Li Jingyao remarked with a smile. Mayor Li, I have not given this trivial matter much thought, Lin Tianfeng replied. His tone calm and composed as still water. He truly bore no significant resentment towards Li Qinming. Youthful rivalries and jealousy were entirely normal. Yet as long as the other party refrained from provoking him, he certainly would not dwell on it. The head of the Su family, Su Jinghao, approached to exchange a few pleasantries, but Lin Tianfeng merely responded with casual remarks. Were it not for the Lin family's ongoing endeavors in Hanyue City, necessitating a facade of harmony, he would hardly have bothered to engage. Before long, a brilliant streak appeared in the distance, revealing a graceful figure descending as if a celestial fairy had graced the earth. Are we all prepared? Chen Shuyu's voice was cool and clear, reminiscent of mountain spring water, imbued with a refreshing chill. Elder Chen, they are all ready. We appreciate your efforts on the journey. Li Jingyao, Lin Xiaodian, and Su Jinghao respectfully bowed, their demeanor exceedingly courteous. With a gentle wave of her right hand, a magnificent golden-winged eagle materialized in the square. Its expansive wings and imposing stature radiated an air of majesty. Very well, everyone, please board, Chen Shua commanded with poise. Gracefully alighting upon the intricately carved back of the eagle like a delicate butterfly, Lin Tianfeng, Su Shuiyao, and Li Chunming swiftly leaped into the air, akin to graceful birds in flight, landing upon the back of the golden-winged eagle. With a resounding cry that echoed through the heavens, the majestic creature spread its wings and soared high, ascending towards the azure skies. Lin Tianfeng leaned back, nearly losing his balance, but his quick reflexes allowed him to grasp the feather tightly. Su Shuiyao and Li Chunming fared even worse, having fallen to the tail of the golden-winged eagle. At this moment, they clutched the feathers on the eagle's tail, struggling to ascend. Chen Shuya remained seated at the front, her eyes tightly shut, seemingly indifferent to her surroundings and displaying no inclination to assist. After a brief interval, Su Shuiyao and Li Qinming finally managed to reach the center of the eagle's back. Their faces were ashen, devoid of color, clearly terrified. Those at the level lack flying capabilities, should they plummet from several thousand meters in the air. It would undoubtedly result in their obliteration. The golden-winged eagle was colossal, its wingspan stretching an impressive 40 to 50 meters, thus accommodating the three of them on its back without feeling cramped. However, due to the eagle's tremendous speed and the howling winds, the trio could only huddle tightly behind Chen Shuya. Why are you holding on to me? Lin Tianfeng suddenly felt a pair of delicate hands encircling his waist. Turning to glance, he found it was Su Shuiyao. Why so fierce? I've always embraced you this way, she said, her face a portrait of grievance. Let go, or do not blame me for pushing you down, Lin Tianfeng replied coldly, devoid of any tenderness. He had no desire to entangle himself further with a woman like Su Shuiyao. Although she possessed a pure and beautiful appearance, she was exceedingly pragmatic. When he was at his peak, she might remain by his side, yet the moment he faced adversity, she would be the first to abandon him, perhaps even reveling in his downfall. You will regret this, Su Shuiyao hissed through clenched teeth, her lips quivering slightly, yet she ultimately released her hold on Lin Tianfeng. She had mustered considerable courage to embrace him, only to be met with such callousness. In her eyes, withdrawing from their engagement was not a fault. After all, he had been rendered powerless and had been embroiled in scandalous rumors regarding his sister-in-law. Ending the engagement was, in fact, a perfectly reasonable decision. This was a world that revered strength. She could not possibly bind herself to someone seen as a failure. Meanwhile, sitting at the back, Li Qinming's face contorted in fury, his expression akin to that of a beast ready to devour. Lin Tianfeng ceased to engage with Su Shuiyao, his gaze shifting towards the horizon as the golden-winged eagle soared through the skies, the wind whistling past his ears. A week slipped by in the blink of an eye. On this day, the golden-winged eagle arrived amidst a majestic range of mountains. Towering peaks loomed like swords piercing the heavens, enveloped in swirling mist, creating an ethereal atmosphere. Cascading waterfalls flowed between the mountains, resembling the Milky Way cascading down from the heavens, while rare flowers and exotic plants adorned the landscape, competing in their splendor. Before long, the golden-winged eagle approached an ancient mountain gate. Everyone, disembark, Chen Shuya announced, rising gracefully and being the first to leap from the golden-winged eagle. Lin Tianfeng and others leapt down, and as their feet touched the ground, they were greeted by a rich infusion of spiritual energy that invigorated their spirits. Chapter 21. The Talent Assessment. At this moment, the entrance of the Sacred Heart sect was bustling with activity, crowded with over 2,000 young men and women. These vibrant youths radiated an exuberance that was palpable, their faces brimming with an uncontainable excitement and anticipation. It was evident that these young aspirants had been meticulously selected from hundreds of cities in the surrounding area. This is your identification token. Please wait patiently here and refrain from wandering about. Tomorrow, the elders will assess your talents, and those who do not meet the requirements will have to start as servant disciples. Chen Shuya's voice was cool and melodious as she slowly produced 3 tokens from her robe and handed them to Lin Tianfeng and the others. After giving several more admonitions, she departed from the plaza. Miss Shuiyao, I never expected to encounter you here. At that moment, a young man clad in a white silk robe, wielding a folding fan, approached with graceful strides. His name was Dongfang Jianyun, the young lord of Jingshi City. Ah, it is you, Dongfang Gongzi. It has been quite some time. Su Shuiyao expressed her surprise, a faint smile playing at the corners of her lips, subtle yet enchanting. Miss Shuiyao, who are these two? Dongfang Jianyun inquired, his demeanor refined and elegant, his gaze shifting toward Lin Tianfeng and Li Qinming. This is Lin Tianfeng, the foremost talent of Hanyu City. And this is my friend Li Qinming, Su Shuiyao introduced, a mischievous glint dancing in her eyes. The third layer of the condensation realm. The top talent of Hanyu City? Dongfang Jianyun could not suppress a chuckle, saying, Miss Shuiyao, there is no need for such jesting. Do not underestimate him, Dongfang Gongzi. Although his cultivation is currently modest, in a true contest, you may find yourself at a disadvantage, Su Shuiyao replied, her smile tinged with a hint of mischief. Lin Gongzi, since Miss Shuiyao holds you in such high regard, why not engage in a friendly spar? Dongfang Jianyun suggested with a calm smile, a trace of provocation evident in his eyes. Shuiyao, I advise you not to provoke me further, otherwise you shall bear the consequences. Lin Tianfeng cast a cold glance at Su Shuiyao before turning to walk away. He held no interest in associating with someone like Dongfang Jianyun, who reveled in ostentation. Stop right there. Dongfang Jianyun's countenance darkened as he realized Lin Tianfeng dared to disregard him, his form darting in front of him like a flash of lightning. It was evident to Dongfang Jianyun that there was a conflict between Lin Tianfeng and Su Shuiyao. However, he had no qualms about being used as a pawn by Su Shuiyao. After all, she was a paragon of beauty, exquisite and captivating, to indulge in her charms. Even if it meant being a mere instrument, was a small price to pay. Step aside. Lin Tianfeng's gaze instantly turned frigid, akin to a flickering cold star, emanating an aura of chilling dread. Young man, Miss Shuiyao is a friend of mine. As long as you offer her an apology, I shall not make things difficult for you today. Dongfang Jianyun's demeanor was one of superiority, his eyes reflecting a hint of disdain. You can go to hell. Lin Tianfeng's figure surged upward in an instant, delivering a powerful punch directly towards Dongfang Jianyun's face. Caught completely off guard by Lin Tianfeng's sudden ambush, Dongfang Jianyun had no time to react. Bang! The punch landed squarely on his visage, sending a wave of excruciating pain coursing through his face and causing his head to thrum with a dull roar. How dare you act so arrogantly? Lin Tianfeng, emboldened by his newfound power, unleashed a tempest of fists upon his adversary. Bang! 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 Dongfang Jianyun found himself utterly defenseless, quickly succumbing to a state of disarray. His visage marred and bruised. You audacious wretch, how dare you launch a surprise attack on me? Dongfang Jianyun bellowed in fury. Although he yearned to retaliate, Lin Tianfeng's onslaught was relentless, leaving him no opportunity to counter. In a matter of moments, Dongfang Jianyun lay prostrate on the ground, bloodied and in a pitiful state. Should you wish to fawn over others, none shall impede you, but best not provoke me. Otherwise, I shall ensure your demise, Lin Tianfeng scoffed, his gaze laced with disdain. At that moment, the once dashing Dongfang Jianyun bore no semblance of his former elegance. Both eyes were blackened, resembling that of a panda, with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. The onlookers were rendered speechless, astonished by Lin Tianfeng's audacity to confront the young lord of Donglin City directly. Su Shuiyao, too, was taken aback, her expression one of shock. She had intended to use Dongfang Jianyun to humiliate Lin Tianfeng, never anticipating such an outcome. You insolent brat! Await your reckoning. I shall ensure you pay a grievous price. Dongfang Jianyun seethed, a glint of icy malevolence flickering in his eyes. Should you seek your own demise, then by all means, provoke me and witness the consequences. A faint smirk played upon Lin Tianfeng's lips as he turned and strode purposefully towards Su Shuiyao. Lin Tianfeng, what do you intend to do? Su Shuiyao felt a surge of trepidation as he approached, her delicate frame trembling slightly. Su Shuiyao, I warn you, it would be wise not to provoke me further, for I shall inevitably take advantage of you. Lin Tianfeng fixed his cold gaze upon Su Shuiyao, a hint of malevolence flickering in his eyes. If you insist on speaking that way, then I shall deliberately provoke you. The corners of Su Shuiyao's lips curled slightly, hinting at a touch of defiance. Lin Tianfeng has now restored his dantian and has grown quite handsome, thus Su Shuiyao does not mind engaging in something with him. Lin Tianfeng wore an expression of utter disbelief as he turned and melded into the crowd. One day, Lin Tianfeng, I shall make you kneel and worship at my feet. Su Shuiyu silently vowed. For reasons unknown to her, she felt that Lin Tianfeng had changed in some inexplicable way. The Lin Tianfeng of yore was genteel, refined, and possessed an air of elegance. Yet, the current Lin Tianfeng exuded a wild, untamed spirit, decisiveness, and an irresistible charm. She could not fathom what had caused such a drastic transformation in his character. Nevertheless, she was determined to bring this man to his knees beneath her skirt. At that moment, not far away, Li Chenming was in a state of shock. He had not anticipated that Lin Tianfeng possessed such formidable strength, defeating even Dongfang Jianyun, a practitioner at the 8th level of the concentration realm. The following day, as dawn broke, the atmosphere in the square before the gates of the Sacred Heart sect was tense yet brimming with anticipation. Over 2,000 new disciples awaited eagerly, their hushed murmurs and anxious breaths punctuating the silence. At that juncture, an elderly man clad in a gray robe ascended the platform at the outer gate square. His countenance was austere, and his gaze was piercing, exuding an inherent authority. Silence! He called out softly, yet his voice resonated clearly in every ear, instantly bringing the square to hush. I am Elder Lu Qinshan of the Outer Gate, and I shall preside over this talent assessment. Please line up for your evaluations. With utmost authority, Lu Qinshan continued, you need only place your hand upon the spirit stone and infuse it with a modicum of spiritual energy. It will reveal the grade of your talent. Grades range from 1 to 9, with higher grades indicating stronger talent. As his words echoed, several outer gate attendants removed a massive stone and placed it atop the platform. In that moment, the tension in the air was palpable, with anticipation and trepidation reflected in the eyes of the crowd. Chapter 22. The proud Su Shuiyao as the assessments commenced. The atmosphere among the youth present was one of stark contrast. Some faces radiated joy, while others were clouded with despair. Achieving a talent grade of 3 would elevate one to the status of outer gate disciple, while those below 3 would be relegated to the role of auxiliary disciples. A slender youth ascended the platform and gently placed his hand on the spirit stone. The stone flickered faintly, emitting a dim glow. Elder Lu Qinshan cast a casual glance and stated flatly, Grade 2 talent, auxiliary disciple. Upon hearing the results of his talent assessment, The youth's complexion turned as pale as a sheet, and he descended the platform, seemingly bereft of his spirit. Next, a fair-skinned young lady approached for her assessment. With great caution, she placed her hand upon the spirit stone, which brightened slightly, revealing a pale yellow hue. Grade 2 talent, auxiliary disciple. Upon hearing the news, a trace of imperceptible disappointment flickered in the girl's eyes. As one new disciple after another ascended the stage for their assessments, the majority exhibited talents fluctuating around the third tier. At this juncture, Li Chiming confidently stepped onto the platform. He inhaled deeply before placing his hand upon the spirit testing stone. The stone emitted a soft azure glow, which, although not dazzling, was far from dim. Elder Lu Qingshan nodded slightly and proclaimed, "Fourth-tier talent, outer sect disciple." A hint of joy involuntarily spread across Li Qinming's face as he descended from the stage. Next, Dongfang Jianyun strode onto the platform with unshakable confidence. With arms crossed and an air of arrogance, he placed his hands on the spirit testing stone. In an instant, the stone erupted with a deep blue radiance, its brightness nearly illuminating the entire venue. Elder Lu Qingshan announced loudly, "Seventh-tier talent, inner sect disciple." The corners of Dongfang Jianyun's mouth curled upward, his demeanor exuding pride as he cast a provocative glance at Lin Tianfeng. At last, it was Su Xueyao's turn. She ascended the platform with graceful composure, a hint of nervousness gracing her expression before gently placing her hand upon the spirit testing stone. In that moment, the stone burst forth with an extraordinarily brilliant purple light, soaring skyward and transforming the entire square into an ethereal realm. Astonishingly, she possessed ninth-tier talent. A barely concealed excitement flickered across Elder Lu Qingshan's face. Upon witnessing the resplendent purple glow, Su Xueyao's tension vanished without a trace. She slightly raised her chin, her gaze imbued with an unspoken sense of superiority, akin to that of a proud swan. At that moment, several powerful auras surged from the distance, swiftly alighting upon the mountain gate square. "Little girl, should you choose to apprentice under me, I shall surely cultivate you into a formidable force," an elder eagerly proclaimed. His eyes fixated on Su Xueyao, brimming with longing and anticipation. "Tian Yunzi, your cultivation method is overly aggressive, utterly unsuitable for this girl. Allow me to instruct her instead," another elder countered, his tone resolute. "Enough of your disputes, let me be the one to guide her," interjected a graceful Taoist nun, elegantly wielding a feather duster, who suddenly appeared in the square, her demeanor urgent. At this moment, various high-ranking members of the sect vied for prominence, none willing to yield an inch. "Enough. Allow me to personally teach this young lady," proclaimed a curvaceous, mature woman, exuding an aura of sophistication. As she appeared on the scene, it was none other than Lu Shiqing, the Grand Elder of the Sacred Heart sect. "Grand Elder, what brings you here?" Upon her arrival, the assembled elders bowed respectfully, their faces betraying expressions of regret. "Child, do you wish to take me as your master?" Lu Shiqing gazed at Su Xueyao with a gentle demeanor. Overjoyed, Su Xueyao promptly knelt and expressed her gratitude, declaring, "I am your disciple, Su Xueyao, paying my respects to my esteemed master." "Very well, from this moment forth, you shall be my disciple," Lu Shiqing replied with a slight nod, a satisfied expression gracing her features. Upon rising, Su Xueyao cast a haughty glance at Lin Tianfeng, her eyes brimming with pride and provocation. In that instant, the glances directed at her from the crowd were infused with envy. It is worth noting that the Grand Elder is the most powerful elder of the Sacred Heart sect. To be accepted under her tutelage signifies a meteoric rise and an unparalleled future. The talent assessment continued, and soon it was Lin Tianfeng's turn. He approached the high platform with calm composure, his presence steady and robust, and placed his hand deliberately on the spirit testing stone. However, to everyone's astonishment, the stone exhibited no response whatsoever. There were neither flashes of light nor any discernible change. Strange, how can there be no grade? Elder Lu Qingshan furrowed his brow. A look of profound confusion etched on his face. It is known that even a waste spirit root would show some indication on the stone. Yet this young man's hand elicited no reaction. "Young man, your talent cannot be measured. For now, you shall serve as an outer disciple. And should you advance to the Tongxian realm, you may still attain the status of an inner disciple," Elder Lu Qingshan stated with a grave expression and serious tone. "I understand," Lin Tianfeng replied, cupping his hands respectfully as he descended from the testing platform. He was acutely aware that his talent was not inferior. Rather, the spirit testing stone was simply insufficient to reveal his true potential. However, Lin Tianfeng was not particularly concerned about being an outer disciple or a servant disciple. He believed that with his innate abilities, it would not be long before he ascended to the rank of an inner disciple. What a disgrace! To not even achieve a single grade. At that moment, the crowd erupted into uproarious laughter. The scornful and mocking gazes directed at Lin Tianfeng were unmistakable. Lin Tianfeng, I had thought you were a genius, yet it appears you are merely a talentless waste. Dongfang Jianyun laughed heartily, his eyes brimming with unabashed scorn and derision. Li Chiming cast a disdainful glance at Lin Tianfeng. In the face of the mocking gazes surrounding him, Lin Tianfeng's expression remained as calm as a tranquil lake as he silently walked towards the area designated for the servant disciples. Su Shuiao furrowed her brow slightly, clearly taken aback by the revelation of Lin Tianfeng's lack of any discernible talent. However, to her, this was of little consequence. In her eyes, the paths of her future and Lin Tianfeng were destined to diverge drastically. She was now a disciple of the Grand Elder of the Sacred Heart sect. While Lin Tianfeng was merely an unranked servant, their status is not even remotely comparable. Soon, all over 2,000 young men and women had completed their assessments. Ultimately, only 800 were accepted as outer disciples, while the rest were relegated to the status of servant disciples. At that moment, Su Shuiao approached Lin Tianfeng. Her voice icy as she said, Lin Tianfeng, I have something to discuss with you. What is it? Lin Tianfeng replied with a cold tone. We are destined to inhabit different worlds. I do not wish to hear any rumors about us in the Sacred Heart sect in the future. Su Shuiao's voice was quiet, yet exceedingly frigid and rigid. I am not a gossip monger. Naturally, I will not spread rumors, Lin Tianfeng retorted coldly. Just as long as you understand, Su Shuiao huffed disdainfully before turning away, her demeanor one of haughty confidence as she strode toward the testing platform. As a disciple of the Grand Elder of the Sacred Heart sect, every word and action drawn the attention of countless others, making it impossible for her to linger in Lin Tianfeng's presence for long. Chapter 23. Joining Lingxi Peak with the talent assessments concluded. The higher-ups of the Sacred Heart sect promptly began selecting disciples. At this juncture, several elders arrived in the servant-disciple area, ready to choose some nimble servants to take back with them. Just then, a graceful and alluring figure rushed in from afar, landing swiftly in the vicinity of the servant disciples. Look, Elder Chen Shuya has arrived. How beautiful. Is she here to select servant disciples? Isn't that obvious? What else would she be doing here if not to choose servant disciples? Chen Shuya was the leader of Lingxi Peak. If I could be accepted as a servant there, I would willingly sacrifice 10 years of my life. You might as well stop dreaming. Lingxi Peak only recruits female disciples, and even servants must be women. In that instant, the area erupted with animated discussions. All the servant disciples cast eager glances at Chen Shuya, their hearts filled with hope that she might select them. Lin Tianfeng, how could your talent possibly go unranked? Chen Shuya approached gracefully, her steps light and elegant, as she slowly made her way in front of Lin Tianfeng. Perhaps your talent is simply too extraordinary. An ordinary spirit testing stone may be unable to reveal it. Lin Tianfeng's expression was serene as he offered a faint smile, his gaze emanating a confident brilliance. I, Lin Xiufeng, happen to be in need of a servant. If you do not mind, then please accompany me. Chen Shuya's voice was graceful and melodious, her eyes turning towards Lin Tianfeng. Thank you, Elder Chen. Lin Tianfeng promptly bowed with utmost respect. Let us go. Chen Shuya gently took Lin Tianfeng's hand, her form gracefully ascending into the air, moving with astonishing speed toward the horizon. Goodness, this lad's fortune is remarkably good. Having caught Elder Chen's eye, observing the retreating figures of Lin Tianfeng and Chen Shuya, the multitude of servant disciples exhibited glimmers of envy and resentment in their eyes. Lingxi Yufeng, the sole female peak of the Sacred Heart sect, promised that joining this mountain would immerse one in a realm of beauty, a temptation no man could easily resist. Under Chen Shuya's guidance, Lin Tianfeng arrived at a picturesque and resplendent peak, resembling a celestial paradise fallen to earth, adorned with ancient structures steeped in classical charm. All around, one could behold pure and beautiful maidens, gazing upon the clusters of fair and exquisite female disciples on the peak. Lin Tianfeng felt as though he had entered a land of women, clad in flowing white garments. Their silken hair danced in the breeze, each maiden radiating purity and beauty, akin to fairies descended from the heavens. At this moment, these female disciples wielded long swords, gracefully dancing in an open area, their swordplay light and agile, their figures elegant and enchanting, each movement revealing their vivacity and grace. Lin Tianfeng, though you are merely a servant for now, with diligent effort and remarkable performance, The future may hold opportunities for you to ascend to an inner disciple. Chen Shiya's voice was soft and melodious, soothing to the ears. I understand. Lin Tianfeng replied respectfully with a nod. There is a wooden cabin over there. It shall be your residence. Chen Shiya gestured toward a simple, unadorned wooden house nearby. Then continued, on ordinary days, you need only accompany the female disciples in their sword practice and tend to the cleanliness of the peak. The rest of your time is yours to manage freely. I will fulfill my duties diligently, Lin Tianfeng responded with reverence. This is the cultivation technique and martial skills of Lin Tianfeng. Take these and practice diligently. Should you encounter any questions, feel free to seek my guidance. Chen Shiya presented 2 sets of techniques to Lin Tianfeng. Thank you, Peak Master. Lin Tianfeng expressed his gratitude. He sensed that the techniques bestowed upon him were of considerable rank, far beyond what an ordinary servant disciple could attain. I must solemnly warn you of one matter. All disciples of Lin Tianfeng are female. Do not act recklessly here. Chen Shiya spoke with a tone that was both solemn and dignified, earnestly assuring, rest assured, Master Feng. I shall guarantee with my integrity that I will never engage in any actions that would tarnish the reputation of the female disciples of Lin Tianfeng. Lin Tianfeng promptly spoke up, earnestly assuring everyone of his commitment. Subsequently, Chen Shiya summoned a female steward to guide Lin Tianfeng in familiarizing himself with the relevant duties. The steward led Lin Tianfeng on a tour around the peak, meticulously emphasizing the areas that required pruning of branches and those that necessitated cleanliness. Soon after, the steward escorted Lin Tianfeng to the outer disciple area of Lingxiu Peak. Allow me to introduce you, she proclaimed. This is Lin Tianfeng, a servant disciple of our 3 peaks. You may instruct him on any tasks you require, and should you wish to practice swordplay, he is available as your sparring partner. The female steward cast a stern gaze upon the surrounding female disciples. Upon hearing her words, the faces of many outer sect female disciples illuminated with excitement. After all, throughout the years, they had never encountered a male disciple on Lingxiu Peak. The sudden appearance of a remarkably handsome and graceful male disciple undoubtedly stirred their enthusiasm. Lin Tianfeng held no reservations about the role of a sparring partner. At present, his cultivation level was still low, and practicing swordplay with the female disciples would greatly assist in his rapid advancement. In the days that followed, Lin Tianfeng enjoyed a rather comfortable existence. His daily routine consisted of tidying up and accompanying the female disciples in practice, while the remainder of his time was devoted to cultivation. As time quietly flowed by, the news of a male servant being accepted on Lingxiu Peak spread unconsciously throughout the entire peak. The sudden emergence of a dashing and refined male servant led many female disciples to whisper and exchange glances. Initially, these disciples were somewhat reserved and hesitant to approach Lin Tianfeng for practice. However, as some took the initiative, the number of female disciples seeking him for sword training increased daily. Some bolder disciples would occasionally cast flirtatious glances at Lin Tianfeng. A few even took advantage of the pretense of sparring to engage in unwanted advances, leaving him both enchanted and exasperated. On one occasion, while trimming branches in a secluded corner, he was suddenly caught off guard by a female disciple seeking closer interaction. Fortunately, the presence of other female disciples compelled her to relent, or he might have found himself in a precarious situation. Nonetheless, recalling Chen Shiya's stern warning, Lin Tianfeng dared not indulge in reckless behavior, yet he found himself in a state of inner turmoil. After all, he was a normal, youthful man in the prime of his vigor. Presently, Lin Tianfeng resembled a powerful magnet, drawing the gaze of numerous female disciples. Consequently, each morning, he found himself inundated with requests for sparring from dawn until dusk. Many female disciples were astonished to discover that although Lin Tianfeng was merely at the 3rd level of the consolidation realm, his combat prowess was exceptionally formidable. Indeed, many outer sect female disciples struggled to match his capabilities. Chapter 24. Encountering Dongfang Jianyun again in the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. After a period of diligent cultivation, Lin Tianfeng successfully advanced to the 4th level of the consolidation realm. On this day, he felt a strong inclination to undertake tasks, as this was the only way to swiftly accumulate contribution points. Within the Shengxin sect, acquiring martial arts techniques, spirit stones, or spiritual herbs necessitated the exchange of contribution points. While servant disciples earned a modest amount of contribution points through diligent labor each month, this paltry sum was akin to a drop in the ocean for him. After greeting the steward of Lingxiu Peak, Lin Tianfeng hurriedly made his way to the task hall. Upon entering the hall, He meticulously began to sift through the tasks displayed on the task wall. Each task was clearly outlined with comprehensive details and the contribution points that could be earned upon completion. To accumulate sufficient contribution points swiftly, Lin Tianfeng resolved to accept tasks aimed at the 9th level of the consolidation realm. With an ample supply of contribution points, he would be able to exchange for spirit stones, thereby facilitating rapid enhancement of his cultivation. Confident in his abilities, Lin Tianfeng believed he could easily triumph over ordinary practitioners at the 9th level of the consolidation realm, despite his own current standing at the 4th level. After careful consideration, he discovered a task at the top of the wall that involved slaying an earth demon dragon. Typically, the strength of an earth demon dragon resided at the 9th level of the consolidation realm, its combat capabilities often surpassing those of human practitioners at the same level. Thus, the contribution points awarded for slaying an earth demon dragon were significantly higher than those of other tasks. Very well, I shall choose this task. After a brief moment of hesitation, Lin Tianfeng ultimately resolved to accept the task. Subsequently, he selected several missions with considerable contribution value before slowly exiting the mission hall. Lin Tianfeng, this time, I shall see where you can escape. As Lin Tianfeng stepped out from the mission point, a chilling and furious voice reached his ears. Approaching him was Dongfang Jianyan, who, with a 7th grade talent, had successfully become a disciple of an inner sect elder. After a period of dedicated cultivation, he had managed to break through to the 9th layer of the concentration realm. Today marked the end of Dongfang Jianyan's seclusion, and he was prepared to venture out on a mission to accrue some contribution points. Little did he expect to encounter Lin Tianfeng here, igniting a volcano of murderous intent within him. For some time, he had sought Lin Tianfeng to avenge the humiliation he had suffered on that fateful day. Unfortunately, Lin Tianfeng had remained on Lingxiufeng, leaving him with no opportunity to confront him, which fueled his frustration. Is your face itching again, Dongfang scoundrel? Lin Tianfeng's lips curled into a faint smirk. You little wretch, you are courting death. Dongfang Jianyun's expression darkened to an extreme as he spoke, his hand swiftly delivering a slap that was executed with such speed that it left no time for reaction. How audacious could this servant disciple be? Daring to provoke Dongfang Jianyun despite being merely at the 4th layer of the concentration realm? Indeed, Dongfang Jianyun was a newly recognized genius of the outer sect, reputed to possess 7th grade talent and a disciple under Elder Lu. Many passing disciples displayed expressions of astonishment, their gazes towards Lin Tianfeng laden with deep sympathy. Just as the slap was about to connect with Lin Tianfeng's face, he subtly shifted his body, effortlessly evading the fierce strike. Is this all the skill you possess? A hint of derision flickered in Lin Tianfeng's gaze. Such an audacious young man. Today, I shall undoubtedly render you powerless. Dongfang Jianyun, consumed by rage and humiliation, suddenly unleashed a punch. A fierce and tempestuous wind surged forth, carrying with it a spine-chilling and terrifying energy as it hurtled violently towards Lin Tianfeng. Lin Tianfeng displayed no signs of fear as he channeled the full extent of his spiritual energy, confronting Dongfang Jianyun's fist head-on. In an instant, the two became embroiled in a fierce battle, their punches intertwining, their kicks swift and fierce as spiritual energy dissipated all around them. How infuriating! How could this bastard possess such formidable abilities to challenge beyond his level? The more Dongfang Jianyun fought, the more apprehensive he became. He never anticipated that Lin Tianfeng, merely at the 4th layer of the spirit-gathering realm, could withstand him for such an extended period. Yet, Lin Tianfeng grew increasingly emboldened in battle, his techniques becoming ever more ferocious, and with the enhancement of his agility, he gradually gained the upper hand. Suddenly, Lin Tianfeng evaded a palm strike from Dongfang Jianyun and retaliated with a powerful kick. Bang! The kick landed squarely on Dongfang Jianyun's chest, sending him hurtling backward. Coughing up blood, Dongfang Jianyun crashed to the ground, appearing utterly disheveled. How could this be possible? This capability to challenge beyond one's level is truly astounding. The surrounding disciples were left speechless, their astonishment rendering them momentarily mute. Initially, they believed this humble servant would be effortlessly defeated by Dongfang Jianyun. Yet they never anticipated such an outcome. Dongfang Jianyun, if you wish to play the sycophant, none shall hinder you, but I advise you to refrain from provoking me further. Otherwise, each encounter shall result in your defeat. Lin Tianfeng placed his foot upon Dongfang Jianyun, gently patting his face with an air of disdain. He possessed a profound understanding of the rules governing the Sacred Heart sect. As long as one refrains from inflicting severe injury or crippling another's cultivation, the higher echelons of the sect would seldom intervene. This realm of cultivation is inherently a brutal winnowing, where the fittest thrive. Within the sect, only the most exceptional disciples can rise to prominence and garner the attention of their superiors. Lin Tianfeng declared with unwavering resolve, "I shall not be deemed a man if I do not bring you to your demise." As he lay beneath Lin Tianfeng's foot, Dongfang Jianyun's visage began to contort, his eyes gleaming with a chilling intent to kill. In that moment, he vowed silently to repay the humiliation he endured today tenfold, ensuring that Lin Tianfeng would pay with his life. Unaware of the impending doom, Lin Tianfeng forcefully stomped on Dongfang Jianyun's chest. A sharp crack echoed, followed by Dongfang Jianyun's heart-wrenching cries of agony. At that moment, his sternum was brutally crushed, leaving a harrowing sight. "I once thought you were a formidable figure, but it turns out you are nothing but a mindless fool. Reduced to such a pitiful state, you still dare to pretend, with your level of intellect. If you were to be stripped of your family's and sect's protection, you would likely perish without even comprehending how it happened." Lin Tianfeng shook his head, his eyes filled with disdain. After speaking, he forcefully yanked away Dongfang Jianyun's storage bag and turned to leave the scene. "You little wretch, I will surely kill you." Dongfang Jianyun's gaze was laced with a chilling, murderous intent. He simply could not comprehend how someone could possess such astonishing abilities to challenge those beyond their level. It is worth noting that he had already broken through to the 9th level of the concentration realm. Such strength was undoubtedly among the elite within the outer sect. Yet, even with this power, he remained utterly powerless before Lin Tianfeng, leaving him feeling immensely frustrated and enraged. Chapter 25. The young woman in white. At this moment, Lin Tianfeng felt exceedingly elated. He had discovered 10 spirit stones within Dongfang Jianyun's storage bag. While it may seem a mere 10 stones for Lin Tianfeng at present, it was sufficient to facilitate a breakthrough to a minor realm. However, he had no intention of refining them just yet. After all, he had only recently made a breakthrough, and continuing to refine at this stage might adversely affect the foundation of his cultivation. Upon departing from the Sacred Heart sect, Lin Tianfeng hastened towards the mountains situated behind the sect. The Sacred Heart sect was nestled at the edge of a vast and boundless mountain range, shrouded in mist and enveloped in clouds, with peaks rising and falling in continuous succession, rich in spiritual energy. The sect had established its location here primarily to provide its disciples with convenient opportunities for training. Indeed, the mountains were rife with ferocious beasts and an array of spiritual herbs, making it an exceptional place for honing the disciples' skills. Throughout his journey, Lin Tianfeng remained vigilant. He would engage any beast he felt confident defeating head-on. If he encountered a beast far superior to himself, he would wisely circumvent the confrontation. Meanwhile, he also gathered a considerable number of spiritual herbs along the way. With each blood-soaked battle, Lin Tianfeng's mastery of the primal sword technique and the ethereal movement technique grew increasingly refined, especially his ethereal movement, which allowed him to instantaneously leap several dozen meters. This technique not only conferred a significant advantage in combat, but also proved effective for escape. 7 days swiftly passed. After a week of relentless training, Lin Tianfeng had completed all his tasks. During this time, he had also gathered numerous rare medicinal materials. Roar. On this particular morning, as Lin Tianfeng prepared to embark on his return to the Sacred Heart sect, a deafening roar of a beast echoed from behind him. Lin Tianfeng hastily turned towards the sound. He beheld a young girl clad in an exquisite white gown, possessing a youthful visage and ample bosom, racing towards him with astounding swiftness. At that moment, trailing closely behind her was a colossal lizard, measuring several meters in length. Goodness, a silver-scaled lizard. Lin Tianfeng, filled with astonishment, turned and swiftly dashed into the depths of the dense forest. He discerned that the silver-scaled lizard had already attained the pinnacle of the earth-profound realm, far beyond what he could contend with at present. Just as Lin Tianfeng plunged into the thicket, the woman clad in a flowing white gown suddenly flickered and followed suit. Goodness, this insufferable woman is trailing me for no reason. Lin Tianfeng felt an overwhelming sense of frustration as he swiftly altered his course, rushing towards the thicket on his left. The strength of the silver-scaled lizard was unfathomable. Should it catch up with him, it would undoubtedly leave no trace behind. However, to Lin Tianfeng's immense dismay, the girl in white followed closely, plunging into the dense forest alongside him. Roar. The silver-scaled lizard unleashed a ferocious roar, its massive tail sweeping through the air, unleashing a torrent of wild energy that surged through the mountains. Bang! Before Lin Tianfeng could react, he was propelled away by the tremendous shockwave of energy, his body crashing heavily against a nearby ancient tree. Thud. Lin Tianfeng coughed up a mouthful of blood, his eyes rolling back as he instantaneously lost consciousness. Faced with such a dire predicament, he resolutely opted for a ruse of death, concealing all traces of his presence and entering a state of feigned lifelessness. "Beast, perish!" the girl in white exclaimed with fury, brandishing her longsword as she lunged fiercely at the silver-scaled lizard. At this juncture, she understood that if she did not slay this creature today, her chances of escape would be exceedingly slim. In that moment, a fierce confrontation erupted between the girl and the silver-scaled lizard, waves of terrifying energy rippling outward. The girl's gaze was resolute as she relentlessly struck with her sword, unleashing brilliant and sharp beams aimed at the creature's head. Roar! The silver-scaled lizard emitted a series of frenzied bellows, its immense form thrashing about, its lengthy tail sweeping through the air like a steel whip, stirring up a howling gale. The girl moved with an ethereal grace, evading the lizard's attacks with the agility of a dancing fairy. Suddenly, seizing the opportune moment, she leaped onto the lizard's back, driving her sword down with ferocity. The silver-scaled lizard writhed in agony, desperately trying to dislodge her. Yet, the girl clung tenaciously to her sword, stirring within the creature's flesh. After a fierce struggle, the silver-scaled lizard succeeded in shaking her off. In an instant, both combatants re-engaged with fervor. Surrounding trees were battered and toppled by the lizard's onslaught, and the ground was pockmarked with deep, unfathomable craters. As the battle raged on, the girl's breath became increasingly erratic, her once pristine white garments now drenched in crimson. Despite this, her resolve remained unyielding as she continued to suppress the silver-scaled lizard. However, after more than an hour of relentless fighting, both she and the creature bore numerous wounds, their energies no longer as formidable as before. At that moment, the lizard's fury erupted, spewing forth a torrent of scalding venom, causing the ambient temperature to rise sharply. The girl hastily conjured a shield for defense, yet was still struck violently by the lizard's massive tail, sending her flying backward. With a thud, the girl in white crashed to the ground near Lin Tianfeng. Blood gushing from her mouth, her complexion as pale as parchment, clearly devoid of any fighting spirit. It seemed she must now gamble everything. Lin Tianfeng felt an overwhelming sense of silence within, yet his body remained motionless on the ground, akin to a lifeless corpse devoid of vitality. At this juncture, he understood that action was imperative. Otherwise, should the young woman in white meet her demise, the beast would likely devour them both. Ordinarily, with Lin Tianfeng's prowess, it would be inconceivable for him to contend with the silver-scaled lizard. However, after its fierce battle with the girl, the creature's stamina was nearly exhausted. Its combat effectiveness diminished to a mere fraction. In such circumstances, a sudden attack might yield a chance of success for Lin Tianfeng. Furthermore, the lizard's inner core held immense potential for him. Acquiring it could facilitate a significant breakthrough in his cultivation. Thus, he resolved to take the risk. With a ferocious roar, the silver-scaled lizard opened its gaping maw and lunged towards the young woman in white. In that instant, Lin Tianfeng, who had lain still, suddenly sprang into action, executing the flood wilderness technique with precision. A dazzling, razor-sharp beam of sword light shot forth like a bolt of lightning, aimed directly at the creature's eyes. As the silver-scaled lizard charged towards the girl, it sensed Lin Tianfeng's offensive and swiftly swung its massive claw to intercept. The clash between the lizard's claw and Lin Tianfeng's sword light produced a deafening metallic resonance. Amidst the shower of sparks, the overwhelming force propelled Lin Tianfeng backward several paces. Yet he quickly regained his footing and surged forward with his sword once more. Chapter 26. I can take responsibility. Beast, perish. Lin Tianfeng let out a furious roar, his longsword striking out once more with a series of exceptionally fierce sword techniques, akin to a tempest, relentlessly assailing the silver-scaled lizard. The creature, thoroughly incensed, writhed its massive form in a frenzy, its colossal tail repeatedly launching counterattacks at Lin Tianfeng. At this moment, the silver-scaled lizard was consumed by rage. It had never anticipated that a mere human of the condensation realm would dare to initiate such an audacious assault against it, had it not been for its grievous injuries. Leaving it with but a fraction of its former strength, it would undoubtedly have torn this ignorant young human to shreds. Lin Tianfeng executed an ethereal and agile movement technique, deftly dodging and weaving beneath the furious assaults of the silver-scaled lizard, meticulously searching for its vulnerabilities. At last, he discerned a wound on the lower right abdomen of the creature, a remnant left by the previous white-clad maiden. With this revelation, Lin Tianfeng's form flickered, akin to a specter, as he surged toward the injury with remarkable speed, his sword plunging decisively into the exposed flesh. The silver-scaled lizard emitted a heart-wrenching howl of agony, thrashing its massive body in a desperate struggle. Yet, Lin Tianfeng gripped the hilt of his sword resolutely, twisting it with fervor. Roar. The lizard let out a final, despairing roar. In its last moments, it expelled a torrent of searing vital blood from its maw. Sizzle. Lin Tianfeng had no time to evade. The scorching essence splattered directly onto his wound. In an instant, a peculiar heat surged from within his body, rapidly spreading throughout his entire being. Lin Tianfeng felt an unbearable heat enveloping his entire being, as if a raging inferno were wreaking havoc within him. Damn it. This is the end. A sudden wave of fear surged within Lin Tianfeng. Without a moment to ponder, he hastily invoked the Hong Wang art, attempting to quell the rising heat within him. Yet, no matter how fervently he practiced to dispel the poison, his efforts proved futile, and the intensity of the heat only escalated. In an instant, a powerful desire erupted from the depths of his heart. At that moment, the girl in white weakly propped herself up, uttering, "The essence of the silver-scaled lizard is a most lascivious poison. You must return to the sect and seek the elder immediately, or else you will perish." However, Lin Tianfeng had already lost his sanity, his fervent gaze fixated on the girl. He took a swift step towards her, his eyes radiating an unsettling blend of fervor and malevolence. "Bastard, what do you want?" The girl felt a foreboding sense of dread as Lin Tianfeng's unwavering stare bore into her. Yet, he paid her no heed and lunged forward. At that moment, he resembled a wild, ferocious beast, and to him, the girl in white appeared as a feeble lamb awaiting slaughter. Lin Tianfeng frantically tore at the garments of the young woman in white. Despite her desperate resistance, her injuries rendered her too weak, and within moments, her attire was reduced to tatters. "You scoundrel, if you dare to lay a hand on me, you're doomed." Ah! A heart-wrenching cry escaped her lips, and a single crystalline tear slowly trickled down from her exquisite eyes. Lin Tianfeng, however, was oblivious to her words. At that moment, he had completely lost his sanity, resembling a frenzied bull rampaging across the fields. Time passed swiftly, and before long, 3 hours had slipped away. "What on earth am I doing?" Lin Tianfeng gradually regained consciousness, his expression one of utter bewilderment. "You scoundrel, let go of me," he exclaimed. Upon witnessing Lin Tianfeng's sudden awakening, the previously enraptured maiden in white instantaneously transformed, her visage becoming as frigid as ice. Could you possibly release me first?" Lin Tianfeng said with evident embarrassment. "You scoundrel, just wait and see how I'll deal with you," she retorted, swiftly retracting her hand from his waist. Filled with regret for having inexplicably embraced this man, Lin Tianfeng sprang to his feet and hastily donned a garment. At that moment, he was astonished to discover that his injuries had completely healed. Remarkably, even his cultivation had experienced an elevation, leaving him in a state of utter disbelief. The young woman in white quickly retrieved a piece of clothing and adorned herself, then approached Lin Tianfeng with an expression of hostility. "I truly did not intend for this to happen." As he beheld the fierce glare of the young woman, a sense of trepidation welled up within Lin Tianfeng. He could discern that her wounds had also mended, and her aura was now more formidable than before. "You scoundrel! I shall make it my mission today to ensure your downfall." The young woman in white exclaimed angrily, delivering a resounding slap to Lin Tianfeng's face. Slap. Lin Tianfeng felt as though his head had been struck by lightning, and a mouthful of fresh blood gushed forth, causing his left cheek to swell grotesquely like that of a pig's head. "You scoundrel, today I shall surely castrate you." The young woman clad in white swung her fists, unleashing a tempest of punches and kicks upon Lin Tianfeng. "Ah!" Lin Tianfeng let out a series of anguished cries, hastily covering his groin with one hand while the other desperately shielded his face. It was unclear how much time had passed. Lin Tianfeng was left battered and bruised, his body marred with injuries. Nevertheless, he resolutely protected his lower region, curling up on the ground. "You little rascal, remove your hands." The girl in white exclaimed angrily. "Senior sister, let us speak civilly. I truly did not intend for this to happen. If need be, I shall take responsibility," Lin Tianfeng replied, a look of exasperation upon his face. He certainly did not wish to be rendered a eunuch, for living would then hold little meaning. "Responsible? Do you think you are worthy?" The disdain in the girl's eyes was palpable. The mere thought of a mere servant from the condensed spirit realm claiming to take responsibility for a saintess of the Sacred Heart sect struck her as utterly ludicrous. "At present, I may indeed lack worth, but in the future, I shall undoubtedly possess the strength to match yours," Lin Tianfeng declared with unwavering determination. "What an arrogant brat. Do you know what level of cultivation I possess?" The girl in white retorted coldly. "I do not concern myself with your cultivation level. Just grant me 2 years, and I shall attain a status befitting of you, Lin Tianfeng asserted firmly. You are audacious indeed. I shall give you a chance. If within 2 years you can become the foremost figure of the younger generation in the Sacred Heart sect, I might consider offering you an opportunity. However, should you fail, I will personally ensure your demise. The girl's voice was as frigid as ice, a glimmer of lethal intent flashing in her gaze. She had nearly slain him in that moment but ultimately refrained. After all, this man had taken something from her that could never be regained. Most importantly, Lin Tianfeng was undeniably handsome and possessed a unique constitution. For these reasons, she resolved to grant him an opportunity. Chapter 27. A violent confrontation with Dongfang Qing. It is settled then, Lin Tianfeng spoke with earnestness. What is your name? Which peak do you serve as a servant? The girl in white turned her gaze towards him. My name is Lin Tianfeng, and I currently serve as a servant on Lingxiu Peak, he replied candidly. I shall remember you. I hope you will not disappoint me, the girl in white said, casting a deep glance at Lin Tianfeng before gracefully departing, vanishing into the dense forest. Hey, what is your name? Lin Tianfeng called out loudly in the direction where the white-clad maiden had vanished. Nangong Yinran. A melodious and ethereal voice floated back from afar. Nangong Yinran, indeed, is my woman. Her name is simply enchanting. Lin Tianfeng murmured to himself, a faint, elusive smile gracing his lips. He then extracted the inner core of the silver-scaled lizard and made his way towards the Sacred Heart sect. Although he had been soundly beaten by Nangong Yinran, it was merely a matter of superficial wounds. A day's rest would suffice for recovery. Overall, Lin Tianfeng was quite satisfied with this experience. His agility and swordsmanship had been significantly enhanced through combat with the demon beasts. Moreover, due to Nangong Yinran's influence, he had successfully advanced to the 5th level of the spirit concentration realm. Upon returning to the Sacred Heart sect, Lin Tianfeng completed his report at the mission hall and then returned to Lingxiu Peak. In the inner courtyard of the Sacred Heart sect, a place of elegance and tranquility, a woman of graceful figure and alluring charm inquired, Sister, you have finally emerged from seclusion. This time, you must help me avenge myself. What happened? Who has offended you? Asked the enchanting woman. There is a menial disciple who is utterly arrogant. He even broke my rib. Dongfang Jianyun exclaimed, her face flushed with anger as she recounted the events concerning Lin Tianfeng in detail. You possess 7th grade talent. How could you be unable to handle a mere menial? The woman's expression darkened as she replied coldly. Sister, that fellow's ability to challenge those beyond his rank is astonishing. I truly cannot match him. You must help me exact my revenge. Dongfang Jianyun pleaded, her face filled with desperation. That boy is a menial from Lingxiu Peak. It would not be appropriate for me to confront him directly. The woman pondered for a moment before stating, here is the plan. Have someone keep watch on him. If he dares to leave Lingxiu Peak, I shall assist you in teaching him a lesson. Thank you, sister. I will dispatch someone to monitor him right away. Upon hearing the news, Dongfang Jianyun was instantly filled with excitement and hurriedly departed from the courtyard. Time swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had elapsed. During this period, Lin Tianfeng remained diligently cultivating at Lingxiu, and his cultivation level remarkably ascended to the 6th tier of the concentration realm. The rapid progression was primarily attributed to the 10 spirit stones within Dongfang Jianyun's storage bag, as well as the inner core of the silver-scaled lizard. Feeling the surge of powerful spiritual energy coursing through his body, a glimmer of exhilaration illuminated Lin Tianfeng's face. Throughout this time, he had consecutively broken through 2 minor realms, significantly enhancing his combat prowess. Now, he possessed the confidence to triumph even against practitioners at the 1st tier of the profound realm. Following his breakthrough, Lin Tianfeng departed from his residence, making his way towards the Spirit Herb Pavilion, having recently completed several tasks that earned him a considerable amount of contribution points. He intended to exchange them for medicinal materials to refine his own elixirs. Lin Tianfeng, this time, I shall see where you can escape. As Lin Tianfeng approached the vicinity of Lingyao Pavilion, a chilling and wrathful voice suddenly penetrated his ears. He beheld Dongfang Jianyun striding towards him, flanked by a group of individuals exuding an overwhelming presence. At the center of this assembly was a young woman, whose enchanting demeanor and alluring figure radiated an irresistible charm. This maiden, known as Dongfang Qing, was an inner disciple of the Sacred Heart sect and also the sister of Dongfang Jianyun. At that moment, a considerable number of onlookers had gathered outside the Lingyao Pavilion, with many hastily retreating to avoid being caught in the impending conflict. Dongfang Jianyun, is your face itching again? Lin Tianfeng remarked with a frosty countenance. You are the one who injured my brother, aren't you? Dongfang Qing responded, her expression as frigid as frost. Her gaze imbued with an air of haughty superiority. Esteemed senior sister as an inner disciple. Do you not find it beneath your dignity to confront a mere outer disciple such as myself? Lin Tianfeng's gaze was icy, and he spoke without a hint of fear. Brat, do not think that I am bullying you, a mere insignificant servant. Just kneel down and apologize to my brother. I'd rather not. Before Dongfang Qing could finish her words, Lin Tianfeng suddenly launched himself, delivering a kick as swift as lightning directly to her abdomen. The blow was so rapid that it left little room for any response. Bang. Ah. Dongfang Qing emitted a piercing scream. Her body, soaring backward like a kite, severed from its string. Wretched woman, I shall teach you a lesson. After landing a successful strike, Lin Tianfeng swiftly drew out an iron rod, moving with the stealth of a specter as he unleashed a relentless flurry of blows upon Dongfang Qing. Bang, bang, bang. Ah. The air was filled with a cacophony of anguished cries. In the blink of an eye, Dongfang Qing was left unrecognizable. Her once alluring features now swollen and grotesque, resembling that of a pig's head. You little bastard, you seek death. Dongfang Jianyan, suddenly regaining his composure, furiously brandished an iron rod and swung it fiercely at Lin Tianfeng. Simultaneously, the henchmen who had accompanied him drew their clubs, joining the fray with menacing intensity. Do they truly believe I am so easily bullied? In Lin Tianfeng's eyes, a glimmer of cold light flickered as he wielded an iron rod, charging into the crowd like a bolt of lightning. His form moved with the swiftness of a tempest, weaving effortlessly through the throng. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Tianfeng resembled a tiger among a flock of sheep. His staff technique was both cunning and ferocious, striking with unparalleled might. Wherever he went, anguished cries echoed as his foes fell one by one. In just a brief moment, all the outer disciples who had besieged him were vanquished, each suffering severed limbs and wailing in torment. Lin Tianfeng has now reached the 6th level of the concentration realm. His true combat prowess comparable to that of the 1st level of the transcendence realm. Those outer disciples, merely at the 9th level of the concentration realm, are utterly no match for him. You insolent brat, how dare you ambush me? You are doomed. Dongfang Qing seethed with rage. Her once exquisite eyes now resembled those of a raccoon, and one of her arms lay broken, rendering her appearance utterly disheveled. Ballwoman, you think too highly of yourself, don't you? Lin Tianfeng charged forward mercilessly, delivering a series of fierce kicks to Dongfang Qing, ultimately pressing her head forcefully into the ground. Chapter 28. The Mysterious Identity of Chen Shuyan. Wretched woman, should you dare to provoke me again, I shall ensure you kneel and sing your submission. Lin Tianfeng's eyes gleamed with ferocity, his voice laced with a chilling coldness. As soon as he finished speaking, he yanked the storage bag from Dongfang Qing's person and kicked it away with force. You scoundrel, how dare you lay a hand on my sister? Dongfang Jianyan's gaze was filled with venomous malice. Dongfang Jianyan, consider yourself fortunate that we are in the sect. Otherwise, you would already be a lifeless corpse. Lin Tianfeng's gaze was imbued with a piercing, blade-like ferocity as he effortlessly sent Dongfang Jianyan sprawling with a single strike. No sooner had he spoken than he replicated his actions, seizing the storage bags of the others before striding boldly into the spirit herb pavilion. How utterly absurd. A mere 6th-layer disciple of the condensation realm had managed to defeat the inner sect disciple, Dongfang Qing. Indeed, Dongfang Qing was of the 2nd layer of the profound realm. Yet she was so thoroughly vanquished. This young man has stirred up considerable trouble. Dongfang Qing is renowned as one of the inner sect's most stunning beauties, with suitors numbering in the multitude. It is rumored that many core disciples are among her admirers, and having injured her, this lad is surely destined for a grim fate. In that moment, the outer sect disciples gathered around displayed expressions of sheer astonishment. No one anticipated that a mere 6th-layer disciple of the condensation realm could so thoroughly best Dongfang Qing of the 2nd layer of the profound realm, let alone overpower a group of outer sect disciples. At this moment, within a nearby tower, a woman of graceful stature, exuding an air of noble elegance and possessing an ethereal beauty, wore a look of disbelief. This woman was none other than Chen Shai, the master of Lingxi Peak. Master, do you know this young man? Inquired Wu Qingda, the sect leader of the Holy Heart sect, with a tone of reverence. Of course I do. He is someone I brought back, Chen Shai replied with a cool demeanor. Master, with such remarkable talent, why would you allow him to remain a mere servant? Wu Qingda asked, curiosity etched upon his face. Every young person requires refinement. Starting from humble beginnings can be beneficial, Chen Shai responded with a detached tone. She held a vivid memory of Lin Tianfeng, recalling that when she first arrived in Hanwei City, he was merely at the first layer of the condensation realm. Now, in the span of just a month, he had ascended to the 6th layer, a level of talent that genuinely astonished her. Master, his aptitude is indeed exceptional. Might I take him as my disciple? Wu Qingda's face lit up with anticipation. Chen Shai furrowed her brows slightly and shook her head, saying, let him develop freely. However, keep a vigilant watch over him and ensure he does not encounter any misfortune. Rest assured, within the sect, I will guarantee his safety, Wu Qingda promptly affirmed with respect. Have you heard? A servant disciple brutally assaulted Dongfang Qing. The scene was truly horrific. It's said that even Dongfang Jianyun and his entourage had their limbs broken. Are you sure you're not jesting? A servant disciple beating an intersect disciple? Even storytellers would hesitate to fabricate such a tale. I assure you, I am not deceiving you. This news has spread throughout the outer sect. And it is said that this servant disciple's cultivation is only at the 6th layer of the condensation realm. This is utterly outrageous. How could a cultivator in the concentration realm possibly contend with an intersect disciple? Meanwhile, the news of Lin Tianfeng's brutal beating of Dongfang Qing spread like wildfire throughout the outer sect, igniting fervent discussions among countless individuals. In the core disciple area, atop a mountain shrouded in mist and adorned with picturesque scenery, a young man clad in deep blue robes slammed his teacup onto the ground with great force. This individual was none other than Chen Tianhao, a core disciple. Brother Chen, that fellow is named Lin Tianfeng, a servant disciple from Lingxi Peak, spoken intersect disciple. Lingxi Peak? How is that possible? Isn't it known for only accepting female servant disciples? A hint of confusion crept onto Chen Tianhao's face. It is said that he was personally brought back by the master of Lingxi Peak, but due to his abysmal talent, he was relegated to the position of a servant disciple. The intersect disciple elaborated. How dare a mere servant disciple harm my woman in such a manner? He is truly courting death. A glint of icy menace flashed in Chen Tianhao's eyes. Li Jun, you shall personally pay him a visit and break all his limbs for me. Yes, Brother Chen, Li Jun replied respectfully. Upon returning to his residence, Lin Tianfeng promptly extracted the entirety of the storage bag he had seized, discovering an impressive sum of 100 spiritual stones within. It was indeed far swifter to amass resources through such acts of plunder. Gazing at the 100 spiritual stones, a thrill of excitement illuminated Lin Tianfeng's countenance. Ordinarily, as a disciple engaged in menial tasks, the maximum contribution value earned in a month could only be exchanged for a single spiritual stone. However, acquiring 100 stones at once felt akin to acquiring a fortune for Lin Tianfeng. Typically, a practitioner at the spirit condensation realm could refine no more than 3 spiritual stones in a single day. Yet, due to his status as the legendary Primordial Sacred Body, Lin Tianfeng faced no restrictions in the refinement of such resources. Theoretically, as long as sufficient resources were available and his foundation remained unscathed, he could continuously elevate his cultivation. It seems he must hasten his efforts to hone his abilities. A gleam of brilliance shone in Lin Tianfeng's eyes. He was acutely aware that his recent rapid advancement in cultivation had left his foundation somewhat precarious. To sustain his growth, he must engage in continuous battles and refine his skills. In the time that followed, Lin Tianfeng devoted his days to sparring with the female disciples at Lingxi Peak. Due to his overwhelming prowess, there were scarcely any outer disciples capable of matching him. Reluctantly, he had to seek sparring partners among some of the female disciples. The inner disciples were more than eager to oblige Lin Tianfeng's requests, for who could possibly refuse such a strikingly handsome and graceful youth? As time slipped by, a month passed in the blink of an eye. After a fervent period of training, Lin Tianfeng had successfully broken through 2 minor realms, reaching the 8th layer of the spirit consolidation realm. In pursuit of enhancing his combat capabilities, he meticulously retrieved a soul secret technique from his mind. This technique, known as the Soul Slayer Blade, could deliver a devastating blow to an opponent's soul, rendering them momentarily dazed. Those with weaker soul power could even be reduced to a state of idiocy. To prepare for potential life-threatening situations, Lin Tianfeng specifically concocted a smoke poison pill. Although its potency was limited, it effectively obstructed an enemy's line of sight, making it a viable option for escape. Following his breakthrough, Lin Tianfeng took the time to tidy up Lingxi Peak before making his way to the mission hall. He intended to venture out to seek battles with demonic beasts while simultaneously earning contribution points. With each advancement in his cultivation, he found himself requiring substantial resources. The meager contributions from his menial tasks were wholly insufficient to support his training. Chapter 29. The Shock of Su Shuiao. Young man, you are Lin Tianfeng. As Lin Tianfeng stepped out of Lin Tianfeng, a chilling and piercing sound, akin to a blade of ice, unexpectedly reached his ears. Immediately thereafter, a young man clad in the robes of an inner sect disciple, with eyes as sharp as a hawk's and radiating a disquieting brilliance, abruptly positioned himself before him. This individual was none other than Li Jun, an inner sect disciple. May I inquire, esteemed senior, the purpose of your obstruction? Lin Tianfeng spoke with a demeanor that was neither servile nor overbearing, maintaining a calm, yet vigilant disposition, his heart already on high alert. Young man, junior sister Qing'er is the woman favored by senior brother Chen. How dare you lay a hand on her? Today, I shall sever your limbs as a form of retribution. Li Jun's expression was imbued with unparalleled arrogance, a chilling glint flickering in his eyes, as if his murderous intent could freeze a soul in an instant. TSK. A distinguished inner disciple reduced to being a lackey. Do you not find this utterly disgraceful? Lin Tianfeng let out a cold laugh, his eyes betraying an unmistakable disdain. You wretched brat, you are courting death. Upon hearing Lin Tianfeng's derision, Li Jun was instantly consumed by rage, and with unrestrained fury, he swung his hand to deliver a resounding slap. The speed of this strike was akin to a lightning bolt, accompanied by an eerie and formidable force, as it swiftly aimed for Lin Tianfeng's cheek. Soul Reaper. In response to Li Jun's sudden assault, Lin Tianfeng immediately unleashed a soul attack. Simultaneously, he activated his ethereal movement technique, launching a powerful kick directly towards Li Jun's chest. Boom. Li Jun felt an excruciating pain deep within his soul, as the originally fierce strike slowed to a crawl. Bang. In this critical moment, Lin Tianfeng's foot struck hard against Li Jun's chest, with a sharp, resonant sound. Li Jun's body was propelled like a cannonball, sent flying away. Dayu. Lin Tianfeng's figure flickered like a ghost as he charged towards Li Jun, brandishing an iron rod with an intimidating ferocity. The sound of impact echoed, accompanied by heart-wrenching cries. In a fleeting moment, Li Jun's head was left swollen and disfigured, resembling that of a pig. You little bastard, I shall kill you. Li Jun roared in fury, his eyes filled with a desire for vengeance. Drawing his longsword, he engaged in a fierce battle with Lin Tianfeng. After all, Li Jun was a practitioner at the 5th level of the Transcendent Realm, and his combat prowess evidently surpassed that of Lin Tianfeng by a considerable margin, had it not been for a momentary lapse that left his soul vulnerable to attack. Lin Tianfeng would have stood no chance against him. Fool, next time I will surely leave you in ruins. Lin Tianfeng let out a cold snort, his figure flickering rapidly as he instantly appeared 30 meters away, swiftly fleeing into the distance. You coward, don't you dare run. Li Jun seethed with rage, his face dark and brooding, as if it could drip with water, and he hurriedly pursued Lin Tianfeng. However, in terms of speed, Li Jun was no match for Lin Tianfeng. In less than a few breaths, he was completely left behind by Lin Tianfeng. Was this truly a mere disciple of the outer sect? This level of combat prowess was utterly astonishing. Indeed, Li Jun was an inner sect disciple at the 5th level of the profound realm, yet he had been reduced to a pitiful state. At this moment, some passing disciples displayed expressions of utter shock. No one could have anticipated that Lin Tianfeng's ability to challenge beyond his rank would be so outrageous. You wretch, I will surely break your limbs. Observing the whispers of the outer sect disciples around him, Li Jun's face darkened to an extreme, and a chilling, ruthless killing intent flickered in his eyes. Since entering the sect, he had never felt so utterly humiliated. Thus, he silently vowed to make Lin Tianfeng pay a grievous price. After Lin Tianfeng collected a multitude of tasks at the mission point, he hastily made his way towards the back mountain of the sect. Simultaneously, the news of Lin Tianfeng transforming Li Jun's visage into that of a pig's head spread like wildfire throughout the entire Sacred Heart sect. At Chi Luo Peak, within an elegant and tranquil pavilion, Li Chenming inquired, how has Lin Tianfeng been lately? Senior sister Xueyao, that fellow has become a prominent figure in the outside world. Not only has his cultivation progressed at an astonishing rate, but his ability to challenge opponents beyond his level is also remarkably formidable, Li Chenming replied, without the slightest hesitation, recounting in detail the recent events surrounding Lin Tianfeng. How can this be possible? Was he not a waste without spiritual roots? How could his cultivation advance so swiftly? A flicker of incredulity and shock crossed Su Xueyao's beautiful eyes. Since becoming a disciple of the Grand Elder, she had been engrossed in seclusion and cultivation. With the abundant resources provided by the Grand Elder, she had successfully broken through to the second layer of the profound realm. Originally, Su Xueyao had assumed that Lin Tianfeng, having no spiritual roots and relegated to a mere servant, would be far behind her. Yet, she never anticipated that Lin Tianfeng not only reached the 8th layer of the concentration realm but also defeated Li Jun, who was at the 5th layer of the profound realm, leaving him in a state of utter humiliation. This was truly beyond her comprehension. How infuriating. I possess a 9th-grade talent. I refuse to believe I cannot surpass you. In Su Xueyao's eyes flickered a steadfast determination. At that moment, she silently vowed to diligently cultivate her skills, resolutely refusing to allow Lin Tianfeng to surpass her. Meanwhile, Lin Tianfeng was fervently honing his abilities amidst the mountain ranges. He tirelessly sought out ferocious beasts to engage in combat, striving to refine both his martial techniques and agility. Within the Sacred Heart sect, one could accrue contributions not only by completing missions, but also by the bodies of slain beasts and the medicinal herbs gathered along the way. After all, many parts of a beast's body could be utilized in the creation of medicinal materials, each portion possessing immense value. Thus, he relentlessly vanquished beasts, sparing no opportunity to collect herbs. In pursuit of enriching his combat repertoire, Lin Tianfeng resolved to master several additional martial techniques. At present, his skills were rather limited, encompassing merely a single sword technique and a movement technique. This left him somewhat reactive during battles. Delving into his memories, he eventually unearthed a set of celestial staff techniques and a set of heavenly fist techniques. Subsequently, Lin Tianfeng sought an open expanse to practice, retrieving a sturdy iron rod from the vastness of the primordial space, intent on beginning his training in the celestial staff technique. He took a deep breath, aligning his movements with the principles of the technique, and slowly began to wield the iron rod. Initially, his motions appeared somewhat awkward. The rod swung haphazardly, lacking any semblance of rhythm, appearing exceedingly clumsy. However, Lin Tianfeng did not succumb to despair. He continuously recalled the techniques in his mind, rehearsing the movements repeatedly. Gradually, his actions became smoother, the iron rod slicing through the air with a whooshing sound, each strike imbued with a measure of power. Although each swing seemed imposing, he understood that it was still far from sufficient. Lin Tianfeng understood that the true essence of the sky-piercing staff technique lies in the flawless fusion of spiritual energy and staff technique, allowing it to unleash its utmost power. He endeavored to infuse his spiritual energy into the iron staff. However, due to a lack of control, the energy surged chaotically within the staff, nearly causing him to lose his grip and drop it. No, he must not be overly hasty. Lin Tianfeng swiftly steadied his mind and readjusted his state of being. After numerous attempts, he finally managed to channel his spiritual energy steadily into the iron rod, which now shone brilliantly, its power significantly amplified. After practicing the staff technique, Lin Tianfeng turned his attention to the battle heaven fist technique. Clenching his fists, he began to execute the punches according to the principles of the technique. Initially, his punches were slow and lacked power, but with relentless practice, his speed increased, and the force of his strikes became increasingly fierce. In an effort to enhance the power of his punches, Lin Tianfeng began to concentrate his spiritual energy in his fists. However, this proved to be a challenging task, as the energy struggled to evenly envelop his fists, causing his power to disperse upon impact. He continuously adjusted the output of his spiritual energy and the rhythm of his punches. Finally, after countless failures, Lin Tianfeng succeeded in concentrating the energy in his fists. At that moment, despite being utterly exhausted, a satisfied smile graced his face. He knew he had taken a crucial step forward in his martial arts training. Chapter 30. A reunion with Su Xueyao in the days that followed. Lin Tianfeng continued his dedicated practice in the mountains as always. During this time, he engaged in fierce battles with various beasts, skillfully applying the Qi Tian staff technique and the battle heaven fist in real combat. One evening, by a clear stream, Lin Tianfeng caught several plump fish and eagerly began to grill them. He had always been someone who appreciated the pleasures of life, particularly when it came to culinary delights, never skimping on himself. Suddenly, without warning, the sky erupted with thunder and lightning, the sound deafening as if it would shatter the very heavens and earth. Bolts of lightning zigzagged like ferocious giant serpents, threatening to tear the void apart, instilling an involuntary sense of dread. In that instant, a dazzling beam of light, so brilliant it was blinding, streaked across the sky, plummeting towards the mountains with astonishing speed. I have done nothing wrong, Please do not let it strike me. As Lin Tianfeng beheld the meteor streaking through the sky, hurtling towards the mountains with alarming speed, a wave of anxiety surged within him. With a thunderous roar that echoed deafeningly, the entire mountain range trembled violently, as if a cataclysmic earthquake had transpired. Could it be that a celestial treasure was descending from the heavens? A glimmer of surprise flickered in Lin Tianfeng's eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, he executed his movement technique. Soaring forth with the swiftness of an arrow released from the bow, racing towards the location where the meteor had plummeted. Lin Tianfeng was acutely aware that such a monumental celestial phenomenon would undoubtedly attract precious treasures. Should he be fortunate enough to acquire some extraterrestrial mystic stones, his cultivation would experience a significant enhancement. Concurrently, several disciples of the Sacred Heart sect engaged in their training within the mountains. Promptly sensed the anomaly and swiftly made their way towards the location where the meteors had fallen. Lin Tianfeng moved with astonishing speed. And as the site of the meteor's descent was not far from him, it took him but a fleeting moment to arrive at the scene. When he appeared at the location where the meteor had fallen, a colossal pit, breathtaking in its enormity, lay before his eyes. This chasm was immense, with a diameter of several hundred meters and a depth that reached hundreds of meters below. At that moment, thick black smoke billowed from within the pit, and due to the intense friction from the rapid descent, all the surrounding trees had been leveled to the ground, with the flora and fauna incinerated completely. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Tianfeng hurriedly made his way towards the bottom of the pit. He was acutely aware that such a significant commotion would inevitably attract more attention. He had to act swiftly to secure the precious item. Upon reaching the bottom of the pit, a white crystal, comparable in size to a football, appeared before him like a resplendent pearl. This white crystal emanated a mysterious and enchanting radiance, and an overwhelming aura of spiritual energy continuously radiated from it. It was an extraterrestrial crystal. Lin Tianfeng's face was etched with shock and disbelief. He had initially thought he was merely dealing with some ordinary extraterrestrial mysterious stones, never expecting that they were, in fact, the legendary extraterrestrial crystal stones. Without a moment to spare, Lin Tianfeng hastily tucked the crystal away with great care. Just as he concealed the crystal, a sharp sound pierced the air from a distance, and several figures suddenly materialized above the pit. At the forefront was a young man, resplendent in a white, luxurious robe, possessing extraordinary looks and emanating an aura of formidable intensity. This individual was none other than Lu Gonghan, the saint child of the Sacred Heart sect. Beside him stood an enchanting beauty, tall and with an air of aloof elegance. Upon recognizing her, Lin Tianfeng's expression shifted to one of surprise. This striking maiden was none other than his former fiancée, Su Shuiyao. Young man, hand over the item. Out of respect for our shared sect, I shall not pursue this matter further. Lu Gonghan's voice was icy, radiating an overwhelming pressure that instilled fear. His sharp, profound gaze deterred any notion of resistance. This esteemed senior, I was merely training in this vicinity and hurried over upon hearing the commotion, but I assure you, I discovered nothing, Lin Tianfeng replied. Lin Tianfeng spoke with an air of composure, neither servile nor hasty in his response. The foreign crystal had already been secured within his vast primordial space. Unless his adversary were to kill him, it would be utterly impossible to locate it. Humph, such audacity. Do you comprehend the repercussions of deceiving this noble son? Lu Gonghan let out a cold huff, an intangible pressure instantaneously enveloping Lin Tianfeng like a tempest. With a cough, Lin Tianfeng spat out a mouthful of blood, his complexion paling to that of a ghost, and his legs trembled slightly. Were it not for Lin Tianfeng's unwavering will, an ordinary practitioner at the spirit concentration stage would have likely crumpled to the ground, quaking in fear beneath such overwhelming force. You insolent brat! Do not provoke the authority of this noble son with your pitiful life. I shall grant you one final opportunity to surrender what you possess, or face certain death. Lu Gonghan's eyes emitted a chilling glare, his piercing gaze resembling that of one observing a doomed soul, coldly fixed upon Lin Tianfeng. Lin Tianfeng, you would do well to relinquish the item. Considering our shared origins, I might persuade senior brother Lu to spare your life. Su Shuiyao exuded a haughty demeanor, her countenance radiating disdain. Junior sister Shuiyao, do you know him? Lu Gonghan inquired, a hint of surprise crossing his features. He hails from the same place as I do. Though we are not well acquainted, Su Shuiyao replied with an icy tone. Dear senior brother, I have only recently arrived here and have truly seen nothing of significance. This is my storage pouch. Should you doubt my words, feel free to search it at your discretion. Lin Tianfeng exhibited an exceedingly respectful demeanor. promptly tossing the storage bag towards Lu Gonghan. He could discern that Lu Gonghan's prowess vastly surpassed his own. In the presence of such a formidable figure, any hint of dissatisfaction would undoubtedly lead to a dire fate. Upon receiving the storage bag, Lu Gonghan meticulously examined its contents. However, he discovered merely a few ordinary spirit stones with no valuable items in sight. "Ayu, please conduct a thorough search," Lu Gonghan instructed, casting a glance at a young man nearby. "Yes, senior brother Lu," Sun Ayu replied respectfully, then moved closer to Lin Tianfeng to conduct a meticulous search. After a brief moment, Sun Ayu approached Lu Gonghan, speaking with utmost reverence. "Senior brother Lu, this fellow possesses nothing of value. He likely just arrived here. Considering your shared origins with junior sister Xueyao, I shall spare your life this time. Do not forget to express your gratitude to junior sister Xueyao," Lu Gonghan remarked, his expression impassive as he cast a cold glance at Lin Tianfeng. "Thank you, senior sister Xueyao," Lin Tianfeng responded. Lin Tianfeng respectfully cupped his fists. He was an exceptionally rational individual, and it was inconceivable for him to place himself in a perilous situation for the sake of momentary pride. "Leave," Su Xueyao declared, her expression haughty as she disdainfully waved her hand. Lin Tianfeng's countenance was exceedingly grim as he turned and departed from the scene. "Brother Lu, given the abundant spiritual energy here, it stands to reason that there should be valuable treasures. Could it be that someone has arrived before us?" Sun Ayu's face bore an expression of puzzlement and confusion. "Let us search again and see if there are any other valuable items." Lu Gonghan was the first to soar into the pit, diligently scanning the surroundings. Before long, he stumbled upon several fragments of outer domain crystal stones at the bottom of the pit. Although they were merely small shards, they radiated an exceptionally rich spiritual energy. A tiny fragment of crystal stone contained such pure spiritual essence. It appeared that the larger stones must have been taken away. Lu Gonghan's expression darkened profoundly. When the meteor fell, he and Su Xiao had been training in the vicinity, which allowed them to arrive swiftly, yet they were still a step too late. Chapter 31. Deepening the relationship with Qin Shia. "You scoundrel! I will surely put an end to you someday." After escaping a considerable distance, Lin Tianfeng hastily discovered a concealed cave, subsequently submerging himself into the primordial space. The formidable pressure exerted by Lu Gonghan had weighed upon him like a mountain, inflicting severe injuries upon both his body and soul. This enmity, this grievance, would compel Lin Tianfeng to seek retribution at any cost. Fortunately, this journey was not entirely fruitless. The extraterrestrial crystal stones he acquired proved to be an unexpected delight for him. Lin Tianfeng gritted his teeth, enduring the pain as he calmed his turbulent emotions and began to circulate the Hong Wang technique. In an instant, a mysterious and formidable force began to flow gently within him, akin to a river that rushes incessantly. He then cautiously placed the extraterrestrial crystal within the palm of his hand, focusing intently as he guided the spiritual energy within him, gradually enveloping the crystal. Initially, the extraterrestrial crystal emitted a powerful resistance, resembling a sturdy fortress, attempting to thwart the penetration of his spiritual force. However, Lin Tianfeng clenched his jaw, the veins on his forehead bulging, as he relentlessly intensified the output of his spiritual energy, pushing the Hong Wang technique to its utmost limits. As time ticked away, the crystal's resistance began to wane, and a stream of exceptionally pure spiritual energy commenced its gentle flow from his palm into his meridians. This energy was both exceedingly refined and overwhelming. As soon as it entered Lin Tianfeng's body, it surged like a wild stallion, causing him excruciating pain that brought him to the brink of unconsciousness. Lin Tianfeng, fortified by an ironclad will, steadfastly endured the heart-wrenching agony, exerting every ounce of his strength to channel the surging energy towards his dantian. Subsequently, he once again activated the spiritual power within him, meticulously compressing and refining it. To his astonishment, the spiritual energy, which had seemingly reached its limit, underwent a remarkable transformation under the formidable impact of the extraterrestrial crystal's energy. In an instant, Lin Tianfeng's aura intensified, his meridians and dantian expanding, while his bones, nourished by the spiritual power, gradually hardened to the strength of rock. At last, after enduring a torment akin to purgatory, Lin Tianfeng successfully ascended to the 9th layer of the concentration realm. However, this was far from the conclusion. As the spiritual essence from the extraterrestrial crystal continued to flow in like an unrelenting tide, Lin Tianfeng dared not display even the slightest negligence, continuing to exert himself fully in the process of refinement. At this moment, the spiritual energy within his dantian grew increasingly dense, as if it were on the verge of becoming tangible. Around Lin Tianfeng, a colossal vortex of spiritual energy suddenly formed, fervently absorbing the essence from the foreign crystal stones. Soon, his aura began to surge once more, successfully ascending to the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the concentration realm. Upon reaching this level, Lin Tianfeng did not relent. Instead, he continued to refine the residual spiritual energy from the foreign crystals, resolutely determined to make a decisive leap into the profound realm. At this moment, Lin Tianfeng's body began to tremble involuntarily, sweat cascading down like a torrential waterfall, yet his gaze grew increasingly resolute, akin to an eternal flame that refused to be extinguished. Through Lin Tianfeng's relentless efforts, the spiritual power within his dantian ultimately underwent a qualitative transformation. Lin Tianfeng let out a deep, resonant roar, channeling every ounce of spiritual energy within him for one final surge. Boom! He had successfully broken through to the first layer of the Tongshan realm, accompanied by a crisp sound emanating from his meridians and dantian. As he slowly opened his eyes, a sharp brilliance flickered within, and an overwhelmingly powerful aura radiated from him. With his cultivation breakthrough, Lin Tianfeng dared not linger, hastily making his way towards the Sacred Heart sect. Having reached the Tongshan realm, he was finally able to shed the identity of a mere servant disciple and ascend directly to the status of an inner disciple. The disparity in status among servant disciples, outer disciples, and inner disciples within the Sacred Heart sect was nothing short of monumental. Servant disciples bore the weight of arduous tasks every month, yet their rewards were dishearteningly meager. In contrast, outer disciples enjoyed a considerably easier existence, although the sect occasionally assigned them tasks. Their treatment was substantially better than that of servant disciples. Moreover, the martial arts they could access were of a higher grade. As for inner disciples, their privileges exceeded those of outer disciples by leaps and bounds. They resided in more luxurious and comfortable abodes, and the resources available for cultivation were far more abundant. They were even granted free access to the esteemed library, a sanctuary of treasured martial techniques. Additionally, inner disciples had the opportunity to study under the tutelage of elders, receiving their meticulous guidance. In the Sacred Heart sect, there were as many as 30,000 servant disciples, over 10,000 outer disciples, and a mere 2,000 inner disciples, with core disciples numbering just a scant 100. This stark contrast illustrated the vast differences in treatment based on disciples' ranks within the sect. A day later, Lin Tianfeng finally returned to Lingxiu Peak. To ascend to the rank of inner disciple, he naturally needed to inform Chen Shuya, the peak master. Thus, he made his way to the summit of Lingxiu Peak. To think you have broken through to the Tongshan realm so swiftly. Upon witnessing Lin Tianfeng's cultivation level, Chen Shuyu's beautiful eyes sparkled with unmistakable astonishment. Clearly, she had not anticipated that Lin Tianfeng would reach the Tongshan realm in such a short span of time. It is all thanks to the nurturing of the peak master. Lin Tianfeng replied with great respect. Do not flatter me. Your rapid breakthrough to the transcendence realm is solely due to your exceptional talent, which has nothing to do with me. Chen Shuyu's voice was elegant and melodious, akin to a gentle mountain spring flowing, a sound that was exceedingly pleasant to the ears. I must express my gratitude for bringing me to Lingxiu Peak. Had I been assigned to menial tasks elsewhere, I would not have had nearly as much time to cultivate. Lin Tianfeng spoke with a tone of utmost respect and sincerity, his gaze filled with genuine warmth. In his heart, he harbored profound gratitude towards Chen Shuya. There was no need for the inner disciples to undergo assessment. I shall arrange for someone to deliver your identity token to you shortly. A hint of admiration graced Chen Shuya's face as she proclaimed, from this day forth, you shall be the very first male inner disciple in the illustrious history of Lingxiu. Thank you, Peak Master. Lin Tianfeng promptly performed a respectful bow, his heart brimming with joy. Remaining at Lingxiu was indeed a fortuitous turn of events for him, as he had long since acclimatized to life in this place. Here are the techniques and martial arts of our Lingxiu lineage. Take them for your cultivation. Should you have any uncertainties, feel free to inquire of me at any time. Chen Shuya said, a faint smile gracing her lips. She then retrieved 2 sets of techniques from her storage ring and gently placed them into Lin Tianfeng's hands. She held a favorable view of this young man, which was the reason she had made an exception to accept him. For many years, Lingxiu had never admitted male disciples, nor had it ever allowed male servants. In the time that followed, Lin Tianfeng dedicated himself to earnest cultivation at Lingxiu. He diligently practiced the martial skills and techniques provided by Chen Shuya. Although these techniques paled in comparison to the profound ones stored in his mind, they were nonetheless a heartfelt gift from Chen Shuya. Thus, while cultivating, he would occasionally pay her respects and seek her wisdom regarding various aspects of cultivation. Naturally, with the insights he possessed, there was little need for him to consult her. However, given Qinshiya's kindness, it was prudent to occasionally express his gratitude. Social niceties must be upheld. Moreover, as the esteemed leader of Lin Tianfeng, fostering a good relationship with her would undoubtedly be beneficial for Lin Tianfeng. In response to Lin Tianfeng's earnest desire to learn, Qinshiya exhibited remarkable patience in her explanations. As their interactions continued, she discovered his extraordinary talent and keen comprehension. As he grasped many concepts with remarkable ease, unbeknownst to them, their relationship deepened significantly. At times, Qinshiya would even suppress her own cultivation to spar with Lin Tianfeng on the mountain. Lin Tianfeng, adept at navigating social situations, would always bring exquisite medicinal dishes or personally brew tea for Qinshiya during his visits. With his mastery in culinary arts, thanks to the memories of the supreme being Xianyuan Hong from the divine realm, Lin Tianfeng excelled in this regard. After tasting the tea and medicinal meals prepared by Lin Tianfeng, Qinshiya was profoundly astonished. As the lofty leader of Lin Tianfeng, she had indulged in numerous culinary delights. Yet none could compare to the perfection of Lin Tianfeng's creations. Since savoring his dishes, she found herself losing interest in all other cuisines. Witnessing Lin Tianfeng's exceptional abilities, Qinshiya had contemplated accepting him as her disciple. Yet, for reasons unknown, that thought was soon dismissed. Observing this situation, several elders expressed subtle surprise, for they had never seen the peak master exhibit such care for a disciple throughout the years. Chapter 32. A further confrontation with Dongfang Qing in the vast and mysterious world of Xiantian. Upon a secluded mountain peak, one might inquire, are you suggesting she is concealed within a minor realm known as the Holy Heaven Continent? A robust middle-aged man inquired. Indeed, she utilized a spatial passage to journey to a lesser realm within the Holy Heaven Continent. That object should be in her possession. A young man, his countenance shrouded in gloom, replied, where is the spatial passage? The middle-aged man asked urgently. That wretched woman has already destroyed the spatial passage, the young man stated somberly. Hasten its repair. I must personally retrieve her, the middle-aged man declared, a glimmer of determination in his eyes. Understood, the young man responded respectfully. On this day, Lin Tianfeng departed from his abode, his steps resolute as he made his way toward the Inner Gate's challenge arena. Having attained the realm of comprehension, he was inspired to engage in combat at the arena, seizing the opportunity to assess his practical abilities. After a period of sparring with Qinshiya, Lin Tianfeng distinctly sensed a remarkable enhancement in his combat prowess. Previously, he possessed the capability to contend against opponents 6 minor realms above him. However, with the cultivation of the primordial art reaching a moderate success in the elevation of his skill level, his capacity to challenge those beyond his realm had escalated to a formidable degree, rendering him nearly invincible among peers. This prompted Lin Tianfeng's decision to confront the challenge board. The challenge board, established specifically for the disciples of the Inner Gate, serves as a platform for competition. Each victory at this arena rewards participants with corresponding spirit stones or contribution points. The primary purpose of such a challenge board is to ignite the fighting spirit and combat prowess among the disciples. For a sect to flourish and grow, its disciples must embody the wild tenacity and ambition akin to that of wolves. Only those with formidable strength, unafraid of challenges, are worthy of acquiring the more precious resources. Just as flowers nurtured in a greenhouse are destined to struggle in the wild, survival of the fittest is the harsh, yet authentic path of existence. Hence, participation in the challenge board has become the pinnacle of honor in the eyes of the Inner Gate disciples. Lin Tianfeng's decision to engage in the Tongxian ranking challenge was primarily motivated by his desire to hone his combat skills, while simultaneously acquiring some cultivation resources. For him, this undoubtedly represents a fortuitous opportunity that yields dual benefits. Lin Tianfeng understood that only by continuously forging ahead in battle and surpassing his own limits could he enhance his capacity for extraordinary challenges. While secluding oneself for cultivation might elevate one's skills, it would not allow for the accumulation of practical experience. However, shortly after Lin Tianfeng stepped out of Lin Tianfeng, he unexpectedly encountered Li Jun, Dongfang Qing, and Dongfang Jianyun once more. You little bastard. This time, I wonder where you can run, Li Jun sneered. His eyes filled with venomous intent, coldly fixated on Lin Tianfeng. Since being ambushed and humiliated by Lin Tianfeng previously, he had become the laughingstock of the inner sect, igniting a fierce blaze of rage within him. He vowed silently to make Lin Tianfeng pay a grievous price. Thus, during this time, Li Jun had remained at the foot of Lin Tianfeng, eagerly awaiting the chance to exact his revenge. Are you three fools feeling a bit too bold? Lin Tianfeng's voice was chillingly detached, and a glimmer of piercing coldness flickered in his gaze. He had never been one to instigate trouble, yet he was far from intimidated by it. The persistent harassment from these individuals had undeniably sparked a flicker of murderous intent within him. Lin Tianfeng, you would do well to kneel and apologize. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to break your legs. Dongfang Qing threatened, her eyes radiating a fierce malice, as if she yearned to see him suffer 1,000 cuts. Kneeling in apology? That is something I am utterly incapable of. Perhaps you could demonstrate how it is done? Lin Tianfeng retorted coldly, his face etched with disdain. You insolent brat, since you lack the capability, I shall personally shatter your dog leg. Li Jun let out a disdainful grunt, his right leg sweeping out with ferocious force. A terrifying gust of wind surged forth, akin to a tumultuous tide, instantly rushing towards Lin Tianfeng's knee. You seek death. In Lin Tianfeng's eyes, a glimmer of cold light flashed as he suddenly unleashed an incredibly fierce kick, striking forcefully towards Li Jun's right leg. Bang! Crack! The sound of a crisp fracture resonated through the air. Ah! Li Jun let out a heart-wrenching scream, his face instantly turning as pale as a sheet of paper, his right leg brutally shattered by Lin Tianfeng's blow. If one lacks the ability, it is best not to emerge and disgrace oneself. Lin Tianfeng emitted a cold snort, raising his leg to deliver a fierce kick to Li Jun's chest. Crack! Li Jun let out another anguished scream, his body resembling a kite with severed strings as he crashed heavily several meters away, losing consciousness on impact. Dongfang Qing and her brother were momentarily rendered speechless. They never anticipated that Lin Tianfeng's combat prowess had surged to such a terrifying level. Originally, they had merely intended to visit Li Jun and ascertain whether Lin Tianfeng had descended from the mountain, but they unexpectedly crossed paths with him. Initially, they were convinced that Lin Tianfeng would face a grim fate today. After all, Li Jun's cultivation was undeniably at the 5th level of the Profound Realm, while Lin Tianfeng had only been a 6th-level practitioner of the spirit-gathering realm a little over a month ago. Lin Tianfeng, do not act recklessly. If you dare to harm me, there will be no place for you in the Sacred Heart sect, Dongfang Qing said, her face pale with fear as she involuntarily took a few steps back, her voice trembling. Shameless woman, I will make you regret your defiance. Lin Tianfeng's figure suddenly flickered, and in an instant, he stood before Dongfang Qing, unleashing a tempest of slaps upon her. The sound of each strike echoed like thunder, and after a flurry of dozens, Dongfang Qing's visage was left unrecognizable. Subsequently, Lin Tianfeng delivered a powerful kick, sending her sprawling away. You are doomed, Lin Tianfeng. Dongfang Jianyun, witnessing the scene in shock, hastily threatened him. He could hardly fathom that Lin Tianfeng possessed such formidable combat prowess, having not only incapacitated Li Jun but also reduced his own sister to a state of disarray. Dongfang Jianyun, you are truly overstepping your bounds. Today, I shall impart upon you a lesson that you will never forget. Lin Tianfeng's figure flickered once more, delivering a powerful kick to Dongfang Jianyun's groin. A sharp sound akin to a shattered egg resonated in the air. Dongfang Jianyun's face instantly contorted in agony, emitting a wretched scream reminiscent of a slaughtered pig. In that moment, he crumpled to the ground, his body trembling incessantly, his eyes filled with despair and terror. Today serves merely as a minor lesson. Should you provoke me again, the consequences shall be yours to bear. Lin Tianfeng kicked Dongfang Jianyun away with a single stroke and then turned without hesitation towards the arena of the Tongshan rankings. Can this person truly be human? In merely 2 months, he has managed to ascend to the Tongshan realm. Indeed, not only has he broken through to the Tongshan realm, but his ability to challenge opponents beyond his level is astonishingly formidable. At this moment, numerous disciples passing by engaged in fervent discussions, their faces displaying expressions of shock and disbelief. They simply could not comprehend how an individual could possess such extraordinary capabilities in challenging opponents across levels. Historically, those who possess the ability to combat opponents one small realm above their own are already regarded as geniuses. To challenge 2 small realms above is to be a genius among geniuses. Yet Lin Tianfeng has surpassed 4 small realms. An outrageous level of prowess that sends chills down one's spine, truly terrifying. However, they were unaware that Lin Tianfeng's ability to challenge beyond his level was, in fact, far greater than this. Chapter 33, The Challenge of the Tongshan Rankings. Moments later, Lin Tianfeng arrived at the location of the Tongshan Rankings arena within the inner sect. The arena was nestled within a deep canyon, bustling with a throng of spectators, creating an atmosphere as lively as boiling water. At that moment, two inner sect disciples were engaged in an intensely fierce battle on the stage, each move infused with strength and skill. While the surrounding crowd erupted in cheers and encouragement for the combatants, the ambience was overwhelmingly noisy, evoking the sensation of being in an underground boxing arena. Elder, I wish to participate in the challenge. Lin Tianfeng hastened to the registration desk, articulating his intentions. Young one, given your current cultivation level, the likelihood of injury in participating in the Tongshan ranking challenge is considerably high. Are you certain you wish to proceed? Elder Qin Jielong, the arena elder, inquired with a serious expression, his gaze filled with both scrutiny and concern. I am certain, master. Lin Tianfeng spoke with a tone that was both solemn and resolute, his gaze reflecting no hint of hesitation or retreat. In that case, I shall proceed with your registration. Seeing his unwavering demeanor, Qin Jielong ceased his attempts to persuade further and began the registration process for Lin Tianfeng. Once the registration was completed, he inquired, by the way, for the Tongshan ranking challenge, you may use your real name or a pseudonym while wearing a mask. Do you intend to use your real name or a pseudonym? I shall opt for a pseudonym. Which pseudonym do you intend to use? Yin Shuangying. Lin Tianfeng's lips curled into a subtle smile. Very well. You may wait over there for the time being. When your name is called, you shall ascend the stage to take on the challenge, Qin Jielong advised. Lin Tianfeng nodded slightly, retrieving a mask from his bosom and donning it upon his face, subsequently making his way toward the preparation area. The reason for adopting a codename was primarily to avoid drawing excessive attention to himself, thus evading undue scrutiny from others. Lin Tianfeng sought a secluded corner to settle down, quietly observing the fierce battles taking place on the arena. After an hour of watching, he noticed that most challengers had reached the later stages of the Enlightenment realm. It was a rarity, akin to spotting a phoenix among crows, for someone at the first layer of the Enlightenment realm, like Lin Tianfeng, to participate in the challenge for the Enlightenment ranking. In the next bout, Yin Shuangying faced off against Wen Tailai. At that moment, Lin Tianfeng finally heard his own codename. Without a moment's hesitation, he leapt onto the stage with the grace of a mighty eagle, landing firmly upon the arena. Could it be? This individual, merely at the first layer of the Enlightenment realm, dared to participate in the challenge for the Enlightenment ranking. Who granted him such audacity? Indeed, when Tailai's prowess had already ascended to the second layer of the Enlightenment realm, this young man was bound to face a difficult trial. The crowd erupted in murmurs of astonishment and confusion. No one expected that a mere novice at the first layer of the Enlightenment realm would possess the courage to enter the challenge for the Enlightenment ranking. Bet on Yin Shuangying at 5-1, and on Wen Tailai at 1-5. Place your bets quickly. A robust young man with a fierce gaze called out loudly. I bet 10 spirit stones on Wen Tailai, declared a tall, confident youth. I too bet 10 spirit stones on Wen Tailai, shouted a slender young man, his face brimming with certainty. This is a guaranteed profit. I bet 100 spirit stones on Wen Tailai. This time, I shall reclaim all that I have lost, exclaimed a small-eyed man, his excitement palpable as he envisioned impending victory. In that moment, the arena buzzed with fervor as the crowd began to gamble frantically. Yet, it was evident that the majority of the bets were placed on Wen Tailai, with scarcely a soul wagering on Yin Shuangying. Why is everyone betting on Wen Tailai? The young man, overseeing the bets, began to fidget, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Do you think we are fools? Wen Tailai's thunderous strike is not to be trifled with. Few can withstand it among his peers. We intend to make you pay dearly for this. The small-eyed man's face glowed with excitement, greed glimmering in his eyes. Wen Tailai had indeed reached the second layer of the Enlightenment realm, while Lin Tianfeng remained at the first. To everyone present, this was undoubtedly a one-sided affair. Victory for Lin Tianfeng seemed all but impossible. Naturally, the crowd's inclination to bet on Wen Tailai was also influenced by Lin Tianfeng's masked demeanor. After all, in the eyes of the spectators, those who concealed their identities were often deemed lacking in strength. I bet 20 spirit stones on myself. Lin Tianfeng, without a moment's hesitation, wagered all of his meager spirit stones upon himself. Could this fellow truly be insane, exhibiting such unwavering confidence? Some onlookers displayed expressions of astonishment and bewilderment, utterly confounded by Lin Tianfeng's audacious decision. Good brother, I believe in you. Do not falter, exclaimed the man presiding over the bets, his voice laced with urgency. At this moment, he could only silently pray in his heart for Lin Tianfeng's victory. Otherwise, he would incur a devastating loss. You audacious little brat! How dare you challenge the Transcendence rankings with merely a first layer of the Transcendence realm? Wen Tai proclaimed with an air of arrogance, his gaze laced with disdain, as if observing an insignificant ant. Confident in his own prowess, Wen Tai had never considered himself inferior to others within the same realm. Upon learning that his opponent was merely a first-layer novice, he resolutely staked all his spirit stones on himself. Enough of the chatter. Let us commence. Lin Tianfeng's expression remained calm, his tone icy, devoid of any trace of fear. What an arrogant little brat. Today I shall let you experience the might of my thunderous palm. With a furious roar, Wen Tai propelled himself forward, his legs thrusting him into the air like a cannonball, as he aimed a powerful strike directly at Lin Tianfeng. The speed of this blow was astonishing, and the fierce gust of wind it generated howled through the air like an impending sandstorm, instilling a sense of dread in all who witnessed it. In the face of Wen Tai's aerial assault, a sharp glint flickered in Lin Tianfeng's eyes. Just as the force of Wen Tai's palm approached him, he deftly pivoted, evading the fierce attack at an incredibly skillful angle. Simultaneously, Lin Tianfeng's right foot coiled with energy, unleashing a kick aimed at Wen Tai's abdomen with a speed almost imperceptible to the naked eye. This kick, infused with Lin Tianfeng's robust spiritual power, was both fierce and domineering, causing the very air to tremble and emit a low, thunderous boom. Before Wen Tai could react, he felt an unbearable agony in his abdomen. In an instant, his body was propelled backward uncontrollably, crashing heavily onto the ground below the ring, raising a cloud of dust and rendering him unconscious on the spot. At that moment, the arena fell utterly silent. Spectators widened their eyes, their expressions frozen in shock, disbelief, and incredulity intermingling on their faces. Those who had confidently bet on Wen Tai's victory now stood with their mouths agape, as if they could fit an egg inside. They could hardly comprehend that this enigmatic figure, a mere first-level practitioner of the profound realm, had effortlessly sent flying Wen Tai, a second-level practitioner of the same realm. The venue was so quiet that only the sound of the wind could be heard, as everyone remained immersed in the sudden turn of events, unable to regain their composure. All eyes were fixated on the masked figure standing tall in the arena, filled with a mixture of astonishment and curiosity. Chapter 34, Qin Tianhao's Revenge. Good heavens! What a bloodbath! Where did this guy come from? His combat prowess is simply outrageous. After a moment of stunned silence, a chorus of lamentations erupted from the audience, their faces reflecting deep regret. Yet at this moment, Lin Tianfeng felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Following that fierce battle, he had managed to amass 100 spirit stones, a windfall that felt like a stroke of divine fortune. After a brief respite, Lin Tianfeng was soon called to the stage to face his next challenge. This time, the elder presiding over the arena had assigned him an opponent at the third level of the Tongxian realm. This time, he was determined to reclaim all that he had lost in the previous match. Indeed, he intended to place a substantial wager. He could hardly believe that his adversary could emerge victorious again. Indeed, Dongfang Wudi was a formidable contender in the late stages of the third level of the Tongxian realm, a figure whose prowess was undoubtedly exceptional among his peers. It seemed implausible for Lin Tianfeng to triumph over him. At that moment, the crowd surrounding the Tongxian ranking arena began to stir with excitement, eager to place their bets. The odds were enticing, 5-1 for a bet on Yan Shuangying, and 1-5 for Dongfang Wudi. Those wishing to wager were urged to act swiftly. The youth who had previously managed the betting called out loudly once more. I bet 200 spirit stones on Dongfang Wudi. I bet 10 spirit stones on Yan Shuangying. You fool, why would you bet on Yan Shuangying? I had no choice. I lost heavily in the last match, and now only have these 10 spirit stones left. Betting on Dongfang Wudi would yield me a mere 2 stones in profit. It's better to risk it all on Yan Shuangying. Are you not considering borrowing? Betting these 10 spirit stones on Yan Shuangying is akin to drawing water with a bamboo basket, futile. Soon, all bets were placed, with the majority still favoring Dongfang Wudi, while only a scant few opted for Yan Shuangying. Clearly, those betting on Yan Shuangying were left with little to lose, compelled to take a desperate gamble. For this match, Lin Tianfeng remained steadfast in betting on his own victory, without hesitation placing a wager of 100 spirit stones. The battle commences, declared Elder Qin Jielong with a grave tone. Young man, I must admit, you are indeed full of surprises. However, facing me, you are destined to suffer defeat and exit the arena. Dongfang Wudi's gaze was laced with disdain, exuding an air of confidence as if victory were already assured. Having faced dozens of opponents in the Tongxian ranking challenges, he had never tasted the bitterness of defeat against his peers. Thus, he held no belief that Lin Tianfeng could possibly overcome him. Make your move. Lin Tianfeng stood with an air of confidence, his tone remarkably indifferent, as though the opponent before him were hardly worthy of his attention. Initially, he had contemplated directly challenging the more formidable competitors. However, after a moment's reflection, he reconsidered, recognizing that by ascending through the ranks step by step, he could amass a greater fortune in spirit stones. What an audacious young man. It seems I must teach you a lesson. Dongfang Wudi let out a cold snort, his spear slicing through the air with sudden ferocity, generating a fierce gale as it swiftly lunged toward Lin Tianfeng. A faint smile graced the corners of Lin Tianfeng's mouth as, at the very moment the long spear was about to strike, he vanished like a wraith, effortlessly evading the fierce assault. Immediately thereafter, Lin Tianfeng channeled his spiritual energy, gathering it in a steady flow upon his right hand, where his fist radiated with a brilliant light, exuding a formidable wave of power. Seeing his strike miss its mark, Dongfang Wudi was about to change his approach when he suddenly found Lin Tianfeng, like a specter, closing in on him with astonishing speed. Down you go. Lin Tianfeng let out a cold shout, unleashing a powerful punch. The fierce and dazzling force of his fist, imbued with an almost violent energy, surged forth like a tempest towards Dongfang Wudi, overwhelming him in an instant. The speed of this punch was akin to a bolt of lightning, its strength astonishingly formidable, leaving Dongfang Wudi no time to react. With a resounding crash, the sound echoed deafeningly as Dongfang Wudi's spear flew from his grasp, his body propelled like a cannonball, crashing heavily to the ground beneath the arena. Blood spewed from Dongfang Wudi's mouth, his complexion paling to a ghostly white, disbelief etched in his eyes. He had never imagined that he would be defeated by someone of a lower rank, and in just one move at that. At this moment, the surroundings of the arena fell into an eerie silence. Spectators stood in stunned amazement, utterly taken aback by Lin Tianfeng's terrifying prowess. "Goodness, this guy is too fierce," exclaimed one bettor, eyes wide and mouth agape, as if a fist could fit inside. "It's all over now, I've lost everything," lamented another. Despair etched across his face as he pounded his thigh in frustration. What is this kid's background? How could he possibly defeat Dongfang Wudi with a single strike? Someone murmured in disbelief, their voice laced with astonishment. "Incredible, he actually won." Haha. A man who had wagered on Lin Tianfeng's victory displayed an expression of pure exhilaration. "If only I had known, I would have bet on him too." In that moment, those who had bet on Dongfang Wudi wore expressions of grim dismay, utterly crushed, while those who had placed their bets on Yan Shuangying radiated with joy, as if they had just struck gold. In a core region shrouded in mist, atop a picturesque mountain, Qin Tianhao seethed with rage. How dare someone lay hands on a woman I have my eyes on? He slammed his palm down heavily on the table, a chilling murderous intent gleaming in his eyes. "Brother Chun, that little brat is absurdly powerful, far beyond my capabilities. I stand no chance against him." Li Jun lamented from the stretcher, a helpless expression on his face. As he recalled his encounter with Lin Tianfeng, a flicker of undeniable fear crossed his gaze. In the sect, he had witnessed many so-called geniuses, but none had ever surpassed a single minor realm in combat. Lin Tianfeng's extraordinary prowess was simply unheard of. "Where is he now?" Qin Tianhao asked coldly, his voice freezing the air around him. "That brat has gone to the Xianbang Challenge platform, under the alias Yan Shuangying." Li Jun promptly spoke, his voice tinged with urgency. "Very well, I shall personally confront him. I am eager to discover who possesses the audacity to lay hands on my woman." Qin Tianhao's gaze was exceedingly venomous. As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished, heading straight towards the Xianbang arena. Within the solemn halls of Yulin Peak, Elder Sun inquired, "Elder Jianyun, what is the situation?" Elder Lu Jingxian of the inner sect responded gravely, "Elder Lu, the young man's vital essence has been severely compromised. It appears he will no longer be able to engage in intimate relations." Elder Sun's brow furrowed deeply, his expression laden with concern. "Is there truly no other way?" Lu Jingxian's brow tightened slightly, his countenance dark and forbidding. "It has been nearly shattered. There is little I can do." Elder Sun shook his head, letting out a resigned sigh before exiting the room. What a ruthless young man. His subordinates are equally merciless. Lu Jingxian's eyes glinted with a frigid light. "Master, should I intervene and teach that young man a lesson?" A tall woman suggested. "Han Hui, let him experience the pain he inflicts on others. Return his own tactics upon him." Lu Jingxian replied coldly. "Yes, master," Qin Han Hui respectfully affirmed. "You foolish child, focus on your cultivation. If you truly desire revenge, earn it through your own merits." Lu Jingxian shot a cold glance at Dongfang Jianyun. "Yes, master," Dongfang Jianyun quickly nodded. "Rest well," Lu Jingxian said, shaking his head in resignation before turning to leave. Initially, he held a glimmer of hope for Dongfang Jianyan, but the latter's recent demeanor filled him with profound disappointment. Chapter 35, Defeating Su Shuiyao in the next match. Yan Shuangying faced off against the celestial goddess Xianyao. Upon hearing his name called, Lin Tianfeng did not hesitate. He leaped gracefully, landing firmly and steadily upon the arena. Simultaneously, a figure of exquisite elegance and enchanting charm descended like a celestial being, gracefully and lightly touching down on the stage. This was a young woman wearing a mask. Her figure alluring and her demeanor extraordinary. Despite the mask obscuring much of her face, Lin Tianfeng keenly sensed a familiar aura emanating from her. Damn! It is actually this wretched woman. Lin Tianfeng suddenly experienced a moment of enlightenment, his heart comprehending the truth in an instant. Clearly, the masked woman before him was none other than his former fiancée, Su Shuiyao. After all, the two had grown up together, and that sense of familiarity was ingrained deep within him. Even though Su Shuiyao obscured much of her face, Lin Tianfeng could still discern that familiar essence from her exquisite chin and vibrant eyes. By heavens, this is my chance. I must reclaim all that I have lost before, exclaimed a man among the onlookers. Indeed, the goddess Tianyao is a practitioner at the pinnacle of the 4th level of the Transcendence Realm. It is said that even many inner disciples at the 6th level of the Transcendence Realm are no match for her, remarked a young man clad in white. What are we waiting for? Let us quickly borrow some more spirit stones and strive to win back everything in this round. At that moment, the atmosphere surged with fervor. Everyone brimming with excitement, their faces alight with anticipation. Betting on Yan Shuangying pays 2-1, and betting on Goddess Tianyao pays 1-2. Those wishing to place their bets should hurry. The young man presiding over the bets shouted enthusiastically. Yan Shuangying, make your move. I shall grant you 3 strikes. Su Shuiyao declared, her voice cold, laced with an unparalleled pride and confidence. Since becoming a disciple under the Grand Elder, she had received focused training. Both her techniques and resources were of the highest caliber. Consequently, Su Shuiyao's cultivation soared like a rocket, and her challenge capability had astonishingly reached 2 minor realms above. This filled her with immense pride and arrogance, rendering her increasingly haughty and self-assured. Are you certain you wish to grant me 3 strikes? Lin Tianfeng spoke coldly, a hint of mockery flickering in his eyes. Enough of the nonsense. Su Shuiyao replied with an air of arrogance, her tone laced with disdain, completely disregarding Lin Tianfeng. In that case, do take care. A faint, cold smile curled at the corners of Lin Tianfeng's mouth as his figure instantly transformed into a streak of light, hurtling towards Su Shuiyao with a speed that left no room for evasion. Alarmed, Su Shuiyao's heart raced as she desperately attempted to employ her agility to dodge the impending attack. However, her reflexes proved insufficient. Lin Tianfeng's right foot struck her chest with a resounding impact. A thunderous sound echoed, and Su Shuiyao felt a searing pain radiate from her chest, propelling her body like a kite severed from its string, soaring through the air. Who on earth are you? Su Shuiyao managed to flip midair, landing precariously on the edge of the arena, teetering on the brink of falling. At this moment, her heart was filled with profound astonishment. She had always held a firm confidence in her combat prowess, rarely encountering a worthy adversary within her realm. Yet, the masked man before her had effortlessly triumphed over her, transcending 2 minor realms, leaving her utterly incredulous. Would she continue to fight? Lin Tianfeng's voice was icy. His expression remained indifferent. You. Su Shuiyao trembled with anger, a mix of shame and indignation coursing through her. She turned and swiftly descended from the arena. Following their recent confrontation, she was acutely aware that she could not possibly match Lin Tianfeng in strength. Moreover, after being struck by him, a searing pain engulfed her chest, a sensation akin to impending explosion. Had it not been for the crowd, Su Shuiyao would have stripped off her clothing to inspect her injuries thoroughly. My heavens! Let a lightning bolt strike this scoundrel. This has truly been a significant loss. At this moment, the atmosphere was rife with astonishment, as the onlookers displayed expressions of shock. Those who had placed bets and lost were grumbling incessantly, their complaints echoing around them. The battle in the arena continued unabated. In the blink of an eye, Lin Tianfeng had achieved 10 consecutive victories. His opponents had escalated from the 2nd layer of the transcendental realm to the 8th layer. Throughout this time, the bettors had refrained from wagering on Lin Tianfeng, convinced that as his opponents grew stronger, his limits had nearly been reached. However, the eventual outcome left them utterly devastated. Not only had they lost everything, becoming destitute, but they also found themselves burdened with debts, some even wagering their partners in the process. Such is the nature of gamblers. When Lin Tianfeng's opponent ascended to the 7th layer of the transcendental realm, they were certain he would face utter defeat, and thus they rushed to bet on his adversary. Upon the change to an opponent of the 8th layer, they once again glimpsed hope for victory, believing this time success was assured. Yet, the conclusion once again shattered their spirits. At this moment, Lin Tianfeng was in a state of pure elation, having amassed over 6,000 spirit stones through his victories. As he continued to win, the young man overseeing the bets decisively lowered the odds. Who is this individual? Why is his combat prowess so formidable? Su Shuiyao's brow furrowed. Her countenance darkened to an extreme. Ever since becoming a disciple of the Grand Elder, she had considered herself the paragon of this world. Yet, this sudden upstart, with merely the cultivation of the 1st layer of the transcendental realm, had so effortlessly bested her, delivering an unprecedented blow to her confidence. Meanwhile, not far from the transcendental ranking arena, Chun Tianhao glared darkly at Lin Tianfeng on the platform. Senior brother Chun, this fellow is Lin Tianfeng. Someone saw him enter earlier. Li Jun said, his complexion as pale as a sheet, his tone strained. You should return to recuperate. I will handle this scoundrel. Chun Tianhao replied coldly, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Senior brother Chun, I wish to witness you take care of him personally. A flicker of unwillingness crossed Li Jun's gaze, his resentment simmering within. Very well, find a place to sit for now. It can wait until that scoundrel departs. Qin Tianhao spoke coldly, Brother Qin. You must help me take revenge this time. It would be best if you could kick him into a eunuch. At that moment, a woman wearing a bamboo hat and a veil approached. It was Dongfang Qing. Despite her bruised and battered appearance, she was resolute in coming to the scene, demonstrating the depth of her hatred for Lin Tianfeng. To avoid revealing her disheveled appearance, Dongfang Qing decisively donned a bamboo hat and covered her face with a veil, concealing herself thoroughly. Rest assured, Sister Qing, I shall ensure he pays a heavy price, Qin Tianhao replied in a gentle tone. Dongfang Qing nodded coldly, her gaze fixed on Lin Tianfeng in the arena, as if she intended to pierce him with her eyes. Chapter 36. The Great Battle with Lu Wutian's sister Yanran. I never expected such an outstanding genius to emerge from the inner sect. His ability to challenge those above his level is simply terrifying, remarked a girl in a pink long dress, her innocent and lovely features filled with astonishment. Indeed, his capacity for challenging those beyond his rank is exceedingly extraordinary. Judging by the combat power he has displayed thus far, it is evidently not his full strength, said a girl clad in white finery, possessing a youthful appearance and ample bosom. Her gaze remained fixed on the figure in the arena, her expression tinged with seriousness. Isn't that akin to being invincible across realms? That seems rather exaggerated, the girl in the pink dress exclaimed, her mouth agape in disbelief. Given his demeanor, it seems he will continue to challenge further. Elder Qin will likely send a peak disciple from the transcendent realm next, the girl in white remarked, her eyes sparkling with curiosity and anticipation. I must admit, I am somewhat eager to see if this young man can indeed triumph over a disciple from the 9th layer of the transcendent realm, the girl in pink said, a glimmer of expectation lighting her face as her hands instinctively clenched. At this moment, the law enforcement elder Qin Jielong was equally astonished. He had never imagined that a mere 1st layer disciple of the transcendent realm could unleash such formidable combat prowess. It was truly unfathomable. As the elder responsible for guarding the arena, Qin Jielong had witnessed countless talented disciples but had never encountered someone with such outrageous capabilities for challenging above their level. Historically, those with such extraordinary talents had always been unparalleled figures transcending their eras. The emergence of such a super genius within the Sacred Heart sect was an immense blessing for the sect. With this thought, Qin Jielong resolved to arrange for Lin Tianfeng to face a disciple from the 9th layer of the transcendent realm in the next match. Eager to ascertain the limits of his abilities, in the next match, Yan Xuanying would duel Lu Wuqian. The voice of Qin Jielong resonated once more. As his words fell, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd, each face alight with anticipation. I refuse to believe he can triumph again. Lu Wutian is a genius ranked among the top 10 in the inner sect. If this lad manages to overcome him, I shall renounce gambling henceforth, declared a disciple in the audience, gritting his teeth. Indeed, I am all in this time. Our fates rest on this match. I shall seek out young Master Hua to borrow some spirit stones. This time, I must reclaim all that I have lost before. The atmosphere was electric, with everyone fervently seeking to borrow spirit stones. hoping to recoup their previous losses in the impending fierce battle. Hurry to place your bets. Lu Wutian pays 2-1, while Yin Shuangying pays 2-1 as well. The young man presiding over the bets called out loudly again. Yin Shuangying, I never anticipated that you, with your mere first layer of the Transcendence realm, could advance this far. A hint of surprise flickered across Lu Wutian's face, his gaze sharp with scrutiny and caution. In this world, nothing is impossible. Lin Tianfeng spoke with a calm demeanor, his gaze imbued with a flicker of resolute combat spirit. You are indeed correct, however. I shall exert myself to the utmost from this moment forth. I trust you will not let me down. Lu Wutian's eyes blazed with fervent determination. Please hold on for a moment. I shall first place a bet on myself. Lin Tianfeng clasped his fists in salutation before turning his gaze towards the young man presiding over the table. I shall wager all 5,000 spirit stones on myself. The dealer, appearing somewhat resigned, acquiesced without hesitation. For reasons unknown, he harbored a lingering belief that Lin Tianfeng would emerge victorious, and as the latter placed his bet, an inexplicable pang of discomfort coursed through him. However, despite the prospect of loss, he had no choice but to accept the wager, after all, as the dealer. Rejecting a bet would deter future participants from placing their stakes with him. You truly are a confident lad, remarked Lu Wutian, his expression clouded with frustration, yet internally acknowledging an increased regard for Lin Tianfeng's unwavering self-assurance. After all, these spirit stones had been won fair and square. Lin Tianfeng spoke lightly, his expression relaxed and carefree. In that case, I shall take action. Lu Wutian suddenly swung his right hand, and a black spear materialized in his grasp. With a swift shake of the spear, the tip gleamed with a chilling radiance, aimed directly at Lin Tianfeng's throat. The speed of this thrust was astonishing, akin to a bolt of lightning. Lin Tianfeng executed the ethereal body technique, transforming in an instant into a fleeting shadow. Deftly evading the swift and fierce thrust of the spear, his movements flowing seamlessly like water, devoid of any hesitation. Immediately thereafter, Lin Tianfeng swung his longsword. Unleashing the primordial blade technique, a sword aura surged forth like a radiant rainbow piercing the heavens, imbued with boundless power as it charged directly toward Lu Wutian. Lu Wutian's expression grew solemn as he wielded his spear, conjuring a curtain of spear light to intercept the sword aura. In that moment, the clash of spear and sword produced a cacophony of resounding roars. What exquisite swordsmanship! Lu Wutian exclaimed, sweeping his spear horizontally with an explosive force that caused the very air to howl in response. Lin Tianfeng, far from retreating, advanced instead, unleashing the savage slaying sword technique of the primordial wilderness. The clash of sword and spear resonated with a piercing metallic sound, sparks flying in all directions. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, neither yielding an inch. Lu Wutian's marksmanship was both fierce and enigmatic, each strike imbued with formidable power, as if intent on tearing apart any obstacle in its path. Meanwhile, Lin Tianfeng, with his ethereal agility and the exquisite mastery of the primordial sword art, adeptly countered Lu Wutian's assaults time and again, retaliating with equal fervor, showing no signs of yielding. Primordial blade. Lin Tianfeng's gaze sharpened, and the brilliance of his sword radiated magnificently as a colossal shadow of the blade descended upon Lu Wutian. Wherever the sword shadow passed, the very air seemed to be cleaved apart. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Lu Wutian dared not exhibit the slightest negligence. With a sudden sweep of his spear, he surged forth to meet Lin Tianfeng, unleashing a formidable force from the shaft of his weapon. The clash of spear and sword shadows resonated through the arena, causing the entire platform to tremble, while the surrounding air appeared to fracture, emitting a disquieting ripple. Both combatants were propelled backward by the immense recoil, each retreating a distance of several meters. Exhilarating. Lu Wutian grew more emboldened as the battle progressed, his eyes alight with fervor. Lin Tianfeng's expression was grave as he once again employed his ethereal movement technique, swiftly closing the distance between himself and Lu Wutian. He then unleashed a formidable strike known as the Primal Celestial Strike, directed forcefully towards Lu Wutian, his momentum akin to a raging torrent. Lu Wutian met the attack with his spear, resulting in a thunderous clash. The two weapons collided violently, generating a tremendous shockwave that forced both combatants apart, leaving deep fissures in the ground. Following this intense exchange, neither party gained the upper hand. They resumed their assault, weapons raised, charging once more at each other. The spectators around them bore expressions of astonishment, particularly those who had wagered on Lu Wutian's victory, their hearts racing with tension as they clenched their fists. Chapter 37. Qin Tianhao seeks trouble Yin Yin. This lad is truly extraordinary, managing to contend with Lu Wutian on equal footing. The voice of the girl in pink trembled slightly, her face betraying her overwhelming surprise. Strange, why does this young man's movement seem somewhat familiar? Nangong Yin Yin furrowed her brows, a hint of perplexity crossing her visage. Do you know him? The girl in pink asked, her curiosity piqued. He bears a resemblance to someone I am acquainted with, Nangong Yin Yin replied, her gaze reflective. Since when do you know someone of such low cultivation? The girl in pink inquired with unabashed curiosity. I met him while on a mission not long ago. Nangong Yin Yin casually responded, Lin Tianfeng's figure unconsciously surfacing in her mind. Is he handsome? The girl in pink asked, her eyes sparkling with mischief. He's passable. Nangong Yin Yin replied nonchalantly. The mere thought of Lin Tianfeng's striking features made her feel weak all over. The events of that day were etched in her memory, likely to remain unforgettable for a lifetime. Why don't we have him remove his mask later, to see if he is indeed the person you know? The girl in pink eagerly suggested. Perhaps it's best not to. Since he has chosen to wear a mask, it would be inappropriate for us to unmask him. Nangong Yin Yin insisted, her focus unwavering on the arena. At that moment, the battle on the stage intensified, with Lu Wutian wielding his spear like a dragon. Each strike imbued with a fierce momentum, as if he aimed to obliterate everything in his path. Lin Tianfeng's sword resembled a nimble serpent, agile and ever-changing, deftly countering Lu Wutian's fierce onslaught. The variations of his swordsmanship were boundless, rendering it nearly impossible to discern. In that moment, the shadows of spears and swords intertwined in a dazzling display, their brilliance illuminating the battlefield as both combatants pushed their skills to the utmost limits, presenting a breathtaking spectacle that left spectators in awe. As the battle raged on, their spiritual energy rapidly waned, sweat pouring down and soaking their garments. Yet their gazes remained resolutely steadfast, their fighting spirit undiminished. In the blink of an eye, the two engaged in a fierce exchange of several hundred strikes. Lin Tianfeng seized upon a subtle flaw in Lu Wutian's defense, and with a sudden shift in his sword's momentum, he launched a swift thrust from an exceptionally acute angle. Moving with the swiftness of lightning, Lu Wutian attempted to mount a defense, yet it was too late. With a piercing sound, the sword sliced through his shoulder, causing blood to gush forth and instantly stain his garments a vivid red. I have lost. Lu Wutian's complexion turned pale, and a hint of resignation flickered in his gaze, yet his demeanor remained unyieldingly composed. Brother Lu, I concede. It was merely by chance that I emerged victorious. Lin Tianfeng sheathed his sword and clasped his fists, a humble expression adorning his face. Defeat is merely defeat. I, Lu Wutian, am not one to shy away from loss. Lu Wutian wore a bright smile, exuding an air of nobility. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the two descended from the arena. Following the intense confrontation, Lin Tianfeng found himself somewhat fatigued, thus he had no intention of continuing the challenge. At this moment, the onlookers were utterly astonished, their mouths agape, unable to close for quite some time. How could this be? Lu Wutian has actually lost. What manner of creature is Yin Xuanying, who, despite being at the first level of the Transcendence realm, has triumphed over someone at the 9th level? Alas, it seems this is truly the end. I am left indebted for several thousand spirit stones. What about you? I have even wagered my partner with old Wang and still owe several thousand spirit stones. Had I known, I would never have gambled. This endeavor is truly perilous. The scene erupted into chaos, with a cacophony of voices, some lamented, others marveled, and many expressed their helplessness. Those who had bet on Lu Wutian's victory were utterly dejected, beating their chests in regret and remorse. After stepping down from the arena, Lin Tianfeng approached the youth managing the bets and successfully collected the spiritual stones he had earned. His heart brimmed with elation as a jubilant expression graced his face. He felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction regarding his recent challenge on the Transcendence ranking. Not only had he engaged in a fierce battle with a prodigy like Lu Wutian, greatly enriching his combat experience, but he had also managed to amass 16,000 spiritual stones. It is worth noting that for a mere outer disciple, such a sum is astronomical, an unattainable dream. Outer disciples, through their tasks and the sect's benefits, might only earn a few dozen spiritual stones monthly, while ordinary inner disciples would be fortunate to accrue 200 to 300 in the same span. Upon returning to the preparation area, Lin Tianfeng removed his mask and quietly exited the Transcendence ranking arena. You little brat, you are Lin Tianfeng. A chilling voice suddenly pierced the air. A young man clad in a pale purple robe with golden trim approached, his gaze sharp and penetrating. Following closely behind him were Li Jun, bandaged, and Dongfang Qing, her face obscured by a veil and a wide-brimmed hat. "Brother, I believe we have no grievances between us," Lin Tianfeng replied calmly, though a sense of wariness began to swell within him. "You truly have some audacity, daring to repeatedly lay hands on Qing'er." Qin Tianhao's eyes glimmered with a cold malice, emanating a formidable aura of menace. "Let it be known, should you willingly cripple your own legs and kneel before Qing'er to slap your face 100 times, I may. Just for today, spare your wretched existence. How shameful it is for a core disciple like you to stoop so low as to bully a freshly initiated inner disciple. Does this give you a sense of accomplishment?" A hint of derision crept across Lin Tianfeng's face, devoid of any trace of fear. "The foolhardy creature." Qin Tianhao let out a cold snort and, with a swift motion of his hand, unleashed a powerful strike directly aimed at Lin Tianfeng. Confronted with Qin Tianhao's formidable blow, Lin Tianfeng promptly raised his palm to meet it. He was acutely aware that the speed of his opponent's attack was astonishingly swift. Evasion was nearly impossible. The only course of action left to him was to withstand the onslaught. Bang! Lin Tianfeng felt a sudden numbness in his arm as the formidable shockwave of energy collided violently against his chest, propelling his body backward with great force. Thud! Lin Tianfeng spurted a mouthful of blood, swiftly twisting his body to land heavily on the ground. "You insolent brat! I shall grant you one more chance. Cripple your own legs and kneel to slap yourself 100 times, and perhaps I, this young master, will spare you for the day." Qin Tianhao's gaze was chillingly cold, exuding an overwhelming aura of authority. "Scoundrel, if you possess any courage, let us meet on the arena of life and death in 2 months. To bully a mere novice, barely acquainted with the ways of the world. Do you not feel a twinge of shame?" Lin Tianfeng's gaze was fierce, emanating an overwhelming aura of murderous intent. At this moment, he was utterly enraged. Despite his efforts to remain inconspicuous since joining the sect, troubles had relentlessly pursued him. Was this individual insane? How dare he challenge Qin Tianhao to a life-and-death battle? Indeed, Qin Tianhao was a core disciple at the 3rd layer of the Earth Profound Realm and the grandson of the Tianyang Peak Master. It was sheer folly for this young man to initiate such a challenge. Do any of you find this young man somewhat familiar? I can't shake the feeling that he resembles Yin Shuangying. This man is indeed that very Yin Shuangying. A considerable crowd had gathered to witness the unfolding drama. No one had anticipated that this young lad, merely at the 1st layer of the Profound Realm, was actually Yin Shuangying. Even more astonishing was Lin Tianfeng's audacity in daring to confront Qin Tianhao. Chapter 38. A reunion with Nangong Yin, and how on earth has this scoundrel cultivated? Not far away. Su Shuiyao furrowed her brow tightly. Her exquisite features were marred by indignation, her eyes fixed intently on Lin Tianfeng as if she could pierce through him. Earlier, during the competition on the arena, she had sensed a hint of familiarity in Yin Shuangying's figure. Now, as she observed Lin Tianfeng emerging from the profound ranking arena, realization dawned upon her. What an arrogant young man, daring to issue a life-and-death challenge to me. Does he truly believe he possesses the qualification? A profound disdain washed over Qin Tianhao's face, his expression rife with contempt and mockery. With a sudden, forceful gesture, he swung his hand, launching a ferocious palm strike imbued with a fierce gust of wind directly at Lin Tianfeng. In the Sacred Heart sect, core disciples wielded unparalleled authority. Even if they incapacitated a couple of inner disciples, the most they would face would be trivial reprimands. After all, this was a ruthless world that revered strength. The sect would never jeopardize a promising core disciple with a powerful background for the sake of an inner disciple who might be rendered useless. As Qin Tianhao's formidable palm was about to descend, a graceful figure, a stunningly beautiful maiden with youthful features and a remarkable presence, suddenly appeared before Lin Tianfeng like a swift phantom. Boom! The maiden gently waved her sleeve, unleashing an immense surge of energy that erupted forth like a surging tide, colliding forcefully with Qin Tianhao's palm strike. A tremendous shockwave of energy exploded like a tempest, and Qin Tianhao felt an irresistible force crashing upon him, causing him to involuntarily stagger backward for several meters before he managed to steady himself. Nangong Yanran, I have not provoked you, have I? Upon seeing the suddenly appeared maiden, Qin Tianhao was seething with fury, his eyes wide open as if they might pop from his head, gritting his teeth and roaring in anger. And did he provoke you? Nangong Yanran's voice was as frigid as ice, her gaze cold as the stars, fixating on Qin Tianhao. Who is this boy to you? Qin Tianhao's eyes blazed with fiery anger. He is a friend of this saintess. To lay a hand on him is to strike at me. Nangong Yanran's expression was as indifferent as frost, her tone icy to the core. Do not think that this saintess will grant you mercy. If you were to cripple yourself and kneel to slap your own face 100 times, I might consider sparing you." Upon hearing her words, the onlookers gasped in disbelief, their faces reflecting utter astonishment. No one expected that Lin Tianfeng was, in fact, a friend of the renowned ice-cold beauty Nangong Yanran, known throughout the Sacred Heart sect. Possessing enviable youthful features and a captivating figure, she was an unattainable goddess in the eyes of countless male disciples. The revelation that this mere novice, barely at the first level of the profound realm, could befriend Nangong Yin and was indeed shocking. Nangong Yanran, do not go too far. Chen Tianhao erupted with rage, his body trembling, eyes seemingly ready to ignite with flames. Her words echoed his earlier taunts directed at Lin Tianfeng, and now the same sentence hurled back at him filled him with unprecedented fury, striking a severe blow to his pride. "Chen Tianhao, you are a core disciple. Do you not feel ashamed to bully a newcomer to the inner sect?" At that moment, a girl dressed in a pink gown, exuding a pure and innocent charm, gracefully approached from the crowd. "Zhou Yuner, my affairs do not require your intervention." Chen Tianhao gritted his teeth as the words escaped through clenched jaws, his tone laced with seething anger. "You may bully others, and I could not care less, but to bully Sister Yenron's friend is to bully my friend, Zhou Yuner. If I do not teach you a lesson today, how shall I save face?" With a cold snort, Zhou Yuner suddenly swung her right hand, unleashing a fierce gust of palm wind that struck Chen Tianhao's face like a bolt of lightning. The sharp crack of a resounding slap echoed through the air as his left cheek instantly swelled, 5 clear fingerprints appearing, leaving him in a most disgraceful state. "Zhou Yuner, this is not over." Chen Tianhao trembled with rage, his gaze filled with venom, glaring at Zhou Yuner like a ferocious wolf. Throughout his life, he had never endured such humiliation, and under normal circumstances, he would resort to any means for revenge. However, Zhou Yuner and Nagong Yanran were the sect's esteemed saintesses and direct disciples of the sect leader, their status and rank far surpassing his own. "Not over? Do you think you are worthy of continuing this?" Zhou Yuner let out a cold snort and waved her hand once more, delivering a strike that was even more ferocious, its speed akin to a tempest, leaving a distinct afterimage in the air as it landed on Chen Tianhao's other cheek. A crisp sound of a slap echoed, and his opposite cheek instantly swelled, both sides of his face becoming symmetrically crimson and swollen. In that moment, he appeared utterly disheveled, devoid of any semblance of the dignity befitting a core disciple. "Sisters, this is a matter between him and me. Allow me to handle it myself." Lin Tianfeng, suppressing the excruciating pain within, slowly rose to his feet. Though his complexion was pale, his tone remained icy as he spoke. "Chen Tianhao, you are merely relying on the fact that you have trained for a few more years than I have, which emboldens you to flaunt your power before me. If you truly possess courage, let us meet on the life and death platform 2 months from today." Lin Tianfeng has always been known for his vengeful nature. Having suffered such a significant loss today, he would undoubtedly not let the matter rest. Since you are determined to seek your own demise, I shall oblige," he declared. Chen Tianhao cast a cold glance at Lin Tianfeng before turning to leave the scene. He was well aware that with Nagong Yin and Zhou Yuner present, he could not inflict any harm on Lin Tianfeng today. "Hey, do you realize the consequences of challenging Chen Tianhao, who is at the 3rd level of the Earth Profound Realm?" Zhou Yuner's eyes reflected a hint of astonishment. "Regardless of his cultivation level, I will surely kill him in 2 months." Lin Tianfeng spoke with unwavering determination, his gaze radiating a confidence that was palpable. "Since you say so, I find myself somewhat intrigued. I hope you do not disappoint us when the time comes." A glimmer of anticipation appeared on Zhou Yuner's face. She was eager to witness the miracles this obstinate youth could conjure. "I extend my heartfelt gratitude to both of you sisters today. Should you require my assistance in the future, do not hesitate to summon me," Lin Tianfeng said, clasping his hands in gratitude. He had not anticipated that it would be Nagong Yin and who saved him. The memories of their shared experience flooded his mind, stirring emotions within him. Indeed, Nagong Yin and was breathtakingly beautiful. Her graceful figure and enchanting visage were truly exceptional. Yet, this pure and lovely maiden shared a unique bond with him, instilling within him an inexplicable sense of accomplishment. Chapter 39. The agreement changed to 1 year. Lin Tianfeng, I never expected your cultivation to progress so swiftly. From this day forth, let our agreement be amended to 1 year, Nagong Yin and remarked, a subtle smile gracing her lips, hinting at a delicate amusement. 1 year it shall be. Lin Tianfeng pondered for a moment before decisively agreeing. Currently, he possessed 16,000 spirit stones, and should he refine them all, It would undoubtedly enable him to break through to the sixth layer of the profound realm in a short span of time. This is what you promised. Do not let me down, he stated. Negong Yanren cast a deep, lingering glance at Lin Tianfeng before gracefully departing from the scene. She had not anticipated that Lin Tianfeng would achieve such a rapid breakthrough to the profound realm, coupled with combat prowess rivaling that of a ninth-layer practitioner. Such a terrifying rate of improvement and astonishing ability to challenge those of higher tiers was simply unbelievable. It was for this reason that Negong Yin and had shortened their agreed-upon timeframe to a year. She was eager to witness whether this man could continue to create miracles. Observing this, Zhou Yuner hastily followed suit, whispering, Sister Yinran, what kind of agreement do you have with this fellow? Oh, it's nothing, Negong Yinran replied, her gaze drifting into the distance, seemingly lost in contemplation of something significant. Am I blind? There is definitely something going on between you two, Zhou Yuner retorted, her tone slightly exasperated. Come on, be honest. Stop overthinking. There is nothing to discuss, Negong Yinran responded, a faint blush gracing her cheeks. Sister Yinran, we grew up together. I have never concealed anything from you. If you do not come clean, we may no longer be sisters, Zhou Yuner said, playfully shaking Negong Yinran's shoulders with a pout. I can share with you, but you must promise that it will remain a secret, Negong Yinran said earnestly. Rest assured, Sister Yinran, I will not breathe a word. Zhou Yuner assured her, sincerity shining in her eyes. The matter is as follows. Negong Yinran succinctly recounted the events involving herself and Lin Tianfeng. Sister Yinran, did he truly violate you? Zhou Yuner's eyes widened in disbelief. Yes, Negong Yinran nodded helplessly, but it was not intentional. Sister Yinran, how do you feel about it? Zhou Yuner inquired with curiosity, her eyes sparkling with gossip. And is he strong in that regard? You little rascal, what are you saying? Negong Yinran's cheeks flushed slightly as she retorted. Let us just chat. I am genuinely curious, Zhou Yuner pressed, her expression mischievous. If you wish to know, try it for yourself. Negong Yinran shot her a glare, a hint of playful annoyance evident. You said it. I shall find him to give it a try one day. Zhou Yuner smiled lightly, her expression teasing. Why can't you seek someone else? Negong Yinran wore a look of exasperation, feeling helpless in response to Zhou Yuner's words. Sister Yinran, we are best friends, so what's the harm in lending it to me for a bit? Zhou Yuner pouted, her demeanor adorably innocent. Fine, as long as you don't mind, feel free to take it. Negong Yinran shook her head in resignation. Sister Yinran, this fellow indeed possesses remarkable talent, and his ability to challenge those beyond his level is exceptionally strong. Do you think he might be the person that Master Zhuge has predicted? A hint of curiosity glimmered in Zhou Yuner's eyes. Such a possibility cannot be dismissed. Negong Yinran replied. Between him and Huangfu Tianming, who do you think is stronger at the same realm? Zhou Yuner inquired. Though Lin Tianfeng's talent is commendable, he still falls short when compared to Huangfu Tianming. Negong Yinran pondered for a moment before replying. For a top-tier genius to grow, an abundance of resources is essential, along with countless battles and trials, each fraught with unpredictable variables. This world is never short of geniuses, yet those who truly ascend are exceedingly rare, Negong Yinran articulated. Then, who exactly is the person Master Zhuge has predicted? Zhou Yuner furrowed her brow slightly. It no longer matters who it is. I have no intention of returning to that life, nor do I wish to become a pawn in a family alliance, Negong Yinran sighed with resignation. Yet, we might evade them for a moment, but we cannot escape them forever. They will find us sooner or later. Zhou Yuner's gaze darkened slightly. Let them come when they do, Negong Yinran stated. Have you heard? That former servant disciple, Lin Tianfeng, has now become an inner disciple. And he defeated Lu Wutian in the combat rankings. Is that true? Are you sure you're not joking? This is no jest. That fellow defeated Lu Wutian, who is at the 9th level of the Enlightenment realm, while Lin Tianfeng is merely at the 1st level. I was there to witness it myself, and afterward. He even challenged core disciple Qin Tianhao to a life-and-death duel. Are you kidding? Do you think we are fools to believe this? What he said is true. I was there as well, and that fellow's combat prowess is indeed astonishing. However, his duel with Qin Tianhao is set for 2 months from now. You two aren't conspiring to fool us, are you? A 1st-level Enlightenment realm defeating a 9th level? Who would believe such nonsense? This news has spread widely. Many witnessed the event firsthand, and besides, that fellow is a friend of Saintess Yinran. This is utterly insane. Is that fellow truly destined to defy the heavens? At this moment, the news of Lin Tianfeng challenging Qin Tianhao to a life-and-death duel spread through the Sacred Heart sect like a tempest. Simultaneously, Tales of Lin Tianfeng's remarkable exploits circulated rapidly, igniting fervent discussions among countless individuals, and the entire sect was enveloped in this astonishing revelation. At this juncture, Lin Tianfeng had returned to Lin Tianfeng. Brother Tianfeng, you are truly extraordinary. In just 2 short months, you have remarkably advanced to the profound realm and even vanquished Lu Wutian, exclaimed a graceful female disciple, her eyes brimming with admiration and infatuation as she gazed upon Lin Tianfeng. Indeed, Brother Tianfeng, you have now ascended to the ranks of inner disciples. Will we still have the opportunity to spar with you in the future? Inquired a voluptuous female disciple, her voice sweet and enticing, filled with allure. Of course, we can. Lin Tianfeng sighed in resignation. He enjoyed a certain popularity at Lin Tianfeng, where numerous female disciples often brought him food, assisted with cleaning, or sought him out for practice sessions. Had it not been for Chen Shuya's warning, he likely would have succumbed to their attentions long ago. After chatting with these female disciples for a spell, Lin Tianfeng retreated into the primordial space to tend to his injuries. The strike from Qin Tianhao had inflicted significant harm, necessitating an urgent recovery to restore his strength. At Yulin Peak, within a grand and imposing palace, astonishment flickered across Lu Jinxian's face. How could that boy, possessing merely the 1st layer of the profound realm, defeat Lu Wutian, who was at the 9th layer? Master, this matter is indeed true, and that boy has even challenged Qin Tianhao to a life-and-death duel. Chen Hachi hastily conveyed the details of Lin Tianfeng's exploits. Such terrifying talent is indeed rare, Lu Jingxian thought, his eyes brimming with disbelief. Master, should we not eliminate him? Chen Hachi inquired. Since he dares to initiate a life-and-death battle, he must possess some hidden confidence. Moreover, his rapid cultivation and formidable ability to challenge those of higher levels suggest he harbors secrets that few would believe he lacks, Lu Jingxian remarked, a glint of greed evident in his gaze. What does Master imply? Chen Hanchi respectfully asked, looking towards Lu Jingxian. Hanchi, you are a disciple I have nurtured personally, and now I entrust you with an important task, Lu Jingxian declared with a serious demeanor. Please, Master, speak, Chen Hanchi replied deferentially. Keep a close watch on that boy. The moment he leaves the sect, ensure that he is captured alive, Lu Jingxian instructed. Rest assured, Master, I shall capture him without fail, Chen Hanchi affirmed with a nod of respect. Chapter 40. Pursued in the inner disciple area, within an elegant villa, Dongfang Jianyun's eyes brimmed with resentment as he declared, Sister, I cannot accept this. I must kill that little wretch. Do not worry. In the life-and-death battle 2 months hence, he is as good as dead, Dongfang Qing replied coldly. An unsettling feeling lingered in her heart. She suspected that in the upcoming duel, even Qin Tianhao might struggle to secure victory against Lin Tianfeng. Dongfang Jianyun furrowed his brow, a sense of foreboding rising within him, his expression darkening. Qin Tianhao, after all, was the grandson of the Tianyang Peak Master. Regardless of the outcome, Lin Tianfeng was doomed. Dongfang Qing remained impassive, her gaze devoid of emotion. That is well, though it is a pity I cannot exact my revenge personally. The gaze of Dongfang Jianyun brimmed with resentment, his words laden with profound regret. At this moment, he was overwhelmed with remorse for having provoked Lin Tianfeng. All that he was currently enduring stemmed from Su Shuiyao, who had not once deigned to visit him during this period. If fate were to grant him a second chance, he would undoubtedly refrain from engaging in conflict with Lin Tianfeng for the sake of Su Shuiyao. In the time that followed, Lin Tianfeng devoted himself to concentrated cultivation at Lin Tianfeng. Eager to enhance his abilities swiftly, he frequently sought sparring partners among the inner disciples to refine his practical skills and solidify his foundational cultivation. However, after a while, he discerned that none of these inner disciples could match him. Left with no choice, he approached Qin Shuya, hoping she would suppress her cultivation to spar with him. Seeing Lin Tianfeng's earnest dedication, Qin Shuya graciously accepted his request for practice. From that day forth, the two would engage in daily training atop the peak, exchanging insights on cultivation and weaponry. Qin Shuya was astonished to discover that Lin Tianfeng not only possessed remarkable talent, but also an extraordinary capacity for comprehension. He grasped complex concepts with ease and even offered unique and profound perspectives. A month slipped by unnoticed. Through diligent training during this interval, Lin Tianfeng successfully ascended to the 4th layer of Tongxian. This breakthrough, spanning 3 minor realms, consumed a staggering 10,000 spirit stones, a depletion that left him feeling somewhat pained. Due to his unique physique, although he could endlessly refine resources, The consumption required for each breakthrough was several times greater than that of ordinary cultivators. After achieving this advancement, Lin Tianfeng departed from Lin Tianfeng and made his way toward the mountain gate. He realized he was nearing a bottleneck in his cultivation, and remaining within the sect would render further breakthroughs difficult. Thus, he resolved to venture out and relax his mind. Upon exiting the sect, he proceeded toward the city at the foot of the mountain. Unbeknownst to him, the moment he stepped beyond the sect's confines, a tall figure clad in black stealthily trailed him. Approximately half an hour later, Lin Tianfeng arrived at a secluded bamboo grove. Suddenly, a woman adorned with a conical hat and dressed in a black bodysuit appeared ahead. Her face was concealed by a veil, and she rode a fiery red horse. Approaching him with a measured pace, the visitor was none other than Chen Hanqi. Lin Tianfeng's brows furrowed slightly, a sense of vigilance rising within him. You are Lin Tianfeng? Chen Hanqi's gaze was as frigid as the coldest star, fixated intently on him. Young lady, you must have mistaken me for someone else, Lin Tianfeng replied with calm composure, his expression betraying not a hint of panic. You little rascal, do you truly believe I wouldn't recognize you? A smirk of derision played at the corners of Chen Hanqi's lips, her eyes brimming with disdain. Then why bother asking? Lin Tianfeng's demeanor was calm, his gaze fixed intently on Chen Hanqi, devoid of any fear. Although this woman had attained the third level of the Earth Profound realm, the outcome of a confrontation remained uncertain. Young man, if you surrender obediently, I shall spare you, but should you dare to resist, do not blame me for my ruthless nature. Chen Hanqi's expression was devoid of warmth, emanating an icy aura that seemed capable of freezing Lin Tianfeng in place. If you truly wish to overstep your bounds, I shall offer no resistance and will cooperate fully. A sly smile crept across Lin Tianfeng's face as he deliberately teased. Seeking death, Chen Hanqi let out a cold huff. In an instant, she leaped from the crimson flame steed, her speed akin to that of lightning, and lunged directly for Lin Tianfeng's neck. In her estimation, her mastery of the third layer of the Earth Profound realm should render dealing with a mere novice in the early stages of the Profound realm an effortless task. Lin Tianfeng reacted swiftly, sidestepping Chen Hanqi's grappling attempt, while simultaneously launching a punch towards her. Bang! However, Chen Hanqi's strength surpassed his expectations within just one exchange. Lin Tianfeng was forced back several steps by a single blow from her. To his astonishment, this woman possessed such formidable power. A grave expression manifested on Lin Tianfeng's face, as he inwardly marveled at the unexpected growth of his opponent's strength. Lin Tianfeng, who would have thought your prowess would escalate so swiftly? However, today, you shall not evade my grasp. Chen Hanqi let out a cold snort and lunged once more at Lin Tianfeng, her punches and kicks swift as the wind, each strike imbued with a lethal threat. Wretched woman, if you truly wish to engage, I shall indulge you, but must you employ such excessive force? Lin Tianfeng let out a cold snort, employing the battle heaven fist technique with all his might to resist, beads of sweat already adorning his forehead. After several dozen exchanges, Lin Tianfeng found it increasingly difficult to fend off his opponent, suffering multiple blows that left him with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. It was evident that Chen Hanqi was a prodigy of formidable strength. Among her peers, her prowess was undoubtedly among the most exceptional. Realizing that barehanded combat would yield no advantage, Lin Tianfeng decisively drew his long sword and struck towards Chen Hanqi. With effortless grace, Chen Hanqi sidestepped Lin Tianfeng's sword strike and, in a swift counter, drew her own long sword, unleashing a fierce wave of sword energy directed at Lin Tianfeng. Lin Tianfeng hurriedly wielded his sword in defense, yet he was jolted by Chen Hanqi's formidable strength, causing his arm to go numb. You dare to resist with such meager abilities? A mocking smile curled at the corners of Chen Hanqi's lips as her assault intensified, her gaze brimming with disdain. Lin Tianfeng gritted his teeth, desperately fending off Chen Hanqi's relentless assault. As the battle raged on, his sword techniques began to grow erratic, and he gradually found himself at a disadvantage. This won't do. This woman possesses slightly superior strength. I must lure her into the mountains, he thought to himself. Seizing a fleeting opportunity, he turned and fled deep into the thicket. Trying to escape? Not so easily, Chen Hanqi exclaimed, pursuing him without relent. Lin Tianfeng weaved through the bamboo grove with agility, not hastily attempting to shake off his pursuer. Chen Hanqi trailed closely behind him, like a shadow. That wretched woman. I'll make sure to deal with you later, Lin Tianfeng mused, a wicked thought stirring within him. He was no paragon of virtue, especially when it came to his adversaries. He never showed mercy. As Lin Tianfeng sprinted, he remained vigilant of his surroundings. Suddenly, he spotted a valley ahead, and an idea sparked in his mind. He was relatively familiar with this area and knew that there was a concealed cave nearby. Not long ago, during a mission, he had spent a night in that very cave. This cavern was not only discreet, but also harbored numerous small recesses, making it exceedingly likely for those unfamiliar with the terrain to become disoriented within its depths. Chapter 41. The Fury of Chen Hanshi. Lin Tianfeng dashed into the valley, swiftly penetrating the concealed cave like a bolt of lightning. Chen Hanshi, unwavering and resolute, followed closely behind, also entering the cave. Inside, the cavern was shrouded in darkness, permeated by a heavy, damp atmosphere. Lin Tianfeng, with his remarkable memory, deftly turned into a small cave. The moment Chen Hanshi rushed in, he instantly realized that Lin Tianfeng had vanished without a trace. "You brat, come out!" Chen Hanshi bellowed furiously, his enraged voice echoing throughout the cave, resounding like thunder. Lin Tianfeng held his breath, meticulously restraining his presence to the utmost degree, rendering himself seemingly indistinguishable from the surrounding air. Chen Hanshi, vigilant, scanned her surroundings with acute caution, each subtle movement imbued with meticulous care as she sought out any signs ahead. Unbeknownst to her, Lin Tianfeng had silently maneuvered to a position not far behind her. This crafty fellow proved to be quite elusive. Chen Hanshi's expression darkened, as if it could yield droplets of water from her simmering anger. Initially, she believed that capturing Lin Tianfeng would be a straightforward task, yet she had underestimated his astonishing swiftness. After considerable contemplation, she resolved to guard the entrance of the cave, lest he seize the opportunity to escape. Just as Chen Hanshi pivoted, Lin Tianfeng struck with sudden ferocity, delivering a powerful blow to her back. Chen Hanshi winced in pain, letting out a muffled groan as she turned to retaliate with her sword. However, the confines of the cave severely restricted her movements. Lin Tianfeng's figure flickered as he deftly evaded Chen Hanshi's onslaught, seizing the opportunity to deliver a powerful kick to her abdomen, forcing her into a corner. "You little brat. If you have the guts, step outside and face me," Chen Hanshi exclaimed, her eyes blazing with fury as she launched another attack. Yet, Lin Tianfeng was far more acquainted with the cave's surroundings, skillfully dodging her strikes while occasionally countering with precision. At last, he discovered a perfect moment to employ a mysterious soul technique. Chen Hanshi felt an excruciating pain pierce her very soul, and in an instant, darkness enveloped her vision, causing her body to sway involuntarily. Taking advantage of the moment, Lin Tianfeng charged forward, delivering a swift strike with the edge of his hand to her neck. Chen Hanshi could no longer withstand the assault and collapsed to the ground. Lin Tianfeng gazed at the unconscious Chen Hanshi, a glimmer of malevolence flickering in his eyes. He gently lifted her and swiftly sealed her cultivation. After a brief moment, Chen Hanshi gradually regained consciousness. At this juncture, she realized that her powers had been entirely suppressed, leaving her utterly devoid of strength. "Speak. Who sent you to assassinate me?" Lin Tianfeng's gaze emanated an icy chill. "Lin Tianfeng, I advise you to release me at once." "Slaughtering one's fellow disciples is a grave transgression," Chen Hanshi replied, her tone frigid. "At this stage, you still dare to feign bravado before me? Do you truly believe I lack the resolve to deal with you?" Lin Tianfeng's tone was frigid, his voice laced with a chilling aura of menace. "If you dare to make a move against me, you shall surely meet a most tragic end." Chen Hanshi, upon meeting Lin Tianfeng's sinister gaze, felt a wave of trepidation surge within him. "I offer you one final chance. If you submit and confess willingly, I shall spare your life. However, should you persist in your obstinacy, do not blame me for my ruthless actions." Lin Tianfeng's voice was chilling, as if it emanated from the depths of an abyss. "My master, Elder Lu Jingxian of Yulin Peak, sent me here. It would be prudent for you to release me, otherwise you shall meet a most dreadful demise." Chen Hanshi stated coldly. "How audacious. Even in this situation, you dare to threaten me?" Lin Tianfeng swiftly unsheathed his long sword, unleashing a terrifying aura of death. "Please, spare my life." A slight tremor coursed through Chen Hanshi's heart, and he ultimately chose to plead for mercy. "I shall ask you but once. Do you wish to live or die?" Lin Tianfeng's voice was chillingly cold, and his gaze exuded a palpable aura of menace that instilled fear. "If you wish to live, as long as you do not kill me, I am willing to comply with any of your demands," Chen Hanshi hastily responded. She could discern that Lin Tianfeng had already entertained thoughts of murder. Should she provoke him further, her demise would be both certain and gruesome. Moreover, being young and possessing a promising future, she had no desire to meet an untimely and unjust end in this cave. "Are you truly willing to do anything?" A hint of playful mockery glimmered in Lin Tianfeng's eyes. "As long as you release me, do as you wish," Chen Hanshi declared, biting her crimson lips. This was your initiative. I have not coerced you. A subtle smile graced the corners of Lin Tianfeng's lips, revealing a trace of amusement. If you wish for my release, then today I shall be entirely at your service. Chen Hanqi clenched her teeth and replied, since my senior sister has put it this way, it would be too disrespectful for me to decline. Recently, my cultivation has indeed been a bit fervent. I shall rely on you henceforth, senior sister. As Lin Tianfeng's words resonated, his robe slipped away in an instant, revealing his statuesque form in all its glory before Chen Hanqi. Gazing upon Lin Tianfeng's striking physique and well-defined muscles, Chen Hanqi felt her breath quicken slightly. Ultimately, she set aside her lofty pride, fully aware that she had been ensnared. If she failed to attend to Lin Tianfeng today, he would undoubtedly not hesitate to take her life. Fortunately, Lin Tianfeng was indeed extraordinarily handsome. It was this very allure that compelled her to willingly offer herself in a bid to secure her survival. In that moment, Chen Hanqi became exceedingly proactive. As the atmosphere within the cave gradually transformed into one of intimate intensity. 2 hours later, I will return to inform Lu Jinxian, that old rascal, to prepare himself. He should clean his neck and await his fate, for I will inevitably sever his head to serve as a chamber pot. Lin Tianfeng's voice was chillingly cold. After uttering these words, he donned his clothes and departed from the cave. Cough, cough. You scoundrel, I will not let this matter rest. Chen Hanqi roared in fury, then took out clean water to rinse her mouth. At this moment, her hair was in disarray, her makeup was ruined, and her clothes were torn and tattered. Throughout her life, ever since she joined the sect, she had always been a proud and exalted figure. Never had she endured such humiliation. After Lin Tianfeng departed from the cave, he hastened down the mountain towards the grand city of Sacred Heart. Sacred Heart City is the largest metropolis under the jurisdiction of the Sacred Heart sect. Upon entering the city, Lin Tianfeng secured a room in the most prominent inn. Subsequently, he strolled to the hall on the second floor and ordered a lavish feast, eager to reward himself for his exertions. It was rumored that a mysterious cave had emerged in Phantom Valley, said to be suffused with an extraordinary essence. At a table by the window, a man clad in a pristine white robe spoke with palpable excitement. I have heard of this as well. It is said that many disciples from the 4 major sects have ventured forth to explore it. It is likely a remnant of an ancient era. Another man, dressed in purple, chimed in. Why don't we join in the excitement? The white-robed man exclaimed, his face alight with eagerness. Perhaps not. With our meager cultivation, even if there are treasures to be found, they would hardly fall into our hands. We might merely end up as cannon fodder for others, the purple-clad man replied, shaking his head vigorously. What you say holds some merit. Our cultivation is indeed too low. Venturing forth would likely be in vain, the white-robed man conceded, a hint of resignation crossing his features. At that moment, not far away, a glimmer of determination flashed in Lin Tianfeng's eyes as he devised his own plans. The hesitations that held others back would not deter him. As a cultivator, if one were to constantly look back in fear, the achievements one could attain in life would be undeniably limited. The path to becoming an unparalleled powerhouse is invariably fraught with peril and accompanied by myriad opportunities and threats. To expect a smooth and untroubled ascent is nothing short of a fantasy. Lin Tianfeng, having been granted a second chance at life, naturally yearned to ascend to the pinnacle of the continent, gazing down upon the multitude of souls below. Subsequently, he procured a map within the city, and upon ascertaining the precise location of Ghost Valley, he resolutely departed from St. Heart City. Chapter 42. The Mysterious Cave. After 7 days of relentless travel, Lin Tianfeng finally arrived amidst a series of undulating mountains. According to the coordinates marked on his map, Ghost Valley lay deep within this mountainous region. Upon entering this area, he noticed a significant increase in the number of cultivators surrounding him. These individuals gathered in small groups, their eyes shimmering with anticipation. It was evident that they were all drawn to the enigmatic cave. From their attire, one could discern a mix of solitary wanderers and disciples hailing from various major sections. The 4 great sects of the Eastern Xin domain are the Flame Fire sect, the Cold Sky sect, the Insha Palace, and the St. Heart sect. The arrival of Lin Tianfeng did not garner much attention. After all, his current cultivation level had merely reached the 4th layer of the Tongxian realm, which was considerably inferior compared to the seasoned adventurers around him. After several hours, Lin Tianfeng finally arrived at the entrance of the mysterious cave in Ghost Valley. At this moment, a crowd of several thousand had already gathered, clustering in small groups, engaged in fervent whispers and animated discussions, creating an atmosphere of extraordinary liveliness. Lin Tianfeng cautiously scrutinized the cave, where tendrils of enigmatic black mist continuously emanated. This dark vapor harbored an immensely potent corrosive force, accompanied by a faint, elusive aura of darkness. It was said that a mysterious grand formation enveloped the cave's exterior, and without dismantling it, entry would be impossible. However, is our endeavor not in vain? Not necessarily. Did you not notice that the elders of the four major sects are already engaged in breaking the formation? Once the enchantment is dispelled, we shall have the opportunity to enter. That is indeed a valid point. Let us patiently await our turn here, and when the moment arrives, we can slip in amidst the chaos. If fortune smiles upon us, we may unearth some valuable treasures, which would be a tremendous gain. At this moment, the gathered individuals exchanged thoughts, their eyes brimming with anticipation. Lin Tianfeng settled into an inconspicuous corner, patiently awaiting the senior members of the four major sects to dismantle the formation. In truth, he could effortlessly breach the mysterious defensive array guarding the cave entrance. However, as merely a humble disciple of the Sacred Heart sect, he knew that proclaiming his ability to dismantle the array would likely be met with disbelief. Moreover, drawing excessive attention to himself would not serve his interests. At that moment, Lin Tianfeng spotted several familiar figures not far from the cave. There were Nagong Yanran, Zhou Yuner, Lu Gong'an, Su Shuiyao, and a remarkably handsome young man. Lin Tianfeng speculated inwardly that the remarkably handsome young man must be another saint of the Sacred Heart sect. Situ Tianqing. Initially, Lin Tianfeng contemplated approaching him for a brief greeting. However, after much deliberation, he ultimately abandoned this thought. After all, Nangong Yanran and Zhou Yuner were both renowned beauties and prodigies of the Sacred Heart sect, surrounded by countless admirers. If he were to rashly approach them, it would undoubtedly invite hostility from many. Time flowed silently, and before long, a day had passed. With the concerted efforts of the four major sects formation masters, the formidable defensive array outside the cave was finally dismantled. At that moment, an elderly man clad in a gray robe emerged slowly from the cave's entrance. His demeanor exuded authority, and his keen gaze surveyed the crowd like that of a hawk. In a resonant voice, he declared, "This mysterious cave is likely to conceal an ancient relic. With the formation now breached, disciples of the four major sects may enter to explore. However, I must caution you. Within this cave lies a powerful pressure that restricts anyone over the age of 25 from entering. Those who do so will face annihilation by the laws governing this place." The elder's tone was grave and solemn, his piercing eyes conveying a profound warning. Upon hearing his words, murmurs erupted among those present. The cultivators exceeding 25 years of age wore expressions of bitter resignation, while the eligible youth rubbed their hands in anticipation, their eyes sparkling with excitement and eagerness. Furthermore, be mindful of the time. Now that the formation has been broken, the cave can only sustain itself for a maximum of half a month. If you do not exit by then, the cave is likely to collapse. The consequences of such an event need not be elaborated upon. You should understand the gravity of the situation, the gray-robed elder admonished sternly. At that moment, the crowd began to line up in an orderly fashion to venture into the cave. However, the entrance was firmly controlled by the four major factions, and only disciples of these sects were permitted entry, leaving the scattered cultivators on the outside with expressions of helplessness. Though they yearned to enter, they were acutely aware that they could not contend with the might of the larger factions, and any attempt to force their way in would lead to dire consequences. Lin Tianfeng followed closely behind the other disciples of the Sacred Heart sect, forming a line as they made their way toward the cave entrance. After a thorough examination of their identities, Lin Tianfeng successfully stepped into the cave. In an instant, a fetid and decayed odor assailed his senses within the cavern. An eerie luminescence flickered, casting an ominous and terrifying aura throughout the space. At this moment, everyone proceeded with utmost caution, advancing slowly into the depths ahead. In Lin Tianfeng's eyes shone a glimmer of anticipation and excitement. He could distinctly sense that there must be something extraordinary within. The air was thick with a rich, dark aura. Along the way, numerous human skeletons littered the ground, instilling a chilling sense of dread. However, due to the large number of participants present, none chose to abandon their quest. After all, danger often accompanies opportunity, and no one wished to relinquish such a rare chance for adventure lightly. As they proceeded, the group remained cautious and reserved, fearful of disturbing some dreadful entity. Finally, after half an hour, they arrived at the deepest recesses of the cave. At that moment, a colossal black void appeared before them. This abyss emanated a dense, dark mist with an intense corrosive aura seeping forth. The black hole was shrouded in mystery. its entrance radiating an eerie glow within which enigmatic runes flickered, causing anyone who gazed upon it to feel lightheaded. Moreover, those mystical dark energies surged forth from the abyss like a gigantic whirlpool. Faced with such a scenario, the members of the four major sects instinctively halted, their expressions turning serious. "Esteemed colleagues, considering the current situation, what shall we do?" inquired a young man dressed in elegant white robes, wielding a folding fan, his demeanor poised. He was Mu Xiaobai, the scion of the Burning Fire sect. "Mu Xiaobai, have you not always proclaimed yourself the foremost genius among the four major sects? Why not take the lead?" remarked Lu Gonghan, his tone nonchalant. "Lu Gonghan, spare me your sarcasm. If you possess any courage, you should take the initiative." Mu Xiaobai retorted icily. "Lu Gonghan, do you not relish the spotlight? Do not shirk this heavy responsibility of leading," laughed Yu Qinyu, the scion of the Yinsha Palace. "Yu Qinyu, cease your incessant prattling. If you have the capability, why don't you take the front?" The holy son Qin Xiolong of the Cold Heaven Gate spoke, igniting a fervent debate among the holy sons and daughters of the four major sections. None dared to be the first to step into the enigmatic black hole. Chapter 43, The Spirit Fruit of the Earth. Observing the heated argument among the holy sons of the four sects, Lin Tianfeng felt an overwhelming sense of exasperation. He astutely discerned that this mysterious black hole was merely an entrance, likely leading to a realm of entirely different nature, perhaps even an ancient secret domain. After thorough deliberation, the holy sons and daughters of the four major sects ultimately resolved to send a few spirit beasts inside to explore. They each released a spirit beast into the depths of the mysterious black hole. Moments later, they found themselves cut off from sensing the beasts, a situation that stirred unease within their hearts. Fortunately, they were reassured by the knowledge that the spirit beasts had not perished, merely losing contact for the time being. "Since none of you are willing to take the lead, I shall do so," Mu Xiaobai declared, his resolve evident in his gaze. With a determined leap, he plunged directly into the mysterious black hole. Witnessing this, Yu Qinyu, unwilling to be outdone, followed suit without hesitation. Despite the potential dangers lurking within, he was acutely aware that if he did not enter soon, the opportunity to acquire any precious treasures would likely slip away. As Mu Xiaobai and Yu Qinyu entered the black hole in succession, the others, equally unwilling to be left behind, rushed in one after another. Amidst the throng, Lin Tianfeng hurriedly made his way towards the enigmatic black hole. The moment he stepped into its depths, an extraordinarily brilliant radiance enveloped him entirely. In an instant, he felt his body spinning as if caught within a temporal vortex. Within mere breaths, Lin Tianfeng found himself in a serene bamboo grove, a testament to the existence of this secluded realm. In Lin Tianfeng's gaze, a hint of uncontainable joy was evident. The space around him was somewhat dim, with an oppressive atmosphere permeating the air, while the surrounding spiritual energy was far more concentrated than that of the outside world. Moreover, the laws of heaven and earth here were distinctly different from those beyond, clearly indicating an independent realm. At this moment, many faces displayed expressions of excitement and anticipation. While some bolder individuals had already begun to eagerly search the area, Lin Tianfeng cast a glance at the exit of the black void behind him, then resolutely sped away into the distance. Having arrived in this mysterious realm, he was determined to undergo rigorous training, hoping to acquire some rare treasures that would yield great rewards. As he raced forward with remarkable swiftness, Lin Tianfeng encountered numerous extraordinary beasts, vastly different from those in the outside world. Their strength surpassed that of practitioners of the same realm by a considerable margin. After an intense and bloody battle, Lin Tianfeng successfully vanquished over a dozen beasts of comparable rank, extracting their inner cores one by one. To his astonishment, the energy contained within these cores far exceeded that of those found in external beasts. Witnessing this, Lin Tianfeng's heart surged with exhilaration, and he embarked on a frenzied hunt within this secret realm. Following a nearly frenzied slaughter, Lin Tianfeng found himself stained with the blood of many beasts. After a brief respite, he pressed on, delving deeper into the unknown. Before long, he arrived at a tranquil and secluded valley. As soon as he set foot in the valley, he was greeted by the sounds of fierce combat and the thunderous clamor of spiritual forces colliding. Lin Tianfeng cautiously approached, witnessing a colossal earth-flame dragon engaged in a fierce battle with two extraordinary women. The dragon was engulfed in roaring flames, its immense form causing the very ground to tremble with each movement. It opened its cavernous maw, unleashing torrents of searing fire, as if intent on reducing everything in its vicinity to ashes. The two women were rare beauties of unparalleled grace. One was clad in a form-fitting pink attire. Her skin as pristine as freshly fallen snow, with eyebrows resembling distant verdant mountains. Her enchanting eyes sparkled like brilliant stars, exuding determination and resolve. She possessed a lithe and graceful form, yet radiated a commanding presence. Her black whip, when wielded, conjured waves of scorching heat, each strike against the dragon igniting dazzling sparks. The other woman donned a flowing white gown, her features alluringly exquisite, as if sculpted with meticulous care. Her expressive eyes seemed capable of conveying 1,000 unspoken words. Light and ethereal, she wielded a razor-sharp longsword, her movements fluid and dynamic, akin to a dancing fairy, yet imbued with lethal intent. At that moment, the two women were in perfect synchrony, striving to vanquish the ferocious earth flame dragon. The woman in pink deftly wielded her whip to restrain the dragon's movements, while the woman in white seized the opportunity to pierce the dragon's vulnerabilities with her sword. The earth flame dragon roared in fury, its massive tail sweeping through the air and conjuring a howling tempest. The two women nimbly evaded its onslaught while relentlessly launching their fierce attacks. Lin Tianfeng concealed himself behind a massive boulder, meticulously observing the fierce battle unfolding before him. To his astonishment, he spotted a resplendent earth spirit fruit glimmering within a crevice not far behind the earth flame demon dragon. In that moment, Lin Tianfeng finally comprehended the reason behind the desperate assaults of the two women against the formidable beast. Clearly, their objective was none other than this dazzling earth spirit fruit. Lin Tianfeng was filled with immense excitement. The earth spirit sacred fruit was indeed a rare and precious treasure for practitioners at the earth profound realm. Consuming it could elevate them by an entire minor realm. If a practitioner at the pinnacle of the earth profound realm were to partake, there existed a significant probability of transcending to the celestial profound realm. Although Lin Tianfeng's cultivation level is merely at the transcendence realm, his physique is notably unique, allowing him to refine celestial materials and earthly treasures without limitations. Should he acquire the earth spirit sacred fruit, it is highly probable that he would achieve a breakthrough to the 6th layer of the transcendence realm. At that juncture, Lin Tianfeng's combat prowess would ascend dramatically, enabling him to effortlessly crush Chen Tianhao in a life-and-death battle. However, obtaining the earth spirit sacred fruit is far from a trivial endeavor. The two women have already reached the pinnacle of the earth profound realm, and coupled with the earth flame demon dragon, which also stands at the peak of the same realm, Lin Tianfeng would undoubtedly meet a tragic end should he recklessly charge into the fray. After considerable contemplation, Lin Tianfeng ultimately resolved to remain concealed. Should the two women and the earth flame demon dragon engage in mutual destruction, he would seize the opportunity to reap the benefits. If no such chance arises, he would seek an escape route at that time. Chapter 44, Louis Ran and Xia Yinchi. The battle within the valley raged on. The earth flame demon dragon, frustrated by its inability to secure victory, gradually became more frenzied, spewing flames that surged with increasing ferocity, casting the entire valley in a crimson glow. The woman in pink wielded her whip with greater urgency, each strike accompanied by a fierce, slicing wind that collided violently with the tumultuous flames. The woman in white thrust her sword like a bolt of lightning, each stroke aimed with precision at the dragon's vital points. Boom! The colossal tail of the earth flame demon dragon swept through the air, instantly sending the pink-clad woman tumbling back hundreds of feet. Die beast! The woman in the white dress, upon witnessing the scene, let out a sharp cry as the radiant longsword in her hand gleamed brilliantly, swiftly piercing towards the eye of the earth flame dragon. The fierce sword aura, as swift as lightning, instantly penetrated the dragon's pupil. A pained roar erupted from the dragon, a cry of utmost agony as it violently thrashed its head, its massive tail sweeping across once more. The two women exchanged a glance, seemingly in perfect harmony. The one in pink soared into the air, her whip swiftly ensnaring the dragon's neck. Observing this, the woman in white leaped above the dragon, her sword plunging deep. The earth flame dragon let out one final roar, desperately struggling to free itself from its bonds. However, the two women resolutely held on, continuously channeling their spiritual energy and attacking the dragon ferociously. Ultimately, after a fierce and protracted battle, the dragon's movements gradually slowed, its colossal form crashing to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. The condition of the two women was far from favorable. The pink-clad woman's attire was tattered, her body scorched in multiple places, her breath ragged. The woman in white appeared pale as a ghost, her steps unsteady, nearly unable to grip her short sword. Clearly, after enduring such a brutal confrontation, they had both sustained severe injuries. Upon successfully slaying the Earth Flame Dragon, the two women simultaneously cast their gazes towards the Earth Spirit Sacred Fruit not far away, their eyes shimmering with desire and urgency. Without a moment's hesitation, they flickered forward like two streaks of light, racing towards the sacred fruit. The woman in white moved with incredible speed, her toes barely touching the ground, resembling a delicate bird, and she was the first to approach the sacred fruit. Lu Yiren, you shall not claim it for yourself, the pink-clad woman shouted in anger, her whip slicing through the air, aiming directly for the woman in white. Xia Yanqi, the Earth Spirit Sacred Fruit is mine. I advise you not to be ungrateful. Lu Yiren swiftly sidestepped. Yet, this brief delay allowed the pink-clad woman to close the distance. Lu Yiren, if you hand the Earth Spirit Sacred Fruit over to me, I can offer you the dragon's corpse and compensate you with 10,000 spirit stones. What do you say? Xia Yanqi spoke coldly. You wish. How about I offer you 10,000 spirit stones if you let me have it? Lu Yiren replied with equal frostiness. Since you are so ungrateful, let us settle this with our skills. Xia Yanqi scoffed, suddenly swinging her whip towards Lu Yiren. Do you think I fear you? Lu Yiren let out a fierce shout, her short sword flashing with brilliance as it met Xia Yanqi's long whip. In an instant, the shadows of the whip and the glimmers of the sword intertwined, creating a multitude of dazzling sparks. The two figures danced through the valley, each strike infused with lethal intent. Xia Yanqi's countenance darkened, her whip wielded with an impenetrable ferocity, resembling a vast net attempting to ensnare Lu Yiren. Yet, Lu Yiren moved with an ethereal grace, darting like a specter amidst the whip's shadows, her short sword occasionally lunging forth, forcing Xia Yanqi to retreat repeatedly. This Earth Spirit Sacred Fruit is mine by right. Lu Yiren's gaze was unwavering, her inner spiritual energy surging wildly. The light on her sword intensifying as a sharp blade of sword energy surged towards Xia Yanqi. If you wish to contend with me, let us see if you possess the capability. Xia Yanqi gritted her teeth, fiercely swinging her long whip, which collided with the sword energy. The clash of their formidable forces sent both women staggering back several dozen paces. Lu Yiren quickly regained her footing, dashing once more towards the Earth Spirit Sacred Fruit. Vile creature, you shall not succeed. Xia Yanqi, undeterred, sent her whip sweeping once again towards Lu Yiren. They clashed mid-air, waves of terrifying energy radiating outward. Lu Yiren, I shall claim the Earth Spirit Sacred Fruit, and should you dare to contest me, it shall be a fight to the death. Xia Yanqi's face was set with frost, her eyes glinting with a chilling malice. A fight to the death? Do you truly believe this holy maiden fears you? Lu Yiren scoffed. Vile wretch, perish. Xia Yanqi cried, her entire being surging with spiritual energy once more, her whip emanating a blinding light as she launched a more ferocious assault upon Lu Yiren. Aware of the impending threat, Lu Yiren did not dare to be negligent and swiftly raised her sword to defend. Clang, clang, clang. The weapons of both women clashed incessantly, the immense waves of spiritual power causing the surrounding rocks to shatter. TSK, TSK, this one's rather large, isn't it? Lin Tianfeng concealed himself within the thicket, quietly admiring the fierce conflict between the two women. It must be said that both ladies possessed remarkable physiques, their voluptuous forms exuded an alluring aura, especially as the battle intensified. Initially, Lin Tianfeng had relinquished any thoughts of seizing an opportunity, for the prowess of these women was unfathomable, leaving him with no chance of benefit. However, he was utterly astounded to witness them engage in combat, which ignited a flicker of anticipation within him. He then meticulously suppressed his own aura, remaining hidden among the trees, biding his time for a moment to capitalize on their struggle. At this juncture, the confrontation between the two women had escalated to a fever pitch, each strike nearly lethal, neither willing to yield. After all, their cultivation had already reached the pinnacle of the Earth Profound Realm, just a step away from the Celestial Profound Realm. Should they succeed in obtaining the Earth Spirit Sacred Fruit, they would greatly enhance their chances of breaking through. Vile woman, since you were so aggressive, do not blame me for being ungracious. Lu Yiren gritted her teeth, her sword's aura becoming increasingly fierce. You think I fear you? Xia Yanqi's face was set with frost, her eyes gleaming with a chilling murderous intent. In the blink of an eye, the two had battled for half an hour. Both were now battered and breathless. Yet they remained fixated on each other, their gazes filled with defiance and fury. With eyes locked in a fierce glare, Lu Yiren and Xia Yanqi simultaneously channeled their entire spiritual power into their weapons, preparing to unleash a final, devastating strike. Lu Yiren's long sword radiated with brilliant light, resembling a blazing sun as it cleaved towards Xia Yanqi with ferocity. With a cold huff, Xia Yinxi's whip shimmered with an eerie glow, akin to a frigid moon in the night, defiantly meeting Lu Yiren's assault. Boom! The clash of sword and whip erupted in a cataclysmic display of power. The overwhelming shockwave sent both women flying backward. Upon landing, they fixed their gazes on each other, now too weary to act recklessly. It was evident that their combat strength had dwindled to a mere fraction, with both sustaining grave injuries. Chapter 45, The Forceful Acquisition of the Earth Spirit Sacred Fruit. Seeing the state of affairs before him, Lin Tianfeng's figure suddenly flickered, darting towards the Earth Spirit Sacred Fruit with the speed of lightning. He understood well that the combat capabilities of Lu Yiren and Xia Yinxi were nearly exhausted. There was no time to delay. Should any other formidable opponents arrive, his chance to seize this opportunity would vanish entirely. Lin Tianfeng's speed reached an extraordinary pinnacle, almost resembling an ethereal shadow, as he instantaneously appeared beside the crevice where the Earth Spirit Sacred Fruit resided. Without a hint of hesitation, he decisively plucked the sacred fruit and swiftly cast it into the primordial space. "You reckless brat, you seek death." Almost simultaneously, at the very moment Lin Tianfeng seized the Earth Spirit Sacred Fruit, Lu Yiren and Xia Yinxi also discerned his action and launched an intensely fierce assault against him. Upon witnessing the situation, Lin Tianfeng swiftly employed his exquisite agility to desperately flee into the distance. However, Lu Yiren and Xia Yinxi had evidently anticipated his intentions, promptly obstructing any potential escape routes. In that instant, the three engaged in a fierce and intense confrontation. Confronted by the simultaneous onslaught from Lu Yiren and Xia Yinxi, Lin Tianfeng was instantly enveloped by an overwhelming pressure. Despite the fact that both women were grievously wounded and could barely exert even a fraction of their strength, they remained formidable adversaries at the pinnacle of the Earth Profound realm, possessing profound reserves of power. Lu Yiren's whip slithered like a cunning and venomous serpent, accompanied by a sharp, howling wind as it lashed out towards Lin Tianfeng's back. Meanwhile, Xia Yinxi's longsword gleamed with a chilling, piercing light, relentlessly thrusting towards Lin Tianfeng's chest. In a moment of urgency, Lin Tianfeng swiftly maneuvered his body, striving to evade the two lethal assaults. Yet, his movements were a fraction too slow, and the whip struck fiercely against his shoulder, eliciting a sharp intake of breath from him due to the excruciating pain. Goodness, these two women are exceedingly formidable. Lin Tianfeng couldn't help but utter a curse. Before he could muster any further reaction, Xia Yinxi's long sword carved a deep gash into his arm. Lin Tianfeng rolled on the ground in a state of utter disarray, desperately attempting to increase the distance between himself and the two women. However, Lu Yiren and Xia Yinxi were not inclined to let him escape so easily. Their assaults grew increasingly fierce and frenzied, each move imbued with a resolute determination to deliver a lethal blow. Lin Tianfeng was acutely aware that if this continued, he would surely meet a fate worse than death. Gritting his teeth, he bore the agony coursing through his body and summoned his spiritual energy with fervor, executing the ethereal movement technique to evade the relentless assaults from Lu Yiren and Xia Yinxi. Meanwhile, he anxiously sought an opportunity to escape. At that moment, Lin Tianfeng seized upon a slight opening in their defenses. With a sudden flash, he surged out of the valley. "You won't escape, you little rascal," though gravely injured. Lu Yiren and Xia Yinxi refused to relent, doggedly pursuing Lin Tianfeng. Lu Yiren wielded her whip with fervor, each strike accompanied by a deafening, howling wind that narrowly grazed Lin Tianfeng, shattering the surrounding trees and rocks into mere fragments. Xia Yinxi, armed with a long sword, moved with the swiftness of lightning, relentlessly unleashing a barrage of fierce sword energy that carved deep, unending gorges into the earth beneath her. Lin Tianfeng was desperately fleeing ahead, his garments torn in multiple places by the long whip and sword energy. His body bore numerous new wounds, blood staining his attire and rendering him a pitiful sight. Lin Tianfeng fled wildly, while the two women behind him relentlessly pursued him. "You brat, I shall surely flay your skin and strip your tendons," Lu Yiren shouted furiously, her eyes ablaze with a fierce murderous intent. She could hardly believe that a mere youth at the transcendent realm dared to take such a bold risk in front of two peak practitioners of the earthly realm. "Catch up with me first. In your current state, you might just end up spilling your precious buns." Lin Tianfeng could not help but utter a mocking remark before hastening his pace, desperately fleeing deeper into the woods. As Lin Tianfeng accelerated, the expressions of Lu Yiren and Xia Yinxi turned ashen, their internal energies becoming increasingly chaotic. After a prolonged chase, the two women ultimately resigned themselves to abandoning the pursuit. Following such an intense battle, Their spiritual powers had long since been depleted. Should they continue their relentless chase, they risked encountering dire consequences. After Lin Tianfeng had escaped a considerable distance, he quietly entered the primordial space. Although this fortunate encounter was fraught with danger, the rewards were exceedingly generous. Should he refine the Earth Spirit Sacred Fruit, it would be sufficient for him to advance 2 minor realms, reaching the 6th layer of the mystical realm. This truly was a remarkable gain. Lin Tianfeng held the Earth Spirit Sacred Fruit in his hands, his face betraying an uncontrollable expression of joy. Subsequently, he swallowed the sacred fruit in one gulp and began to fervently refine it, employing the primordial technique. As Lin Tianfeng swallowed the Earth Spirit Sacred Fruit, an immensely violent surge of spiritual energy erupted within him. This energy surged like a wild stallion, rampaging through his dantian and meridians. Lin Tianfeng emitted a series of agonizing wails. His once handsome visage was now contorted in response to excruciating pain, with veins bulging prominently on his forehead, and beads of sweat the size of peas cascading down like a torrential rain. Goodness, this spiritual energy is exceedingly domineering. Lin Tianfeng clenched his teeth, striving to rein in the tumultuous force within him. Yet the spiritual energy remained utterly beyond his grasp, rampaging wildly throughout his being. In this moment, he felt as if his body were on the verge of being violently torn asunder. Each inch of skin and every bone enduring unimaginable agony, his form trembling incessantly. Under the onslaught of this terrifying spiritual energy, Lin Tianfeng's consciousness began to blur, an encroaching darkness looming before him, as if it sought to engulf him entirely. No, I must persevere. There are countless enchanting maidens awaiting my return in this world. Lin Tianfeng gritted his teeth, fervently channeling the primordial technique, exerting every ounce of his strength to refine the spiritual energy coursing within him. As the technique continued to operate, the excruciating pain within him gradually subsided, while the tumultuous spiritual energy began to be successfully refined. Time passed slowly, and his cultivation began to ascend gradually. Grant me a breakthrough. Lin Tianfeng let out a deep, resonant roar, a surge of formidable power erupting from within him. At that moment, he successfully ascended to the 5th level of the Enlightenment realm, the overwhelming strength coursing freely through his being. Lin Tianfeng gradually opened his eyes, a flicker of astonishment gleaming within them. However, he did not allow himself to bask in satisfaction. Instead, he continued to refine the residual energies of the Earth Spirit's sacred fruit within his body. By the following morning, Lin Tianfeng's cultivation had ascended to the pinnacle of the 5th layer of the profound realm, merely a step away from the 6th layer. At that moment, he summoned all the spiritual energy within him, akin to tumultuous waves crashing against the barriers of the 6th layer of the profound realm. With a resounding boom, the meridians and dantian within him reverberated with a series of crisp sounds, as an entirely new and formidable power radiated from his being. The 6th layer of the profound realm. Lin Tianfeng suddenly opened his eyes, a confident smile gracing his lips. Having reached the 6th level of the profound realm, his combat prowess was now comparable to that of an ordinary practitioner at the 5th level of the Earth realm. He felt an unwavering confidence in his ability to effortlessly overpower Chen Tianhao. Chapter 46. The terrifying talent of Su Shuiyao after breaking through. Lin Tianfeng departed from the primordial space, continuing his exploration in this enigmatic realm. Along the way, he encountered numerous ferocious beasts, all of which he effortlessly vanquished with his formidable strength. As he engaged in battle repeatedly, Lin Tianfeng gradually acclimated to his newly enhanced powers, gaining an increasingly adept control over his own abilities. Several hours later, Lin Tianfeng arrived at a dilapidated and crumbling ancient city. The air was thick with a sense of time-worn desolation, the city walls in disrepair, pockmarked and worn, evidently having endured countless years of erosion from the elements. Upon reaching the entrance of the ancient city, Lin Tianfeng discovered dozens of practitioners gathered before a massive stone tablet. With a heart full of curiosity, Lin Tianfeng slowly approached the stone tablet. Yet, as he drew near, he was immediately enveloped by a mysterious and formidable pressure emanating from the monument. This overwhelming force caused him to involuntarily shudder, and his legs nearly buckled beneath him, threatening to bring him to his knees. Lin Tianfeng swiftly activated his cultivation technique, exerting all his strength to withstand the formidable pressure. He then focused his mind, striving to comprehend the profound essence contained within. His intuition hinted that this stone tablet was far from ordinary, undoubtedly concealing secrets yet to be unveiled. At that moment, a familiar voice resonated clearly in Lin Tianfeng's ears. He promptly turned towards the sound, and there he beheld Su Xueyao gracefully approaching from a distance. Lin Tianfeng exhibited a hint of astonishment upon encountering Su Xueyao in this unexpected place. To his utter surprise, he discovered that her cultivation had ascended to the 8th layer of the profound realm. It was evident that this woman possessed not only exceptional talent, but also encountered numerous fortuitous events. Otherwise, her rapid advancement in cultivation would be inconceivable. I never imagined your cultivation would progress so swiftly, Su Xueyao remarked, her gaze scrutinizing Lin Tianfeng from head to toe, her expression brimming with astonishment. During this period, she had experienced several fortunate encounters that significantly enhanced her abilities. She had believed she could easily surpass Lin Tianfeng. Yet he had surprisingly reached the 6th layer of the profound realm. I wish to comprehend the essence inscribed on this stone tablet, if there is nothing urgent. Please do not disturb me, Lin Tianfeng replied, his demeanor cold and devoid of emotion. As soon as he finished speaking, he closed his eyes, immersing himself entirely in the understanding of the stone tablet's profound meaning. Seeing Lin Tianfeng blatantly disregard her, Su Xueyao's brows knitted slightly, a chill of frost appearing on her countenance. As the direct disciple of the Grand Elder, she was a highly sought-after figure within the Sacred Heart sect, with many vying for her favor. Yet, this young man continued to overlook her time and again, which severely undermined her confidence. Determined, she too focused her mind, diligently striving to grasp the essence of the stone tablet. Su Xueyao was an exceedingly ambitious woman. Although there had once been feelings between her and Lin Tianfeng, those sentiments belonged to a distant past. With their engagement now annulled, she certainly did not wish to witness his cultivation surpassing her own, lest it reflect poorly on her discernment. Lin Tianfeng was completely immersed in that unique realm, persistently resisting the oppressive force emanating from the stone tablet. As time quietly passed, Lin Tianfeng gradually entered a state of deep meditation. Before long, he comprehended some of its profound mysteries and achieved a perfect harmony with his inner self. Lin Tianfeng seized the fleeting moment of inspiration, channeling the spiritual energy within him as it surged through his meridians and converged towards his dantian like a torrential river. In an instant, Lin Tianfeng's cultivation successfully ascended to the 7th layer of the Transcendence realm, emanating a formidable aura that captivated the attention of those around him. While the crowd marveled at Lin Tianfeng's breakthrough, a stirring also occurred with Su Xueyao. At this moment, her mind was wholly immersed in the mysteries of the stone tablet. She felt as though she was enveloped in a tranquil and resplendent starry sky, where countless enigmatic energies shimmered like brilliant stars. She earnestly contemplated the profound meanings and principles contained within, and simultaneously, her cultivation began to soar exponentially. Boom! Su Xueyao's internal energy suddenly surged, propelling her to ascend a minor realm and achieving the 9th layer of the Transcendence realm in a single leap. How astonishing is this woman's talent! Could she be the reincarnation of the legendary Empress? Lin Tianfeng marveled inwardly, a flicker of surprise crossing his gaze. He had always considered his own talent to be quite remarkable. Yet he found that Su Xueyao not only matched his gifts but also displayed an equally formidable capacity for comprehension. Pretty boy, how did you come to grasp the essence of this stone tablet? A tall youth clad in a green robe approached Lin Tianfeng, his demeanor tinged with arrogance. The essence depicted here must be comprehended personally. Even if I were to divulge it to you, it would be of no use, Lin Tianfeng replied coldly, his tone laced with disdain. Enough nonsense. Explain to me in detail how you comprehended the essence. If I fail to grasp it today, you shall not leave. The tall youth retorted, his expression icy and threatening. Fool, Lin Tianfeng thought. Lin Tianfeng gently uttered 2 words, then turned and walked away, finding it truly tiresome to engage with such arrogant individuals. What an audacious young man, daring to insult me, Yu Qianjun. The tall youth bellowed furiously, swinging his sword with sudden ferocity, sending a sharp beam of sword light directly towards Lin Tianfeng. By heavens, Lin Tianfeng executed a graceful movement technique, transforming his figure into a streak of light. With a sudden sweep of his longsword, a dazzling and resplendent sword aura surged forth, instantly cleaving towards the tall youth. Confronted with this terrifying strike from Lin Tianfeng, Yu Qianjuan's face betrayed a flicker of fear. In this moment of peril, he deftly swung his sword, conjuring a robust protective shield before him. The powerful forces collided, and Yu Qianjun felt a wave of numbness and ache in his arm, as his body was forcefully propelled backward several yards. Perish! He exclaimed. Lin Tianfeng let out a cold snort, his form darting forward like a bolt of lightning as he charged towards Yu Qianjun. In that moment, he unleashed his swordsmanship to its utmost pinnacle, unleashing a relentless torrent of sharp sword beams that sliced through the air with formidable momentum. Yu Qianjun, realizing he had fallen at a disadvantage from the very first move, seethed with fury and bellowed, "Slay this little wretch." His subordinates, upon hearing his command, swiftly drew their weapons and encircled Lin Tianfeng with intent to attack. In an instant, the air was filled with a chaotic dance of blades and swords, as Lin Tianfeng found himself ensnared in a precarious predicament. Yet, undaunted, he displayed no signs of fear. Instead, his eyes ignited with fierce combat zeal. Having just achieved a breakthrough in his cultivation, he understood that what he needed most was continuous battle. For only through relentless conflict could he swiftly master the newly acquired strength. Lin Tianfeng moved like the wind, deftly weaving through the crowd, his long sword dancing with an impenetrable ferocity. Each strike was imbued with a fierce intent to kill, compelling those who assailed him to hesitate in their approach. "You dare to lay hands on young master, you? Today shall be your last," one of the brash underlings shouted, raising his blade to strike fiercely at Lin Tianfeng. Lin Tianfeng deftly sidestepped, countering with a swift thrust of his sword. The young subordinate hastily raised his defense, yet still fell victim to the fierce sword chi, resulting in a gash on his shoulder, blood splattering forth. However, two fists could hardly contend with four hands, and as the battle raged on, Lin Tianfeng increasingly felt the weight of mounting pressure. Seizing the moment, Yu Qianjun launched another ferocious assault, his longsword aimed directly at Lin Tianfeng's vital points. Lin Tianfeng fought valiantly, yet was caught off guard by another subordinate who seized the opportunity to launch a sneak attack, leaving a long gash across his back, staining his garments with crimson. Despite the wound, his eyes remained devoid of fear. He resembled an unyielding machine of slaughter, unleashing a relentless assault upon those who surrounded him. As the battle raged on, several of his assailants soon fell beneath the edge of Lin Tianfeng's sword, their lives extinguished. In Chapter 47, Zhou Yun'er's Poisoning. Witnessing his men continuously fall, Yu Qianjun grew increasingly frenzied, wielding his sharp sword with fervor as he pressed a fierce attack against Lin Tianfeng. The subordinates surged forward once more, and in that moment, the clash of blades illuminated the scene with flickering cold glints. Lin Tianfeng bore several new and deep wounds, his garments stained crimson with blood. In the face of a frenzied assault from a throng, his counterattacks became increasingly fierce. He moved with agility, wielding his sword like a soaring dragon, each swing imbued with an air of resolute determination. At that moment, he suddenly swung his sword, unleashing a formidable wave of sword energy that swept across the battlefield. The force of the sword energy stirred up a howling tempest, causing several of his assailants to stagger backward and fall to the ground. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Lin Tianfeng's figure flickered, and his sword, gleaming with a dazzling cold light, surged forward towards Yu Qianjun. Taken aback, Yu Qianjun hastily raised his sword to defend himself. Lin Tianfeng wielded his sword with a ferocity akin to the tempest, each strike seemingly destined to deliver a fatal blow. His swordsmanship was exquisite and unfathomable, rendering Yu Qianjun utterly overwhelmed. As he faced the unparalleled finesse of Lin Tianfeng's technique, Yu Qianjun found himself increasingly unable to cope, beads of sweat cascading down his brow, his breath quickening in urgency. In an instant, Lin Tianfeng discerned a flaw in Yu Qianjun's defense. He unleashed his sword with a fierce swing, the razor-sharp blade slicing through Yu Qianjun's arm. A piercing scream echoed as one of Yu Qianjun's arms was severed at the root, blood gushing forth in torrents. The intensity of the pain contorted his face into a grotesque mask, his features twisted in agony. At that very moment, others rushed forward, swords raised in an assault against Lin Tianfeng. The glint of their blades wove a deadly net within the air. In the face of this onslaught, Lin Tianfeng executed a swift maneuver, employing his ethereal footwork to become a mere shadow, swiftly retreating into the distance. He was already gravely injured. Continuing the fight would only lead him into a more perilous situation, a choice lacking in wisdom. "Chase him. Do not let him escape," Yu Qianjun roared, enduring the excruciating pain in his arm. He could scarcely believe that as a practitioner at the 6th level of the Xian realm, he had been bested by a mere novice from the Tongxian realm. The thought of such humiliation spreading was unbearable. His subordinates, witnessing the scene, hastened after Lin Tianfeng, their teeth gritted in fury, yearning to rend him into pieces. However, Lin Tianfeng's speed was remarkable. In mere moments, he vanished from sight. The subordinates pursued for a while but ultimately returned, crestfallen at their inability to locate him. Observing Lin Tianfeng's formidable prowess from a distance, Su Shuiyao's mouth fell slightly agape. her eyes brimming with disbelief. She had never anticipated that Lin Tianfeng's talent could reach such terrifying heights. Lin Tianfeng, no matter how exceptional your gifts may be, I shall not be outdone, Su Shuyao declared resolutely, her determination evident as she turned away from the scene. Lin Tianfeng sprinted with relentless fervor, the wind howling past his ears, his breath coming in rapid, heavy gasps. Only when he confirmed that no one was pursuing him did he come to a halt. Inhaling deeply, he retrieved several recovery pills from his bosom and consumed them without hesitation. Subsequently, Lin Tianfeng sought a secluded spot and entered the primal space, dedicating himself to healing his wounds. After a day of intensive recuperation, Lin Tianfeng's injuries finally mended, his once pallid complexion gradually regaining its rosy hue. With renewed vigor, he began to train once more within this realm. He engaged in fierce battles with various formidable beasts, continuously honing his combat experience and skills. As 7 days swiftly passed, Lin Tianfeng's cultivation stabilized, and his combat prowess saw remarkable enhancement compared to the moment of his previous breakthrough. During this period, he also amassed a significant collection of beast intercourse. These cores, teeming with potent energy, would play a pivotal role in advancing his cultivation. On one particular day, as Lin Tianfeng traversed a dense thicket, two graceful figures suddenly emerged from the depths of the forest. Lin Tianfeng swiftly turned his head, and upon recognizing the two figures, a hint of astonishment appeared on his face. Sister Yinran, Sister Yun, what has happened to you? Noticing the panic in their expressions, Lin Tianfeng promptly inquired. We are being pursued. Please assist us in concealing ourselves, Nangong Yinran responded, grasping Zhou Yun's hand as they swiftly darted into the nearby thicket. Lin Tianfeng furrowed his brow slightly, pondering who could possibly be pursuing his two senior sisters, causing them such evident distress. Just as he contemplated how to shield them, a tall young man with a piercing gaze swiftly approached. Have you seen two women pass by here? The young man fixed his cold stare on Lin Tianfeng, as if attempting to see through him, his eyes brimming with menace. I just saw two women in white pass by from that direction, Lin Tianfeng replied. Lin Tianfeng pointed towards the left. Bang! As Lin Tianfeng's voice fell, the man abruptly swung his right hand, and a violent gust of wind from his palm struck fiercely against Lin's chest. Lin Tianfeng felt as though he had been struck by lightning. A wave of excruciating pain coursing through his entire body. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, his body hurtling like a missile into a nearby ancient tree, where he collapsed and lost consciousness. The young man, without casting a glance at Lin Tianfeng, swiftly sped away to the left. To him, Lin Tianfeng, a mere practitioner at the profound realm, was undoubtedly doomed beneath the force of his palm. His lethal intent towards Lin Tianfeng stemmed primarily from a desire to keep this incident under wraps. After all, Nangong Yinran and Zhou Yuner were esteemed maidens of the Sacred Heart sect, and should this matter be disclosed, the consequences would be dire. Just then, Nangong Yinran and Zhou Yuner emerged from the thicket nearby. Lin Tianfeng, are you all right? Upon seeing Lin Tianfeng, battered and lying on the ground, Nangong Yinran's eyes were filled with remorse. She had never anticipated that Lin Tianfeng would suffer such grievous injuries for their sake. He won't die. He just needs to rest for a while. Lin Tianfeng gradually regained consciousness, enduring excruciating pain as he retrieved a healing pill and swallowed it, only to succumb to unconsciousness once more. Despite his fainted state, the cultivation technique within him operated autonomously, channeling streams of spiritual energy into his body to swiftly mend his injuries. Sister Yinran, we must hasten to take him away. Otherwise, it will be troublesome when Situ Trancheng returns, Zhou Yuner urged, her face tinged with a faint blush, appearing exceedingly disheveled, evidently afflicted by some form of poison. Nangong Yinran nodded, swiftly carrying Lin Tianfeng away towards the distance. Soon, the trio arrived at a secluded cave. To avoid detection, they felled some trees to obstruct the entrance and set up defensive traps. Sister Yinran, I'm struggling to hold on, Zhou Yuner gasped, feeling an unbearable fire raging within her. What should we do? Nangong Yinran's anxiety began to mount. Observing Zhou Yuner's distress, she felt a surge of urgency, yet was at a loss for a solution. Could you lend him to me for a moment? Zhou Yuner turned to the unconscious Lin Tianfeng, her eyes glimmering with anticipation. But he is gravely injured, Nangong Yinran replied, her expression filled with helplessness. What shall we do? Panic flitted across Zhou Yuner's face. Just be gentle, please don't harm him further. I'll keep watch outside. Nangong Yinran hesitated for a moment before ultimately stepping outside. Situ Tiancheng had initially intended to poison her, But unexpectedly, Zhou Yuner had clumsily taken the blow for her. Sister Yanran, wait. Zhou Yuner quickly called out to the departing Nangong Yanran. What is it? Nangong Yin had inquired. How am I to proceed while he lies there motionless? Zhou Yuner felt both embarrassed and anxious. You have experience. Please guide me. Hearing this, Nangong Yin and S cheeks flushed slightly, yet she shared some of her insights. How about this? Zhou Yuner looked at her delicate hands, speechless. It should be fine. As long as he is not dead, Nangong Yanran assured before stepping out of the cave. Once Nangong Yanran had left, Zhou Yuner could no longer contain herself and approached Lin Tianfeng. Gazing at him lying still on the ground, her heart raced with urgency. With utmost caution, she began to gently remove Lin Tianfeng's garments. It was her first time witnessing a male form, and she felt a wave of weakness wash over her, her breath quickening. Lin Tianfeng, I cannot endure this any longer. You must not die. Zhou Yuner shed her garments and gently caressed Lin Tianfeng's handsome visage. Observing the motionless Lin Tianfeng, she hesitated for a moment before finally extending her hand. The moment had arrived where she could no longer afford to maintain any sense of modesty, despite his grievous injuries. Lin Tianfeng was lost in a splendid dream. In this enchanting reverie, Nangong Yanran not only became his beloved, but also treated him with utmost tenderness and obedience. Time flowed indistinctly until Lin Tianfeng's consciousness gradually began to awaken. Suddenly, he sensed the presence of someone nestled in his embrace. To avert any potential awkwardness, he cautiously opened his eyes a mere slit. Upon recognizing Zhou Yuner, an expression of profound astonishment overtook his features. He had assumed it might be Nangong Yanran, never anticipating it would be Zhou Yuner instead. At this moment, Lin Tianfeng's injuries had healed nearly 50%, yet the severity remained, fortunately, not impeding his physical capabilities. After a moment of internal deliberation, he gently enveloped Zhou Yuner in his arms. Ah, you are awake? Zhou Yuner emitted an excruciatingly awkward shriek. With such actions, if I were still asleep, I must be dead. Lin Tianfeng's gaze unabashedly roamed over Zhou Yuner. You, close your eyes quickly. The toxins within me have yet to be fully purged, Zhou Yuner said, her face flushed with shyness and urgency. The toxins she had endured were not completely eradicated, and Lin Tianfeng's unabashed gaze left her feeling exceedingly embarrassed. Do not rush. Take your time, Lin Tianfeng replied, gradually closing his eyes while still holding Zhou Yuner tightly. 3 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Zhou Yuner dressed hastily and exited the cave. Is he all right? Nangong Yanran inquired anxiously. Worry etched upon her face. I'm sorry. Zhou Yuner feigned a sorrowful demeanor. He wouldn't truly have perished, would he? Nangong Yanran's expression shifted dramatically as she dashed into the cave. At that moment, Lin Tianfeng was cleansing himself, and upon seeing Nangong Yanran burst in, an expression of acute embarrassment crossed his face. Upon witnessing Lin Tianfeng in a state of undress, Nangong Yanran's cheeks flushed crimson, and she promptly turned to flee. You vile girl, how dare you deceive me? Nangong Yanran exclaimed furiously. Sister Yanran, I was merely jesting. This fellow is quite robust. He is hardly in danger of death. Zhou Yuner said, a faint blush gracing her cheeks. Are you all right? Nangong Yanran asked with genuine concern. The poison has been dispelled, though walking remains somewhat inconvenient. A brief rest should suffice, Zhou Yuner replied, feeling a touch embarrassed. Then let us rest here for a day before setting out tomorrow, Nangong Yanran proposed. And after a brief moment, Lin Tianfeng slowly emerged from the cave. At this moment, his complexion had regained a hint of color, though he still appeared somewhat haggard. Upon seeing Lin Tianfeng, the atmosphere became rather awkward, particularly for Zhou Yuner, whose head hung low in silence. Sister Yuner, are you hungry? Shall I prepare something for you? Lin Tianfeng was the first to break the oppressive silence. You can cook? Nangong Yanran's expression softened slightly. Of course I can. Please wait a moment. Lin Tianfeng retrieved ingredients from the primordial space, meticulously arranged the barbecue grill, and commenced the careful preparation of exquisite medicinal dishes and grilled meats. Lin Tianfeng, how have you managed to elevate your cultivation so swiftly? A hint of curiosity graced Nangong Yanran's face. During this period, fortune has favored me, which accounts for my rapid advancement in cultivation. Lin Tianfeng, with an air of grace and humility, remarked, I never anticipated you to be so modest. It was rare for Nangong Yanran to display a smile. Sister Yanran, who was that fellow yesterday? Lin Tianfeng inquired. His name is Situ Chancheng, one of the 2 holy sons of the Sacred Heart sect. He attempted to poison me with a spring toxin, but unexpectedly, Yuner intervened and averted the disaster, which ultimately benefited you. Nagong Yenran responded, her face etched with anger. Sister Yuner, I was left with but half a life. How could you bear to act so ruthlessly? A teasing smile graced Lin Tianfeng's face. You impudent rascal, are you jesting with me? Zhou Yuner retorted playfully. Sister Yuner, regardless of the circumstances, you have indeed taken advantage of me. Thus you must bear the responsibility, Lin Tianfeng stated with utmost seriousness. If you wish for me to take responsibility, it can be arranged. All you need to do is eliminate Situ Tiancheng and win over Sister Yanran, and then I shall be at your service, Zhou Yuner replied, a subtle smile appearing on her face. Very well, then we have a deal. Lin Tianfeng nodded slightly. Soon, a sumptuous spread of medicinal dishes and roasted meat was presented on the table. The three of them enjoyed their drinks while engaging in pleasant conversation, the atmosphere remarkably harmonious. After savoring the medicinal dishes and roasted meat prepared by Lin Tianfeng, both women bore expressions of utter astonishment. Throughout their lives, they had tasted numerous delicacies, yet they had never encountered such exquisite medicinal dishes and roasted meat. Hey, where on earth did you acquire such culinary skills? How could you make medicinal dishes taste this delightful? Zhou Yuner asked eagerly, her curiosity piqued. I've been dedicated to this since childhood, so naturally, I can create delicious meals. If you enjoy them, I shall often prepare them for you, Lin Tianfeng casually responded. His methods of crafting roasted meat and medicinal dishes were derived from the memories of Xianyuan Hong. As a top-tier alchemist in the divine realm, Xianyuan Hong possessed numerous recipes for medicinal dishes, many of which were of exceptional quality and could serve as excellent aids for cultivation if consumed regularly. You said it yourself. Our future meals will be entrusted to you, Zhou Yuner expressed with excitement, her heart brimming with joy. Of course. That is no problem at all. Lin Tianfeng responded with a smile. He felt immensely satisfied with Nagong Yan and Zhou Yuner. Both were paragons of beauty, physique, and talent. After a nourishing medicinal meal, the bond among the trio deepened significantly. However, achieving a scenario where the three could share a bed together still seemed a distant prospect. Chapter 49. Confronted in the blink of an eye, 10 days had swiftly passed. During this period, the three engaged in joint training, each day brimming with fulfillment. Both Nagong Yan and Zhou Yuner were profoundly astonished by Lin Tianfeng's displayed talents. Initially, they believed that although Lin Tianfeng possessed formidable capabilities to challenge opponents of higher rank, his relatively low cultivation level suggested that such abilities would likely diminish as he advanced in strength. Yet, after these 10 days of companionship, their previous notions were entirely overturned. Lin Tianfeng's capacity to challenge higher-ranked adversaries not only showed no signs of waning, but continued to exhibit an unwavering dominance. How can your ability to challenge higher ranks be so extraordinarily strong? Zhou Yuner inquired, her expressive eyes sparkling with curiosity and perplexity. What can I say? It is simply the mark of a genius, came his nonchalant reply. Lin Tianfeng wore a smug expression, his demeanor tinged with a hint of arrogance. Very well. You are indeed a genius. However, you must double your efforts in training. If you aspire to be one of us, your current abilities are simply insufficient. Yuan remarked with a hint of irritation. Could you perhaps grant me a little incentive first? That way, I would feel more motivated. Lin Tianfeng chuckled, a glint of cunning flickering in his eyes. What sweet reward do you desire? Zhou Yuner pouted playfully, a hint of crimson gracing her cheeks. We are all so familiar with each other. Let us indulge in some light-hearted amusement. A sly smile crept across Lin Tianfeng's face. Suddenly, Nagong Yanran struck him sharply on the head, exclaiming, Scoundrel. Yanran, dear sister, have you misunderstood? When I mentioned playing, I merely referred to a small game, Lin Tianfeng protested, his expression one of helplessness. To be surrounded by two breathtakingly beautiful women yet not permitted even the slightest touch filled him with both agony and a subtle thrill. Little rascal, do you truly believe I am unaware of your mischievous thoughts? Nagong Yanran teased, though inwardly she felt a stir of emotions. After all, she was a woman of normal desires. With Lin Tianfeng's striking handsomeness and their already substantial relationship, claiming her heart was unperturbed would be a falsehood. Nevertheless, as a woman, she could not allow him to easily triumph. That would render her too frivolous. Thus, she resolved to test Lin Tianfeng, hoping he would swiftly elevate his prowess. In contrast to Nagong Yanran's subtlety, Zhou Yuner exuded a more vibrant and spirited demeanor. Had it not been for Nagong Yanran's presence, she would have likely succumbed to Lin Tianfeng's charm long ago. The fortnight is nearly up. This space is on the verge of collapse. We should hasten our exit, Zhou Yuner suggested. Let us return then. The precious treasures are likely claimed by others, rendering our stay here meaningless. Lin Tianfeng nodded in agreement. The trio then hurried toward the exit. What are you two up to? Nangong Yenran suddenly turned around, discovering Lin Tianfeng and Zhou Yuner holding hands behind her. Rascal, why are you holding my hand? Zhou Yuner playfully scolded, swiftly shaking off Lin Tianfeng's grasp. It seemed he had more effort to exert. Lin Tianfeng felt utterly helpless. Zhou Yuner's cheerful disposition would likely make winning her affection a manageable endeavor. However, Nangong Yenran's reserved nature posed a challenge. He would need to surpass her in strength to win her over. Approximately 2 hours later, the trio arrived at the vicinity of the previous black hole's exit. You little rascal, you have finally emerged. This time, I shall see where you can run. As Lin Tianfeng and his companions arrived at the exit, Lu Yiren and Xia Yinshi approached them directly. Trailing behind them were several young men, evidently members of their sect. Lu Yiren, Xia Yinshi, what do you intend to do? Zhou Yuner inquired, her expression icy and her tone unyielding. Zhou Yuner, Nangong Yanran, this scoundrel has stolen our possessions, and today I shall ensure his downfall, Lu Yiren declared. Her voice laced with a chilling intensity as her gaze bore into Lin Tianfeng. He has stolen from you? How could that be? A hint of astonishment flickered across Nangong Yenran's face, and she swiftly turned to Lin Tianfeng, demanding, what is the truth of this matter? It is as follows. I discovered the Earth Spirit's sacred fruit and subsequently plucked it. These two women insisted I surrender it to them. When I refused, they attempted to forcibly seize it. Fortunately, I managed to escape swiftly. Lin Tianfeng, with a serious demeanor, spoke with conviction. Lu Yiren, Xia Yinshi, your shamelessness knows no bounds. Zhou Yuner exclaimed, her expression filled with fury. You insolent brat, daring to spout nonsense here. It was clearly the two of us who vanquished the Earth Flame Dragon. You seized the Earth Spirit holy fruit while we were injured, and yet you claim we forcibly took it. It seems you must be dealt with today. Xia Yinshi, burning with rage, seemed as though she could unleash flames from her eyes. Heavenly treasures belong to the virtuous. Besides, I did not snatch it from you. It was your own incompetence that prevented you from claiming it. Whom can you blame? Lin Tianfeng replied coldly, his tone resolute. Such audacity. Today, this saint shall ensure your downfall. Xia Yinshi's gaze flickered with icy malice, emanating a perilous aura. If you wish to lay a hand on him, you must first get past us, Nangong Yenran declared, unsheathing her long sword with unwavering resolve, exuding a fierce and chilling menace. Zhou Yuner, not to be outdone, swiftly drew her weapon, positioning herself protectively behind Lin Tianfeng. At that moment, several figures suddenly appeared in the distance. The disciples of the four great sects arriving on the scene. Mu Shixiang. This brat took advantage of the fact that Xia Yinshi and I were both injured and stole our Earth Spirit holy fruit. He must pay a heavy price today. Lu Yiren recounted the events in detail. You truly possess audacity. Mu Xiaobai coldly regarded Lin Tianfeng, his eyes brimming with menace. Nangong Yenran, I advise you to hand over this despicable brat, or do not blame us for being ungracious. Chen Xiulong, the saint son of the Cold Sky sect, stated with a frigid demeanor. Brother, it was this scoundrel who severed my arm. I shall ensure his demise today. Yu Qianjun glared at Lin Tianfeng, his eyes filled with hatred. Daring to harm my brother, no one will save you today. Yu Qianyu, the saint son of the Insha Palace, stepped forward. His cold gaze fixated on Lin Tianfeng, radiating an overwhelming pressure. You wretch, how many people have you offended? Nangong Yin remarked exasperatedly, her face a mask of helplessness. I am but a victim of circumstance. This fellow insisted on provoking me. Lin Tianfeng hastily recounted the process by which Yu Qianjun had provoked him. Yu Qianyu, your brother is at fault here. He was unable to comprehend the essence inscribed on the stone tablet and sought to have others forcefully teach him. It is only fitting that he suffered the consequences, Zhou Yuner coldly remarked, her tone laced with disdain for Yu Qianjun. Chapter 50. The Escape from the Xinu Brat. You actually survived. At that moment, a chilling voice echoed from afar. The crowd turned to see Situ Tiancheng's figure materializing not far away. Situ Tiancheng could hardly believe that his previous formidable strike, which would have incapacitated even an average Earth-profound realm practitioner, had not claimed the life of this mere transcending realm youth. The astonishing sight left him utterly incredulous. Situ Tiancheng, how dare you drug me? I shall certainly inform Master about this. Nangong Yanran glared fiercely, her eyes ablaze with righteous fury. Sister Nangong, one must speak with evidence. I have not administered any drug to you. Situ Tiancheng replied with a faint, disingenuous smile. his eyes betraying a hint of insidiousness that invoked revulsion in those who beheld him. Hearing his words, Nangong Yanran's brows knitted slightly, her expression tense. She realized she lacked concrete evidence. Even if she spoke out, it was highly probable that Situ Tiancheng would face no repercussions. You despicable scoundrel. This matter is far from over. Zhou Yuner seethed, tightening her grip on her weapon until her knuckles turned pale from the effort. Sister Zhou, I am aware that you harbor grievances against me, but there is no need for such baseless accusations. Situ Tiancheng sneered, his gaze directed at Lin Tianfeng, now laced with a cold, murderous intent. At that moment, he deduced that Zhou Yuner's poisoning that day had undoubtedly benefited Lin Tianfeng. The mere thought of it filled him with a seething hatred, wishing to tear Lin Tianfeng to shreds. It must be noted that both Nangong Yanran and Zhou Yuner were enchanting beauties, their youthful allure and voluptuous figures rendering them the objects of desire for countless men. Yet, given the current circumstances, it appeared that Lin Tianfeng had indeed captured their attention, for they were fiercely protective of him. Unbeknownst to Situ Tiancheng, when he had initially administered the spring toxin, it had only affected Zhou Yuner. Nangong Yanran had remained unscathed. So it is you. I did not expect that in just a few months of absence, your cultivation would advance so rapidly. You must have taken the items from the site where the meteor fell that day, correct? A chilling voice suddenly echoed through the air. The crowd turned to see Lu Gong'an and Su Shuiyao approaching slowly from a distance. At that moment, Lu Gong'an recognized Lin Tianfeng, recalling that he was the first to arrive at the scene when the meteor fell. It was noteworthy that Lin Tianfeng was merely a practitioner at the 8th level of the concentration realm back then, yet now, merely 2 months later, his cultivation had astonishingly ascended to the 7th level of the profound realm. Such a remarkable enhancement was almost unheard of, bordering on the miraculous. Therefore, in Lu Gonghan's eyes, it was evident that the treasures from the meteor pit had been taken by Lin Tianfeng. With this thought, a glint of cold murderous intent flickered in Lu Gonghan's gaze. Junior brother Lu, do you know this fellow? Asked Situ Tiancheng, curiosity evident in his voice. Of course I know him. That lad is quite cunning, and he even managed to pilfer something right under my nose, Lu Gonghan replied, his tone laced with a hint of frost. Tianfeng, take the opportunity to slip away. We will provide cover for you, Nangong Yanran whispered, her voice brimming with determination. What about you? Lin Tianfeng responded softly, concern etched on his brow. Do not worry, they wouldn't dare to harm us here. As there are many disciples of the Sacred Heart sect present, Nangong Yanran assured, her gaze calm and resolute. All right, please be careful, Lin Tianfeng cautioned. He understood that remaining here would only place Nangong Yanran and Zhou Yuner in jeopardy. If he were to leave the scene, their safety would be significantly enhanced. You fools, just wait. I will make sure to eliminate you all eventually. A glimmer of cold light flickered in Lin Tianfeng's eyes, and in the next moment, his figure transformed into a fleeting shadow as he swiftly dashed towards the exit. Where do you think you're going, you little brat? Yu Qianyu was the first to react, his form darting forward like a bolt of lightning, his speed astonishing. You won't escape. Xia Yanqi swung her longsword, the blade shimmering as it aimed a fierce kick towards Lin Tianfeng with precision. At the same time, Lu Yiren, Gamu Xiaobai, and others also lunged at Lin Tianfeng with a ferocious momentum. Seeing this, Nangong Yanran and Zhou Yuner hastily raised their swords to block their path. In an instant, the scene became chaotic, with flashes of blades and swords intertwining, the fluctuations of spiritual energy creating a dazzling spectacle. Although Yu Qianyu was remarkably swift, he was forced back by a sharp sword strike from Nangong Yanran. Nangong Yanran, step aside. Yu Qianyu's face flushed crimson as he bellowed in fury. As long as I am here, you shall not pass. Nangong Yanran stood her ground, her beautiful eyes filled with determination, her posture as upright as a pine tree. At that moment, Xia Yanqi's longsword was blocked by Zhou Yuner's weapon, and the two were locked in a stalemate, neither yielding an inch. Zhou Yuner, mind your own business. Xia Yanqi glared with anger in her eyes. Humph, if you wish to touch Lin Tianfeng, you must first get through me. Zhou Yuner's tone was resolute, her gaze exuding a sense of determination. Although the two women fiercely obstructed their attackers, they quickly found themselves in a passive situation against the onslaught of the group. Fortunately, Lin Tianfeng was exceedingly swift, and in less than a moment, he burst forth from the cave entrance. Witnessing this, the expressions of the crowd turned grim, as dark as if they could drip with water. However, they refrained from continuing their assault on Nangong Yanran and Zhou Yuner. After all, the two were the saintesses of the Sacred Heart sect. Injuring them would lead to dire consequences. Nangong Yanran, Zhou Yuner, You may have protected him for now, but you cannot shield him forever. When we next encounter that brat, I will ensure he meets a fate worse than death, Yu Qianyu stated coldly, his words laced with threats. Today, he is merely fortunate. Should I cross paths with him again, I shall make him suffer 1,000 cuts. A glint of icy malice flashed in Lu Yiren's beautiful eyes as she gritted her teeth. When we meet again, none of you will be his match. Zhou Yuna displayed a hint of disdain, her tone dripping with condescension. At that moment, Situ Tianfeng and Lu Gong'an wore expressions as dark as storm clouds. As disciples of the Sacred Heart sect, they had refrained from participating in the ambush against Lin Tianfeng. However, witnessing Lin Tianfeng's unimpeded escape left them with a sense of dissatisfaction. Yet, they could not brazenly attack a fellow disciple, for as the esteemed sons of the sect, such an act would be utterly disgraceful. With Lin Tianfeng having fled, the onlookers lost interest and began to disperse from the cave's entrance. Chapter 51. The ambiguity of Qin Shui. Upon leaving the cave, Lin Tianfeng hurriedly made his way towards the Sacred Heart sect. Along the journey, he relentlessly sought out ferocious beasts, engaging in fierce battles to hone the newfound prowess he had recently acquired. As time swiftly passed, 10 days elapsed before Lin Tianfeng finally returned to the Sacred Heart sect. Upon arrival, he headed straight to Qin Shui's residence. The two engaged in an invigorating sparring session, after which Lin Tianfeng showcased his culinary talents, meticulously preparing a feast of delectable medicinal dishes and aromatic roasted meats. They savored their drinks while enjoying a lively conversation. Qin Shui held a favorable view of Lin Tianfeng, the younger disciple, as she had never encountered a youth as extraordinary as he. In just a few short months, Lin Tianfeng had ascended to the 7th layer of the profound realm, a remarkable rate of advancement that left her incredulous. I never expected your cultivation to progress so swiftly. You must have acquired a wealth of treasures during your time outside. A glimmer of surprise danced in her beautiful eyes. The disciple recently ventured into a mysterious ancient ruin during his training, where he obtained a geospatial sacred fruit and gleaned profound insights from an ancient stone tablet, thus significantly enhancing his cultivation. Lin Tianfeng spoke with a humble tone, and after finishing, he poured a glass of his unique brew for Qin Shui. Given your remarkable ability to challenge beyond your level and this astonishing rate of improvement, it won't be long before you possess the formidable strength to contend with the Holy Sun, Qin Shui exclaimed in awe. Is it truly possible to challenge for the position of Holy Sun? Lin Tianfeng queried, a look of surprise crossing his face. Certainly, it is possible. In our Sacred Heart sect, the position of Holy Sun is attained through fair competition. As long as you possess sufficient strength, it is within your reach. Qin Shui explained with a smile. Ah, I see. In that case, the position of Holy Sun is as good as mine, Lin Tianfeng declared, his eyes brimming with unwavering confidence. He had already resolved in his heart to vanquish Situ Tianfeng, since the position of Holy Sun could be challenged. He was determined to seize that opportunity. Tianfeng, tomorrow marks the day of your life and death battle with Qin Tianhao. Do you have complete confidence? Qin Shui inquired gently. With my current strength, defeating him would be as effortless as slaughtering a mere cur, Lin Tianfeng replied, his gaze revealing immense self-assurance. Confidence is all one needs. Qin Shui remarked, her legs elegantly crossed as she languidly reclined in her chair, exuding an irresistible charm and beauty. Master Feng, have you perhaps been training too hard? Lin Tianfeng gazed at Qin Shui's languid and alluring figure, his heart involuntarily quickening its pace. Indeed, he felt somewhat fatigued. A rare hint of charm graced Qin Shui's face as she spoke. Master Feng, shall I offer you a massage? Lin Tianfeng wore a smile, his voice tinged with a hint of tentative inquiry. Over the course of their recent interactions, the dynamics between the two had subtly begun to shift. In truth, Lin Tianfeng harbored a certain fondness for Qin Shui. However, given that she was the esteemed leader of Lingxi Peak and already in her 30s, he hesitated to openly express his feelings. Do you possess the skill of acupressure? Qin Shui's enchanting eyes revealed a flicker of surprise. I have learned some techniques from ancient texts, he replied. If the Peak Master does not mind, I would be honored to offer my services. Lin Tianfeng steadied his mind and spoke earnestly. In that case, I shall trouble you. Qin Shui gazed deeply at Lin Tianfeng, a subtle, alluring smile playing at the corners of her lips. As the leader of a peak, she was well aware of the little schemes in Lin Tianfeng's heart. However, for reasons unknown, she felt not disgust but rather a faint sense of anticipation rising within her. Upon hearing Qin Shui's response, Lin Tianfeng's heart raced uncontrollably. In terms of figure, demeanor, and beauty, Qin Shui was undeniably exceptional. while Negong Yan and Zhou Yuner embodied the vibrant charm of youthful maidens. Chen Shuya represented the allure of a mature, voluptuous woman, exuding an irresistible charm that captivated all. It was precisely this allure that had prompted Lin Tianfeng, in a moment of impulsiveness, to suggest that he could assist her. Little did he expect that Chen Shuya would not refuse him, leaving him both exhilarated and anxious. Lin Tianfeng slowly approached Chen Shuya from behind, his hands trembling slightly as they rested upon her shoulders. The moment he made contact, he was met with her soft and supple skin. Through the delicate fabric of her attire, he could distinctly feel the warmth radiating from her body. Chen Shuya gently closed her eyes, nibbling on her lip, her elegant neck and exquisite collarbone fully exposed. The light lavender dress she wore perfectly accentuated her enchanting and graceful curves. Lin Tianfeng stood behind Chen Shuya. As he lowered his gaze, the alluring and ample cleavage of her neckline was laid bare before his eyes. In that fleeting moment, he felt his breath quicken. Overwhelmed by an impulsive desire to reach out, Lin Tianfeng took a deep breath, striving to calm himself as he gently massaged Chen Shuyu's shoulders. The moment his hands made contact, Chen Shuyu's body quivered slightly, as if struck by an electric jolt, her heart racing uncontrollably. To his surprise, she remarked playfully, "I didn't realize you were quite adept at attending to others." Her sultry voice resonated like a celestial melody, intoxicating in its allure. Unbeknownst to her, whether intentionally or not, she leaned her head gently against Lin Tianfeng's chest. "Master, your physique is truly remarkable," he blurted out, unable to restrain himself. Yet, as soon as the words escaped his lips, he regretted them, realizing their ambiguous nature could provoke her ire, which would spell trouble. "You have quite the sweet tongue. I presume you often charm the female disciples?" Chen Shuya, eyes still closed, revealed a subtle, enchanting smile at the corners of her lips. "The disciple's sole focus is on cultivation. I have no time to pursue female disciples," Lin Tianfeng replied with a resigned chuckle. As time passed, his courage grew bolder, his fingers slowly gliding down Chen Shuyu's shoulder, traversing her back. "This young man is becoming increasingly audacious," Chen Shuya mused internally, her body involuntarily trembling. Despite having lived for countless years, she had never permitted a man's touch, yet here was this young man daring to traverse her back. Nevertheless, she did not deter him. Instead, a flicker of excitement and anticipation ignited within her. Unbeknownst to them, the ambience grew increasingly intimate, Lin Tianfeng's breaths becoming more rapid. Gazing at the enchanting woman before him, his desires began to swell. Though Chen Shuyu's eyes were shut, she sensed the quickening of Lin Tianfeng's breath. In this charged atmosphere, neither spoke. They simply reveled in this rare and exquisite moment. When Lin Tianfeng finally withdrew, he did so hunched over, appearing rather disheveled. Observing his flustered state, a triumphant smile crept onto Chen Shuyu's lips. Upon returning to his quarters, Lin Tianfeng first took a cold shower, then began to cultivate his energy. He had come perilously close to losing control earlier, but ultimately managed to rein himself in through sheer willpower. After all, Chen Shuya was the master and possessed unfathomable strength. Provoking her could lead to dire consequences. Chapter 52. The eve of life and death battle within the grand and resplendent palace of Yulin Peak, Hanshi inquired coolly. "Did I not instruct you to capture that young man?" Lu Jinxian's expression was somber. "Master, Lin Tianfeng's power is formidable. I am simply no match for him." Chen Hanshi quickly replied, "You are not his equal? How can that be possible?" Lu Jinxian's brow furrowed tightly, and a look of shock instantly surfaced on his face. "Master, this young man's rate of cultivation advancement is astonishing, and his ability to challenge opponents of higher rank is simply outrageous. I, as his disciple, am not only no match for him, but have also been captured and had my body taken from me." Chen Hanshi hurriedly recounted how she had fallen prey to Lin Tianfeng, who subsequently invaded her body. Upon hearing this, Lu Jingxian immediately seized Chen Hanshi's wrist and pulled back her sleeve. As expected, the symbol of purity, the vermilion mark, had vanished without a trace. "Damn it!" Lu Jingxian exclaimed, fury boiling within him as he slammed his palm onto the table, his expression darkening ominously. At that moment, he felt as though he might vomit blood from rage. Chen Hanshi had been nurtured by him since childhood. He had intended to absorb her essence upon his breakthrough to overcome his cultivation bottleneck. He never anticipated that Lin Tianfeng would seize her body. Witnessing Lu Jinxian's furious reaction, a chill crept into Chen Hanshi's heart, yet she maintained her respect and said, "Master, that young man asked me to convey a message to you." "What did he say?" Lu Jingxian gritted his teeth, asking with a menacing tone. "He said, One day, he will sever your head and use it as a chamber pot. Chen Hanqi replied in a hushed voice, treading carefully. Seeing Lu Jinxian's extreme anger, she suddenly felt that losing herself to Lin Tianfeng was not as unbearable as she had initially thought. Although Lu Jinxian had raised her, she was well aware that he regarded her merely as a vessel for his own ambitions. What audacity! Lu Jinxian seethed with rage, his fury igniting a tempest within him, his eyes glinting with a chilling, murderous intent. Meanwhile, at Tianyang Peak, in a tranquil and serene pavilion, Dongfang Qing spoke slowly. Senior brother Chun, I have heard that young man recently ventured into the Phantom Valley secret realm, and his cultivation has now reached the 7th layer of the profound realm. Qin Tianhao raised an eyebrow slightly, perplexed. How could his cultivation advance so swiftly? He has indeed been fortunate. It is said he has acquired numerous valuable treasures within, which has facilitated his rapid growth, Dongfang Qing explained. There exists an immense chasm between the profound realm and the earthly realm. Especially since I have already broken through to the 5th layer of the earthly realm, Qin Tianhao asserted, his eyes radiating a strong confidence. In this life and death battle, he is undoubtedly doomed. Senior brother, do not underestimate him. That young man is exceedingly cunning, and his capacity to challenge those of higher rank is extraordinarily formidable. Dongfang Qing softly reassured, rest assured, among those of the same realm, Chen Tianhao has never been subdued by anyone. Moreover, I possess an explosive spirit pill, once ingested. It will elevate my capabilities by an entire minor realm for a brief period. Regardless of how formidable that young man may be, he is undoubtedly destined for demise this time. A glimmer of cold, lethal intent flickered in Qin Tianhao's gaze. That is splendid news. Seeing Qin Tianhao exude such unwavering confidence, Dongfang Qing could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Her animosity towards Lin Tianfeng was profound. Yet his formidable prowess and astonishing speed of advancement left her with little choice but to place her hopes for vengeance upon Qin Tianhao. After all, she was merely the daughter of a minor city, and seeking retribution through her family was evidently an impractical endeavor. The following morning dawned. The fateful confrontation between Lin Tianfeng and Qin Tianhao has finally arrived. At this moment, the area surrounding the life and death arena of the Sacred Heart sect was teeming with people, bustling with excitement. Numerous disciples had gathered early around the arena, engaging in hushed conversations and fervently discussing the impending battle. Lin Tianfeng is utterly overestimating himself. How dare he challenge Qin Tianhao? One disciple remarked, shaking his head in disbelief. Indeed, Qin Tianhao is a core disciple of the Earth Profound Realm, and his grandfather is the master of Tianyang Peak. He undoubtedly possesses many hidden cards. Lin Tianfeng's challenge is nothing short of a death wish, another disciple chimed in. I believe Lin Tianfeng is merely seeking attention and trying to make a name for himself. He is likely to pay with his life for this folly, someone scoffed disdainfully. However, one cannot dismiss Lin Tianfeng's ability to challenge those above his level. That is evident to all, another voice interjected. You must understand that the realms of the profound and earth profound are entirely different levels, incomparable in nature. The gap between them is akin to heaven and earth. While some may challenge above their level in the profound realm, such instances are exceedingly rare in the earth profound realm. Amidst the fervent discussions surrounding the arena, it was clear that the majority favored Qin Tianhao, while very few held hope for Lin Tianfeng. Simultaneously, Su Xueyao, Lu Gong'an, and Situ Trancheng also arrived at the scene. Sister Xueyao, is that young man truly as formidable as you claim? Lu Gong'an inquired. Brother Lu, do not underestimate him. His ability to challenge higher levels is astonishing. He has now reached the 7th layer of the profound realm, and I suspect Qin Tianhao may not be his match, Su Xueyao replied. But Qin Tianhao is the grandson of the master of Tianyang Peak. Regardless of the outcome, he is likely to face dire consequences, Lu Gong'an stated matter-of-factly. Will the master of Tianyang Peak intervene in this duel between disciples? Su Xueyao asked, her curiosity piqued. The master is notoriously protective. If Qin Tianhao were to perish in the arena, he would undoubtedly seek retribution, Lu Gong'an observed with a hint of arrogance in his gaze. That adds an intriguing twist, Su Xueyao said, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Not far away, Nagong Yin and Zhou Yuner also made their appearance. Sister Yin Rand, why do you seem so unconcerned? Zhou Yuner asked, her face etched with worry. What is there to worry about? Given his current strength, Qin Tianhao cannot possibly pose a threat to him. Nagong Yin replied calmly and nonchalantly. I certainly understand that Qin Tianhao is unlikely to threaten him, but my concern lies with that old fox, Qin Dongqi. Zhou Yuner furrowed her brow slightly, her expression laden with concern as she spoke. This indeed poses a daunting dilemma. We shall petition the sect leader together and see if we can secure Lin Tianfeng's fate. Negong Yanren softly parted her lips, articulating her thoughts with deliberation. It seems we have no choice but to proceed in this manner. Zhou Yuner sighed in resignation, her countenance reflecting her helplessness. Yuner, do you truly harbor feelings for him? Negong Yanran inquired with a playful smile, her curiosity piqued. Is it not perfectly natural to like him? Zhou Yuner responded with a sweet smile, adding, do not tell me you feel nothing for him at all. Well, he is tolerable, I suppose. Negong Yanran nodded slightly, her voice soft. However, it must be said that the lad is undeniably handsome, and his physical prowess is quite remarkable, which is indeed an appealing trait. A hint of mischief danced across Zhou Yunera's features. You mischievous girl, how have you become so wicked? Negong Yanran playfully chided her. Sister Yanran, do you think Lin Tianfeng could ever reach the caliber of Huangfu Tianming? Zhou Yuner asked, her curiosity evident. The disparity between them is vast. In terms of status and talent, Huangfu Tianming far surpasses Lin Tianfeng, Negong Yanran replied, shaking her head. Though their backgrounds are starkly different. Lin Tianfeng possesses exceptional capabilities for challenging his limits, and his rate of cultivation is impressive. Given time, he may indeed have the chance to catch up to Huangfu Tianming. Zhou Yuner stated confidently. While Lin Tianfeng's ability to rise to challenges is commendable, you overlook one critical aspect. A genius requires an abundance of resources to flourish. In a modest place like Hengyue Kingdom, he cannot possibly access such resources. Moreover, for a strong individual to rise, they must endure countless battles and tribulations, which introduce numerous uncertainties. Many talents are often stifled before they can fully develop. Negong Yanran spoke gravely. You raise a valid point. This world is not devoid of talent. Yet those who truly thrive are exceedingly rare. Without the protection of a powerful faction and lacking sufficient resources, Lin Tianfeng's aspiration to surpass Huangfu Tianming is indeed a formidable challenge. Zhou Yuner sighed softly. It appears that the individual Mr. Zhuge predicted is not him. Negong Yanran remarked with a hint of resignation. When shall we depart? Zhou Yuner inquired. I find this place rather entertaining. We should leave only when our family discovers our absence. Negong Yanran sighed softly. I sense that aside from Lin Tianfeng, there is little else of interest here. Zhou Yuner commented. You cannot possibly have truly fallen for him, can you? Negong Yanran teased. Perhaps just a little. A trace of melancholy crossed Zhou Yuner's face, lamenting. Alas, we are destined to leave eventually. Chapter 53. The Great Battle with Chun Tianhao. At this moment, Chun Tianhao, surrounded by a throng of admirers and sycophants, strode confidently toward the life and death platform, his demeanor replete with arrogance and hubris. With his arrival, the atmosphere surged to a fever pitch, as all eyes turned towards him. In such a critical moment, why had Lin Tianfeng not yet appeared? An impatient voice broke the tension, expressing concern. Do you think he might be too cowardly to show up? One of the inner disciples remarked skeptically. Lin Shidi will undoubtedly arrive, and he is destined to triumph today. A female disciple from Lingxi Peak declared with unwavering conviction. Look, Lin Tianfeng is coming. Just as the crowd was engaged in speculation about Lin Tianfeng's potential appearance, a commotion arose in the distance. All eyes turned to see Lin Tianfeng approaching the life and death platform with steady, resolute steps. He stood tall like a pine, exuding an aura of formidable confidence. Lin Tianfeng certainly possesses a striking presence, quite handsome indeed, someone commented. But what does good looks amount to? Just wait. He is bound to meet a dismal fate, another replied dismissively. As Lin Tianfeng made his entrance, the crowd erupted into a frenzy of chatter. Go, Lin Shidi! Cheered numerous female disciples from Lingxi Peak, their voices filled with fervor. Seeing his fellow disciples rallying for him, Lin Tianfeng smiled and waved gently. Yin Yin. This brat is surprisingly popular. We must keep a close watch on him, Zhou Yuner said, her tone tinged with annoyance. My man, Negong Yanyan, could never be the sole object of affection for one woman, Negong Yanyan replied calmly. Yin Yin, you truly have a grand heart, Zhou Yuner exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment. Exceptional men are seldom devoid of admirers, whereas those lacking merit, do you think I would ever cast a glance their way? Negong Yanyan responded, still maintaining her composed demeanor. That does seem to hold some truth, Zhou Yuner nodded thoughtfully. At that moment, Lin Tianfeng had ascended the platform. You bold little brat, you truly have guts. But since you dare to come, you will not leave this platform alive today, Chun Tianhao hissed, his gaze as cold as ice, fixated on Lin Tianfeng, emanating a chilling aura of lethal intent. Treasure the fleeting moments you have left. I hope you can still smile when the time comes. A faint smirk curled at the corners of Lin Tianfeng's mouth, revealing a hint of disdain. At that moment, a middle-aged man, clad in the robes of an elder and exuding a robust and profound aura, swiftly ascended the arena. Are you both truly resolved to engage in this life-and-death battle? The newcomer was none other than Qin Jielong, the elder responsible for enforcing the rules of the Sacred Heart Sect's arena. Indeed, and it shall be to the death, Qin Tianhao declared, his voice sharp and resolute, each word punctuated with intensity. Lin Tianfeng, Qin Tianhao's cultivation far surpasses yours, should you decline. He has no authority to compel you to ascend this stage of mortality, Qin Jielong stated with a serious tone and a solemn demeanor. Elder Qin, this life-and-death duel was, in fact, proposed by me, Lin Tianfeng responded, a hint of regret in his voice. Lin Tianfeng, I recognize your remarkable ability to challenge those beyond your rank. Yet you must contemplate this carefully. Qin Tianhao is a core disciple, his cultivation having reached the 5th layer of the Earth Profound realm. If you reconsider now, it is not too late, Qin Jielong cautioned, his expression grave and his eyes filled with concern. Thank you for your kind intentions, Elder Qin. I assure you, I shall have no regrets. This life-and-death battle must proceed. Lin Tianfeng clasped his hands together, his tone resolute and resounding. In that case, you may as well sign this death warrant. Observing that Lin Tianfeng disregarded his counsel, Qin Jielong refrained from further commentary and promptly produced a death warrant, presenting it before Lin Tianfeng and Qin Tianhao. Lin Tianfeng and Qin Tianhao unhesitatingly and decisively inscribed their names on the life-and-death contract. The battle of life and death not only determines superiority, but also seals fate. Once initiated, surrender is strictly forbidden. Qin Jielong's voice resonated with authority, akin to the tolling of a great bell. No sooner had his words fallen than he swiftly leaped off the arena. Now, those wishing to place bets, do so quickly. Lin Tianfeng pays 3-1, while Qin Tianhao pays 1-3. The young man who previously presided over the Tongxian ranking arena once again raised his voice. Last time, I suffered significant losses. This time, I must reclaim my fortune. I wager 500 spirit stones on Qin Tianhao. You call out so loudly for a mere 200 spirit stones? I bet 1,000 on Qin Tianhao. I too wager 1,000 on Qin Tianhao. At this moment, the spectators began to place their bets, with the overwhelming majority choosing to invest in Qin Tianhao. I stake 6,000 spirit stones on my own victory. Lin Tianfeng declared loudly to the young man managing the bets below. No problem, the young man nodded in acknowledgement. He was somewhat familiar with Lin Tianfeng. It was due to Lin Tianfeng that he had once amassed a great fortune in the Tongxian arena. Such arrogance. Qin Tianhao scoffed, discreetly swallowing a spirit-exploding pill. His aura surging dramatically, akin to a volcano erupting, reaching the Earth Profound realm. Look, Qin Tianhao's aura has skyrocketed. Quickly, bet 2,000 spirit stones on Qin Tianhao for me. I'll also wager 1,000 on Qin Tianhao. At this moment, the surrounding disciples intensified their bets, all placing their hopes on Qin Tianhao. You insolent brat, prepare to meet your demise. Qin Tianhao sneered, his black spear swinging violently, launching towards Lin Tianfeng like a bolt of lightning. Seeing the attack, Lin Tianfeng did not dare to underestimate it. He swiftly executed his ethereal footwork, transforming into a blurred afterimage, effortlessly evading the fierce thrust. Indeed, you possess some skill, but today, your death is inevitable. A chilling glint flashed in Qin Tianhao's eyes, as his spear danced with increasing ferocity, unleashing a torrent of strikes upon Lin Tianfeng like a tempest. Lin Tianfeng's gaze sharpened. His foot pressed firmly against the ground as he propelled himself into the air. With a swift motion of his long staff, he unleashed the primordial staff technique, a formidable gust of staff wind roaring forth. The clash between the staff wind and the shadow of the spear produced a deafening explosion. Qin Tianhao, even if you have resorted to forbidden substances, it is still nothing more than this. Lin Tianfeng let out a cold laugh, his eyes filled with profound disdain. You little wretch, do not be so arrogant. Qin Tianhao's expression darkened to the utmost as he brandished his spear once more, charging fiercely towards Lin Tianfeng. Lin Tianfeng moved with an ethereal grace, evading the onslaught with agility. He unleashed the formidable technique of Hong Wang Juhen, wielding his staff with a cunning and unpredictable ferocity, striking fiercely at the vulnerabilities of Qin Tianhao. Within Qin Tianhao, the spiritual energy surged wildly, his spear radiating brilliance like a roaring dragon, launching a ferocious counterattack against Lin Tianfeng. In that moment, the two warriors clashed violently, unleashing waves of terrifying energy that spread wildly through the surroundings. The spectators were left in profound astonishment, their expressions reflecting sheer shock, particularly those who had wagered on Qin Tianhao's victory, their hearts racing with anxiety. Chapter 54. The demise of Qin Tianhao. As the battle raged on, Qin Tianhao found himself increasingly filled with trepidation. He had initially believed that vanquishing Lin Tianfeng would be a trivial endeavor, requiring minimal effort. To ensure his success, he had even consumed an explosive spirit pill in advance. Yet, despite his preparations, he found himself unable to gain any advantage, a flicker of fear rising within him. Meanwhile, Lin Tianfeng remained acutely aware of the gravity of the situation, executing his elusive movements to perfection, relentlessly striking with a barrage of staff shadows aimed at his opponent. The technique of Hong Wang Shika was unleashed with unrestrained ferocity. Lin Tianfeng bellowed, his staff radiating a blinding, resplendent light, resembling an army of thousands charging forth. Imbued with an inexorable intent to kill as it surged towards Qin Tianhao. Upon witnessing this, Qin Tianhao's pupils constricted sharply, yet he did not falter. Instead, he gritted his teeth and wielded his spear with all his might to counter the onslaught. Boom! The clash of their techniques resonated violently, the immense force causing the entire arena to tremble slightly. The prowess of these two individuals was astonishingly formidable. Indeed, one could only hope that Qin Tianhao would not succumb, for the consequences would be dire. The onlookers below were left utterly astonished, their mouths agape in disbelief. Lin Tianfeng seized the opportunity to pursue fiercely, wielding his long staff with precision, executing a formidable technique known as the Primordial Strike. A colossal shadow of the staff manifested, as if it were to rend the very fabric of the void, surging towards Qin Tianhao with the force of 1,000 thunders. Qin Tianhao, sensing the overwhelming pressure, felt beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. With all his might, he channeled his entire spiritual power into his long spear, bracing himself against the onslaught of the menacing staff shadow. Bang! An earth-shattering, deafening roar echoed as Qin Tianhao was violently pushed back by this immense force. A trickle of crimson blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. Soul rend. In an instant, Lin Tianfeng unleashed an arcane soul technique. An invisible surge of soul energy struck Qin Tianhao's mind like a bolt of lightning. In that fleeting moment, Qin Tianhao's gaze fell into a brief stupor, his mind blank and devoid of thought. Die. Lin Tianfeng's figure suddenly flickered and vanished, transforming into a swift afterimage. With a fierce swing of his staff, he targeted Qin Tianhao's throat with deadly intent. In this critical moment of life and death, Qin Tianhao instinctively reacted, raising his gun to shield himself. A sharp crack echoed through the air as his arm was brutally broken, blood instantly staining his garments. A harrowing scream erupted from Qin Tianhao, his eyes betraying profound terror. How could this be possible? Meanwhile, the onlookers below displayed expressions of utter shock. Qin Tianhao, get up and fight him. Someone shouted desperately, their voice hoarse with urgency. My spirit stones. That was all my fortune. You must get up and confront him. Those who had wagered on Qin Tianhao's victory were now frantic, akin to ants on a hot stove, hurling curses at him from the platform. They had anticipated a certain triumph, but the outcome had completely defied their expectations. Lin Tianfeng, you have triumphed. Qin Tianhao gritted his teeth, ultimately resigning to defeat. After uttering these words, he dashed towards the edge of the arena. He knew all too well that continuing the fight would be futile, for he could never hope to match Lin Tianfeng's prowess, and his very life hung in the balance. Thus, he made the swift decision to flee. Although such an act was undeniably shameful, it was far preferable to losing his life. To flee when death is imminent. Lin Tianfeng let out a cold snort, and with a sudden activation of his ethereal movements, his body shot forth like a bolt of lightning, striking Qin Tianhao with a swift blow of his staff. Crack! Lin Tianfeng's strike was as swift as lightning, the violent force of the staff crashing down upon Qin Tianhao's legs with a thunderous impact. Ag! Overwhelmed by excruciating pain radiating from his legs, Qin Tianhao let out a series of anguished screams reminiscent of a slaughtered pig. At that moment, his leg bones lay shattered, his body crumpled on the ground, eyes filled with despair and terror. Lin Tianfeng, you cannot kill me. My grandfather is the master of Tianyang Peak. If you dare to harm me, you will meet your demise. Fear was palpable in Qin Tianhao's gaze, his body trembling uncontrollably. Do not think that your grandfather's status as the master of Tianyang Peak will save you. Even if he were the Buddha himself, it would be of no consequence. Lin Tianfeng's expression remained impassive as he wielded his club, launching himself at Qin Tianhao with a relentless barrage of blows. The sounds of impact echoed, thud, 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 crack, accompanied by a chilling symphony of bone fractures. In mere moments, Chen Tianhao's limbs were rendered to a state of utter ruin. Even his third leg was shattered by Lin Tianfeng's merciless strike. At this juncture, Chen Tianhao was left a grotesque figure, his body a gruesome tapestry of blood and flesh. An unbearable sight to behold. You little bastard, Lin Tianfeng, your demise is imminent. My grandfather will never forgive you. Chen Tianhao cried out in anguish, his eyes glinting with a chilling, murderous intent. Even at the brink of death, he dared to issue threats. In Lin Tianfeng's eyes, a fierce killing intent surged as he swung his weapon, striking Chen Tianhao's head with a heavy blow. With a resounding crash, Chen Tianhao's head burst apart like a watermelon, brain matter scattering across the ground. Witnessing such a gruesome and brutal scene, the onlookers collectively gasped, their hearts trembling with fear. This young man harbors an intense, murderous aura. A glint of cold malice flashed in Situ Tiancheng's eyes as he murmured to himself. Such individuals seldom live long, mark my words. Once that old coot Dongfeng Qi emerges from seclusion, this boy will undoubtedly meet his demise. Lu Gong'an coldly remarked. How audacious! How dare he kill my grandson, Qin Dongqi? At that moment, a furious roar echoed from afar. Shortly after, an elderly man clad in a gray robe, with a stern countenance and an icy gaze, swiftly approached Lin Tianfeng on the arena. The newcomer was none other than Qin Dongqi. Recently, he had heard about his grandson's life and death battle with a practitioner of the profound realm. However, dismissing it due to the opponent's inferior cultivation, he had not given it much thought. In Qin Dongqi's view, no matter how strong the rival, he could never surpass his grandson. Today, having found himself with some leisure time, he decided to witness the arena battles, only to arrive just in time to see his grandson being killed, igniting an overwhelming wave of murderous intent within him. Faced with the sudden charge of Qin Dongqi, Lin Tianfeng's expression turned gravely serious. At this moment, evasion was clearly out of the question. Moreover, the opponent had him firmly locked in their sights. Against such a powerful figure, he possessed no means of resistance. Just when the crisis reached its peak, a graceful and enchanting figure appeared before Lin Tianfeng like a specter. The woman was breathtakingly beautiful, her skin as white as snow, and her eyes sparkled like a myriad of stars. Clad in flowing white garments, she exuded an alluring and voluptuous charm. The newcomer was none other than Chen Shuya. She stood there quietly, radiating an unparalleled aura of strength that forcefully repelled Qin Dongqi's oppressive presence. Chapter 55. Chen Shuya's dominance. Qin Dongqi, as a leader of the peak. How can you stoop so low to bully the weak? Do you not fear tarnishing your own reputation? Chen Shuya spoke, her exquisite features emanating an irresistible authority that made it difficult to meet her gaze. Chen Shuya, this young man has slain my grandson. This enmity is irreconcilable. Today, no one shall save him, and if you are wise, you will step aside immediately. Otherwise, do not blame me for being unmerciful. Qin Dongqi's eyes were filled with chilling malice, exuding a suffocating killing intent that seemed to freeze the very air around them. I will ensure his safety. Should you dare to oppose me, feel free to test your strength. Chen Shuya's demeanor was as frosty as ice, her gaze devoid of fear. At this moment, the onlooking disciples were all taken aback, their faces reflecting sheer astonishment. No one had anticipated that the enigmatic and aloof master of Lingxiu Peak, Chen Shuya, would stand resolutely against Qin Dongqi for the sake of a male disciple. Observing Chen Shuya's unwavering stance, Qin Dongqi bellowed furiously, Chen Shuya, if you remain obstinate, do not blame me for being merciless. With that, a radiant gleam flashed in Qin Dongqi's hand, and a long blade, exuding a chilling light, materialized before him. The blade shimmered with spiraling spiritual energy, emanating an aura of dread that was palpably terrifying. Grasping the long knife with both hands, Qin Dongqi swung it fiercely, unleashing a fierce blade aura that howled towards Chen Shuya. As it sliced through the air, the atmosphere was ruthlessly torn apart, producing a shrill and piercing sound akin to an explosion. Undaunted, Chen Shuya raised her delicate hand with a flourish, a strip of white silk darting forth from her sleeve like a nimble white dragon, charging forth with an unstoppable momentum to meet the oncoming blade aura. A thunderous crash resounded, reminiscent of a thunderclap, as the blade aura collided violently with the white silk, generating a tremendous wave of energy that made the entire life and death arena tremble, as if it might collapse at any moment. Qin Dongqi, if this is the extent of your prowess, you hardly qualify to demand my compliance, Chen Shuya declared with a tone tinged with disdain. As she spoke, her graceful hand waved again, causing the white silk to dance in the air, transforming into countless luminous shadows that surged towards Qin Dongqi like shooting stars. Their speed dazzling to behold. Qin Dongqi's expression shifted dramatically, and he hastily swung his long knife in defense. Yet, the white silk moved with astonishing swiftness and cunning angles, effortlessly breaching his defenses and catching him off guard. Bang! A searing pain erupted in Qin Dongqi's chest, as though struck by a heavy hammer, forcing him to stumble backward several paces. "How could your strength be so formidable?" he exclaimed, his face betraying shock, his widened eyes filled with disbelief. "It is not my strength. Rather, it is your utter inadequacy," Qin Shuya retorted coldly, raising her right hand once more. The white silk blazed with brilliance, surging towards Qin Dongqi with a ferocious force, as if intent on obliterating everything in its path. Feeling the overwhelming pressure that instilled despair, Qin Dongqi's expression darkened considerably. Desperately, he infused his long knife with spiritual energy, striving to withstand this lethal strike. However, the might of the white silk was insurmountable, once again shattering his defenses as if they were non-existent. Qin Dongqi coughed up a mouthful of blood, staining his garments crimson. His complexion turned ashen, devoid of color. Qin Shuya's eyes narrowed, the white silk arcing like a lightning bolt, effortlessly piercing through Qin Dongqi's defenses and striking him squarely in the chest. "Ah!" With a heart-wrenching scream, Qin Dongqi was propelled through the air like a kite severed from its string, crashing violently to the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. How could this be possible? Struggling to rise from the earth, his face was a portrait of disbelief, his body teetering precariously as if it might collapse once more at any moment. He simply could not fathom how Qin Shuya, of comparable status and standing, possessed such terrifying combat prowess, rendering him utterly powerless to retaliate. At that moment, silence enveloped the scene. All present were rendered speechless by the shocking spectacle, as if time itself had suspended in that instant. Elder Qin was astonishingly formidable, having defeated Qin Dongqi with merely 3 moves. This was utterly inconceivable. It appeared we had all gravely underestimated Elder Qin's strength. The crowd gasped in awe, their gazes toward Qin Shuya filled with reverence, as if they were gazing up at an insurmountable mountain peak. Lin Tianfeng wore an expression of astonishment, his clear eyes filled with disbelief. He had not anticipated that Qin Shuya's prowess was so formidable, powerful enough to leave one speechless. Qin Shuya retracted the white silk and coldly addressed Qin Dongqi, stating, "Qin Dongqi, Lin Tianfeng is a disciple of Lin Tianfeng. I shall not interfere with the challenges of the younger generation, but as a senior member of the sect, if you dare to take action against him again, do not blame me for being ruthless." After speaking, she turned to Lin Tianfeng, gently saying, "Tianfeng, let us depart." Her voice was extraordinarily tender, a stark contrast to her earlier cold demeanor. "Peak Master, please wait a moment. I will retrieve my spirit stones," Lin Tianfeng said, moving to the young man at the gaming table to collect the spirit stones he had won. Subsequently, he followed Qin Shuya away from the platform of life and death, leaving behind a crowd still engulfed in shock. Who would have thought that Elder Qin would oppose Qin Dongqi for the sake of a male disciple? A bystander disciple displayed an expression of utter astonishment. "You may not be aware, but Lin Tianfeng is Elder Qin's cherished protege. They have spent much time together at Lin Tianfeng, exhibiting a remarkably close bond." "Is that true?" another inquired. "I can't say for certain. I heard it from some female disciples of Lin Tianfeng, who mentioned that Elder Qin often practices swordplay with Lin Tianfeng on the mountain and occasionally shares tea with him. Their relationship is indeed very intimate. Do you think they might share that kind of relationship?" "Surely not. Elder Qin must be around 35 or 36, while Lin Tianfeng is merely 16 or 17. The age gap is rather considerable. Do you think this is the realm of mortals? For cultivators like us, an age difference of over a decade is quite common. Moreover, Lin Tianfeng possesses a youthful charm. Perhaps Elder Qin has a fondness for such types. Otherwise, how could it be possible for him to be accepted into Lin Tianfeng?" "You raise a valid point." And the way Elder Qin looked at Lin Tianfeng just now is filled with tenderness. At this moment, the crowd buzzed with speculation, particularly those fond of gossip, who fervently discussed the relationship between Lin Tianfeng and Qin Shuya. Meanwhile, the darkest expressions were worn by Lu Gahan and Situ Trancheng. Initially, they believed Lin Tianfeng was doomed to perish, yet they were taken aback by Qin Shuya's intervention on his behalf. "Yanran, why would Elder Qin be so benevolent towards Lin Tianfeng?" Zhou Yuner inquired, her delicate brows furrowing in confusion. "It must be that Elder Qin recognizes his exceptional talent," came the response. Nagong Yanran spoke, observing that the relationship between the two had taken on an unusual quality. Chen Shuya's gaze towards Lin Tianfeng was distinctly different from how she regarded others. In the presence of others, Chen Shuya exuded an air of aloofness, coupled with an aura of sanctity that rendered her untouchable. Yet, before Lin Tianfeng, she shed her pretensions, her voice imbued with an exquisite softness. Chapter 56. Lin Tianfeng's confession. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had swiftly passed. During this time, Lin Tianfeng's cultivation had experienced a meteoric rise, breaking through to the 9th level of the Tongxian realm with remarkable momentum. His rapid advancement could be attributed primarily to the demon beast's inner core he had previously acquired, alongside the substantial assistance from numerous spirit stones. However, upon reaching this new realm, Lin Tianfeng found his resources utterly depleted. Who would have thought your cultivation would advance so swiftly? A melodious voice rang out unexpectedly. In that moment, Chen Shuya appeared, her form ethereal and graceful, akin to a celestial being descending to the mortal realm, gently alighting in Lin Tianfeng's courtyard. Today, she donned a resplendent white gown, intricately embroidered with exquisite and masterful patterns. Coupled with her alluring and mature figure, she presented a striking visual impact. What are you staring at? Noticing Lin Tianfeng's unwavering gaze upon her, Chen Shuya playfully chided. Her heart racing, and a delicate blush graced her enchanting visage. Master Feng, you are truly beautiful. Lin Tianfeng spoke with a hint of embarrassment. You little rascal. Daring to tease even me. Chen Shuya let out a charming huff, casting an irritated glance at Lin Tianfeng. Pinnacle Master, what brings you here? Lin Tianfeng smiled lightly and promptly invited Chen Shuya to sit in the pavilion within the courtyard, thoughtfully pouring her a cup of fragrant tea. It has been some time since we last met, so I came to see you. I had not anticipated that you have actually ascended to the 9th layer of the Transcendence realm. Chen Shuya's beautiful eyes were filled with astonishment. During this period, Lin Tianfeng had been in seclusion, engrossed in his cultivation, which left her with a sudden and subtle feeling of unease and longing. She herself could not quite understand the reason behind it and found herself inexplicably drawn to Lin Tianfeng's residence. For someone of my caliber, is it not quite ordinary to break through 2 minor realms? A faint, confident smile graced Lin Tianfeng's face. After several months of interaction, the bond between the two had grown increasingly intimate, allowing Lin Tianfeng to occasionally jest with Chen Shuya. You are quite the narcissist, but your talent is indeed remarkable. Chen Shuya took a delicate sip of tea, her face illuminated by an enchanting smile that radiated comfort. In 2 months, the Hengyue Grand Competition will commence. During this time, you must diligently elevate your cultivation. Securing a commendable position in the competition would present you with a tremendous opportunity. A glimmer of anticipation shone in Chen Shuya's eyes. The Hengyue Grand Competition? A hint of curiosity appeared on Lin Tianfeng's face. Could you elaborate on the specifics? The Hengyue Grand Competition is a prestigious event jointly organized by the Kingdom of Hengyue and the 4 great sects. Chen Shuya elaborately and clearly recounted the rules, entry requirements, and rewards of the competition. Considering my current strength, securing the championship may not be so easy, Lin Tianfeng remarked solemnly. Even if you cannot clinch the title, gaining experience from this event will be beneficial for you, Chen Shuya responded. That makes sense. I will participate in this competition, Lin Tianfeng nodded, understanding that merely secluding himself for rigorous training would not suffice. It is only through confronting those top-tier geniuses that he could enhance his own strength. Qualifying for the Hengyue Grand Competition is no simple feat. Our sect only has 10 slots. If you wish to partake, you must compete for your place based on your capabilities. A faint smile graced Chen Shuya's face. With my abilities, securing a position in 2 months will be effortless. Winning the championship is not beyond the realm of possibility, Lin Tianfeng declared, a confident smile illuminating his visage. You certainly possess a fair amount of confidence. Chen Shuya remarked with a charming smile. If I lack confidence, how can I aspire to be the man you deserve in the future? Lin Tianfeng spoke with a grave tone, his gaze fixed intently on Chen Shuya. You little rascal, do you comprehend the words that escape your lips? Chen Shuya's expression instantly turned frosty, her eyes casting a chilling glance at Lin Tianfeng. As she beheld the profound and melancholic glimmer in his eyes, her heart began to race, akin to a startled fawn, yet she maintained an outward facade of indifference. Sister Shuya, I am enamored with you. I wish to be the man by your side. Lin Tianfeng summoned his courage and firmly grasped Chen Shuya's hand. You insolent brat, I regard you as my junior. Yet you dare to harbor improper thoughts towards me. Chen Shuya's expression turned cold, her voice resonating with authority. You may consider me your junior, but I do not acknowledge you as my elder. Today, you will either kill me, or you shall obediently become my woman. Lin Tianfeng steeled his resolve, suddenly embracing Qin Shuya, and pressed his lips against her tender, luscious ones. Deep within, he harbored a profound affection for this mature and alluring woman. Moreover, Lin Tianfeng sensed that Qin Shuya harbored some feelings for him as well. Otherwise, he would not have dared to take such a bold risk in confessing his feelings. Caught off guard, Qin Shuya was momentarily stunned, unable to fathom how audacious Lin Tianfeng could be to kiss her so forcefully. In her dazed state, she felt her jaw unexpectedly parting. Almost immediately, a pair of fervent hands roamed across her body. "You rascal, stop this at once!" Qin Shuya couldn't help but exclaim, though her voice had taken on an alluring tone. At that moment, she felt utterly powerless, unable to muster any strength. She never anticipated being so thoroughly captivated by a young man. Just as she prepared to push Lin Tianfeng away with all her might, he enveloped her in his embrace and swept into the room like a whirlwind. Once inside, Lin Tianfeng's fervor intensified, causing Qin Shuya's delicate form to tremble slightly in his hold. Lin Tianfeng unabashedly caressed Qin Shuya, traversing from her lips to her neck, descending further. At this moment, Qin Shuya felt utterly weakened, her heartbeat accelerating with fervor. "You rascal, stop this at once!" Just as the atmosphere grew increasingly enchanting and ambiguous, Qin Shuya suddenly thrust Lin Tianfeng away with force. "I want to let this go. Today, I will have my way." Lin Tianfeng charged forward once more, enveloping Qin Shuya in a tight embrace. "I practiced the Xian-yin technique. I cannot be compromised now," Qin Shuya gasped, her voice laced with urgency. In her gaze, there lingered a blend of embarrassment and anger, intertwined with an indescribable complexity of emotions. "What am I to do now?" Lin Tianfeng cast a glance downward before raising his gaze to Qin Shuya. An expression of helplessness etched across his face. He was at a loss for a solution. Qin Shuya shot him a sidelong glance, her cheeks instantly flushed with embarrassment, and then she swiftly fled the room. Once outside, she hurriedly straightened her clothes, striving to calm her restless heart, and quietly departed from Lin Tianfeng's residence. That mischievous boy, how audacious he was, gazing at her torn skirt. A barely perceptible smile graced the corners of Qin Shuya's lips. She had never anticipated that Lin Tianfeng would possess such boldness to treat her in this manner. Strangely, rather than feeling repulsed by his daring actions, she found herself harboring a flicker of delight within. What was she to do? Lin Tianfeng cast a glance at his own physique, a look of resignation etched upon his face. He subsequently entered the primordial space, taking a cold shower in an attempt to soothe his troubled mind. Although he had not succeeded in winning over Qin Shuya, his spirits remained remarkably high. He was acutely aware that Qin Shuya harbored feelings for him. Otherwise, she would have readily struck him down moments ago. It is worth noting that Qin Shuya was the esteemed leader of Lingxi Peak, notorious throughout the Holy Heart sect for her icy demeanor. The thought that he had gradually begun to thaw this mature and strikingly beautiful Ice Queen was exhilarating in itself. Chapter 57. The Hongyue Grand Competition. The following morning, Lin Tianfeng meticulously selected a bouquet of vibrant, dew-kissed flowers, and with great anticipation, he arrived at Qin Shuya's residence. "You audacious scoundrel, how dare you return?" Qin Shuya's gaze was frigid as she shot a piercing glare at Lin Tianfeng. "Why should I not dare to come?" Lin Tianfeng smiled gently, his expression tender as he offered the bouquet of flowers in his hand. "You little rascal, do you think a few flowers can win me over?" Qin Shuya responded with a hint of charming laughter. "So what must I do to become your man?" Lin Tianfeng asked earnestly, gazing deeply into Qin Shuya's eyes. "You little rascal, becoming my man is not entirely impossible, provided you possess the formidable strength to surpass me," Qin Shuya replied, a subtle smile gracing her face. Upon hearing this, Lin Tianfeng could not help but feel a surge of joy and promptly inquired, "What is your current level of cultivation?" "It is still too early to disclose that," Qin Shuya replied leisurely. "For now, your focus should be on diligent training. If one day you become the strongest in the Holy Heaven continent, there will be no woman beyond your reach." With unwavering determination in his gaze, Lin Tianfeng declared, "I shall undoubtedly achieve the title of the strongest in the Holy Heaven continent. Just wait to become my woman. Do not let me down in the Hongyue Grand Tournament." Qin Shuya said, a faint smile gracing her lips, imbued with a hint of anticipation. "I am determined to claim victory in the Hongyue Grand Tournament." Lin Tianfeng's gaze radiated a confident brilliance as he fervently looked at Qin Shuya. "However, I wish to know, do you truly harbor feelings for me?" "A slight fondness exists," Yet if you aspire to become my partner, your current prowess is woefully inadequate. Qin Shuya delicately hooked her finger under Lin Tianfeng's chin, a charming smile gracing her lips. Can we perhaps embark on a romantic relationship first? Lin Tianfeng replied with unwavering conviction. Is this not already considered a romance? A playful smile danced across Qin Shuya's face. Since we are indeed in a relationship, then, might you grant me a favor? A mischievous grin appeared on Lin Tianfeng's face. You rascal! It is not that I am unwilling to oblige, but my cultivation method is rather unique, and your current level is far too low. If we were truly to be together, the consequences could be dire. Qin Shuya spoke with earnest seriousness. Then, a simple embrace should suffice. Lin Tianfeng naturally embraced Qin Shuya tightly. It must be said that Qin Shuya's figure is nothing short of perfection. Not only is she alluring and graceful, but her curvaceous form exudes an enchanting charm that evokes an irresistible desire. You scoundrel! Let go of me, or you might be seen. Qin Shuya's delicate face flushed slightly. After all, they were at the pavilion atop the peak, a place where other disciples occasionally passed by, which made her somewhat anxious. However, despite her words, Qin Shuya did not push Lin Tianfeng away. Instead, she gently leaned into his embrace. Shuya, your figure is truly remarkable, Lin Tianfeng couldn't help but express. You naughty boy. I didn't expect you to be so mischievous at such a young age. Quickly, remove your hand, Qin Shuya playfully chided. Shuya, I plan to return home for a while. Would you join me? I wish to introduce you to my grandfather, Lin Tianfeng said with eager anticipation. Qin Shuya was the first woman he had developed feelings for since his arrival in this world, so he naturally hoped to take her home to meet his grandfather. Although Nangong Yanran and Zhou Yuner had also crossed paths with him, their connection was merely due to special circumstances, and their time spent together was brief, leaving them yet to fully accept him. Very well, I happen to have no particular plans, so I shall accompany you, Qin Shuya nodded gently. Upon hearing her agreement, Lin Tianfeng's face immediately lit up with excitement. All right then, let us depart. You go ahead, and I will quietly follow behind you, Qin Shuya said after a moment of silence. Why? Lin Tianfeng, with a face full of astonishment, inquired in confusion. You have offended many people. If you rashly leave the sect, there will undoubtedly be those who wish you harm. I will quietly follow behind you, and should anyone dare to act against you, I shall make them regret ever having come into this world. As Qin Shuya spoke, her tone remained gentle at first, but by the final words, a piercing and formidable aura of killing intent erupted from her gaze. Shuya, you are truly too kind to me. Upon hearing Qin Shuya's heartfelt declaration, a profound sense of gratitude welled up within Lin Tianfeng, prompting him to embrace her tightly. You rascal, you've caught me. Qin Shuya shot him an exasperated glance. Yet she made no move to push him away. A perfectly normal reaction. Lin Tianfeng spoke with an expression of embarrassment. The two of them indulged in sweet intimacy for a while before he reluctantly departed from Lin Tianfeng. Rascal. After Lin Tianfeng left, Qin Shuya entered her chamber and changed into another pair of undergarments. After leaving the Sacred Heart sect, Lin Tianfeng hurriedly made his way towards Hanwei City. At this moment, his heart was filled with myriad emotions. Recalling the time when he first arrived at the Sacred Heart sect, he had merely reached the first layer of this. Yet now he had ascended to the 9th layer of it. Such strength, if placed within the confines of a small city like Hanwei, would undoubtedly render him a formidable presence akin to a deity. As he sped along, Lin Tianfeng had already been away from Hanwei City for several months, and a sense of nostalgia for the old man lingered in his heart. Meanwhile, at a secluded corner outside the Sacred Heart sect, a middle-aged man clad in a black robe stealthily followed him. This man was none other than Qin Dongqi, the master of Tianyang Peak. For some time, he had been waiting outside the Sacred Heart sect with the singular purpose of anticipating Lin Tianfeng's departure. Given that his beloved grandson had been slain by Lin Tianfeng, he naturally could not let the matter rest easily. Within the Sacred Heart sect, Lin Tianfeng was under Qin Shuya's protection, making it inconvenient for Qin Dongqi to act. After all, Qin Shuya's prowess far surpassed his own. During their last encounter, he had been grievously wounded after merely 3 exchanges, so to successfully eliminate Lin Tianfeng, meticulous planning was essential, leaving no trace behind. Thus, Qin Dongqi chose to personally guard the mountain gate, awaiting Lin Tianfeng's exit to strike decisively. Qin Dongqi's extreme measures stemmed from the fact that Qin Tianhao was not truly his grandson, but rather his illegitimate son. Unbeknownst to him, a day had passed. At this moment, Lin Tianfeng arrived at the edge of a waterfall. He paused at the waterfall, set up a barbecue grill, and prepared to indulge in a delightful meal while awaiting Qin Shuya's arrival. "You little brat. Quite the hedonist, aren't you?" A chilling voice suddenly echoed. Immediately, a man in black descended from the sky, landing steadily before Lin Tianfeng. "Elder Chun, as the master of a peak. Is it not a disgrace to ambush a mere junior such as myself?" Lin Tianfeng's heart grew increasingly vigilant. "You wretched imp, how dare you slay my son Tianhao? No one in this world can protect you from my wrath. Today, I shall rend your body into countless pieces, to appease the spirit of my son Tianhao in the afterlife." Chun Dongqi's gaze was filled with malevolence, instilling a chilling sense of terror. Chapter 58. Terrifying Power. Qin Shunya. "I cannot believe it. Was he not your grandson? When did he become your son? I see now, you old rascal, your games are quite elaborate. How audacious of you to place a green hat upon your own son." Lin Tianfeng could no longer contain himself and let out a soft laugh. "Seeking death." Qin Dongqi snorted angrily, his right hand sweeping forward with thunderous force, aiming to seize Lin Tianfeng's neck with ferocity that suggested he intended to tear him to shreds. "Qin Dongqi, you truly possess audacity to disregard my words as mere whispers in the wind." Just as the situation reached a critical point, a graceful figure materialized like a specter. Dressed in a delicate lavender gown, Qin Shunya's skirt fluttered gently with the breeze, her silhouette enchanting and alluring, reminiscent of a celestial being gracing the mortal realm. Her exquisitely beautiful visage was as cold as ice, emanating an overwhelming aura of authority that seemed to render the surrounding air stagnant, making it difficult to breathe. The moment she appeared, Qin Dongqi felt his body ensnared by an enigmatic and formidable force, rendering him utterly immobile. "Qin Shunya, how could you be here?" A flicker of fear crossed Qin Dongqi's face, his voice trembling uncontrollably. He had never anticipated that Qin Shunya would remain vigilantly by a disciple's side, completely surpassing his expectations. "Qin Dongqi, how do you wish to meet your demise?" Qin Shunya's lips parted slightly, her voice imbued with boundless authority, reminiscent of a judgmental decree from the heavens. "Qin Shunya, I am the master of Tianyang Peak. You cannot kill me. If the sect leader finds out, you will undoubtedly face dire consequences." Qin Dongqi's countenance paled drastically, his eyes filled with dread, his body trembling from sheer terror. "To dismiss my words as insignificant. There is no one in the entire Holy Sky continent who can save you." With a gentle flick of her hand, Qin Shunya unleashed an overwhelming surge of spiritual power that erupted like a tumultuous tsunami. Qin Dongqi was struck as if by a heavy hammer, hurtling backward and crashing against a nearby boulder, blood gushing from his mouth and staining the ground beneath him. "How is this possible? How could your power be so formidable?" Qin Dongqi's eyes brimmed with shock and disbelief. He could hardly fathom that Qin Shunya's strength was so terrifying that he stood no chance before her. "In my eyes, you are not even worth a mere insect." Qin Shunya regarded him with disdain. As she spoke, she raised her delicate hand, a mysterious energy shooting forth with dazzling brilliance, striking directly at Qin Dongqi's dantian. "Wretched woman, you have ruined my dantian." Qin Dongqi's gaze was filled with despair and malice. He had never imagined that Qin Shunya would be so resolute as to cripple his dantian without hesitation. "Tianfeng, this old fool's cultivation has been destroyed. You may dispose of him as you see fit." Qin Shuya gazed tenderly at Lin Tianfeng, her eyes brimming with concern. "Sister Shuya, please wait a moment. Allow me to deal with this old fool before I prepare a meal for you." Lin Tianfeng seized a club and, with a grim expression, approached Qin Dongqi. The sounds of bone crunching resonated ominously, crack, crack, crack. Ah! As the chilling echoes of fractures filled the air, Qin Dongqi emitted a heart-wrenching wail. In less than a moment, Lin Tianfeng had shattered Qin Dongqi's limbs, leaving him sprawled on the ground like a mere puddle of flesh. After completing this grim task, Lin Tianfeng sprinkled some substances designed to attract serpents and rodents upon him, then cast him into the depths of the mountains. Now, with his dantian rendered useless and limbs broken, and his body coated in the alluring powder for vermin, it would not be long before he was devoured by wild beasts, reduced to a mere pile of bones. Having dealt with Qin Dongqi, the two of them savored delightful cuisine by the waterfall while relishing the breathtaking scenery. "Sister Shuya, the water here is so crystal clear. Let us shed our clothes and take a swim." Lin Tianfeng exclaimed with excitement. In the midst of his speech, he promptly shed his clothing, leaving only a pair of shorts. "You wish," Qin Shuya couldn't help but retort playfully, as she gazed at Lin Tianfeng. Clad solely in his shorts, her heart began to race uncontrollably. Lin Tianfeng possessed a remarkable physique, standing tall and confident, clad only in a pair of shorts. Standing so close to her, it would be a lie to say Qin Shua felt at ease. When Qin Shua declined to accompany him for a swim, Lin Tianfeng found himself swimming alone in the pool for several laps. As time passed, they wandered intermittently, pausing to admire the breathtaking scenery whenever it presented itself. Through this shared experience, their relationship gradually deepened. However, Lin Tianfeng also endured a tumultuous mix of discomfort and exhilaration during this period. The discomfort stemmed from the fact that their interactions were limited to mere embraces and kisses, with no opportunity for anything more substantial. He understood that Qin Shua had not deceived him. Her cultivation of the Xian-Yin technique meant that men of insufficient power could not withstand its force. This piqued Lin Tianfeng's curiosity, as he was reputed to be the legendary Primordial Sacred Body. What level of cultivation could possibly render him incapable of enduring it? While he was keen to discern Qin Shua's true power, he could not glean it, as she remained silent on the matter. Yet, his intuition suggested that her strength was formidable to an unimaginable extent. Tianfeng, perhaps you should return alone? I can wait for you at an inn in Hanwei City. What do you think? Qin Shua suggested, her face betraying her anxiety. Despite having lived for countless years, she had never met a family elder. And the thought of Lin Tianfeng taking her home made her quite apprehensive. After all, you are a formidable figure. Surely you are not afraid of my grandfather? Lin Tianfeng teased, his eyes sparkling with mischief. Not afraid, just a bit nervous, Qin Shua admitted, a faint blush rising to her cheeks. Shua, please do me this favor. After all, I am the peak master of the Sacred Heart sect. Bringing you back would reflect well on me. Lin Tianfeng chuckled, his expression brimming with anticipation. You little rascal, are you bringing me back just for your own reputation? Qin Shua playfully chided, lightly punching Lin Tianfeng on the shoulder. Of course not. You are my woman, and naturally, I must bring you home to meet my grandfather. Lin Tianfeng gently wrapped his arms around Qin Shua's waist, his tone earnest and resolute. Shua, if one day I were to venture far away, would you come in search of me? As she gazed at Lin Tianfeng's handsome visage, Qin Shua leaned softly against him, her voice tender yet tinged with melancholy. Where would you go? Lin Tianfeng inquired with curiosity, his brow slightly furrowed. It's merely a hypothetical scenario. If one day I were to travel to a distant place, would you seek me out? Qin Shua asked gently, her eyes shimmering with a hint of hope. I would certainly bring you back. You are the woman of Lin Tianfeng. No matter where you may go, I will always find you. Though my current cultivation is modest, I assure you that in the future, I shall surpass all others. The sacred heaven continent cannot possibly be my final destination. In Lin Tianfeng's gaze, there was a glimmer of unwavering confidence. Possessing the memories of Xianyuan Hong, he was acutely aware that the holy heaven continent was merely a lowly plane of existence. In truth, I am considerably older than you. Would you find me too old? Qin Shua slightly tilted her head, gazing intently at Lin Tianfeng, her eyes betraying a hint of anxiety. You are so beautiful, not old in the slightest. Who would dare to call you old? I would ensure their demise. Lin Tianfeng gently kissed Qin Shua's forehead, his tone imbued with a commanding presence. What if my age surpasses that of your ancestors? Would you find me distasteful? Qin Shua gazed intently at Lin Tianfeng, her eyes reflecting a flicker of anticipation. Surpass that of my ancestors? Lin Tianfeng's face revealed a hint of surprise, and he soon spoke earnestly, regardless of your age. You will forever be my woman in this lifetime. The cheeky boy certainly knew how to charm. Qin Shua's face broke into a sweet smile as she nestled closely against Lin Tianfeng, savoring this rare moment of tranquility and warmth. Sister Shuya's, I feel a bit unwell. Lin Tianfeng remarked. I understand, but the cultivation technique I practice simply does not allow for. Qin Shuya's replied, her expression troubled. Gazing at Qin Shuya's luscious crimson lips, a mischievous grin spread across Lin Tianfeng's face. He then leaned closer to her ear and whispered, You could do it this way. You shameless rascal, how dare you think that? Qin Shuya's playfully punched his chest in response. Chapter 59, Shock in Cold Moon City 2 hours later. Qin Shuya's approached the water's edge and elegantly washed her face, playfully chiding, I never imagined that at such a young age, your mind would harbor such wicked thoughts. She found it difficult to fathom that one day she would compromise before a younger man, a notion she had never dared to consider throughout her long life. Sister Shuya's. You look truly beautiful just now, Lin Tianfeng beamed with pride. You shameless flatterer. Qin Shuya's face flushed with a rare allure. Let us hurry along. Aiming to return home sooner, Lin Tianfeng suggested, shifting the topic. We should ride the golden-winged eagle. It will expedite our journey, Qin Shuya said, releasing her majestic mount, the golden-winged eagle. Together, they leapt gracefully onto its back, soaring towards Cold Moon City. At this moment, Lin Tianfeng was filled with profound reflections. Just months ago, Chen Shuya's had been the lofty goddess, revered at a distance, beyond reach. Back then, he could only silently sit atop the golden-winged eagle, lacking even the courage to approach her. Yet now, this woman, idolized by countless admirers, belonged entirely to him. She had even humbled her proud demeanor to please him. As they sat closely together on the eagle's back, they marveled at the picturesque scenery unfolding below. Time slipped by quietly, and before they knew it, 7 days had passed. On this day, they finally arrived at Cold Moon City. When Lin Tianfeng and Chen Shuya's descended on the golden-winged eagle, the entire city erupted in an unprecedented commotion. The eagle's immense and majestic form obscured the sky, emanating a powerful and awe-inspiring aura that caused the townsfolk to look up in astonishment and shock. When they beheld Lin Tianfeng and Chen Shuya's atop the eagle, their jaws dropped in disbelief. Isn't that Lin Tianfeng? How has he returned? Someone was the first to recognize Lin Tianfeng, their voice filled with astonishment. The woman beside him was extraordinarily beautiful, exuding an exceptional grace. Who is she? Fool. That is Elder Chen from the Sacred Heart sect. She was the one who came to Cold Moon City to select disciples last time. She is indeed a legendary figure. Have you not noticed? It seems Lin Tianfeng shares a close rapport with Elder Chen. Indeed, could it be that this young man has caught Elder Chen's eye? It appears that the Lin family is destined for greatness. At that moment, Cold Moon City was abuzz with excitement, a cacophony of voices filling the air. The news of Lin Tianfeng's return spread through the city with the swiftness of a tempest, prompting a throng of curious onlookers to gather in the streets, eager to catch a glimpse of this eminent figure. Whispers and murmurs filled the air as people exchanged their astonishment and conjectures regarding this momentous event. The prominent families of Cold Moon City were equally stirred by this unexpected announcement, with senior members hastily making their way to the Lin residence to extend their congratulations. A golden-winged eagle soared above the Lin family estate before gracefully descending into the grand courtyard of their martial arts arena. "Look, the young master has returned," exclaimed one onlooker. "Is that Elder Chen from the Sacred Heart sect? I never anticipated her presence. We must inform the family head at once." As Lin Tianfeng and Chen Shuya made their entrance, they immediately captured the attention of the Lin family disciples. Numerous young members of the Lin clan hurriedly approached, respectfully greeting them. Upon witnessing the warm reception from his kin, Lin Tianfeng reciprocated with equal warmth and generosity, bestowing upon each individual some precious elixirs. "Thank you, young master," the Lin family members exclaimed, their excitement palpable as they received Lin Tianfeng's gifts, their faces aglow with gratitude and joy. "We humbly welcome Elder Chen's esteemed presence." At that moment, Lin Xiaotian rushed over from a distance, bowing deeply with a countenance full of reverence. "Grandfather, how can one bow to their own granddaughter-in-law?" Lin Tianfeng hurriedly reached out to grasp his grandfather. "Fenger, what did you say?" Lin Xiaotian wore a bewildered expression. Incredulity etched across her face as she turned to Lin Tianfeng once more. "From today onward, she shall be your granddaughter-in-law. Is it customary for a grandfather to bow to his granddaughter-in-law?" A faint smile graced Lin Tianfeng's visage. "You cheeky rascal, are you quite certain you are not jesting?" Lin Xiaotian was taken aback, his eyes widened in disbelief, as if he could not fathom what he had just heard. "Shuya, come here and call your grandfather." Lin Tianfeng led Chen Yushu before Lin Xiaotian. Shuyu had met her grandfather before. Chen Shuyu slightly bowed in greeting, her demeanor graceful and poised. Good. Please rise quickly. Attendants, prepare the banquet." Lin Xiaotian wore an expression of fervent joy, his smile broadening to the point of near impossibility. At this moment, his heart surged with tumultuous waves of astonishment, leaving him almost incapable of coherent thought, utterly overwhelmed by disbelief. It is worth noting that Chen Shuya is a prominent figure within the Sacred Heart sect. The fact that his own grandson has brought her home is simply beyond his comprehension. Meanwhile, the elders and clan members of the Lin family stood with mouths agape, their faces etched with incredulity, as if they were caught in an astonishing dream from which they could not awaken. The banquet prepared by the Lin family soon reached completion, with the grand hall adorned with an array of exquisite delicacies, filling the air with enticing aromas. The patriarchs of various prominent families from Hanyu City arrived one after another, bearing lavish gifts to pay their respects. After all, Chen Shuya's stature as a notable figure within the Sacred Heart sect could potentially illuminate the path of any family fortunate enough to forge a connection with her. Congratulations. exclaimed Li Jingyao, the city lord, beaming with a broad smile and a tone brimming with envy. Who would have thought your grandson would forge such a remarkable bond with Elder Chen? Indeed, the Lin family is destined for great success in the future. We hope you will extend your gracious support to us, echoed Su Zhenghao. Although his daughter had once broken off her engagement with Lin Tianfeng, the latter's association with Chun Shi has now placed him in an entirely different realm of status, compelling Su to muster the courage to offer his congratulations. Lin Xiaodian responded to the well wishes from various families with a smile, his heart swelling with pride and satisfaction. Even the Wei family, with whom the Lin family had previously held grievances, sent representatives to convey their congratulations. At this moment, they understood that any hopes of vengeance in this lifetime were almost futile. Rather than dwell in the shadows of past animosities, it was far wiser to seek peace and secure a glimmer of hope for their family. Lin Tianfeng graciously accepted the overtures of goodwill from the Wei family. At this juncture, the two sides existed on entirely different planes, and Lin Tianfeng had no intention of complicating matters for them. He possessed the wisdom to recognize this shift in dynamics. During the banquet, Lin Tianfeng and Chun Shi sat side by side, their affection for one another unmistakably evident. The members of the Lin family observed the unfolding events with keen interest, their hearts brimming with boundless anticipation and longing for the future of their clan. Young Master Lin truly exemplified talent and promise, and to receive the favor of Elder Chen was indeed a blessing for the Lin family. Indeed, Elder Chen, with her captivating grace and beauty, formed a match made in heaven with young Master Lin. The accolades from the onlookers flowed incessantly. While Lin Tianfeng and Chen Shuya merely responded with graceful nods, their demeanor poised and refined. As the banquet concluded, the standing of the Lin family in Cold Moon City surged to unprecedented heights, thanks to the relationship between Lin Tianfeng and Chen Shuya. Prominent families vied for favor, seeking collaboration. Simultaneously, the love story of Lin Tianfeng and Chen Shuya was recounted in myriad versions throughout Cold Moon City. Some claimed Lin Tianfeng was merely living off Chen Shuya, while others suggested he served merely as her vessel. Nevertheless, none dared to provoke the Lin family lightly anymore. Chapter 60, Selection of Quotas. In the days that followed, Lin Tianfeng accompanied Chen Shuya in exploring every corner of Cold Moon City. During this period, he imparted some profound techniques to his own family, endowing them with numerous precious resources. Of course, the techniques he shared were primarily acquired from elsewhere and were not of divine origin. After all, the techniques from the divine realm were of such elevated caliber that retaining them within the family could invite calamity. One night, Lin Xiaodian discreetly summoned Lin Tianfeng to his residence and whispered, "Fenger, you aren't merely her vessel, are you? Grandfather, what are you thinking? Our love is genuine." Lin Tianfeng replied, exasperated by his grandfather's insinuations. "That's good." Lin Tianfeng sighed in relief. "You truly take after your father. The woman you chose is indeed exceptional." "Grandfather, you've never mentioned my father. Where has he gone?" Lin Tianfeng's eyes sparkled with curiosity and yearning. "Your parents are far away. As long as you diligently cultivate your skills, you will one day reunite with them." Lin Xiaoyan's face radiated a loving smile, his gaze imbued with a hint of anticipation. "Very well." Lin Tianfeng shook his head in resignation. Although a sense of disappointment lingered in his heart, he understood that his grandfather might have his own unspoken burdens. "Fenger, your parents love you dearly. Their absence all these years has not been without its own hardships. Please, do not harbor any resentment towards them." Lin Xiaodian spoke with deep concern. "Rest assured, grandfather, what son could ever hold a grudge against his parents?" Lin Tianfeng replied with a smile, his eyes filled with determination. "That is good to hear. Now, do hurry back and get some rest," Lin Xiaodian said with a light chuckle. "Very well, grandfather, I shall take my leave now." Lin Tianfeng bowed respectfully and turned to make his way back to his residence. This child has finally grown up. Lin Xiaodian gazed at the departing figure of Lin Tianfeng, a hint of enigmatic smile gracing his lips. After spending over a month in Hanyu City, Lin Tianfeng and Chen Shua commenced their journey back to the Sacred Heart sect. During this time, Lin Tianfeng's cultivation had ascended to the Earth Profound realm, reaching the second layer of this formidable stage. "Tianfeng, prepare yourself well. Tomorrow the sect will hold a selection event. If you can place among the top 10, you will earn the qualification to participate in the grand competition in the Hengyue Empire," Chen Shua said gently. "Rest assured, Sister Suya, with my current strength, even the Holy Son of the Sacred Heart sect would not pose a challenge for me," he replied confidently. A glimmer of confidence shone in Lin Tianfeng's eyes. Having confidence is commendable, yet during this period, You must diligently cultivate your skills, striving to elevate your prowess by a minor realm before the grand competition, Chen Shuya advised. Sister Shuya, with the competition approaching so swiftly, it seems quite challenging for me to enhance my abilities further, Lin Tianfeng replied, a hint of awkwardness in his expression. This is Earth Spirit essence. Once your cultivation is stable, refining it should enable you to surpass 2 minor realms. Chen Shuya revealed as she produced a small vial from her pocket. Sister Shuya, you are truly wonderful, he expressed gratefully. Lin Tianfeng's eyes shimmered with emotion as he embraced Chen Shuya and bestowed a gentle kiss upon her. You mischievous rascal, always making advances. Despite Lin Tianfeng's affectionate gesture, Chen Shuya did not recoil. Instead, she willingly wrapped her arms around his neck. After a tender moment of intimacy, Lin Tianfeng returned to his residence. Having only recently experienced a breakthrough in his cultivation, his foundation remained somewhat unstable, thus he decided against refining the Earth Spirit liquid for the time being. The following morning, under Chen Shuya's guidance, Lin Tianfeng stepped onto the sacred peak of the Holy Heart sect for the first time. The scenery at the Holy Heart sect was breathtaking, with majestic halls imbued with classical charm rising impressively in every direction. It wasn't long before the two arrived at the square in front of the main hall, where the elders of the sect and the younger generation of talented disciples had already gathered. As Lin Tianfeng entered the square, he instantly attracted the attention of numerous onlookers. At that moment, a middle-aged man clad in a gray robe, exuding an imposing presence, ascended to the high platform. This man was none other than Wuqingda, the sect leader of the Holy Heart sect. For this Hingyue Grand competition, our sect has 10 slots for participation. I shall personally designate these 10 slots. If anyone feels unsatisfied, they are welcome to challenge. Should you defeat any one of them, you may take their place. Without hesitation, Wuqingda announced the 10 designated participants. Among them, the Holy Son and Holy Daughter occupied 4 slots, while the remaining 6 slots were filled by the top 6 core disciples. The slots have been officially declared. Anyone who contests may step forward, Wuqingda proclaimed with authority. What is there to contest? These 10 are the most exceptional talents of the Holy Heart sect. To challenge them would only be a path to humiliation, remarked one core disciple, his expression revealing a sense of resignation. Indeed, both the Holy Son and Holy Daughter have reached the celestial realm, while the other 6 are at the pinnacle of the earth realm. Given our current strength, success in a challenge is utterly unattainable. At that moment, the dozens of core disciples present fell into a contemplative silence, none daring to step onto the platform to issue a challenge. Naturally, a few ambitious individuals, unwilling to accept mediocrity, chose to challenge, yet all met with inevitable defeat. Suddenly, a graceful figure soared into the air and gracefully landed on the arena. This was Su Shiweiyao. How has she cultivated to such heights? Lin Tianfeng's face displayed a look of astonishment. He had not expected that within a mere few months, Su Shiweiyao would have ascended to the 6th layer of the earth realm. Su Shiweiyao, whom do you wish to challenge? Elder Qin Jielong inquired. I wish to challenge core disciple Wang Feng, Su Shiweiyao responded, her gaze resolute and her tone earnest. Is she serious? Su Shiweiyao is incredibly bold to challenge senior brother Wang Feng. Indeed, brother Wang Feng stands as the closest embodiment to the Holy Son. Although Su Shiweiyao possesses commendable talent, her cultivation level remains insufficient. She is unlikely to match brother Wang Feng. As anticipated, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd upon her declaration. No one expected Su Shiweiyao to challenge the foremost core disciple, Wang Feng. It was evident that the spectators harbored little faith in Su Shiweiyao. For Wang Feng held the esteemed title of the first among core disciples, a position that placed him among the elite geniuses of the entire Sacred Heart sect. Upon hearing Su Shiweiyao's intent to confront him, Wang Feng leapt into the air, instantly appearing upon the arena. Su Shiweiyao, wielding a long sword, exuded an enchanting grace yet bore an extraordinary fierceness. Her white attire billowed in the wind, rendering her ethereal, akin to a celestial being descending into the mortal realm. In contrast, Wang Feng, with his hands firmly gripping the battle spear, projected an imposing aura with his robust stature, reminiscent of an unyielding mountain. Junior Sister Su, while your talent is remarkable, you are still no match for me at this moment, Wang Feng declared coldly, his expression replete with self-assurance. Brother Wang, whether I am your opponent will be revealed through combat, Su Shiweiyao replied, her demeanor exuding pride and a resolute gleam in her eyes. Then do take care, Wang Feng exclaimed, suddenly springing forth, wielding his spear with ferocity directed at Su Shiweiyao. The spear sliced through the air, emitting a sharp, piercing whistle. Despite Su Shuiyao's pure and beautiful appearance evoking a sense of sympathy, Wang Feng remained vigilant, sparing no room for underestimation. After all, Su Shuiyao was a direct disciple of the Grand Elder, possessing extraordinary talent, and her ability to challenge opponents beyond her level was reputedly formidable. Thus, Wang Feng unleashed his full strength from the outset, for the opportunity to participate in the Hengyue Grand Competition was of paramount importance. He could not afford to falter in this contest. However, Su Shuiyao remained unfazed, her movements as graceful as a dancing butterfly, effortlessly evading the fierce onslaught. A gentle breeze caressed the willow trees. With a commanding shout, Su Shuiyao wielded her longsword, creating a dazzling display of sword blossoms as she launched an attack towards Wang Feng. Each strike was infused with a fierce sword aura, aimed directly at his vital points. Undeterred, Wang Feng brandished his war spear with great vigor, parrying the blows, which resulted in a spectacular shower of sparks erupting from their clash. The two engaged in a relentless exchange, the sound of their weapons colliding echoing continuously. Su Shuiyao's swordplay was both agile and unpredictable, at times striking with the ferocity of a tempest, and at others flowing as gently as a babbling brook, making her movements elusive and difficult to anticipate. Conversely, Wang Feng's war spear was a manifestation of raw power, each thrust imbued with immense force that was unparalleled. Suddenly, Su Shuiyao leaped into the air, her sword tracing an exquisite arc, radiating a chilling brilliance as it aimed directly at Wang Feng's face. He swiftly leaned back, raising his spear just in time to deflect the deadly attack. The onlookers were left in awe, their expressions reflecting shock at the formidable display of skill exhibited by Su Shuiyao. Her swordsmanship is nothing short of extraordinary, gasped one disciple, disbelief written across their face. Indeed, Su Shuiyao, a direct disciple of the Grand Elder, had remained inconspicuous until this moment, her performance today truly stunning everyone. Another disciple echoed this sentiment, their expression one of incredulity. As the battle intensified, an invisible aura enveloped the arena, amplifying the tension in the air. Wang Feng, feeling the pressure of prolonged combat, grew increasingly anxious, his techniques becoming erratic and losing their original form and rhythm. Seizing the opportunity, Su Shuiyao moved with a ghostly swiftness, swiftly circling behind Wang Feng, her sword aimed at his back. Startled, Wang Feng turned to defend with his spear, only to be struck by a decisive kick to his wrist, causing the weapon to slip from his grasp. "Brother Wang, I concede," Su Shuiyao declared, her sword suddenly poised against his throat. Wang Feng's face drained of color, his eyes filled with reluctance and disappointment as he resignedly admitted, "Indeed, you are formidable, Master Su. I have lost." With grace, Su Shuiyao sheathed her sword and leapt into the air, resembling a delicate petal, elegantly landing below the arena. At that moment, the crowd was engulfed in astonishment. No one had anticipated that Su Shuiyao, a disciple who had joined the sect merely months prior, could vanquish the seasoned prodigy Wang Feng, leaving them in a state of disbelief. The challenges continued, yet all ended in failure for the participants. Just as the spectators were still processing Su Shuiyao's stunning victory, a figure shot onto the stage like lightning. It was Lin Tianfeng. "Lin Tianfeng, who do you wish to challenge?" Qin Jielong inquired, his gaze scrutinizing. "I wish to challenge Situ Tiancheng," declared the disciple. Lin Tianfeng's voice resonated with clarity and conviction. Could it be that Lin Tianfeng has lost his senses? How audacious to challenge Brother Situ. At that moment, the crowd erupted in astonishment, their faces reflecting sheer disbelief. No one anticipated that Lin Tianfeng would dare to confront Situ Tiancheng. Such folly. Situ Tiancheng, who had been languidly seated in the spectators' area, felt a sudden shift in the atmosphere upon hearing Lin Tianfeng's challenge. His countenance darkened, and a glimmer of ruthlessness and disdain flickered in his eyes. Without hesitation, Situ Tiancheng rose, his stature reminiscent of a great rock taking flight, and descended onto the arena in an instant. "Lin Tianfeng, do not presume that a modicum of strength allows you to challenge me, the Holy Sun. I advise you to reconsider your choice of opponent. Otherwise, you shall bear the consequences," Situ Tiancheng declared coldly, his gaze imbued with contempt, an overwhelming aura emanating from his presence. "Situ Tiancheng, that day, your strike nearly claimed my life. Today, I challenge you to a battle of life and death. Are you bold enough to accept?" Lin Tianfeng's gaze was devoid of fear, emanating a fierce determination for battle. "Lin Tianfeng, since you insist on courting death, I shall oblige you," Situ Tiancheng remarked with an icy stare, astonished that Lin Tianfeng would dare challenge him to a life and death duel. It was utterly preposterous. Who granted you the right to initiate such a fight? Qin Jielong thundered, his expression darkening in an instant. Elder Qin, according to the sect's regulations, a disciple has the right to challenge him to a life-and-death battle. Lin Tianfeng's demeanor was serious and resolute, his gaze unwavering. Since this young man was intent on courting death, so be it. At that moment, an aged voice resonated through the air. An imposing elder clad in a gray robe swiftly approached from a distance, landing effortlessly on the plaza of the sect's main hall. The newcomer was none other than the esteemed elder of the Sacred Heart sect, Xiao Zhennan. Elder, what brings you here? Upon Xiao Zhennan's arrival, all the elders respectfully bowed in greeting. Master, C2 Chancheng also offered a respectful bow. Master, these two youngsters insist on engaging in a life-and-death duel. What is your opinion? Qin Jielong directed his gaze towards the sect leader, Wuqingda. Since they desire a duel to the death, we shall grant them that wish. Wuqingda replied in a calm voice, devoid of any emotion. Lin Tianfeng, I initially had no intention of holding you accountable. But since you were so eager to meet your demise today, I shall oblige. C2 Chancheng, holding a folding fan, revealed a hint of disdain and scorn in his eyes. Enough with the idle chatter. If you wish to fight, do so promptly. I have no interest in exchanging threats with a corpse. Lin Tianfeng's gaze was as sharp as a sword, and in an instant, his long sword was unsheathed, pointing directly at Situ Chancheng, with sword energy surging forth. Humph! Situ Chancheng let out a cold snort, and with a sudden flick of his golden folding fan, the intricate golden patterns on its surface illuminated as if animated, releasing a powerful aura that spread outward from him, threatening to rend the very air around them. Lin Tianfeng, today marks your demise. Before Situ Chancheng's words had faded, he had already approached like a specter, wielding the fan which glimmered with a golden arc, aimed straight at Lin Tianfeng's throat. Chapter 62, The Unfathomable Chun Shuinya. You, of all people, are not worthy. Lin Tianfeng's eyes suddenly narrowed, his footsteps moving with the agility of a serpent, skillfully sidestepping the ferocious and swift strike at an exceptionally clever angle. Simultaneously, he gave a sharp flick of the long sword in his hand, and a melodious and lingering sound of the sword echoed throughout the surrounding space. The blade shimmering with brilliant light, as if a faint dragon's roar could be discerned emanating from it. Lin Tianfeng, seizing the moment, swung his sword fiercely towards Situ Chancheng's arm. The fierce sword aura intertwined with remarkable intensity, its overwhelming momentum seemingly capable of ruthlessly cleaving through the very fabric of the void. Observing this, Situ Chancheng remained composed, unfazed as he positioned his folding fan before him. The fan, which appeared as delicate as paper, now stood resolute as steel, boldly clashing with the long sword, producing a deafening sound akin to a thunderous roar. The resounding echo reverberated across the sky as two formidable forces collided, creating an invisible shockwave that surged outward like a tumultuous tide. Lin Tianfeng and Situ Chancheng swiftly retreated several dozen paces, leaving deep impressions on the ground, akin to striking ravines. Indeed, they possess some skill. Come, receive my next strike. Situ Chancheng bellowed, his voice resonating through the heavens. In an instant, the folding fan in his hand began to spin rapidly, its golden radiance growing increasingly resplendent, forming a delicate golden vortex in the air. Countless golden blades of wind surged forth from this vortex, sweeping towards Lin Tianfeng like an apocalyptic storm. Lin Tianfeng's expression was as grave as frost, his internal spiritual energy surging wildly like a runaway steed. The long sword danced rapidly before him, transforming into an impenetrable curtain of blades. Clang! The wind blades struck incessantly against the sword curtain, erupting in a cascade of resplendent sparks and undulating waves of spiritual energy. Lin Tianfeng felt a surge of numbness and fatigue in his arm. Yet he resolutely gritted his teeth, steadfastly enduring the onslaught of ferocious attacks. Situ Chancheng, if this is the extent of your strength, then your demise is inevitable today. Seizing the moment, Lin Tianfeng suddenly leaped into the air, his figure soaring high as he raised his sword triumphantly above his head. The blade radiated a brilliant light, coalescing into an immense spectral dragon, exuding an aura of devastation that seemed capable of annihilating the heavens and the earth, as it struck fiercely towards Situ Chancheng. A flicker of undeniable surprise flashed across Situ Chancheng's eyes as he forcefully waved his folding fan, conjuring an ethereal golden barrier that appeared instantaneously. The surface of the barrier shimmered with pulsating runes, its brilliance flowing like a river of light. With a thunderous roar, the sword dragon collided violently with the barrier, producing a cataclysmic sound that reverberated through the air. In that instant, the radiance was so dazzling that it rendered onlookers unable to open their eyes, while the colossal din resonated in their ears like the cacophony of 1,000 thunders. The powerful waves of energy surged outward, causing the spectators surrounding the arena to retreat in panic, their faces etched with fear. As the light gradually dissipated, Lin Tianfeng and Situ Tianqing stood defiantly at the center of the arena, both clad in tattered garments, blood trickling from the corners of their mouths. Yet, within their eyes burned a fiercer determination, akin to two blazing infernos. Below, Negong Yan and Zhou Yuner exchanged glances filled with concern, while Su Xueyao's face displayed profound astonishment. Clearly taken aback by Lin Tianfeng's formidable combat prowess, the battle atop the stage raged on, swiftly escalating into a frenzied state of intensity. Lin Tianfeng grew ever more formidable as the battle raged on, his eyes ablaze with a murderous intent. A continuous stream of exquisitely crafted sword energy surged relentlessly towards Situ Tianqing, who, undeterred, wielded his folding fan with fervor. The violent spiritual energy clashed repeatedly with Lin Tianfeng's sword strikes. How could this young man possess such overwhelming strength? Situ Tianqing was astounded. Although he had heard tales of Lin Tianfeng's remarkable ability to challenge foes beyond his level, he had not anticipated the extent of his prowess. Just as the two were locked in fierce combat, Lin Tianfeng suddenly unleashed a soul-cutting blade. This intangible assault on the soul struck like lightning, penetrating Situ Tianqing's mind in an instant. He felt an agonizing pain radiating through his head, his gaze turning vacant, and his movements becoming sluggish. Die! Lin Tianfeng let out a cold snort, his figure instantly transforming into an elusive shadow. With a sudden flourish of his longsword, its brilliance surged forth, embodying a lethal resolve as it aimed directly at Situ Tianqing's neck. Yet, as a formidable practitioner of the heavenly profound realm, Situ Tianqing reacted in the nick of time, raising his arm to shield himself. With a sharp, piercing sound, his arm was severed, blood instantly staining his garments crimson. A cacophony of anguished cries erupted from Situ Tianqing, his visage paling to a ghastly white. In this moment of peril, he erupted into a desperate dash, hastily retreating towards the ground below, even as death loomed near. Lin Tianfeng let out a cold snort, his figure suddenly flickering as he wielded his long sword with a fierce and chilling radiance, aiming directly for the heart of Situ Tianqing. Stop! Elder Xiao Zhenan bellowed, an overwhelming aura of terror emanating from him. In the face of Xiao Zhenan's admonition, Lin Tianfeng chose to disregard it entirely. With the momentum of a fierce gale, his sword pierced through Situ Tianqing's back, directly impaling his heart. Poof! Blood erupted from Situ Tianqing's mouth as he slowly turned his head, his face a mask of disbelief. He could hardly fathom that he would meet his demise at the hands of a mere second-tier Earth Profound Realm youth. How could I die here? His eyes brimmed with unwillingness and despair. Gradually, his body slumped to the ground, void of any sign of life. Such audacity to dare slay a disciple of Xiao Zhenan. Today, I shall ensure your remains are utterly obliterated. Xiao Zhenan roared in a fury that shook the very air, his figure darting forward like a wraith, intent on avenging his disciple. Old man, you seek death. Just as Xiao Zhenan charged toward Lin Tianfeng, and everyone believed Lin Tianfeng was doomed, a cold yet delicate voice rang out. Chen Shiya's figure flickered, appearing before Lin Tianfeng like a phantom. With a gentle wave of her hand, an invisible yet immensely powerful force surged forth. Bang! Xiao Zhenan barely had time to react before he was violently struck by this force. In the horrified gazes of the onlookers, his body disintegrated into a mist of blood, dissipating into the air. Chapter 63. Arrival at the Hengyue Empire. How is this possible? An elder's eyes widened in disbelief. Chen Shiya's had killed the Grand Elder with a single strike. Another elder's legs buckled, nearly collapsing to the ground. The disciples below were left aghast, their faces drained of color, as if ensnared by a spell of paralysis, rendered incapable of thought. The Grand Elder has died just like that? Am I dreaming? Indeed. This is simply too incredible. At this moment, the entire square fell into a profound silence, devoid of any sound. All were struck dumb by this sudden turn of events, unable to articulate their shock, resembling lifeless statues. Particularly, Lu Gonghan's complexion turned ashen, devoid of any hint of color, akin to a blank sheet of paper. At this moment, he silently rejoiced that Lin Tianfeng had not challenged him. Otherwise, it would have been he who lay dead on the arena floor. In this instant, the gazes of the crowd towards Chen Shiya's were filled with deep-seated fear and reverence. Yet, the sect leader Wu Qingda maintained an expression of calm, betraying not a hint of dissatisfaction. Lin Tianfeng stood rooted to the spot, utterly taken aback. He had never anticipated that Chen Shiya possessed such formidable strength. This soft meal was indeed delectable. Who would dare provoke me henceforth? A sense of secret delight surged within Lin Tianfeng. With a graceful and enchanting stride, Chen Shua approached him and gently inquired, "Are you all right?" "Shua, I am fine," Lin Tianfeng replied with a smile. "That is a relief," Chen Shua exhaled. Then turned to descend the arena. "Well, since there are no challengers, the quota is confirmed. Now, everyone, follow me aboard the Xianzhou," Wu Qingde announced, his right hand elegantly waving, causing a colossal Xianzhou to materialize on the square. The vessel, extending several dozen yards, was meticulously crafted from black mysterious iron, its hull shimmering with enigmatic runic light. Soon after, the senior members of the Holy Heart sect led the disciples participating in the grand competition, forming a line to board the Xianzhou. As the crowd stepped onto the vessel, they were instantly awestruck by its opulent interior. The spacious Xianzhou was adorned with lavish decorations, capable of accommodating hundreds, and it moved with remarkable swiftness. Naturally, the Xianzhou consumed an immense amount of spirit stones. Under ordinary circumstances, no sect would readily part with it. Once aboard, Lin Tianfeng followed Chen Shua into a private compartment. Observing the duo enter the room, envy flickered in the eyes of the onlookers. Captivated by the sight of the beautiful sect leader and Lin Tianfeng, Wu Qingde maneuvered the Xianzhou, transforming it into a streak of light as it sped toward the Hengyue Empire. Throughout the journey, Lin Tianfeng and Chen Shua relished their intimate world within the compartment. As a couple in the throes of young love, their closeness was palpable, although they could not consummate their relationship. Chen Shua made numerous concessions and compromises at Lin Tianfeng's behest, greatly satisfying his vanity. After all, Chen Shua was no ordinary woman. Her beauty was unparalleled, and her strength unfathomable. To have such a woman bow to him was indeed a privilege bestowed only upon the fortunate. As time slipped by, half a month passed in the blink of an eye. After a swift journey, the Holy Heart sect finally arrived at the Hengyue Empire. Meanwhile, during this period, bolstered by the Earth Spirit liquid, Lin Tianfeng's cultivation had ascended to the fourth layer of the Earth Profound Realm. Hengyue City, the imperial capital of the Hengyue Empire, stood magnificently, exuding an awe-inspiring grandeur. Surrounded by an unbroken chain of majestic mountains, the city walls are constructed from unyielding black stone, instilling a sense of invincibility and fortitude. From a distance, it resembles a magnificent dragon, coiled protectively, exuding an awe-inspiring aura. As the party approaches the city, the vessel comes to a gentle halt outside its boundaries. The imperial city of Hengyue prohibits aerial navigation. Any unauthorized incursion into its airspace is deemed a provocation against the Hengyue Empire, with dire consequences to follow. Thus, Wu Qingde prudently anchors the vessel at a distance and leads the group on foot into the heart of Hengyue. Hengyue City is exceedingly vibrant, adorned with buildings that exude classical elegance, bustling streets, and a ceaseless flow of people, alongside powerful dancers, all of which showcase the city's uniqueness. Flanking the streets, shops abound, offering a dazzling array of treasures essential for cultivators, overwhelming the senses with their variety and splendor. Under Wu Qingde's guidance, the disciples of the Sacred Heart sect arrive at an exquisite and elegant residence known as the Sacred Heart Manor, the sole bastion of their sect within Hengyue City. The manor sprawls across vast grounds, containing hundreds of rooms of varying sizes. With only 7 days remaining until the Hengyue Grand Selection, you are encouraged to explore freely. Yet it is advisable to avoid trouble. Should any issues arise, you may reach out to me via sound transmission. Wu Qingde's expression is grave as he solemnly imparts this instruction, handing his sound transmission talisman to the 10 competing disciples. He then elaborates on the rules of the upcoming competition. The Hengyue Grand Selection comprises 4 major sects: the Flame Fire sect, the Cold Sky sect, the Inshop Palace, and the Sacred Heart sect. Each sect is permitted to send 10 disciples to compete, ultimately determining the top 10 contenders. The top 10 from these 4 sects will then face off against the 10 most gifted individuals of the Hengyue Empire to crown the champion of this grand selection. Lin Tianfeng learned from Chen Shua that in previous major competitions, the Sacred Heart sect had consistently found itself at the bottom of the rankings. The challenge for Lin Tianfeng to claim the championship title was exceedingly daunting. Most competitors from the other 3 major sects had already reached the second level of the Celestial Profound Realm, while the participants from the Hengyue Empire were even more formidable, nearly all having attained the 4th level of the Celestial Profound Realm. Nevertheless, Lin Tianfeng's ambition remained unwavering. His goal was still the championship. Subsequently, everyone returned to their respective chambers. Lin Tianfeng indulged in a soothing bath and donned a fresh set of garments. He intended to take a leisurely stroll and appreciate the picturesque scenery of Hengyue City. However, as he swung open the door, he was greeted by the sight of Nagong Yan and Zhou Yuner standing at his doorstep. Sister Yanran, Sister Yuner, what brings you here? Please, come in and make yourselves comfortable. Lin Tianfeng, ever the epitome of politeness, promptly gestured with an inviting hand. Junior brother Tianfeng, Yanran and I are planning to take a stroll. Would you kindly serve as our escort? A hint of alluring charm graced Zhou Yun's face, her eyes glimmering with anticipation. Of course, I was just about to seek your company for a leisurely outing, Lin Tianfeng replied with a serene smile. That sounds splendid. Let us be off. Zhou Yun exclaimed, her face alight with excitement. Subsequently, the three bid farewell to Wu Qingda and departed from the courtyard. Chapter 64. Accompanying the two ladies on their shopping excursion, the trio sauntered through the bustling and vibrant streets of Hengyue Imperial City, swiftly drawing the attention of numerous passers-by. Lin Tianfeng was extraordinarily handsome, exuding an air of elegance akin to that of an unparalleled jade gentleman, radiating an enchanting charm from every aspect of his being. Nagong Yan and Zhou Yuner, both possessing youthful visages and ample figures, resembled celestial beings gracing the mortal realm, their stunning beauty almost rendering one breathless. Typically, they devoted themselves to profound cultivation within the Sacred Heart sect, seldom having the opportunity to visit such grand cities. Thus, on this occasion, they fully embraced their feminine nature. The two ladies flitted about like joyful birds, gravitating towards bustling crowds, eagerly observing their surroundings with unbridled excitement. Meanwhile, Lin Tianfeng, wearing an expression of mild exasperation, dutifully trailed behind, fulfilling the role of their devoted protector. By the way, Tianfeng, what is your relationship with Elder Chen? Zhou Yuner inquired, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Well, it is simply the relationship between a sect leader and his disciple, Lin Tianfeng replied. Why do I sense that your relationship seems somewhat extraordinary? Zhou Yuner pressed, her lively eyes betraying her inquisitive nature. Come on, be honest. Do you share a special connection? Let us not delve into this topic. If you truly wish to know, why not visit my room tonight? I shall discreetly share the details with you. A mischievous smile crept across Lin Tianfeng's face. You lecher, I shall not go. Zhou Yuner retorted with irritation. Lin Tianfeng, spare us the pretense. For the past half-month, you have both been ensconced in the private room of Xianzhou, and the glances you exchange are undeniably unusual. To claim there is no hint of ambiguity between you would be difficult for anyone to believe, Nagong Yanran remarked with exasperation. Sister Yanran, my relationship with Elder Chen is entirely innocent. I have merely been seeking her guidance on my cultivation, which is why I have been spending so much time in the private room. Lin Tianfeng, with a serious expression, remarked, have you not noticed that my cultivation has recently ascended to the 4th level of the Earth Profound Realm? How on earth did you manage to break through by 2 minor realms? A look of astonishment appeared on Nagong Yanran's face. There are 2 reasons for my ability to surpass 2 minor realms. First, I am a prodigy endowed with exceptional talent. Second, I owe much to Elder Chen's meticulous guidance. Lin Tianfeng replied with a smile. Do you truly not share that kind of relationship with her? Nagong Yanran pressed again. I swear upon the heavens. There has absolutely been no such relationship with Elder Chen, Lin Tianfeng declared solemnly, his tone earnest and serious. In truth, he wished to publicly acknowledge his feelings for Chen Shuya, as he genuinely cherished her. However, Chen Shuya had sternly warned him that revealing such a connection would expose him to great peril, thus forbidding him from doing so. Very well, I believe you. Nagong Yanran's tone softened, and an involuntary hint of a smile graced her lips. During this time, Lin Tianfeng had been consistently accompanying Elder Chen, which left her feeling somewhat uncomfortable. After all, her first experience had been taken by this man, who was now spending his time with another woman. To claim she felt no jealousy would be a blatant falsehood. Sister Yanran, Sister Yun, do you still remember our agreement from back then? Lin Tianfeng cleared his throat and said, What agreement? Zhou Yun asked, her expression one of confusion. You once stated that if I wished to become your man, I would need to conquer you. Does that agreement still hold? In Lin Tianfeng's gaze, a hint of anticipation and excitement shimmered. Have I mentioned it? Nagong Yanran inquired, her beautiful eyes blinking. You have, came the reply. Lin Tianfeng hurriedly spoke. How could I possibly forget? A hint of playful amusement appeared on Nagong Yanran's face. I don't recall either, Zhou Yuner chuckled in agreement. If you are going to be so evasive, it loses all its charm. Lin Tianfeng wore an expression of helplessness, appearing quite dejected. After a brief moment, the 3 of them arrived at the Lingdao Pavilion. The Lingyao Pavilion is the largest commercial establishment in the Hengyue Kingdom, with branches scattered throughout the entire realm. It is said that the formidable force behind it is none other than the imperial family of the Hengyue Empire. Esteemed young master, may I inquire what you require? As Lin Tianfeng and his companion stepped into the Lingyao Pavilion, a maid clad in a flowing azure gown approached them with remarkable enthusiasm. I am in need of some medicinal herbs, she inquired. Lin Tianfeng promptly handed over the meticulously prepared list of medicinal herbs. Having arrived at the Hengyue Imperial City, he felt compelled to procure various herbs to expedite his cultivation. Presently, achieving victory in the grand competition seemed nearly unattainable. However, should he manage to ascend one or two minor realms, the outcome would surely differ. Young master, please hold for a moment. I shall arrange this for you immediately. The maidservant replied with a respectful demeanor and a warm smile. She then presented the list to the steward. After a brief interlude, several stewards from the Lingbao Pavilion delivered all the requested herbs. Do you have Tianxing grass available? At that moment, a melodious and enchanting voice resonated through the air. A young woman clad in a flowing white dress, tall and graceful, entered with poise. Following closely behind her was a striking young man adorned in resplendent purple attire, exuding an aura of confidence and authority. Miss, the Tianxing grass has already been sold to this young master. If you require it, we can arrange for it to be sourced from another merchant association, though it would take 3 days, the maidservant respectfully responded. Young man, I desire the Tianxing grass. Name your price, the young woman in white said, her delicate brows knitting together, her tone icy and resolute. It is not for sale. Lin Tianfeng's expression remained tranquil, and his tone was nonchalant. After uttering these words, he turned with Nangong Yanran and Zhou Yuner, preparing to exit the Lingbao Pavilion. You scoundrel, halt. As Lin Tianfeng and his companions stepped out of the Lingyao Pavilion, a chilling and authoritative reprimand reverberated in their ears like thunder. In an instant, the figure clad in purple and the maiden in white appeared before them like phantoms. Young man, if you surrender the Tianxing grass, I shall offer you 3 times its value. The purple-clad man raised his chin, his expression haughty, embodying an air of superiority that suggested he was untouchable. The price of the Tianxing grass is 2,000 spirit stones. Should you offer 100-fold that amount, I might consider parting with it, Lin Tianfeng replied, his gaze icy. Why don't you just rob it? The expression of the purple-clad man darkened instantly, resembling a tempestuous sky. If you can afford it, buy it. If not, do not pretend to be grandstanding here. Lin Tianfeng let out a cold laugh, grasping Nangong Yanran and Zhou Yuner as he strode to the side. It is worth noting that the Tianxing grass is vital for concocting the Earth Spirit Pill, holding immense significance for him, hence he could never part with it for another. Chapter 65. A brutal beating of the Cold Sky sect disciples. You little brat, if I am not mistaken, you must also hail from one of the 4 great sects, remarked the man in purple, his figure swaying momentarily before he swiftly blocked Lin Tianfeng and his companions. His speed was astonishing, leaving one astounded. And what of it? Lin Tianfeng replied indifferently, his demeanor frosty. I am Ji Buxiao from the Cold Sky sect. Should you be willing to relinquish the Tianxing grass to me? I would owe you a favor, he declared, elegantly wielding a folding fan, his expression still haughty, exuding an air of arrogance. Apologies, but I have never heard of you. Lin Tianfeng's tone was calm, and his expression remained utterly unperturbed. You, Ji Buxiao's countenance darkened to an extreme. As the youngest son of the Cold Heaven sect's master, he was incensed that this young man claimed to have never heard of him. To Ji Buxiao, it was evident that Lin Tianfeng was deliberately dismissing him, treating him with disdain. Little did he know that Lin Tianfeng genuinely had no knowledge of his reputation. Kid, do not say I haven't given you a chance. Hand over the Tianxing grass, and I shall offer you 5 times its worth. Otherwise, do not blame me for being unmerciful. A shadow of fury flickered in Ji Buxiao's eyes, clearly indicating he was on the brink of explosive anger. Get lost. Lin Tianfeng's patience was gradually wearing thin, and a glimmer of icy coldness flashed in his gaze. Seeking death, Ji Buxiao shouted furiously, his right hand sweeping violently as it aimed for Lin Tianfeng's cheek. Unaware of the impending doom, a fierce glint flickered in Lin Tianfeng's eyes. In an instant, his right hand shot out like a tempest, swiftly grasping Ji Buxiao's wrist before forcefully twisting it. Crack! A sharp sound of a bone fracturing echoed as Ji Buxiao's arm was contorted grotesquely. The excruciating pain elicited a heart-wrenching scream from him, a sound that seemed to pierce the heavens, sending chills down the spine. You little bastard, I will kill you. Ji Buxiao roared in fury, his face contorted with rage. In a flash, he drew his long sword with his left hand and lunged towards Lin Tianfeng, the blade slicing through the air with lethal intent, fueled by a determination to kill. How dare you? Do you truly believe I am an innocent lamb? Lin Tianfeng's left hand shot out like lightning, swiftly seizing his wrist with an astonishing speed, and with a sudden twist, a sharp crack echoed. Ah! Ji Buoxiao emitted a series of desperate screams, his voice filled with unbearable anguish. In that moment, his arms were grotesquely twisted, cold sweat poured down his brow, and beads of perspiration cascaded down his face, revealing an expression of excruciating pain, his features contorted in agony. You little bastard, I will surely kill you. Ji Buoxiao's gaze was filled with venom, resembling that of a viper, fiercely fixated on Lin Tianfeng, his malevolent stare seeming to promise 1,000 tortures. Aren't you Ji Buoxiao? This time, I shall ensure you do not escape unscathed. A glint of cold light flashed in Lin Tianfeng's eyes as he suddenly kicked out with his right leg, unleashing a fierce gust of wind that struck like lightning against Ji Buoxiao's groin. A sharp crack echoed through the air, reminiscent of an egg shattering. As Ji Buoxiao collapsed to the ground, his body convulsing as if electrocuted, his gaze filled with despair and fury. You little brat, how dare you harm young Master Ji? You are doomed. The woman in the white dress glared at Lin Tianfeng, her eyes seemingly ablaze with anger. You wretched woman, how dare you put on airs before me? Lin Tianfeng's figure flickered as he instantly appeared before the woman in the white dress. He struck her with a flurry of slaps, the sound of each resounding crisp and loud, transforming her visage into a grotesque spectacle. Subsequently, Lin Tianfeng delivered a powerful kick, forcefully targeting her sensitive area, propelling her through the air with tremendous might. The woman emitted a series of anguished wails, her body convulsing uncontrollably, lying on the ground like a broken doll. Why are you still standing there? Depart at once. Lin Tianfeng swiftly led Nangong Yanran and Zhou Yuner away from the scene, their figures quickly vanishing amidst the throng of people. Approximately 15 minutes later, the trio returned to the stronghold of the Sacred Heart sect. Tianfeng, you are exceedingly ruthless, Zhou Yuner remarked, her face reflecting fear and a trace of terror in her eyes. Indeed, she is a woman after all. It would have sufficed to leave her battered. Yet you went so far as to kick her there, Nangong Yanran exclaimed, her expression one of astonishment. She had never anticipated that Lin Tianfeng, who usually appeared so refined and cultured in her presence, could unleash such brutality, presenting a stark contrast to his usual demeanor. When confronting adversaries, I show no mercy, regardless of whether they are male or female. Lin Tianfeng spoke in a calm tone, his expression betraying no emotion. Subsequently, the three individuals each retreated to their respective chambers. Upon returning to his room, Lin Tianfeng set about the task of concocting the Earth Spirit Pill. This pill serves as an auxiliary means for practitioners of the Earth Profound Realm to enhance their cultivation, possessing remarkably formidable effects, if successfully refined. It could elevate one's level by an entire minor realm. However, at the Earth Profound stage, this elixir may only be consumed once, as subsequent doses yield no benefit. At this moment, Lin Tianfeng intended to seize this opportunity to elevate his cultivation to the 5th layer of the Earth Profound Realm. Should he succeed in achieving this level, he would possess power comparable to that of a 4th layer practitioner in the Heavenly Profound Realm. At that point, claiming victory in the upcoming competition would no longer be a distant dream for Lin Tianfeng. He meticulously sorted through the medicinal materials he had purchased, then retrieved his alchemical furnace, immersing himself fully in the crafting process. As time passed gradually, the spiritual herbs began to dissolve, transforming into droplets of thick medicinal liquid that exuded a strange yet enchanting fragrance. Once all the herbs had been fully extracted, Lin Tianfeng's hands moved swiftly, guiding the liquid to merge and coalesce in midair. Under the firm encapsulation of spiritual energy, the liquid gradually took on the form of a plump pill. At this juncture, Lin Tianfeng intensified the output of his spiritual energy, fervently employing the fire refinement technique to conduct the final refinement of the pill. Ultimately, a faint sheen emerged on the surface of the pill, signifying the successful creation of the Earth Spirit Pill. Lin Tianfeng let out a long breath, a satisfied smile gracing his face. At that moment, he detected a series of crisp knocks on the door from outside. Hastily, he departed from the primordial space and swiftly opened the door. Junior brother Tianfeng. The people from the Insha Palace of the Han Tian sect have come looking for trouble, Zhou Yuner exclaimed, her expression hurried. Very well. I shall see what this is about. Lin Tianfeng nodded, then steadily descended the stairs. Wu Qingda, today your Sacred Heart sect must surrender that wretched child. Otherwise, I shall not let this matter rest, declared a middle-aged man with an imposing countenance, exuding an aura of fierce menace. He was none other than Ji Jinrong, the leader of the Cold Sky sect. Leader Ji, please remain calm. I have already sent someone to notify Lin Tianfeng. It is prudent to wait for his arrival to ascertain the truth, Wuqingda replied with a serious demeanor. I care not for the circumstances. That vile creature dared to harm my daughter so grievously. If I do not receive a satisfactory explanation today, do not blame me for my lack of civility. The master of the Yinsha Palace, Yu Lisin, stated with a chilling expression. At that moment, Ji Boxiao and Yu Inger lay in despair upon a stretcher, their eyes filled with resentment and fury. Chapter 66. The Stirring of All Parties Leader. Just as the atmosphere between the two sides grew tense and volatile, Lin Tianfeng slowly emerged. You wretched child, it is you who has harmed my son. Ji Jinrong's gaze was icy, fixated intently on Lin Tianfeng. Your son provoked trouble first. His downfall is a consequence of his own inadequacy and skill. I bear no responsibility, Lin Tianfeng retorted. Lin Tianfeng's expression was frigid as he responded without a hint of fear. Such an arrogant lad. Today, I shall make you experience the taste of being rendered powerless. A chilling glint of murderous intent flickered in Ji Jinrong's eyes. He suddenly swept his right hand, and a torrent of violent energy coalesced into a sharp claw mark, hurtling towards Lin Tianfeng's neck with ferocious intent. Stop this at once. Wuqingda bellowed, simultaneously unleashing a tremendous surge of energy that collided with Ji Jinrong's claw mark. Wuqingda, you may be able to hold back Brother Ji, but you shall not impede me, Yu Lisin coldly declared. As he spoke, he gently waved his right hand, sending an invisible force darting towards Lin Tianfeng's dantian. You seek your own demise, Yu Lisin. In an instant, a terrifying pressure descended upon the scene. Shortly thereafter, a graceful figure, akin to a specter, materialized before Lin Tianfeng. It was Chen Shuya. With a delicate wave of her jade-like hand, a dazzling white light flashed and swiftly sliced through Yu Lisin's throat. Thud! Yu Lisin's throat erupted with blood. His eyes widened in disbelief as he desperately clutched his neck, producing a gurgling sound, yet he could utter not a single word. Palace Master. The high-ranking members of the Yinsha Palace were instantly engulfed in terror, shouting in unison. How is this possible? Despair filled Yu Lisin's eyes as his body slowly crumpled to the ground, devoid of life. You dare to kill the Palace Master of the Yinsha Palace. An elder from the Yinsha Palace trembled with rage, pointing an accusing finger at Chen Shuya. What of it? Let it be known, aside from the grand competition. Should any of you dare to provoke him in private, I will annihilate your entire clan, Chen Shuya replied, her face as cold as frost, radiating a chilling aura of deadly intent. Witnessing this scene, Ji Jinrong was struck with unparalleled shock, his countenance betraying a flicker of fear. He had never anticipated that the seemingly unassuming beauty from the Shengxin sect possessed such terrifying power. Chen Shuya, do you intend to make enemies of both my Han Tianmin and the Yinsha Palace? Ji Jinrong feigned calmness as he spoke, with a sharp crack. As soon as Ji Jinrong's words fell, Chen Shuya swung her right hand, unleashing a fearsome gust that struck his face, sending him hurtling away. Utter another word, and you shall perish. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Chen Shuya's eyes, and a wave of chilling murderous intent emanated from her, striking fear into the hearts of those around her. Confronted by Chen Shuya's piercing aura, Ji Jinrong trembled uncontrollably, hastily sealing his lips, no longer daring to utter another word. Subsequently, he, along with the elders under his command, hurriedly departed from the stronghold of the Sacred Heart sect. The members of the Yinsha Palace, witnessing the demise of their leader, remained silent, hastily carrying away the lifeless body of Yu Lisin in a state of disarray. Tianfeng, are you all right? Chen Shuya turned around, her gaze filled with concern as she looked at Lin Tianfeng. I am fine. Lin Tianfeng's face was etched with astonishment. Clearly, he had not anticipated that Chen Shuya, who had always been gentle as water in his presence, could display such brutal ferocity in taking a life. The other disciples of the Sacred Heart sect also wore expressions of disbelief. It was important to note that Yu Lisin was the master of the Yinsha Palace, and yet he was effortlessly slain by Chen Shuya in a single move, an unimaginable feat. The juxtaposition of this woman, akin to a goddess of death, with her seemingly delicate demeanor before Lin Tianfeng, was nothing short of astonishing. All right, everyone, let us return to our quarters and refrain from wandering about for a while. Focus on preparing for the upcoming grand competition, Wuqingda promptly stated. The crowd dispersed, each member retreating to their respective rooms. Simultaneously, News of Qin Shi's swift elimination of Yulisan spread rapidly throughout the entire Hengyue imperial city. At that moment, the realm of Hengyue seemed to be enveloped in an eerie silence, as the leaders of various sects chose to remain tight-lipped. At the Cold Sky sect stronghold, the sect leader remarked, "That woman is truly terrifying. We should avoid provoking her at all costs." An elder in gray robes, his face marked by fear, recounted the event with lingering trepidation. "Indeed, her strength is unfathomable. Only the mightiest of the Hengyue Empire could possibly contend with her," another elder concurred. "Relay my orders. Inform the disciples that aside from the grand competition, they are forbidden from provoking that young man. Violators will face the sect's penalties." Ji Jinrong declared ominously. "Father, am I to simply accept being rendered powerless?" Ji Buixiao's eyes brimmed with despair and defiance. "While we must not provoke him privately, should any of you encounter him during the competition, show no mercy." Ji Jinrong's gaze flickered with a chilling intent. "Sect leader, what if that woman goes mad?" One elder inquired cautiously. "This is the grand competition hosted by the Hengyue Empire. Regardless of her strength, she would not dare to cause chaos during such an event." Ji Jinrong replied coldly. Meanwhile, at the Yinsha Palace stronghold, all senior members were gathered, and the atmosphere was stiflingly tense. A venerable elder with white hair and a stern visage presided over the assembly. He was Yu Haotian, the supreme elder of the Yinsha Palace. "Supreme elder, shall we not take vengeance for this wrong?" One elder exclaimed, his anger palpable. "Please, use your minds and consider carefully, given the prowess that woman has demonstrated. What means do we possess to seek revenge?" Yu Haotian responded icily. "If we remain idle after the murder of our master, we risk becoming the laughingstock of the entire Hengyue nation." Another elder spoke up. "Do you wish to become a laughingstock? Or do you intend to bring about the annihilation of my Yinsha Palace?" Yu Haotian admonished coldly. The words left the assembly in a profound silence. "Listen carefully. None of you are to provoke that young man in private," Yu Haotian instructed sternly. A young disciple could not contain himself and asked, "What if we encounter him at the grand competition?" "If we encounter him at the grand competition, we shall show no mercy and eliminate him openly. Qin Shunya cannot hold us accountable," Yu Haotian replied icily. "Indeed, regardless of Qin Shunya's formidable strength, she cannot possibly stand against the Hengyue Empire. If we strike her down openly, she will have no grounds for retaliation," another elder added. Chapter 67. Qin Shunya departs from the primordial space. Lin Tianfeng cautiously retrieved the recently concocted Earth Spirit pill and unhesitatingly swallowed it in one swift motion. In that fleeting moment, a terrifying and formidable surge of energy erupted violently within him, its intensity astonishing. This overwhelming force resembled a ferocious beast from ancient times, rampaging through Lin Tianfeng's dantian and meridians with reckless abandon. The excruciating pain caused beads of cold sweat to rapidly surface on his forehead. With no time to ponder, Lin Tianfeng hurriedly settled into a stable seated position, swiftly channeling the primordial technique to refine the tumultuous energy. Lin Tianfeng clenched his jaws tightly, endeavoring to harness the surging torrent of energy, seeking to tame it for his own purposes. Yet, this force was exceedingly unruly and fierce, relentlessly battering against his meridians, as if intent on ruthlessly tearing him apart. With each violent impact, Lin Tianfeng felt a searing pain that penetrated to his very bones, causing his body to tremble involuntarily. Nevertheless, the resolute conviction within his heart grew ever more steadfast, unwavering as a solid rock. Lin Tianfeng was acutely aware that if he failed to achieve a breakthrough this time, his chances of claiming victory in the Hengyue Grand Competition would be virtually non-existent. As time slowly drifted by, his complexion gradually turned as pale as parchment, devoid of any hint of color, while beads of sweat had thoroughly soaked his garments. Nevertheless, Lin Tianfeng relentlessly channeled the Honghuang formula, engaging in a breathtaking battle against the surging torrent of energy. Through relentless onslaughts and steadfast resistance, his meridians slowly began to expand, and his dantian was continuously enlarging. Yet, the formidable energy remained tumultuous and unyielding, showing no signs of abating. Lin Tianfeng felt his consciousness beginning to blur, as if he were engulfed in a realm of chaos and confusion. Yet, through an indomitable will, he persevered, gritting his teeth in resolute determination to refrain from succumbing. Just when he was on the brink of collapse, nearing his limits, that surge of energy finally exhibited a slight easing. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Tianfeng wholeheartedly exerted himself, gradually refining the energy within his body, allowing it to seamlessly merge with his cultivation. At last, after enduring a tumultuous surge, He successfully ascended to the 5th layer of the Earth Profound Realm. Upon achieving this breakthrough, Lin Tianfeng slowly opened his eyes, a sharp glint of brilliance flashing within them. In that moment, he felt an extraordinary lightness in his body, as if liberated from an immensely burdensome shackle, a newfound formidable power radiating throughout his being. The spiritual energy coursing through his meridians had intensified manifold, robust and vigorous. Sensing this potent force within, a resolute confidence shone in Lin Tianfeng's gaze, akin to an eagle poised to soar high into the vast heavens. In the following days, Lin Tianfeng remained in close companionship with Chen Shuai, their bond growing ever more intimate and profound. During this time, their feelings for one another continued to deepen, becoming increasingly intense. Consequently, Lin Tianfeng found himself increasingly restless. After all, he was in the prime of his youth, brimming with vitality. However, due to the peculiar nature of Chen Shuai's cultivation method, she was unable to fulfill certain of his desires, leaving him ensnared in a tumultuous conflict of both anguish and exhilaration. Sister Shuai, if this continues, I fear I may reach a breaking point. Lin Tianfeng wore an expression of exasperation, his brows furrowed deeply. You should find a way to resolve it yourself. Chen Shuya retorted with a hint of irritation, casting him an indignant glance. Or perhaps we should handle it the same way as last time. A mischievous smile crept across Lin Tianfeng's face, his gaze imbued with a flicker of anticipation. You little rascal, just this once, it shall not happen again. Observing the gleam of expectation in Lin Tianfeng's eyes, Chen Shuya ultimately succumbed to her softer inclinations and chose to relent. That evening, the two romantically ventured outside the city to admire the nightscape. Suddenly, a blinding flash of lightning tore through the heavens. In quick succession, a thunderous roar, akin to the galloping of 1,000 steeds, surged forth, causing the earth to tremble violently. Alarmed, Chen Shuya abruptly lifted her head, her exquisite features transforming into an expression of utmost seriousness, her delicate hands instinctively clenching into fists. Sister Shuya, what is happening? Lin Tianfeng's heart sank abruptly as he gripped Chen Shuya's shoulders tightly, his eyes brimming with concern. Chen Shuya, biting her lower lip gently, hesitated for a moment before slowly speaking. Tianfeng, I must leave. Her voice carried a subtle tremor, and her gaze was filled with affection and reluctance, as if she wished to etch the figure before her deeply into her heart. Leave? Where to? Lin Tianfeng's heart felt as though it were tightly gripped by an invisible hand, causing his voice to tremble involuntarily. I must go where I am destined to be. Chen Shuya, evading Lin Tianfeng's eager gaze, turned her eyes towards the distant unknown darkness, her expression imbued with a hint of resolve. Tianfeng, although our time together has been brief, it has been the happiest and most fulfilling period of my life. Should you ever find yourself stepping into the vast realm of Xiantian, perhaps we shall meet again. Her voice quivered slightly, her eyes brimming with reluctance as she gently rested her head upon Lin Tianfeng's chest, savoring his warmth. Lin Tianfeng embraced Chen Shuya tightly, resolutely inquiring, Sister Shuya, why this sudden urgency? Is there some peril? Share it with me. We shall confront it together. Chen Shuya gently shook her head, a bitter smile gracing her lips as she replied, My enemies will soon arrive here. Their power is overwhelmingly formidable. Once they strike, this sacred land will be engulfed in devastation, plunging into an abyss of calamity. A flicker of struggle passed through Lin Tianfeng's eyes, but he soon declared with unwavering resolve, Shuya, take me with you. No matter the dangers that lie ahead, I cannot allow you to face them alone. Chen Shuya lifted her gaze to meet Lin Tianfeng's steadfast eyes, her hands gently caressing his cheek. Tianfeng, those adversaries are beyond your capability to confront. Remain here and cultivate in peace. If you ascend to the Xiantian great world and become a true power, we shall surely meet again. However, should you allow this mundane life to entrap you, then we shall part ways here. With that, Chen Shuya gently extricated herself from Lin Tianfeng's embrace and turned, gracefully soaring into the boundless dark void. Although her heart longed to take Lin Tianfeng with her, the journey ahead was fraught with peril, nearly a brush with death. She could not bear to have the one man she had ever loved accompany her into such uncertain dangers. Sister Shuya, gazing at Chen Shuya's retreating figure, Lin Tianfeng ascended without hesitation, swiftly pursuing her. Yet, his cultivation was still merely at the Xian level, allowing for only a brief flight. He stood no chance of catching up to the formidable Chen Shuya. As Chen Shuya's silhouette gradually faded into the darkness, Lin Tianfeng felt a frantic urgency, yet found himself helpless. He strained to channel the spiritual energy within him, striving to fly faster, but that power was ultimately limited. Unable to liberate him from the constraints of the heavens, Chapter 68. The Prince's Banquet. Shuya, I will surely bring you back. Lin Tianfeng gazed intently at the profound and boundless night sky, his eyes gradually reddening. In that moment, he appeared utterly lost, standing motionless as if his very soul had departed. In both his past and present lives, Qin Shuya was undoubtedly the woman he cherished most. The love she bestowed upon him was profound, penetrating to the marrow of his being, wholly unreserved. Yet now, this woman had departed from him, and the anguish of losing his beloved was a torment beyond the capacity of ordinary hearts to bear. Lin Tianfeng silently vowed that, regardless of the immense cost, he would undoubtedly retrieve Qin Shuya. Tianfeng, I am leaving. I hope we may meet again in the future. In the depths of the void, Qin Shuya cast a lingering glance back at the holy sky continent. A crystalline tear slipped from her exquisite eyes, filled with boundless affection and reluctance. Resolutely, she shattered the void passage with a single strike and forcefully tore open a rift in the fabric of space, vanishing from this realm. In that fleeting moment of Qin Shuya's departure, the once tempestuous holy sky continent, rife with thunder and howling winds, suddenly fell into tranquility, as if all prior turmoil had never existed. Lin Tianfeng stood there quietly, gazing into the dark void until dawn broke, at which point he slowly returned to the Hengyue imperial city. Upon arriving at his residence, Lin Tianfeng entered the primordial space to devote himself to rigorous cultivation. He was acutely aware that the journey ahead would be long and arduous, and to reclaim Qin Shuya, he must relentlessly hone his skills and strive to become unparalleled in strength. As evening approached, while Lin Tianfeng was diligently practicing within the primordial space, he was suddenly interrupted by the gentle knock of Zhou Yuner at the door. Sister Yuner, is there something you need? Lin Tianfeng gently opened the door and inquired. Junior brother Tianfeng, this is an invitation sent by the third prince. He will host a grand gathering of prodigies at his residence tonight. Would you care to join? With a smile, Zhou Yuner continued, it would be beneficial to meet these talented individuals. Lin Tianfeng nodded slightly in agreement. With the Hengyue Grand Competition approaching tomorrow, he wished to seize this opportunity to familiarize himself with the talents of various factions, ensuring that he would know both himself and his adversaries, thereby emerging victorious in every battle. Junior brother Tianfeng, you appear rather haggard. Has something occurred? Zhou Yuner inquired with deep concern. It may simply be a result of inadequate rest, he replied. Lin Tianfeng forced a smile as he replied. Could it be that you're yearning for a woman? Zhou Yuner couldn't help but tease. Last night, you exhausted me in my dreams, so I feel a bit haggard, you understand. Lin Tianfeng's face revealed a hint of a mischievous smile. Shameless, hurry and tidy yourself up. I shall be waiting for you downstairs. Zhou Yuner playfully chided. Her lovely visage briefly flushed with a rosy hue, before she swiftly turned and descended the stairs. Lin Tianfeng hurriedly returned to his chambers, meticulously attending to his grooming before donning a pristine white robe of exquisite silk. He elegantly gathered his thick, flowing hair into a high bun, allowing 2 strands of delicate bangs to cascade naturally down each side of his forehead. His tall and statuesque figure stood as straight as a pine tree, complemented by his profound and superior gaze, rendering him a paragon of grace and elegance, with an ethereal charm that set him apart from the ordinary. The moment he descended the staircase, he immediately captured the attention of Negong Yan and Zhou Yuner. Even Su Shuiyao, standing at a distance, couldn't help but steal a few glances. Meanwhile, Lu Gonghan cast a disgruntled glance at Lin Tianfeng, feeling a tinge of dissatisfaction. He had always considered himself rather handsome, yet the disparity between him and Lin Tianfeng was starkly apparent. Tianfeng, dear junior brother, it is merely a banquet. Must you present yourself with such refinement? Surely, you do not intend to captivate the princess of the Hengyue Empire? Zhou Yuner could not resist teasing. I have always possessed this charm. I did not make any special effort for tonight, he replied with a hint of playful nonchalance. Lin Tianfeng helplessly revealed a wry smile, before continuing. Moreover, even if I truly wished to seek the company of a woman, I would undoubtedly prioritize courting the 2 of you. How shameless. I am not so easily swayed by your advances, Negong Yanren retorted, her delicate face tinged with a faint blush, unable to suppress her playful indignation. All right. Let us hasten our departure. The beast car sent by the third prince is already waiting at the entrance, Zhou Yuner promptly interjected. Subsequently, the younger generation of the Sacred Heart sect boarded 2 beast cars and swiftly made their way towards the residence of the third prince. Tianfeng, here are some materials we have gathered at the Sacred Heart sect, detailing the princes and princesses of the Hengyue Empire, as well as the participants of this grand competition. It contains comprehensive records, Negong Yan'an declared, presenting a small booklet to Lin Tianfeng. "Thank you, Sister Yin Ran," he replied gratefully. Lin Tianfeng expressed his gratitude, accepted the booklet, and began to study it with intense focus. Through the information provided, he learned that within the boundaries of the Hangyue Empire, there exist 5 principal powers: the Hangyue Empire itself, the Flame Sect, the Cold Sky Sect, the Insha Palace, and the Sacred Heart Sect. Among these, the Hangyue Empire stands as the most formidable, indisputably the unassailable sovereign of the region. Even if the 4 major sects were to unite, they would be incapable of shaking the empire's dominion. Additionally, the records revealed that the emperor of the Hangyue Empire is named Dongfang Xian, a superlative force at the pinnacle of the Wushu realm. It is precisely due to such strength that the Hangyue Empire maintains its supremacy in this area. Historically, royal families are devoid of affection, and it is rumored that Dongfang Xian has secluded himself for many years, leaving the governance of the state in the capable hands of his consort, Empress Zhou Shuewei. Consequently, the princes of the Hangyue Empire have grown restless, vying for the throne and embroiled in a relentless struggle, both overt and covert. Among these princes, the most outstanding are the first Prince Dongfang Qi, the third Prince Dongfang Yi, and the 8th Prince Dongfang Ling. The first prince enjoys the most support, being the legitimate eldest son. The third prince excels in the art of political maneuvering, possessing a profound depth of strategy and commanding a large following of formidable experts. The 8th prince, gifted with exceptional talent, counts the imperial concubine as his mother, thereby garnering considerable backing from influential figures within the court. The host of the evening's banquet is none other than the third Prince Dongfang Yi. Shortly thereafter, the beast-drawn carriage arrived at the palace of the third prince, and Lin Tianfeng carefully stored away the materials before disembarking. After the guards inspected the invitation, the entourage of the Sacred Heart sect followed them into the third prince's residence. This was a grand and resplendent estate, lavishly adorned with elegance, complete with rockeries and lakes. While the exterior of the estate appeared tranquil, it concealed countless adept guardians lurking in the shadows. As Lin Tianfeng stepped into the estate, he immediately sensed several formidable auras sweeping over him. At that moment, he couldn't help but marvel inwardly. In comparison to the Hangyue Empire, the strength of the Sacred Heart sect indeed appeared somewhat lacking. For instance, the leaders of the 4 major sects generally possessed cultivation at the first level of the spirit-gathering realm, while the Emperor of Hangyue had already reached the pinnacle of the Void Inquiry realm, a disparity that was glaringly evident. Even some of Hangyue's exceptionally skilled princes exhibited prowess rivaling that of the leaders of the 4 major sections. Before long, the entourage of the Sacred Heart sect, guided by their guards, arrived at a beautifully scenic rear garden. At this moment, the garden was alive with song and dance, bustling with activity, and adorned with an array of exquisite and delectable medicinal dishes. The talented individuals from various influential factions gathered in small groups, engaging in lively discussions and exchanges, creating an atmosphere of vibrant excitement. Chapter 69. The Allure of Dongfang Yi. The moment the members of the Sacred Heart sect made their entrance, they instantly captivated the attention of everyone present, particularly the individuals from the other 3 major sects, whose gazes turned hostile upon meeting Lin Tianfeng's eyes. However, Lin Tianfeng remained remarkably unfazed by these glaring stares filled with animosity. He maintained a calm demeanor, choosing to disregard the unfriendly glances as he settled down with Zhou Yuner and Nangong Yanran at an unoccupied spot. In the ensuing moments, Lin Tianfeng appeared exceptionally relaxed. He leisurely savored the culinary delights before him, while taking an interest in observing the talents from various factions. After a meticulous examination, he discerned that the geniuses from the 3 major sects evidently surpassed the Sacred Heart sect by a significant margin in terms of strength. The holy sons and daughters of the 3 sects had typically reached the 2nd level of the Heavenly Profound realm, while the other talents had attained the 1st level of the same realm. In contrast, within the Sacred Heart sect, Lu Gong'an was merely at the pinnacle of the 1st level of the Heavenly Profound realm, and both Nangong Yin and Zhou Yuner had only recently broken through to the 2nd level. The others were even less formidable, with cultivation levels confined to the Earth Profound realm. Though the apparent difference in cultivation levels seemed minor, Lin Tianfeng understood that in the context of a true competition, this slight gap could manifest as an insurmountable chasm. After all, in this world, true geniuses capable of challenging opponents beyond their level were exceedingly rare. Most individuals lacked such abilities. At that moment, a young man donned in a purple robe adorned with python patterns, wearing a dark golden crown, gracefully entered the banquet scene. This young man possessed an extraordinarily handsome visage, exuding a profound and restrained aura, radiating an exceptional and transcendent quality. His face bore a gentle smile, reminiscent of a spring breeze, imparting a warm and comforting feeling akin to the caress of spring. This individual was none other than the immensely esteemed third prince of the Hengyue Empire, Dong Fengyi. Despite his outwardly amiable and warm demeanor, coupled with an impressive stature and regal elegance, Lin Tianfeng, with his keen intuition, sensed that this individual was far from simple. "We have the honor of meeting His Highness the Third Prince." The moment the Eastern intent entered the banquet hall, the prodigies from the four major sects simultaneously bowed in a gesture of respect. Lin Tianfeng and his two companions merely rose and clasped their fists in greeting, not bowing humbly as others did. "You three truly possess audacity, daring to disregard the propriety of bowing before His Highness, the Third Prince." The voice of Yu Qianyu, the holy son of the Yinsha Palace, erupted with fury, his gaze icy as it fixated on Lin Tianfeng, Zhou Yuner, and Nangong Yanran, brimming with reproach and discontent. "Have you lost your senses? The Third Prince, the host, has not uttered a word, yet here you are, barking like a dog." Lin Tianfeng let out a cold snort, his gaze revealing an unmistakable disdain. "You audacious brat, how dare you behave so arrogantly in the presence of the Third Prince?" Yu Qianyu exclaimed, his face flushed with fury as he pointed an accusatory finger at Lin Tianfeng. Previously, in that desolate cave, his brother Yu Qianjun had suffered the cruel loss of an arm at Lin Tianfeng's hands. Just days ago, their father, Yu Haotian, had tragically fallen to the hands of Chen Shuyuan. The enmity between their families had long been established, and Yu Qianyu sought to exploit this moment to pit Lin Tianfeng against the Third Prince. "Remove your filthy paws, and should you dare to cast further aspersions upon me, do not blame me for breaking them." A glimmer of icy coldness flashed in Lin Tianfeng's eyes as an invisible yet formidable aura suddenly emanated from his being. Though he had no desire to instigate trouble, he was by no means one to shy away from confrontation, should the other party intentionally seek to provoke him. He would not hesitate to impart a profound lesson. "Such an arrogant young man, if you have the guts, let us engage in battle." At this moment, Yu Qianyu was seething with fury, his gaze flickering with an extreme and chilling murderous intent. "Everyone, please maintain your composure. You are all the pinnacle of the younger generation of Hengyue Kingdom. There is no need to escalate matters over such trivialities. It is rare for us to gather today, so let us dispense with formalities." Just as the tension escalated, the Third Prince, Dong Fengyi, stepped forward at an opportune moment, his face still adorned with a faint smile, his tone calm and measured. As the host of the banquet, he naturally wished to prevent any conflict between the two. "For the sake of the Third Prince, I shall not make things difficult for you today. Let us see how the competition unfolds." Yu Qianyu shot Lin Tianfeng a fierce glare, and despite being filled with resentment, he had no choice but to retreat reluctantly. Lin Tianfeng chose to disregard Yu Qianyu, nonchalantly resuming his seat and continuing to relish the delectable dishes before him. "This must be Lin Tianfeng, the esteemed young Master Lin." A faint smile graced Dong Fengyi's face as her gaze softened towards Lin Tianfeng. "Indeed, it is I." Lin Tianfeng once again rose and clasped his fists, his demeanor neither servile nor arrogant. A few days prior, he had heard that young Master Lin, possessing the cultivation of the Earth Profound Realm, had vanquished Ji Buxiao of the Celestial Profound Realm. Today, upon meeting him, it was evident that the rumors were indeed true. Dong Fengyi's words were laced with admiration. "Your Highness, the Third Prince, is too kind." Lin Tianfeng spoke with a humble tone, his expression devoid of any semblance of arrogance or complacency. "Young Master Lin, you are far too modest. With your ability to challenge beyond your level, your future holds limitless potential should you continue to grow." Dong Fengyi, smiling gently, inquired seemingly at random, "Do you have any plans to develop in the Hengyue Empire?" He possessed a certain understanding of Lin Tianfeng, fully aware that Chen Shuyan stood behind him. If he could draw Lin Tianfeng into his fold, it would be tantamount to securing an alliance with Chen Shuyan, which would undoubtedly serve as a tremendous advantage for him. At present, I have no such intentions. However, should I decide to pursue opportunities in the Hengyue Empire in the future, I would certainly prioritize seeking the Third Prince." Lin Tianfeng responded with a faint remark. At this moment, his sole desire was to diligently cultivate and enhance his abilities, wishing to steer clear of the intricate whirlpool of power struggles among the princes. During the ensuing banquet, Dong Fengyi undoubtedly emerged as the absolute centerpiece of the event. Throughout the festivities, the prodigies from various sects gathered around him, exerting every effort to shower him with flattery, attempting to win his favor through their eloquent words. Dongfang Yi maintained a serene smile, responding leisurely to each one, effortlessly showcasing his warmth and magnanimity. Although he exhibited great elegance, Lin Tianfeng discerned an unusual intensity in his gaze. He could distinctly sense that when Dongfang Yi glanced at Nangong Yanran, Zhou Yuner, and Su Shuyao, there was an unmistakable flicker of fervor in his eyes. In contrast to Dongfang Yi's overtures, Nangong Yan and Zhou Yuner steadfastly maintained their distance, remaining unmoved and resolutely seated beside Lin Tianfeng. However, Su Shuyao did not spurn Dongfang Yi's advances. On the contrary, she engaged in conversation with him quite amiably. Lin Tianfeng could discern that this so-called banquet of the chosen was merely a cunning stratagem employed by Dongfang Yi to win the hearts of the people. Zhou Yuner, Nangong Yanran, and Su Shuyao, possessing extraordinary beauty and exceptional talent, evidently stirred different sentiments within Dongfang Yi. This gathering lasted for a full 2 hours. When the banquet finally drew to a close, Dongfang Yi personally escorted the delegation from the Sacred Heart sect to the entrance of the estate. His reason for this personal farewell was undoubtedly due to the presence of the 3 enchanting women, Nangong Yanran, Zhou Yuner, and Su Shuyao. Chapter 70. The commencement of the Hongyue Grand Competition. After this seemingly extravagant, yet intricately layered banquet, Lin Tianfeng gained a comprehensive understanding of the forthcoming grand competition. He did not place much importance on the so-called geniuses from the 3 major sections. Given his current strength, effortlessly overpowering them would not pose a significant challenge. However, when it came to facing the prodigies of the Hongyue Empire, he felt entirely uncertain. Through his inquiries, he learned that the talents of the Hongyue Empire had generally reached the 4th tier of the celestial profound realm. Some extraordinary royal prodigies had even achieved the astonishing 5th tier of the celestial profound realm. Furthermore, these royal talents possessed a plethora of intricate techniques, making their combat prowess among the top tier within the same realm. At present, Lin Tianfeng had merely attained the 5th tier of the Earth Profound Realm. Even though he possessed formidable capabilities to challenge opponents beyond his level, he could only barely defeat those at the 4th tier of the Celestial Profound Realm. Should he encounter practitioners at the 5th tier, his chances of victory would be nearly non-existent, a harsh reality he could not ignore. Fortunately, the Hongyue Grand Competition had stringent age restrictions. Otherwise, with his current strength, he would likely be disqualified from even participating, let alone securing a place in the top 10. Most of the princes from the Hongyue Empire had already reached the late stage of the Celestial Profound Realm, with some having even surpassed into the higher Gathering Spirit Realm. For instance, the 3rd prince had already attained the Gathering Spirit Realm, but due to his age exceeding 25, he was ineligible for this competition. Within the opulent residence of the 3rd prince, Dongfang Yi inquired, "Lu Lao, whom among these geniuses do you believe is most worthy of winning over?" With a calm demeanor and a hint of inquiry in his tone, Lu Lao replied, "Among this crop of talents from the 4 major sects, none stand out particularly. However, there is one young lad who eludes my understanding." "Oh, who could it be that even Lu Lao finds perplexing?" A flicker of curiosity danced across Dongfang Yi's countenance, his eyes gleaming with a quest for knowledge. The lad named Lin Tianfeng, the elder cloaked in black, murmured, "Though his cultivation is merely at the Earth Profound Realm, his internal aura is remarkably robust. Moreover, according to the existing information, this young man possesses an exceptional ability to challenge those above his level, making his future exceedingly hard to predict." With a heavy voice, Elder Lu spoke, "In your esteemed opinion, what should this prince do?" Dongfang Yi slightly furrowed his brow and inquired. Throughout history, those gifted individuals possessing the extraordinary ability to surpass their limits have invariably risen to become formidable powers, commanding great respect in their realms. In my humble view, we ought to make every effort to recruit him, should we fail in this endeavor. The most prudent course of action would be to eliminate him in his infancy. Otherwise, should he be enticed by other princes, he would undoubtedly pose a significant threat to His Highness. Elder Lu's tone was grave, each word seemingly laden with immense weight. Let us first observe how far he can advance in the grand competition. If he truly enters the top 10, he will find himself faced with only 2 paths, submission or death. A fierce glint flashed in Dongfang Yi's eyes. Upon returning to the residence of the Sacred Heart sect, Lin Tianfeng entered the primordial space for cultivation. Time swiftly passed, and the following day arrived. At last, the highly anticipated Hongyue Grand Competition had come to fruition amidst the eager expectations of the crowd. Lin Tianfeng donned a pristine set of garments as white as snow. After a brief and refreshing wash, he stepped forth from his chamber with resolute strides. Junior brother Tianfeng, the grand competition is about to commence. The sect leader has sent me to summon you, came the urgent voice of Nangong Yin and echoing through the corridor. Let us proceed. Lin Tianfeng nodded slightly, his voice calm and steady, before descending the stairs. Junior brother Tianfeng, where is Elder Chen? I have not seen her, Nangong Yin and inquired with a curious expression, her eyes brimming with perplexity. A fleeting glimmer of subtle sorrow flickered in Lin Tianfeng's eyes as he spoke softly. She has stepped out for an urgent matter and is unlikely to return in the immediate future. The mere thought of the departing Qin Shuya stirred an involuntary pang of melancholy within him, prompting an inner vow to intensify his training, determined to reunite with her in the future. Before long, the two arrived at the courtyard, where all disciples from the Sacred Heart sect participating in the grand competition had gathered. Each individual radiated a blend of anticipation and anxiety, a complex tapestry of emotions. Today marks the day of the Hangyue Grand Competition. Everyone is urged to give their utmost while prioritizing safety above all else. Wuqingda's voice resonated with solemnity and gravity. The disciples understood. The crowd responded respectfully in unison, their voices resonating with clarity and strength. Subsequently, under the leadership of Wuqingda, the contingent from the Sacred Heart sect marched grandly towards the martial arena situated at the heart of Hangyue Imperial City. Approximately half an hour later, they arrived at the venue. The central square of Hangyue City was vast beyond measure, with a monumental battle stage rising majestically at its center. At that moment, throngs of people filled the area, their animated voices creating a lively cacophony, as countless onlookers gathered to witness the spectacle. Today marked a pinnacle event for the younger generation of the Hangyue Empire, naturally drawing the gaze of innumerable cultivators. They yearned to witness the birth of a miracle and the rise of a new powerhouse during this grand competition. The significance of this event for the four major sects was unequivocal, as it represented not only a platform for the youth to showcase their prowess, but also a crucial stage for the allocation of benefits among the sections. The outcomes of the competition would directly influence the distribution of resources according to overall rankings. Beyond the Hangyue Empire, the top-ranking sect would be bestowed with abundant resources and thriving cities, while those at the bottom would see their territories and domains diminish. In recent years, the Sacred Heart sect's performance in the competition had been consistently disappointing, languishing at the bottom of the rankings, leading to a gradual contraction of its influence. Should this trend continue, it would not be long before the Sacred Heart sect faced the risk of obsolescence. Potentially being ruthlessly ousted from the ranks of the four major sections, a formidable sect requires not only substantial resources for sustenance, but also a resounding reputation to attract talent. For a sect to thrive continuously, it must have a steady influx of prodigies to infuse it with fresh vigor and formidable strength. Conversely, if a sect consistently performs poorly in competitions, the number of talented individuals willing to join it will inevitably dwindle. After all, no one desires to affiliate with a sect lacking in resources and strength. Thus, it can be posited that the Sacred Heart sect now stands at a critical juncture of survival. Should it again find itself at the bottom of the rankings, its position among the four major sects could very well be usurped by emerging new sections. At that moment, the arena was divided into 5 sections, with the Hangyue Empire occupying the largest area designated for the hosts. The remaining 4 viewing areas were allocated to the 4 major sections. The arrival of the Sacred Heart sect immediately drew the attention of the other sects, yet it was evident that their gazes were laced with palpable hostility. Lin Tianfeng, however, remained unfazed by these adversarial stares. Although Qin Shuya had departed, this was the grand competition of the Hangyue Empire, and no matter how much animosity these sects harbored towards him, they would not dare to enact revenge here. At that moment, a middle-aged man clad in resplendent purple robes, exuding a formidable presence, steadily ascended the high platform before them. Each of his steps was deliberate and powerful, as if the very ground beneath him bore the weight of immense responsibility. He radiated an aura of unparalleled authority, his hawk-like gaze deterring anyone from meeting his eyes directly. As he stepped onto the platform, the previously boisterous crowd fell into an immediate hush, their focus captivated by him. This man was none other than the renowned northern king of the Hangyue Empire, Dongfang Hong. He welcomed all major sects to participate in the grand competition in Hangyue Empire, stating that this year's event would once again be presided over by him. Dongfang Hong's voice resonated with authority and clarity, echoing across every corner of the arena and reaching the ears of all present. He then elaborated on the rules of the competition and the rewards for the top 10 participants, articulating each detail with precision and clarity. Lin Tianfeng listened intently, gathering that the grand competition was divided into 3 rounds. The first round would determine the top 10 among the 4 major sections. Subsequently, these top 10 contestants would challenge the 10 prodigies of the Hangyue Empire. Should they triumph over these geniuses, they would secure a position within the top 10 of the competition. The final round would consist of a ranking battle among the top 10 to ascertain the ultimate champion. Those who place in the top 10 would be granted the rare opportunity to cultivate for a day in the Empire's spirit pool. The champion of the competition would not only gain access to the Hangyue Empire's spirit pool, but also receive a Tianluo crystal, a coveted martial skill that has been the dream of many, and a sum of 300,000 spirit stones. Upon hearing of these rewards, Lin Tianfeng felt a stir of excitement within. For him, 300,000 spirit stones represented an immense fortune. If he could fully refine them, it could potentially allow him to break through 3 minor realms. As for the Tianluo crystal, it was an invaluable treasure, capable of nourishing the soul and purging toxins from the body when carried. Regarding the Empire's spirit pool, Lin Tianfeng had heard of its enigmatic reputation. It was said that anyone who entered to cultivate, regardless of their innate talent, would experience a boost in their cultivation. However, while he was intrigued, securing a spot in the top 10 was evidently no trivial feat historically. Very few talents from the 4 major sects had managed to enter the top 10, with the rankings predominantly held by the geniuses of the Hangyue Empire, leaving the talents of the 4 sects to vie for positions beyond 10th place. Soon, all the talents from the 4 major sects took to the stage to draw lots, and Lin Tianfeng ultimately drew number 40, marking him as the last contestant in this grand competition. With the lots drawn, the long-anticipated competition officially commenced. There were 40 talents from the 4 major sects, which meant that winning just 2 matches could afford a chance to enter the top 10. The first match featured Qin Shilong from the Han Tian sect against Lu Gong'an from the Xingxin sect. A eunuch wielding a whisk shouted loudly, his sharp voice echoing through the air. Upon hearing his name, Lu Gong'an's expression turned grave. He had not anticipated that his opponent would be the holy son Qin Shilong of the Han Tian sect. Nevertheless, Lu Gong'an leapt forward without hesitation, landing gracefully on the arena. Lu Gong'an, my cultivation has already reached the 2nd layer of the Tianxin realm. I advise you to concede, lest you find yourself at the mercy of my blade. Qin Shilong threatened, his tone laced with disdain. Qin Shilong, do not boast before me. The outcome remains uncertain. Lu Gong'an let out a cold snort, his voice laced with a hint of resolve. As the eldest disciple of the Sacred Heart sect, he possessed his own pride and dignity, and it was inconceivable for him to capitulate without a fight. Qin Shilong, perceiving Lu Gong'an's unwavering stance, scoffed coldly, since you are oblivious to the peril you face, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. With that, Qin Shilong swiftly drew his sword, its blade shimmering with radiance as a formidable wave of spiritual energy surged forth, causing the very air around them to tremble. In an instant, he dashed towards Lu Gong'an like a wraith, his speed dazzling to behold. Lu Gong'an, refusing to be outdone, swiftly formed hand seals, conjuring a spiritual energy shield before him, which flickered with light in an attempt to withstand Qin Shilong's ferocious onslaught. However, the might of Qin Shilong's sword was overwhelming, shattering the shield in an instant. A flicker of fear crossed Lu Gong'an's eyes. Yet he quickly adjusted his mindset and unleashed his most potent martial technique, hoping to fend off Qin Shilong's assault. Yet, Qin Shilong had already ascended to the 2nd layer of the celestial profound realm, while Lu Gong'an was merely at the pinnacle of the 1st layer. Although the difference was only half a minor realm, the disparity in strength was evident. It was precisely due to this half-realm gap that Qin Shilong's sword easily penetrated Lu Gong'an's defenses. In a swift motion, before Lu Gong'an could even concede, Qin Shilong's blade pierced straight into his heart, blood gushing forth in a horrifying spectacle. Lu Gong'an coughed up a mouthful of blood, his eyes filled with unwillingness and despair, before his body gradually crumpled to the ground, devoid of life. He had never anticipated that Qin Shilong, merely half a minor realm above him, could wield such overwhelming strength, leaving him with no opportunity to surrender. Brother Lu, the disciples of the Sacred Heart sect cried out in unison, their voices heavy with sorrow and fury. At that moment, Lin Tianfeng's expression darkened profoundly. He understood that the brutal actions of the Cold Sky sect were undoubtedly a consequence of his own presence. Yinran, you must be cautious. If you find yourselves unable to contend, do not hesitate to concede, Lin Tianfeng urged, his tone imbued with concern and his eyes filled with worry. Fear not. They are hardly worthy of forcing me to yield, Nangong Yenran replied, a glimmer of fierce determination flashing in her gaze as she clenched her teeth resolutely. Indeed, I shall slay them without mercy, Zhou Yuner declared angrily, her cheeks flushed with indignation. Though their relationship with Lu Gonghan was moderate, he was nonetheless the saintly son of the Sacred Heart sect, and witnessing his merciless demise ignited a desire for vengeance within them. The referee ascended the stage, confirming Lu Gonghan's lifeless state, and announced loudly, Chen Shilong of the Cold Sky sect is the victor. Chen Shilong made a throat-cutting gesture towards Lin Tianfeng, then descended from the stage with an air of triumph. Curse you, do not let our paths cross again, he muttered under his breath. A shadow flickered in Lin Tianfeng's eyes, his heart ablaze with indignation. The battle on the stage raged on, due to the deliberate targeting by the other three major sects. Every disciple of the Sacred Heart sect who stepped onto the arena either faced death or severe injury. Witnessing such a plight, Wu Qingde felt utterly helpless and could only concede defeat for all the disciples at the earthly profound level. The disciples of the Sacred Heart sect truly seemed to be diminishing in strength with each passing generation. It appeared they would once again finish at the bottom this time. Indeed, my child is also 14 this year. I had originally considered sending him to the Sacred Heart sect, but it seems more prudent to send him to the Cold Sky sect instead. It goes without saying that although the Sacred Heart sect is closer, the Cold Sky sect evidently holds greater promise. At this moment, the onlookers buzzed with discussions, the cacophony rising and falling. The gazes directed towards the Sacred Heart sect were laced with disdain, as if mocking the decline and incompetence of the once revered sect. Chapter 72, Slaying Ji Buoquang. The fierce combat continued, an atmosphere of tension saturating the air. Before long, it was Su Xueyao's turn to take the stage. She ascended the arena with an elegance reminiscent of a graceful bird, her lithe form captivating the attention of all. Through her recent cultivation, Su Xueyao had reached the 8th level of the earthly profound realm. Her opponent this time was a core disciple from the Heavenly Fiend Palace at the 1st level of the celestial profound realm. Is there truly no one left in your Sacred Heart sect? The Heavenly Fiend disciple mocked, his face a mask of derision. Daring to step onto the stage at merely the 8th level of earthly profound, how audacious. Enough of the prattle. If you wish to engage, do so swiftly. Su Xiao replied with an indifferent expression, her eyes betraying her contempt as she cast a cold glance at the Heavenly Fiend disciple. Since you are so eager for death, allow me to oblige, he retorted with a disdainful huff, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. He then produced a black ring, hurtling it towards Su Xiao with lethal intent. The ring shimmered ominously in the sunlight, exuding a potent force and murderous intent. Facing the ferocious onslaught of her opponent, Su Xiao's eyes momentarily flickered with disdain. In an instant, she evaded the assault of the dark circular weapon with an ethereal grace, moving as if she were a wraith. Her movements were as swift as lightning, rendering her figure nearly imperceptible. Amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, Su Xiao wielded her long sword, unleashing a fierce wave of sword energy that surged forth with an indomitable momentum, striking directly at the disciple of the Heavenly Evil Palace. The disciple's face turned ashen, clearly unprepared for the overwhelming speed and power of Su Xiao's attack. In this critical moment, he hastily swung his circular weapon, attempting to counter the potent sword energy. Yet, his actions appeared sluggish in comparison to Su Xiao's velocity. With a sharp sound, the sword energy, shimmering with a chilling brilliance, sliced through his defenses and grazed his neck. Time seemed to freeze in that instant as everyone held their breath. The disciple's eyes widened in disbelief, his face reflecting utter shock. He clutched his neck with both hands, trying futilely to stem the flow of blood, but to no avail. Ultimately, his pupils dilated, and he succumbed to the void of death. How could this be possible? The audience below was left in stunned silence, unable to fathom that Su Xiao, at the 8th level of the Earth Profound Realm, could so effortlessly eliminate a practitioner of the 1st level of the Heavenly Profound Realm. Su Xiao sheathed her sword, her graceful form leaping into the air before landing elegantly beneath the arena. Our junior sister is truly formidable. The disciples of the Sacred Heart sect erupted in cheers, dispelling the earlier gloom. In contrast, the expressions of the other sects darkened. They had not anticipated Su Xiao's extraordinary prowess. Their previous disdain for the Sacred Heart sect began to wane in that moment. Subsequent battles were exceptionally intense, each match captivating and exhilarating. Following the demise of 3 core disciples from the Sacred Heart sect, the remaining members chose to concede. Soon, it was Zhou Yuner's turn to take the stage. Her opponent was a core disciple from the Cold Heaven sect, Upon observing Zhou Yunar's cultivation at the second level of the heavenly profound realm, he wisely opted to forfeit, recognizing he was no match for her. Before long, it was Nangong Yinran's turn. She faced a core disciple from the Flame sect, who bravely chose to engage her in direct combat, only to be vanquished in an instant by her sword. Nangong Yinran's ferocity stemmed from the recent defeat of a Sacred Heart sect disciple by the Flame sect's young master, prompting her to show no mercy. In the next match, Lin Tianfeng from the Sacred Heart sect faced Ji Buoquang from the Cold Heaven sect. Just then, the sharp voice of the presiding eunuch rang out once more. Tianfeng, Ji Buoquang is the foremost among the younger generation of the Cold Heaven sect, and he is the son of Ji Jinro. You must exercise utmost caution. Nangong Yinran softly uttered a word of caution, her gaze filled with concern. Rest assured, among the disciples of the four great sects, none can pose a threat to me. Lin Tianfeng's eyes shimmered with a radiant confidence. He gracefully leaped into the air, his form agile and light, akin to an eagle soaring through the skies, and landed steadily upon the arena. Could it be? This lad, merely at the 5th level of the Earth Profound Realm, dares to step onto the stage with such cultivation? Is there truly no one left in the Holy Heart sect? At this moment, murmurs of skepticism arose from the surrounding crowd, their faces reflecting astonishment as they whispered amongst themselves. You insolent brat, daring to harm my brother. Today you shall pay with your life. Ji Buoquang's eyes flashed with a chilling light, emanating a formidable aura of murderous intent, as if a winter storm had descended, chilling all to the bone. Enough of your prattle. If you intend to strike, do so without delay. Lin Tianfeng, undaunted, unsheathed his long sword with a swift motion. A flash of cold light cut through the air, and a fierce aura of killing intent emanated from him, spreading like a tidal wave. Having already offended the 3 major sects, he saw no reason to hold back. What an arrogant boy! Since you are so eager for death, I shall grant your wish. Jibo bellowed in fury. With a powerful thrust of his legs, he propelled himself into the air, the ground trembling beneath him from the force. In his hands, a heavy battle axe whirled with ferocity, descending upon Lin Tianfeng with immense might. This strike was extraordinarily violent. As it passed, the air seemed to tear apart, producing a sharp, piercing howl that sent chills down one's spine. Lin Tianfeng's eyes emitted a piercing cold glint. In an instant, his figure flickered, moving with a ghostly swiftness, and the long sword in his hand swept forth like a meteor. In that fleeting moment, an extraordinarily sharp sword aura, radiating a brilliant light, struck toward Ji Buoquang like a bolt of lightning. Damn it! How can this kid's sword be so swift? Faced with Lin Tianfeng's fierce strike, Ji Buoquang's heart jolted violently. A profound fear surging from the depths of his being, quickly spreading like a tidal wave throughout his body. With no time for contemplation, he hastily swung his battle axe to block. Boom! The clash of sword aura and battle axe erupted in a deafening roar, the tremendous force causing the surrounding air to tremble. However, Ji Buoquang's strength ultimately could not withstand Lin Tianfeng's ferocious sword strike. With a chilling sound, amidst the horrified gazes of onlookers, Lin Tianfeng's sword aura cut through Ji Buoquang's battle axe effortlessly, sending it crashing to the ground. The residual force of his violent sword energy continued unabated, slicing through Ji Buoquang's body with unparalleled might. In an instant, Ji Buoquang's form froze, disbelief and terror filling his eyes. He could hardly fathom that he had so easily succumbed to this seemingly inexperienced youth. Bang! In a heartbeat, Ji Buoquang's body was cleaved in two, blood gushing forth like a fountain, the metallic scent of blood swiftly saturating the arena. A chorus of terrified screams erupted from the crowd below, with some faint-hearted individuals paling and trembling, nearly collapsing to the ground. This is too brutal. Someone quivered, their voice laced with fear and shock. Indeed, the young man's combat prowess was astonishing. He had effortlessly bisected Ji Buoquang with a single strike. The crowd was filled with astonishment and dread, unable to believe the scene unfolding before them. The disciples of the Sacred Heart sect stood dumbfounded. Although they were aware of Lin Tianfeng's formidable strength, they never anticipated such mercilessness in his actions, leaving them momentarily paralyzed. Nangong Yinran and Zhou Yunar's eyes widened in shock, their faces reflecting disbelief. Meanwhile, the disciples of the Cold Sky sect were consumed by fury, their eyes blazing red as they glared at Lin Tianfeng, wishing to rush forth and avenge Ji Buoquang by tearing him asunder. Especially Ji Jinrong, the sect leader of Cold Sky, who was now filled with a profound murderous intent. He had never imagined that his most outstanding son would be slain by Lin Tianfeng in such a manner. though he yearned to strike Lin Tianfeng down on the spot. Ji Jinrong refrained from acting hastily. After all, this was the grand competition of the Hangyue Empire, and Lin Tianfeng had Qin Shuya at his back. Should he act recklessly, it would surely lead to his own demise. Lin Tianfeng stood in the center of the arena, his expression devoid of emotion, his gaze icy. As blood dripped from the sword in his hand, he turned to face the representatives of the other three major sects, a hint of provocation flickering in his eyes. At that moment, on a nearby elevated platform, a stunningly beautiful young woman gazed intently at Lin Tianfeng on the stage. This woman was none other than Dongfang Jin, the most talented individual in the Hangyue Empire and the beloved princess of the Hangyue Emperor. Her figure was graceful, her brows arched like distant mountains, and her eyes, as clear as autumn waters, now held a glint of cold, murderous intent. "You insolent brat, let's see where you can run this time," Dongfang Jin uttered, her crimson lips parting, imbued with a chilling tone. The memory of a particular day ignited her fury, wishing she could rend Lin Tianfeng into 1,000 pieces. As a dignified princess of the empire, with an esteemed status, she could hardly bear the humiliation of being toyed with by someone she deemed as insignificant as an ant, especially in the most degrading manner. What vexed her most was the fact that this scoundrel had the audacity to simply pull up his trousers and walk away. A blow to her dignity that she found intolerable. "Your Highness, do you know this person?" inquired a middle-aged woman clad in a black bodysuit, her demeanor exuding an air of sharp vigilance and caution. "Aunt Yun, I must see him once the competition concludes," Dongfang Jin replied, her voice frosty, her skirt billowing in the wind, enhancing her noble and captivating presence, before she turned and left the platform. "Understood, Your Highness," the woman in black responded respectfully. As the final match of the first round concluded, the list of the top 20 contestants was finally revealed. The Shengxin sect had 4 members advancing to the top 20: Lin Tianfeng, Nangong Yanran, Zhou Yuner, and Su Shuiyao. After a half-hour intermission, the second round officially commenced, where the top 10 from the 4 major sects would be decided. The atmosphere grew tense and fervent, with everyone holding their breath in anticipation of the thrilling battles to come. As the fights began, the first to step onto the stage from Shengxin sect was Zhou Yuner. Clad in a light purple gown, she appeared ethereal, like a celestial being descended from the heavens. Her opponent was Qin Yiren, the saintess of the Burning Fire sect. Previously, Lin Tianfeng had seized a guling fruit from this woman in Xia Yinshi within the ruins of a cave. "Zhou Yuner, I advise you to concede gracefully. Do not blame me for being merciless," Qin Yiren said, her expression frosty, her gaze cold as she regarded Zhou Yuner. Dressed in fiery red, she resembled a blazing flame, and the crimson whip in her hand radiated a searing aura. "Go ahead and make your move. Do you truly think I fear you?" Zhou Yuner scoffed, drawing her sword, its gleam flashing like a cold star. "Since you seek death, I shall oblige." With a commanding shout, Qin Yiren wielded her crimson whip, which danced through the air like a serpent, emanating a searing intensity as it surged toward Zhou Yuner. The very atmosphere seemed to warp and twist in the wake of the whip's passage. Zhou Yuner, acutely aware of the danger, swiftly evaded, her graceful form darting to the side as her sword carved intricate patterns in the air, meeting the whip with a flourish. The sword blossoms erupted like resilient plum blossoms amidst the snow, both beautiful and unyielding. Clang! The clash of sword and whip ignited a shower of sparks, the tremendous force of their encounter propelling each combatant back several paces. Zhou Yuner left deep imprints in the ground as she stumbled slightly, while Qin Yiren steadied herself and once again unleashed her whip, its shadow weaving a fiery net that enveloped Zhou Yuner with overwhelming ferocity. Unfazed, Zhou Yuner danced through the flames, her sword darting through the fiery web as she sought the perfect moment to strike. Qin Yiren reacted with alacrity, sidestepping the thrust of Zhou Yuner's blade while retracting her whip to strike at Zhou Yuner's back. Sensing the imminent threat, Zhou Yuner leaped into the air, narrowly evading the impending blow. The duel intensified, each fighter exchanging lethal strikes, neither willing to concede an inch. Every attack was imbued with potent spiritual energy, every defense a testament to their indomitable wills. Both were at the second level of the celestial profound realm, their strengths nearly equal, making a swift resolution elusive. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged thousands of blows, with neither gaining a definitive advantage. Zhou Yuner's forehead glistened with beads of sweat, cascading down her cheeks, yet her gaze remained resolute, her sword strikes becoming ever more ferocious. Qin Yiren's breath grew increasingly labored, yet her assault showed no sign of waning, the ferocity of her whip intensifying. "Today marks your demise, Zhou Yuner," Qin Ran declared, amplifying her onslaught. The flames on her whip flaring as if to consume Zhou Yuner whole. Prior to the grand competition, the sect leader had decreed that any encounter with members of the Sacred Heart sect would be met with merciless execution. Thus, this battle was a matter of life or death for them both. Such lofty words, yet you shall surely meet your end today, Zhou Yuner retorted with a disdainful smile, her eyes glinting with a frigid murderous intent. With that, she channeled her spiritual energy into her sword, which radiated a blinding brilliance, transforming into a streak of light that surged toward Qin Ran. This luminous arc pierced through the darkness like a bolt of lightning, embodying an unstoppable momentum. Qin Ran, unwilling to yield, hastily raised her whip to defend. However, Zhou Yuner's strike proved too formidable. The whip was cleaved in two. Panic seized Qin Ran as the reality of her predicament dawned upon her. Retreat was no longer an option. The long sword wielded by Zhou Yuner swiftly pierced the chest of Qin Ran. Qin Ran coughed up a mouthful of blood, her eyes filled with unwillingness. She could never have imagined that she would fall at the hands of Zhou Yuner. Before her words could fully escape her lips, her body collapsed onto the ground. Devoid of breath, Zhou Yuner sheathed her sword and leaped gracefully into the air, her form light and elegant, descending slowly as if she were a celestial being alighting upon the arena below. It seems we have all underestimated the Sacred Heart sect. Indeed, while the overall strength of the disciples from the Sacred Heart sect may be feeble, those who have advanced to the top 20 possess considerable strength. I now find myself rather eager to witness their forthcoming battles. The spectators surrounding the arena were left in awe by this intense confrontation, engaging in lively discussions, each expressing their own opinions. Yuner, are you all right? Lin Tianfeng, upon seeing Zhou Yuner descending, promptly inquired with genuine concern, "Is there anything the matter?" "It's nothing serious. Just a bit fatigued," Zhou Yuner replied, her face lighting up with a hint of a sweet smile at the sight of Lin Tianfeng's caring gaze. "I have some recovery elixirs here. Please take them to restore your energy." Lin Tianfeng presented several exquisite recovery pills to Zhou Yuner. "These are exceptional recovery pills. Where did you acquire them?" A hint of astonishment appeared on Zhou Yuner's face as she gazed at the elixirs handed over by Lin Tianfeng. "Of course. I refined them myself." Lin Tianfeng wore a faint smile upon his face. "Enough boasting. You are so young. How could you possibly be an alchemist? Moreover, this is a top-tier elixir." Zhou Yuner curled her lips, her gaze filled with skepticism. Naturally, she found Lin Tianfeng's words hard to believe. In her mind, alchemists were typically older sages, particularly those who crafted exceptional elixirs. They were revered masters of the highest caliber. Lin Tianfeng, however, was merely a youth of 16 or 17, completely at odds with her perception of an alchemist. But disbelief mattered little. Lin Tianfeng did not offer further explanation. He understood that certain matters require no excessive words. Time would reveal the truth. Chapter 74. A bit of conflict with her. The battle on the arena continued. A tense atmosphere enveloped the entire competition ground, and each duel was gripping. Soon, it was Su Shuiao's turn to take the stage. Her visage was cool and composed, her graceful figure draped in a flowing white gown that danced with the wind, resembling a fairy amidst the snow, captivating all who beheld her. Her opponent was none other than Zai Yanqi, the saintess of the Han sect. "How dare you, at the mere 8th level of the profound realm, step onto this stage? I advise you to concede, or else, when blades are drawn, do not blame me for being ruthless." Zai Yanqi brandished her long sword, her eyes brimming with arrogance and disdain, exuding an air of superiority. "By your measure, you are hardly worthy of my surrender." Su Shuiao's voice was cold, her gaze radiating fierce determination. Undaunted by her opponent's imposing presence, "Since you seek death, I shall oblige." With a cold snort, Zai Yanqi's form transformed into a wraith, her sword gleaming with a chilling light as she lunged towards Su Shuiao's throat with an almost unfathomable speed. Su Shuiao, light on her feet, sidestepped gracefully, akin to a butterfly in flight, effortlessly evading this lethal strike. Simultaneously, her own sword retaliated with swiftness, aiming directly at Zai Yanqi's chest. The force of her strike was as swift as lightning, rivaling her opponent's ferocity. Zai Yanqi reacted with remarkable speed, her sword sweeping to intercept Su Shuiao's assault. The clash of their blades ignited a shower of sparks, shimmering brilliantly under the sun. The two immediately separated, retreating a few paces, the stone floor beneath them cracking slightly from the sheer force of their confrontation. "Indeed, you possess some skill. Prepare to receive another strike from me." A glint of surprise flickered in Zai Yanqi's eyes. She had not anticipated Su Shuiyao's formidable combat prowess, initially expecting an effortless victory. She was taken aback by the strength of her adversary. As they exchanged words, Xia Yanqi altered her swordplay, her technique becoming increasingly cunning and ruthless. Each strike aimed directly at Su Shuiyao's vital points. Every thrust was infused with potent spiritual energy and a lethal result. Su Shuiyao moved with grace, weaving through the shadows of the blades, deftly neutralizing Xia Yanqi's relentless attacks. The resilience displayed by Su Shuiyao against Xia Yanqi's onslaught was truly remarkable. Amidst the audience, an astonished voice broke the silence. Indeed, it was unexpected that she could challenge opponents beyond her level with such formidable prowess. It seems that the genius of the Sacred Heart sect is not as feeble as one might imagine. Another gasp of surprise echoed. Xia Yinshi's expression turned grave. Her prolonged offensive yielded no results, and her anxiety deepened. Initially believing she could conclude the battle swiftly, she found herself ensnared in an increasingly tense standoff. With this thought, she relentlessly swung her sword, her technique becoming ever more fierce. In the face of Xia Yinshi's relentless onslaught, Su Shuiyao was thrust into a passive position, her garments torn by the sword's energy. As the battle raged on, the situation intensified, each strike and defense sending waves of tension through the spectators. Although Xia Yinshi held a distinct advantage, securing victory in a short span was evidently no simple task. Before long, the two had exchanged hundreds of blows, their sweat saturating their attire, yet neither was willing to relent. Under Xia Yinshi's fierce assault, Su Shuiyao bore numerous sword marks, her white garment stained crimson, resembling red plums blooming in the snow. Just as Xia Yinshi believed victory was within her grasp, Su Shuiyao suddenly cried out, her entire being surging with spiritual energy. The potent wave of energy seemed to freeze the very air around them. Frost Phantom Sword. In an instant, a mysterious power emanated from Su Shuiyao. A layer of frost enveloped her sword, causing the temperature to plummet. With a swift motion, she unleashed a chilling sword aura that surged towards Xia Yanshi like a frost dragon. The icy energy carried with it an overwhelming force, as though it sought to freeze everything in its path. How could this be? Xia Yinshi's countenance shifted dramatically, a flicker of terror igniting in her gaze. At that moment, evasion was no longer an option. With a piercing sound, the sword aura pierced through Xia Yinshi's shoulder, eliciting a cry of agony as her sword nearly slipped from her grasp. Su Shuiyao leaped into the air, executing a powerful kick that sent a fierce gust of wind, radiating with brilliance, crashing into Xia Yinshi's abdomen. The impact reverberated painfully, causing Xia Yanshi to tumble heavily to the ground, her appearance disheveled and her expression one of disbelief. She could hardly fathom her defeat at the hands of an opponent at the 8th level of the Earth Profound Realm. Su Shuiyao had indeed triumphed over Xia Yanshi. Who exactly was Su Shuiyao? How could someone at the 8th level of the Earth Profound Realm conquer a foe of the Celestial Profound Realm? Such a display of prowess in surpassing levels was truly astonishing. It appeared that the Sacred Heart sect had birthed yet another dark horse. A sudden uproar erupted among the spectators, their astonishment evident as they gaped in disbelief, their faces etched with shock. The disciples of the Cold Sky sect wore expressions of grim disbelief, unable to fathom the scene unfolding before them. They had anticipated an effortless victory for Xia Yanshi. Yet the outcome was far from what they had imagined. The members of other sects also displayed looks of surprise, gaining a newfound respect for Su Shuiyao's prowess. The earlier disdain for the Sacred Heart sect vanished in an instant. Su Shuiyao sheathed her sword, her attire as white as snow, her graceful figure descending slowly from the arena. Tianfeng Jr. Brother, do you not possess any pills? Quickly, provide a few for Sister Su, urged Zhou Yuner without hesitation. Oh, very well. Lin Tianfeng frowned, and then took out several healing pills, handing them to Zhou Yuner. Take these to her, he instructed. Why don't you go yourself? Zhou Yuner inquired curiously. I'm not very acquainted with her. It would be more convenient for you ladies. Lin Tianfeng casually fabricated an excuse. All right, I'll deliver them for you. Zhou Yuner nodded in agreement. But make sure to say they are from you, and do not mention that I gave them to you, Lin Tianfeng quickly added. Why? Zhou Yuner blinked, her face filled with curiosity. Well, I have a bit of a conflict with her. If you say they're from me, she might refuse them. Lin Tianfeng explained. Okay, Zhou Yuner nodded, taking the pills and turning to approach Su Shuiyao. Tianfeng, how did you come to have a conflict with Su Shuiyao? Nangong Yinran asked, her expression one of intrigue. Well, it's just that she finds me displeasing, and I feel the same way about her, Lin Tianfeng replied helplessly. The battle continued, and it was soon Nangong Yinran's turn to take the stage. She was fortunate enough to face a practitioner from the Burning Fire sect, a first-level heavenly profound realm cultivator, whom she easily defeated. Observing this, the expressions of the representatives from the other three major sects turned grim. In the current competition for the top 10, the Sacred Heart sect had already sent 3 members into the top ranks, which clearly exceeded their expectations. The members of the Sacred Heart sect wore expressions of excitement. Having 3 individuals in the top 10 was undoubtedly a remarkable achievement. Historically, during confrontations among the 4 major sects, it was commendable for the Sacred Heart sect to have 2 members reach the top 10. However, this time, with 3 members already in the ranks and Lin Tianfeng yet to take the stage, should he also emerge victorious, the Sacred Heart sect would boast 4 members among the top 10. Such outstanding results would undoubtedly overshadow the other sections. Chapter 75. Defeating Yu Qianyu. Next up was Lin Tianfeng of the Sacred Heart sect, facing Yu Qianyu of the Yinsha Palace. The sharp voice of the host echoed once more. "You little brat, come up and meet your demise." Yu Qianyu soared into the air, leaping onto the arena. His piercing gaze fixed coldly on Lin Tianfeng, a powerful aura of malice emanating from him. He had long harbored the intent to kill Lin Tianfeng. Previously, Lin Tianfeng had severed one of his brother's arms, and just days ago, his father, Yu Haoyan, had perished at the hands of Chen Shuya due to Lin Tianfeng's actions. Therefore, today he was determined to slay Lin Tianfeng on the arena, no matter the cost. "Who are you calling a little brat?" Lin Tianfeng responded coldly, a hint of mockery gleaming in his eyes. "You little bastard," he said. Yu Qianyu gritted his teeth, casting a venomous glare at Lin Tianfeng. "So it was the little bastard who spoke of me." A hint of derision appeared on Lin Tianfeng's face. In an instant, laughter erupted around the arena. "You sharp-tongued brat. Come forth to meet your demise." Yu Qianyu's visage twisted in fury, his eyes glinting with a chilling malevolence, his face flushed crimson with rage, veins bulging on his forehead. "Since you were so eager to reunite with your father, I shall grant your wish." Lin Tianfeng let out a cold snort, his figure soaring into the air before landing steadily on the arena like a bird in flight. "Die, you little bastard!" Yu Qianyu roared, summoning a chilling ice chain that materialized in his hand. With a ferocious swing, he unleashed the icy chain, which traced a frigid arc through the air, causing the temperature around them to plummet instantaneously. The chain transformed into a colossal ice python, its gaping maw wide open, charging towards Lin Tianfeng with formidable might. Yu Qianyu had indeed resorted to the supreme treasure of the Yinsha Palace, the icy chain, unleashing his most powerful technique right from the outset. His animosity towards Lin Tianfeng was palpable. The power of this strike was terrifying, and it seemed that Lin Tianfeng might be in grave peril. The onlookers below were taken aback, their faces reflecting shock at the unfolding scene. Yet, in the face of Yu Qianyu's formidable assault, Lin Tianfeng remained undaunted, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes as he swung his sword with fervor. A resplendent beam of sword light erupted forth, akin to the blazing sun, racing towards the ice python. The collision between the sword light and the ice python produced a thunderous roar, reminiscent of mountains collapsing and earth shattering. Crack! With a crisp sound, the ice python shattered instantly, scattering countless ice fragments across the ground. Yu Qianyu's eyes widened in disbelief. He could hardly fathom that his most powerful move had crumbled so easily before Lin Tianfeng. Before he could react, Lin Tianfeng flickered, appearing before him in an instant, his speed akin to lightning, rendering him nearly imperceptible. "Die!" Lin Tianfeng swung his sword, and a dazzling glimmer of cold light swiftly sliced through Yu Qianyu's throat, executing the motion with an elegance that was both decisive and unhesitating. "How is it possible for you to be this strong?" Yu Qianyu's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression a portrait of despair and resentment. He clutched his throat tightly, attempting to staunch the gushing of blood. Yet it poured forth like a torrent unleashed from a dam, streaming through his fingers. In that moment, his gaze was filled with hopelessness and defiance, his pupils dilating as the light of life rapidly faded. Ultimately, Yu Qianyu collapsed to the ground, blood spurting from his throat as he lost all vitality. How can this be? Lin Tianfeng had actually slain Yu Qianyu with a single strike. The audience fell into an immediate silence, only to erupt into gasps of astonishment, their faces painted with disbelief, their mouths agape and eyes wide. They seemed to witness the most inconceivable spectacle. At this juncture, the higher-ups of the 3 major sects bore expressions of profound dismay, their gazes towards Lin Tianfeng laced with venomous intent. They understood that should Lin Tianfeng, this prodigy, reach his full potential, he would undoubtedly become a nightmare for all 3 sections. Who would have anticipated that junior brother Lin could eliminate Yu Qinyu with a single blow? Such power was astonishing beyond belief. The eliminated disciples of the Holy Heart sect wore expressions of exhilaration mixed with shock. The most elated among them was undoubtedly the sect leader, Wu Qingde. Over the years, the Holy Heart sect had seen a decline in their performance at the Hengyue Grand Tournament, with each successive competition yielding poorer results. Yet this time, 4 of their disciples had entered the top 10, a feat that left him in a state of incredulity. By the reckoning of quotas, the Holy Heart sect would emerge as the greatest victor outside the Hengyue Empire in this grand tournament. After all, the talents of the Hengyue Empire had yet to make their formal entrance. The top 10 from the 4 major sects did not equate to the overall top 10 of the tournament. For those disciples would still need to challenge the top 10 talents of the Hengyue Empire. Only by defeating the top 10 from the Hengyue Empire could one genuinely be considered to have entered the top tier of the competition. Lin Tianfeng felt a tinge of regret, for there were still many disciples from the 3 major sects that he yearned to confront. Alas, his next challenge would be against the prodigies of the Hengyue Empire, leaving him no opportunity to engage with the disciples of the 3 sections. The day's competition had come to an end, and tomorrow would herald the contest for the top 10 positions. The sharp voice of the eunuch once again pierced through the crowd, bringing their thoughts back to the present. At this moment, the disciples of the Sacred Heart sect gathered together, their faces illuminated with expressions of exuberance. All right, everyone, return to your quarters and rest well. Tomorrow will bring the final challenge. Wu Qingde wore a benevolent smile, his gaze imbued with a hint of anticipation and encouragement. Subsequently, the members of the Sacred Heart sect followed Wu Qingde back to their lodgings. Along the way, they were enveloped in joy, their hearts brimming with excitement for the competition to come. As Lin Tianfeng was about to return to his quarters, Wu Qingde called out to him, "Sect Master, is there something you need from me?" Lin Tianfeng inquired, a hint of confusion gracing his features. "Tianfeng, has Elder Chen departed?" Wu Qingde's expression was grave, his eyes betraying a sense of concern. "Indeed, Elder Chen has left," Lin Tianfeng replied calmly, though a flicker of worry passed through his gaze. Wu Qingde's brow furrowed slightly as he spoke in a serious tone. "This matter must not be disclosed. Otherwise, our Sacred Heart sect could face dire consequences." "Sect Master, are you concerned about retaliation from the 3 major sects?" Lin Tianfeng asked. "Indeed, one-on-one, I harbor no fear of them. However, should they unite, it would be exceedingly difficult for our Sacred Heart sect to withstand their combined might," Wu Qingde stated, his demeanor somber. "Rest assured, for the time being, they will not dare to act recklessly. Given sufficient time, the 3 major sects will pose no threat," Lin Tianfeng reassured him. Lin Tianfeng's voice was imbued with confidence. "You are indeed correct. Do you have faith in tomorrow's grand competition?" Wu Qingde's gaze was filled with anticipation. Entering the top 10 should pose no significant challenge, however. "Securing the championship is not something I can guarantee," Lin Tianfeng replied solemnly. "I'm already quite satisfied with your ability to reach the top 10 among the 4 sections. The forthcoming competition is not of paramount importance. What truly matters is your safety," Wu Qingde admonished earnestly, his eyes brimming with concern. "Rest assured, Master, I will be vigilant regarding my safety." Lin Tianfeng nodded in affirmation. "Very well, you may retire to rest." A faint smile of relief graced Wu Qingde's face. "I take my leave then." Lin Tianfeng clasped his fists in respect and turned to depart. Chapter 76. The Princess's Summons. Lin Tianfeng, there is a woman outside seeking you. Just as Lin Tianfeng was about to return to his quarters, an elder hurriedly approached him. "A woman is looking for me? Who might she be?" Lin Tianfeng inquired, a look of confusion crossing his face. "By her attire, she appears to be someone from the palace," the elder responded. "A woman from the palace?" Lin Tianfeng displayed a hint of surprise on his face before turning to exit the estate. Shortly thereafter, he found himself outside the residence. There, he beheld a woman of approximately 40 years, adorned in resplendent imperial attire, her figure ample yet graceful, standing quietly at the entrance. Despite her mature charm, an air of formidable authority emanated from her, compelling one to avert their gaze. "Esteemed elder, may I inquire as to the purpose of your visit?" Lin Tianfeng asked, cupping his fist in a gesture of respect, his tone tentative. "Young Master Lin, the princess wishes to see you. Please accompany me," the mature woman replied, slightly raising her hand in an inviting gesture. Her movements were both elegant and composed, yet carried an undeniable insistence that left no room for refusal. "May I inquire what the princess desires of me?" Lin Tianfeng furrowed his brow slightly as he posed the question. "You shall know in due course," the mature woman stated, her voice devoid of warmth, rendering further inquiries from Lin Tianfeng futile. Then I shall trouble you to lead the way. Lin Tianfeng nodded slightly. He could discern that this woman possessed formidable strength, judging by the pressure emanating from her. Her power was likely on par with that of Wu Qingda. Given his current abilities, he found himself utterly devoid of any means to resist in the presence of such a formidable adversary. Lin Tianfeng accompanied the lady as she ascended into an opulent beast carriage, making their way towards the princess's residence. Throughout the journey, a growing sense of unease enveloped Lin Tianfeng's heart. Shortly thereafter, the carriage arrived at a residence characterized by elegance, grandeur, and luxurious sophistication. The exterior alone revealed the estate's lavishness. The imposing crimson entrance stood tall and dignified. Flanking the grand gates of the princess's abode were two armored sentinels, their expressions solemn. Exuding an aura of authority, Lin Tianfeng followed the woman into the opulent and elegant mansion. The estate sprawled over a vast expanse, its interior exuding refinement. With architecture steeped in classical charm, complemented by rockeries, gardens, and pavilions aplenty. The moment Lin Tianfeng stepped into the mansion, an overwhelming pressure enveloped him, followed by several terrifying auras sweeping over him. Judging by the intensity of these presences, it was evident that their cultivation levels had reached at least the spirit-gathering realm, far beyond his current capabilities to contend with. Under the guidance of the mature woman, Lin Tianfeng traversed exquisite rockeries and a picturesque garden, ultimately arriving by a tranquil lake. At that moment, within an elegant pavilion, sat a woman of refined grace, exuding an air of nobility, although her face was veiled in a layer of snow-white gauze. Obscuring her true visage, her stunning figure and regal demeanor unmistakably marked her as a rare beauty. Your Highness, I have brought him, the mature woman said. Slightly bowing in respect, Yun, you may withdraw now. The voice of Dongfang Jin was ethereal and melodious, akin to a celestial melody that enchanted all who heard it. Yes, Your Highness, Yun replied respectfully before turning to exit. I am Lin Tianfeng. It is an honor to meet Your Highness. Lin Tianfeng spoke with utmost respect, clasping his fists in a gesture of reverence. Please, come forth. Dongfang Jin beckoned with an imperious wave of her hand, an irresistible aura of authority emanating from her being. That formidable pressure surged like a tumultuous wave, rendering Lin Tianfeng nearly unable to maintain his footing. Yes, Your Highness, he replied. Lin Tianfeng furrowed his brow slightly. Yet he still approached with utmost respect. His intuition warned him that this woman was exceedingly perilous, perhaps even more formidable than Wu Qingda. Why the tension? I do not bite, she said, raising her gaze. Allow me to observe you properly. Dongfang Jin's voice was melodious and enchanting, imbued with an irresistible allure that evoked no desire for resistance. Yes, Your Highness. Lin Tianfeng respectfully acknowledged and slowly approached Dongfang Jin. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety. The oppressive aura emanating from her was fearsome, akin to bearing the weight of a colossal mountain, making each step excruciatingly arduous. His heart raced, and fine beads of sweat began to form on his brow. Not bad looking, Dongfang Jin remarked as she extended her delicate, alabaster hand, gently grasping Lin Tianfeng's chin. Initially, she intended to deliver a thorough reprimand to him, teaching this man a lesson about the consequences of his transgressions. However, upon his actual presence before her, she unexpectedly found her anger dissipating. After all, it was she who had made the first move, and this man was indeed quite handsome. Not at all repugnant to her. Your Highness, may I inquire about the purpose of your summons? Lin Tianfeng felt a sense of discomfort as a woman held his chin. Yet he dared not make any rash movements. Could it be that she truly harbors feelings for me? If she were to impose herself upon me, should I resist? No. Perhaps it would be wiser not to resist. Her strength is formidable, and should I provoke her, the consequences could be dire. Lin Tianfeng pondered quietly, simultaneously preparing himself for the imminent loss of his innocence. Do you possess confidence in claiming the championship of this grand competition? Asked Dongfang Jin, withdrawing her hand and casting a frosty gaze upon Lin Tianfeng. Your Highness, it is not particularly challenging for one of my cultivation level to secure a position within the top 10. However, to attain the championship is nearly impossible. Lin Tianfeng replied solemnly. You possess remarkable capabilities for surpassing opponents of higher ranks. Should you ascend to the 6th layer of the Earth Profound Realm, would you then be confident in seizing the title? Dongfang Jin inquired, her eyes glimmering with a mix of expectation and scrutiny. If I were to reach the 6th layer of the Earth Profound Realm, winning the championship would likely be within my grasp. However, given my current cultivation level. Achieving that breakthrough may require a considerable amount of time, he admitted. Lin Tianfeng's gaze was resolute, yet tinged with a hint of hesitation. Before him lay a celestial spirit blood ginseng. Should he successfully refine it, it would undoubtedly facilitate his ascension to a higher realm. Dongfang Jin retrieved a wooden box, presenting it to Lin Tianfeng with grace. The box exuded a subtle aura of spiritual energy, indicating that its contents were extraordinary. Your Highness, why do you wish to assist me? Lin Tianfeng did not approach the wooden box. He understood that there are no free lunches in this world. The woman's possessions were likely not easily obtained. The victor of the grand competition would be rewarded with the Tianluo crystal, which is what I require. Should you fail to secure the championship tomorrow, I shall personally escort you to the palace to serve as a eunuch. Dongfang Jin's voice remained melodious and enchanting. Yet to Lin Tianfeng's ears, it evoked a chilling sensation. Lin Tianfeng understood that the woman before him was not lying. If he were to fail in securing the championship, it was entirely possible that she would indeed send him to the palace to serve as a eunuch. You wouldn't covet my other rewards, would you? Lin Tianfeng's gaze was fixed intently on Dongfang Jin. I only desire the Tianluo crystal stone. The rest of the rewards shall rightfully belong to you. Dongfang Jin replied with an unwavering tone, leaving no room for doubt. It is settled then. Lin Tianfeng readily acquiesced. He understood that he had no path of retreat. In the presence of such formidable strength, a refusal could lead to a dire fate. After all, Qin Shuya had already departed, leaving him without any support. Return and cultivate diligently. Do not let me down, Dongfang Jin remarked, tossing the wooden box to Lin Tianfeng before vanishing into the pavilions. Chapter 77. The sixth layer of the earthly profound realm. Lin Tianfeng furrowed his brows slightly as he turned to leave the princess's residence. For reasons unknown, he felt an uncanny familiarity in the princess's gaze and the scent that enveloped her, though he could not articulate it at that moment. Upon returning to the stronghold of the Sacred Heart sect, Lin Tianfeng promptly entered the primordial space. He gently opened the wooden box, revealing a celestial blood ginseng nestled within. The ginseng, a deep crimson hue, emanated a potent aura of spiritual energy. Gazing at the celestial blood ginseng in his hand, Lin Tianfeng took a deep breath. No longer hesitating, and swiftly placed it into his mouth, swallowing it whole. The instant the ginseng slid down his throat, a surge of tumultuous energy erupted violently within his body. Lin Tianfeng felt as though his body were on the verge of bursting, with his meridians transmitting a pain akin to that of tearing. Lin Tianfeng could not help but cry out in agony as beads of sweat the size of soybeans rolled down his forehead. He hastily began to channel the Hongwang technique, attempting to harness the ferocious energy surging within him. Yet, this power was overwhelmingly potent, rampaging through his body with utter disregard for his control. He must endure. Lin Tianfeng gritted his teeth, his complexion pale, yet his gaze radiated unwavering determination. As time passed, the torment intensified, and his consciousness began to blur. Lin Tianfeng, with his indomitable will, maintained a glimmer of clarity, continually guiding the energy to converge towards his dantian. As time elapsed, his body trembled incessantly, and his once handsome visage contorted into a mask of agony. Just as Lin Tianfeng felt he was on the brink of collapse, a sudden, formidable suction emanated from his dantian, gradually absorbing the tumultuous energy. As the energy was refined within the dantian, Lin Tianfeng sensed his pain slowly abating. Simultaneously, his cultivation began to ascend at an astonishing rate. Boom! He reached the sixth layer of the earth profound realm. With a series of crisp sounds echoing through his meridians and dantian, Lin Tianfeng successfully broke through to the sixth layer of the earth profound realm. In that instant, a potent force surged within him. After achieving the sixth layer of the earth profound realm, the energy within Lin Tianfeng remained exuberantly abundant, prompting him to continue his refinement. As dawn approached, Lin Tianfeng's cultivation had advanced to the late stage of the sixth layer. At last, he had completely refined the energy within him. He had finally achieved his breakthrough. Lin Tianfeng gradually opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within, as he sensed the formidable power coursing through his body. A profound joy filled his heart. The following morning dawned. Lin Tianfeng rose early, completed his morning ablutions, and then departed his chamber. As he passed by Nangong Yinran's room, he noticed that the light within still glimmered. Lin Tianfeng felt a surge of curiosity and, without further contemplation, pushed the door open and stepped inside. The moment he entered, the scene before him left him utterly astounded. There stood Nangong Yinran, in the midst of changing her attire, completely unclad. Her voluptuous and enchanting figure laid bare before Lin Tianfeng without reservation. How astonishingly ample! Lin Tianfeng could not help but swallow hard. His gaze fixated on Nangong Yanran as if he had been ensnared by a spell, unable to avert his eyes. Ah! Nangong Yanran let out a piercing scream, hastily using her clothing to shield herself. You scoundrel, why did you not knock? Close the door at once. Her voice resonated with indignation and embarrassment. Yanran, I sincerely apologize. It was truly unintentional. Lin Tianfeng, as if awakening from a dream, hurriedly closed the door. However, the astonishment and infatuation on his face had yet to completely dissipate. How shameless. I instructed you to leave before shutting the door. Nangong Yanran's delicate face flushed with a mix of embarrassment and anger as she seized a pillow from the bed and hurled it towards Lin Tianfeng. Sister Yanran, I am not unfamiliar with your figure. Feel free to change your clothes as if I were not present. Lin Tianfeng's eyes gleamed with a fervent intensity, showing no intention of departing. Instead, they radiated a sense of mischievousness and avarice. You scoundrel! Nangong Yanran's charming face flushed a deep crimson. In that moment, her partially concealed figure, intertwined with anger and shyness, rendered her even more enchanting and alluring, exuding an irresistible charm. Sister Yanran, you previously stated that if I could defeat you, you would obediently become my woman. Today is the perfect occasion to fulfill that promise. A wicked smile curled at the corners of Lin Tianfeng's mouth. In the midst of his words, he swiftly shed his garments and lunged towards Nangong Yanran. You scoundrel, you. Caught off guard by Lin Tianfeng's bare-chested advance, Nangong Yanran was utterly flustered, momentarily forgetting to resist as she was unceremoniously toppled onto the bed. Lin Tianfeng was too exhilarated to concern himself with anything else, having awoken in a state of excitement. He was further stirred by the sight of Nangong Yanran changing her attire. In an instant, the flames of desire within him were ignited. When he forcibly embraced her, Nangong Yanran felt her heart race and instinctively began to strike him with her fists. However, to Lin Tianfeng, her feeble attempts felt no more significant than a gentle tickle. Just as he was about to take further action, a sudden, urgent knocking resonated from outside the door. Sister Yanran, are you all right? Zhou Yun'er's voice called from beyond. This unexpected interruption was akin to a bucket of cold water, jolting both Lin Tianfeng and Nangong Yanran back to reality. Quick, hide. Yun'er is coming. Nangong Yanran shot Lin Tianfeng an exasperated glare, her face betraying a mix of urgency and embarrassment. Where am I to hide? Lin Tianfeng wore an expression of helplessness. He was so close, and being interrupted at that moment left him utterly frustrated. You should hide beneath the bed. Nangong Yanran urged, hastily retrieving her garments and dressing in a flurry of anxious movements. What is there to hide from? You are, after all, my woman. Lin Tianfeng strode toward the door, bare-chested. You scoundrel, come back. Nangong Yanran exclaimed urgently. However, Lin Tianfeng paid her no heed. He swung the door open and forcefully pulled Zhou Yun'er inside. Sister Yanran, how could you indulge yourself alone? Zhou Yun'er gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment as she gazed at Lin Tianfeng and Nangong Yanran. At that moment, Nangong Yanran was hastily dressing, her attire disheveled, while Lin Tianfeng remained unclothed. Lin Tianfeng, weary of idle chatter, swiftly embraced Zhou Yun'er, his voice assertive as he declared, Rest assured, you are included as well. You scoundrel. Release me at once. The sect leader has instructed me to summon you to descend promptly, Zhou Yun'er exclaimed, a blush gracing her cheeks as she struggled to extricate herself from Lin Tianfeng's hold. Very well. Lin Tianfeng wore an expression of helplessness. Yet he reluctantly released Zhou Yun'er and proceeded to don his clothes in front of the two women. Brother Tianfeng, don't you feel embarrassed doing this? Zhou Yun'er shot a disapproving glance at Lin Tianfeng's lower region, her tone tinged with playful reproach. Can this be blamed on me? Lin Tianfeng wore a speechless expression, hastily invoking the Qingxinju to calm his body as swiftly as possible. Chapter 78. The Jealousy of Su Xueyao. The three of them tidied up before leaving the room. Just as they pushed open the door, they unexpectedly encountered Su Xueyao. The sect leader sent me to summon you, she stated coldly, casting a fleeting glance at Lin Tianfeng before turning away. Tianfeng, what exactly is your relationship with her? I can't shake the feeling that she seems to be harboring jealousy. Nangong Yanran remarked, her curiosity evident as her gaze flitted between Lin Tianfeng and Su Xueyao's retreating figures. She is, in fact, my betrothed. However, you need not worry, as I have been released from our engagement. At present, I share no ties with her. After a moment of hesitation, Lin Tianfeng ultimately decided to lay bare the nature of his relationship with Su Shuiyao. It became evident why she had exhibited such intense jealousy moments prior. Zhou Yuner remarked with a smile. However, her judgment is indeed questionable. To spurn a genius as remarkable as you is quite incomprehensible. With that, she urged, let us not dwell on the past. We must hasten downstairs. As Lin Tianfeng took hold of the two women, Nangong Yanran and Zhou Yuner instinctively resisted for a brief moment. Yet, Lin Tianfeng's grip was firm, rendering any escape impossible. After a moment of reluctant struggle, they obediently followed in his wake. At that instant, their cheeks flushed a deep crimson, akin to ripened apples, radiating a captivating shyness. After all, Lin Tianfeng's public display of affection, holding their hands without a hint of hesitation, was a clear signal to reveal their relationship to the world. Within their hearts, emotions fluttered like startled deer, a delightful mix of sweet joy and a touch of bashfulness. Although they had harbored feelings for Lin Tianfeng, such an overt declaration left them feeling somewhat embarrassed. Observing Lin Tianfeng descend with Nangong Yanran and Zhou Yuner, the elders and disciples of the Sacred Heart sect displayed expressions of astonishment. As the gazes of the crowd fell upon them, Nangong Yanran and Zhou Yuner lowered their eyes, their faces adorned with a charming shyness. Well then, we have been waiting for you. Let us depart immediately. A faint smile graced Wu Qingda's face, his gaze imbued with a blend of satisfaction and anticipation. Subsequently, the entourage of the Sacred Heart sect set forth once more toward the arena at the heart of Hengyue City. Su Shuiyao lingered at the rear, her countenance as frigid as ice as she beheld her former fiancé accompanied by two other women. A pang of bitterness stirred within her, akin to a bitter draught that subtly tormented her heart. In that moment, she vowed silently to devote herself wholeheartedly to her cultivation. She understood that only by becoming an unparalleled powerhouse would her earlier decision to withdraw from the engagement be vindicated. The scene at the grand competition remained as lively as ever, teeming with throngs of spectators, tightly encircled by eager onlookers. This day marked the final round of the pinnacle gathering of the younger generation of the Hengyue Empire, where the champion of the tournament would be determined. Consequently, the number of attendees far surpassed that of the previous day, all converging from various directions to witness this riveting spectacle. At this juncture, the contestants from the four major sects had all arrived, their expressions a mix of tension and anticipation, their eyes gleaming with resolute determination. Meanwhile, the geniuses of the Hengyue Empire had taken their place in the host's area, each exuding an air of arrogance. Looking down upon the talents from the four major sects with disdain, it was evident they possessed the grounds for their hubris, as their cultivation had reached the third level of the heavenly profound realm and beyond, with some even attaining the fifth level. In stark contrast, the highest cultivation among the geniuses of the four major sects barely reached the second level of the heavenly profound realm, the disparity in their abilities glaringly apparent, forming an insurmountable chasm before the talents of the four sections. Historically, the top 10 spots in the competition had been overwhelmingly claimed by the geniuses of the Hengyue Empire, rendering the chances of the talents from the four sects breaking into the top 10 exceedingly slim. Once all participants had gathered, King Dongfeng Hong of the northern town ascended the platform and proclaimed loudly, "Today, the top 10 geniuses of the four major sects shall challenge the royal geniuses of the Hengyue Empire, ultimately determining the top 10 and crowning the champion of this grand competition." He meticulously and rigorously outlined the rules of the contest. Be cautious out there. If you truly lack confidence, you may concede directly, Wu Qingda earnestly advised. Understood, Sect Master, came the unified response. Lin Tianfeng and his companions respectfully responded. Soon, the grand competition officially commenced. Following the conclusion of the draw, the geniuses from the four major sects were permitted to challenge the top 10 talents of the Hengyue Empire. A successful challenge would secure them a position within the top 10 of the competition. The first to take the stage was Mu Xiaobai from the Burning Fire sect. Although he was acutely aware of his inferiority to the top talents of the Hengyue Empire, he chose not to forfeit. After all, this was a splendid opportunity to engage with elite geniuses, one he was unwilling to squander. However, the reality proved to be harsh. Mu Xiaobai was swiftly cast off the stage after merely one move, utterly powerless to retaliate. Subsequently, the other sect geniuses took their turns to challenge, yet none succeeded. They were all effortlessly defeated by the talents of the Hengyue Empire, with none managing to endure even a single strike. This one-sided scenario deepened the spectators' understanding of the formidable prowess possessed by the Hengyue Empire's geniuses. Soon, It was the turn of the Saint Heart sect's talents to take the stage. Due to the extraordinary beauty of Nangong Yanran, Zhou Yuner, and Su Qingyao, the geniuses of the Hangyue Empire hesitated to immediately vanquish them. Nevertheless, the trio could only withstand 10 moves. Despite their utmost efforts during these exchanges, they were unable to alter the inevitable outcome of defeat. It appeared that the hegemonic status of the Hangyue Empire remained unchallenged. Indeed, in this region, the Hangyue Empire was undeniably the sovereign, with the geniuses of the 4 major sects entirely lacking the ability to retaliate against those of the Hangyue Empire. The crowd, observing the spectacle, engaged in animated discussions, their gazes towards the Hangyue Empire tinged with a hint of admiration. Soon, it was Lin Tianfeng's turn to challenge. His eyes swept across the numerous royal talents, ultimately resting upon a man clad in white. This individual, named Dongfang Chun, was the son of a prince from the Hangyue Empire and, due to his exceptional talent, had been selected as a seed competitor for the grand competition. "Come on, make your move. You have but one chance," Dongfang Chen remarked with a cold indifference, clearly underestimating Lin Tianfeng. "Then you should be cautious," Lin Tianfeng retorted, unfazed by Dongfang Chen's disdain. With the intent to demonstrate his prowess, Lin Tianfeng suddenly vanished from sight, darting towards Dongfang Chen with a speed so swift it rendered him almost invisible. As Lin Tianfeng charged, Dongfang Chen's brow furrowed slightly, his expression shifting to one of gravity. He realized that Lin Tianfeng's speed was alarmingly fast, leaving him little time to react. A wave of unease surged within him. In this critical moment, Dongfang Chen hastily summoned his inner spiritual energy, forming a protective shield around his body, and simultaneously launched a powerful punch forward. Lin Tianfeng's lips curled into a subtle yet confident smile. With a swift motion, his right hand shot out, seizing Dongfang Chen's fist in an instant, and then delivered a powerful blow directly to his chest. The movement was crisp and decisive, devoid of any hesitation. The resounding impact echoed throughout the arena, causing everyone to hold their breath. Dongfang Chen felt as if he had been struck by a tremendous force to his chest, and his body was sent flying backwards, crashing heavily beneath the stage, appearing exceedingly disheveled. This disarray starkly contrasted with his earlier arrogance. Chapter 79. Shock in the Hangyue Empire. How could this be? Dongfang Chen's eyes widened in disbelief as he fixated on Lin Tianfeng, his face a canvas of incredulity. He simply could not fathom that he had been defeated in a single strike by a mere youth from the Earth-profound realm. This was nothing short of a radical upheaval in his understanding. In this world, nothing is truly impossible. Lin Tianfeng's tone was icy as soon as his words fell. He leapt gracefully into the air, landing effortlessly beneath the arena. The entire venue fell silent in an instant, the onlookers rendered utterly speechless by this unexpected turn of events. No one anticipated that Lin Tianfeng could defeat Dongfang Chen with a single strike. It is worth noting that Dongfang Chen was a top-tier genius of the younger generation from the Hangyue Empire, not yet 25 years of age, and already at the 4th level of the celestial realm. The extraordinary talent of Lin Tianfeng was astonishing. Only yesterday, he was at the 5th level of the earthly realm, and now he had ascended to the 6th level. Indeed, it is said that his cultivation speed is remarkably swift, and his ability to challenge those above his level is exceedingly formidable. If such a genius were to mature, he could potentially alter the very landscape of the Hangyue Empire. Do you believe the Hangyue Empire would simply stand by and watch him rise? You make a valid point. I believe the Hangyue Empire will undoubtedly take action to prevent him from ascending so effortlessly. At this moment, the crowd buzzed with various discussions, a cacophony of voices rising and falling. The young spectators gazed at Lin Tianfeng with a blend of admiration and respect. Meanwhile, the higher-ups of the Sacred Heart sect displayed expressions of delight. Lin Tianfeng's triumph over Dongfang Chen signifies his successful entry into the top 10 of the grand competition, an unparalleled honor for the Sacred Heart sect. It is noteworthy that in the past century, this is the first instance of a disciple from the Sacred Heart sect breaking into the top 10. The subsequent phase will involve a ranking battle among the top 10, culminating in the determination of the ultimate champion of the grand competition. Each of the 10 contenders must engage in 9 matches, with the one achieving the highest number of victories being declared the champion. Dongfang Hong's voice resonated throughout the arena like a mighty bell. As the ranking battles commenced, Lin Tianfeng's first opponent was the 30th prince, Dongfang Li. Lin Tianfeng, I must admit your strength is commendable. However, upon facing this prince, your fortune has reached its limit, Dongfang Li declared, his demeanor haughty and his tone icy. exuding an air of assured victory. If you are to make a move, do so swiftly. I have no interest in indulging you in idle chatter. Lin Tianfeng drew his sword, its blade glinting with a chilling radiance. He cast a disdainful glance at Dongfang Li, brimming with arrogance. How brazen this youth is. Do not presume that defeating Dongfang Chen renders you invincible. Today, I shall unveil to you what true genius embodies. Dongfang Li snorted coldly, brandishing his spear with great vigor, leaping into the air like a ferocious leopard, and swiftly lunging towards Lin Tianfeng. It must be acknowledged that Dongfang Li's prowess far surpassed that of Dongfang Chen. He had attained the pinnacle of the fourth layer of the heavenly profound realm, whereas Dongfang Chen was merely at the initial stage of the same layer. Confronted with Dongfang Li's fierce assault, Lin Tianfeng's gaze sharpened, and he instantly retreated, his movements as agile as the wind. Dongfang Li's spear followed closely, its tip shimmering ominously, aiming directly for Lin Tianfeng's throat, exuding an aura that seemed poised to strike him down in one blow. Just as the spear's tip was about to make contact, Lin Tianfeng deftly sidestepped the lethal thrust, displaying extraordinary reflexes. Is this all you are capable of? Dongfang Li scoffed, a hint of contempt etched on his face. Since you delight in posturing, I shall not be inclined to spare your dignity. Lin Tianfeng let out a cold snort, wielding his longsword with a graceful sweep, unleashing a fierce sword energy that surged toward Dongfang Li. The clash resounded like thunder as Dongfang Li swiftly countered with his spear, the two forces colliding with a deafening roar. How can this brat possess such strength? Dongfang Li felt a surge of astonishment within. At that moment, he sensed a slight numbness in his grip, indicating that he had not gained the upper hand in this exchange. Rather, he found himself at a distinct disadvantage. Let us see if you can withstand another strike. Taking advantage of the momentum, Lin Tianfeng surged forth, his internal spiritual energy flowing wildly like tumultuous waves, infusing his long sword with unprecedented vigor. The sword radiated a resplendent light, accompanied by a myriad of sword shadows, as it swept towards Dongfang Li in the east. Dongfang Li's countenance shifted dramatically, and he hastily brandished his spear in a bid to defend himself. However, Lin Tianfeng's sword momentum was overwhelmingly swift, shattering Dongfang Li's defenses in an instant. With a sharp sound, a crimson gash appeared on Dongfang Li's arm, blood gushing forth, and the intense pain caused him to stagger uncontrollably. Lin Tianfeng seized the opportunity, once more brandishing his sword, unleashing an even more formidable surge of sword energy that descended like the weight of Mount Tai. This is dire. Dongfang Li's eyes widened in terror, realizing it was too late to evade. In this moment of crisis, he once again wielded his spear, positioning it defensively before him. Boom. The sword energy struck heavily against Dongfang Li's spear, its immense force propelling him through the air, crashing down beneath the arena in a state of utter disarray. You have been defeated. Lin Tianfeng sheathed his sword, his voice devoid of emotion. In truth, he had already shown mercy. Had his opponent not been a prince, he would have effortlessly dispatched him with a single strike. The arena once again fell into a profound silence, which was soon shattered by exclamations of awe. The prowess of Lin Tianfeng was astonishing. With such strength, it seemed he could easily secure a position among the top three in the grand competition. Indeed, Dongfang Li was a seeded contender among the top three, yet he was utterly powerless against Lin Tianfeng. It appeared that the Sacred Heart sect had unveiled a dark horse this time. At this moment, the crowd buzzed with speculation, their gazes towards Lin Tianfeng gradually shifting. Initially, many believed it would be a remarkable feat for him to break into the top 10, but they were taken aback by his effortless victory over Dongfang Li. The high-ranking officials of the Hangyue Empire wore grim expressions, clearly taken aback by Lin Tianfeng's unexpected ascent. The empire had set such lavish rewards for the competition out of confidence in their own talents, despite the bountiful prizes. They had anticipated the final accolades would belong to their own. Yet, they had not foreseen Lin Tianfeng, with his earth-profound realm cultivation, breaching the top 10, let alone triumphing over the seeded contender Dongfang Li, leaving them in disbelief. The top 10 ranking battles continued, and Lin Tianfeng surged forward like a force of nature, achieving an impressive 8 consecutive victories. The royal geniuses found themselves nearly defenseless against him. At that moment, the expressions of the Hangyue Empire's royal talents were dark, their eyes ablaze with anger and resentment, akin to a raging fire. Before the competition began, each of them had brimmed with confidence, believing it would merely be a formality. However, they had not anticipated the emergence of Lin Tianfeng, who shattered their pride and self-esteem. The atmosphere in the arena reached a fever pitch, with onlookers erupting into enthusiastic cheers, the sound rising in waves. Young spectators rejoiced, fervently applauding Lin Tianfeng's astonishing performance. He had created a miracle, entering the top 10 as a sect disciple while achieving 8 consecutive victories. Now, with just one more win, he would claim the ultimate championship. Such a dazzling accomplishment was enough to elevate him to the status of an idol among the younger generation of the Hangyue Empire. The entire venue was engulfed in jubilation, as everyone eagerly anticipated Lin Tianfeng's next performance, wondering if he could maintain his momentum and seize the championship title. Chapter 80. The championship battle. Approximately half an hour later, the highly anticipated championship battle commenced. This confrontation was of immense significance, embodying not only supreme glory and splendor but also the hopes of countless individuals. On the royal side, the performance of the 16th princess, Dongfang Shui, was nothing short of breathtaking. She carved her way through the competition with relentless vigor, also achieving an illustrious 8 consecutive victories. With just one more win, the championship throne, symbolizing ultimate victory, would be hers. Sister Yinran, do you think Tianfeng can win? Zhou Yuner wore a worried expression, her exquisite features now marred by anxiety. Rest assured, he will undoubtedly prevail, Ningong Yinran stated with unwavering determination. By the way, Yinran, do confess, did you two spend the night together? Zhou Yuner inquired softly, her voice laced with curiosity. What nonsense are you spouting? He barged in unexpectedly this morning while I was changing, Ningong Yinran replied, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson. We are good sisters. Such matters should not be kept to oneself, if you truly desire it. Zhou Yuner chuckled, a mischievous glint in her eyes. If that's the case, shall we go together tonight? Ningong Yinran remarked with a subtle smile, her tone teasing. Let us go. Who is afraid? Zhou Yuner winked playfully, her demeanor utterly charming. All right, you said it. A faint smile curled at the corners of Ningong Yinran's lips. At that moment, she realized she had completely fallen for Lin Tianfeng, and their relationship had become unequivocally defined. Whatever transpired henceforth was entirely within the realm of reason. Moreover, the sweet memories of that day quickened her heartbeat, filling her with a sense of eager anticipation. Meanwhile, the final match of the grand competition was about to commence. The atmosphere grew heavy with tension, as all eyes were fixated on Lin Tianfeng and Dongfang Shui in the arena. Dongfang Shui descended gracefully upon the stage, resembling a celestial being. Her figure was slender and elegant, her beauty striking yet imbued with an air of frosty pride. Her star-like eyes gleamed with a fierce intensity, locking onto Lin Tianfeng. Lin Tianfeng, while your performance has surprised me, there can only be one champion, and that is I, Dongfang Shui declared, her melodious voice carrying an undeniable authority that was hard to resist. Then let us see who truly prevails. In Lin Tianfeng's eyes, there was not a trace of fear. Instead, he exuded an overwhelming aura of battle intent that sent shivers through the heart. Let this princess see what abilities you truly possess. Dongfang Shui's beautiful eyes emitted a chilling glimmer as her jade-like hand suddenly lifted, conjuring a crystalline ice whip that materialized in an instant. This ice whip shimmered with a bone-chilling radiance, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet sharply, prompting an involuntary shiver throughout one's being. Lin Tianfeng, unwilling to be outdone, positioned his long sword horizontally, with spiritual energy coursing relentlessly along the blade, exuding an overwhelming and formidable aura. Take this, Dongfang Shui exclaimed, launching a swift and ferocious assault. The ice whip struck forth like a serpent emerging from its lair, accompanied by a howling gale, sweeping towards Lin Tianfeng with such astonishing speed that it dazzled the eyes and left one breathless. Lin Tianfeng's figure flickered as he deftly evaded the formidable strike with remarkable swiftness. With a fluid motion, he unleashed his sword, sending forth a brilliant beam of light directly toward Dongfang Shui. In response, Dongfang Shui flicked her wrist, and the icy whip instantly altered its trajectory, colliding with the sword light with pinpoint accuracy. A thunderous sound erupted, reverberating through the air, as the immense force created ripples that undulated through the atmosphere. The violent clash of power caused the very space around them to tremble incessantly. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, trading blows in a flurry of hundreds of strikes. Dongfang Shui's icy whip danced with an impenetrable ferocity, casting shadows that enveloped the arena. Each strike was infused with unparalleled spiritual energy, as if she intended to freeze the entire space. Meanwhile, Lin Tianfeng wielded his sword with a momentum akin to a raging tempest, its shimmering blade flickering with relentless intensity. Each thrust aimed to breach Dongfang Shui's seemingly impregnable defense. Below the stage, the crowd had swelled into a sea of spectators, tightly packed and utterly captivated by the fierce battle unfolding above. Every eye was riveted on the intense confrontation, expressions a mix of tension and exhilaration. Their hearts raced in sync with the rhythm of the clash, as if they too were participants in this extraordinary duel. The prowess exhibited by both combatants was nothing short of awe-inspiring, a breathtaking spectacle of a dragon and tiger vying for supremacy. Some could not help but voice their astonishment, their tone laced with admiration. Indeed, the combat was mesmerizing, truly a sight to behold, leaving all in suspense as to who would ultimately emerge victorious. Nearby, a voice asserted, "I believe Princess Shui holds the advantage, given her superior cultivation." Another countered with fervor, "Not necessarily. Lin Tianfeng has proven his mettle through numerous trials and should not be underestimated." The atmosphere buzzed with fervent discourse, heated to the utmost degree, akin to flames engulfing oil. Yet, the two combatants remained impervious to the clamor of the crowd, wholly immersed in their duel, their focus unwavering. In this moment, a singular thought consumed their minds: to vanquish the opponent and seize the championship title for themselves. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged thousands of strikes, the battle growing ever more stalemated, with neither gaining a distinct advantage. A fine sheen of sweat beaded on Dongfang Shui's forehead, her breath quickening as her stamina waned. Yet her gaze remained resolute, betraying no hint of retreat. Lin Tianfeng's garments were thoroughly drenched in sweat, yet his gaze remained resolutely fierce. The sword in his hand danced with increasing ferocity, exuding an aura as formidable as a rainbow. "I spirit cold whip," exclaimed Dongfang Shui, her voice ringing out. In an instant, she channeled her entire reservoir of spiritual energy into the icy whip. A thick layer of frost swiftly crystallized upon the whip, intensifying its ferocity. As it surged toward Lin Tianfeng with the ferocity of a tempest, an awe-inspiring spectacle. Lin Tianfeng's gaze sharpened as he swiftly channeled his spiritual energy into his longsword, causing its blade to radiate a brilliant light, forming a colossal sword-shaped shield that successfully repelled Dongfang Shui's ferocious assault. The arena reverberated with a series of deafening collisions, the fluctuations of spiritual energy surrounding them becoming increasingly tumultuous, causing the entire platform to tremble as if it could scarcely withstand such formidable force. As the battle progressed, Dongfang Shui grew increasingly alarmed. She found it utterly incomprehensible that a mere youth at the 6th level of the Earth-Profound realm could unleash such overwhelming combat prowess. In stark contrast, Lin Tianfeng became ever more formidable in the face of adversity, his swordsmanship flowing relentlessly toward Dongfang Shui, each strike imbued with strength and determination. An unstoppable force. Dongfang Shui's delicate face paled, yet her eyes radiated resoluteness as she once again poured all her spiritual energy into her ice whip. In that instant, the arena transformed into a realm of ice, with countless icy spikes thrusting menacingly toward Lin Tianfeng from every direction, instilling a sense of dread. Lin Tianfeng took a deep breath and leaped high into the air, his long sword emanating a terrifying aura capable of annihilating the heavens and the earth. A colossal beam of sword light burst forth, radiant as the sun, colliding with the endless ice spikes. A tremendous explosion reverberated, enveloping the arena in a thick haze that obscured the view, rendering the scene chaotic. Everyone held their breath, anxiously awaiting the moment the smoke would clear. The atmosphere charged with tension to its zenith. After a brief interval, the mist gradually dissipated, revealing Lin Tianfeng, sword in hand, standing tall and resolute upon the stage. In stark contrast, Dongfang Shui was seen half-kneeling on the ground, her ice whip fallen beside her. "I have lost." Dongfang Shui's voice was laden with reluctance and sorrow, evoking deep emotions. "Your Highness, I concede." Lin Tianfeng clasped his fists in salute, his face radiating the joy of victory while simultaneously embodying respect for his opponents, showcasing the demeanor of a true gentleman. Chapter 81. The Tenderness of Two Maidens. In that moment, the arena fell into an eerie silence, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Suddenly, like the crack of thunder, a deafening cheer erupted. The high-ranking members and disciples of the Sacred Heart sect were all aglow with unmistakable delight. In stark contrast, the leaders of the Hongyue Empire wore expressions so grim they seemed capable of dripping water. Having been established for thousands of years, the Hongyue Empire had never before witnessed an individual from another sect seize the championship at the Hongyue Grand Competition. Yet today, that honor had been claimed by a disciple of the Sacred Heart sect, merely at the Earth-Profound realm, a feat that exceeded the wildest imaginations of all present. At this moment, Lin Tianfeng undoubtedly became the focal point of the gathering. His name was destined to become a legendary tale within the Hongyue nation, an idol and benchmark for countless youths in their lifelong pursuits. His triumph represented not merely a victory in a competition, but a victory of belief, an unwavering pursuit of dreams, a testament to perseverance against all odds. Just then, Prince Dongfang Hong of the northern town strode confidently onto the stage, with a stature as upright as a pine tree. His authoritative gaze swept across the crowd, instantly silencing the previously raucous assembly. The grand competition concluded successfully, with Lin Tianfeng rightfully crowned champion. Dongfang Hong's voice rang out like a resounding bell, clear and resonant in everyone's ears. Following this, a servant approached bearing an exquisitely ornate tray, upon which lay the rewards for the competition's champion. Lin Tianfeng, this is the Tianluo crystal, accompanied by a storage ring containing 300,000 spirit stones. This represents our Hengyue Empire's martial arts technique of the Void Inquiry realm. This token serves as a temporary certificate for training within the Empire, in half a month. You may present it to cultivate in the spirit pool. Dongfang Hong personally elucidated each reward with clarity and precision. Lin Tianfeng respectfully accepted the reward with both hands and bowed slightly, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, King of the North. Dongfang Hong smiled and nodded, saying, I hope that this award will enable you to ascend further on your path of cultivation, bringing even greater glory to our Hengyue kingdom. Handing these rewards to someone from another faction caused Dongfang Hong a twinge of regret. However, with so many witnesses present, he had no choice but to bestow the rewards upon Lin Tianfeng, despite the pang of reluctance. At that moment, the audience erupted once more into thunderous applause and cheers, the sound rising in waves, each louder than the last. As Lin Tianfeng descended from the arena, cradling his reward amidst the gaze of the crowd, the most exhilarated were undoubtedly Nangong Yanran and Zhou Yuner. Disregarding the opinions of those around them, they each embraced one of Lin Tianfeng's arms. Gently, they wiped the beads of sweat from his brow and tenderly tended to his wounds. Witnessing such rare tenderness from the two women, a hint of surprise flickered across Lin Tianfeng's face, and his mind began to conjure enchanting visions of the evening ahead. In stark contrast to the jubilant scene at the Holy Heart sect, the members of the Burning Fire sect, Cold Sky sect, and Insha Palace wore expressions of deep discontent, their faces darkened like ominous storm clouds. Their gazes directed at Lin Tianfeng bore a venomous intensity, chilling to behold. However, Lin Tianfeng paid little heed to the animosity from the three major sections. With 300,000 spirit stones in his possession and the prospect of training in the spirit pool, he estimated that it would not be long before he ascended to the celestial profound realm. Once he reached that level, the three sects would find it exceedingly difficult to pose a threat to him. Subsequently, the entourage from the Holy Heart sect accompanied Wu Qingda back to their lodgings. That evening, the entire sect celebrated boisterously. During the festivities, several eliminated core disciples raised their glasses in toasts to Lin Tianfeng, and the atmosphere was filled with joy and revelry. After the celebration, Lin Tianfeng returned to his chamber. After a brief bath, he prepared to enter the primal space for cultivation. At that moment, the door was gently pushed open. Nangong Yin and Zhou Yuner glided into the room with graceful steps. Nangong Yanran was clad in a gossamer white gown that clung delicately to her enchanting figure, accentuating her voluptuous curves and delivering a striking visual allure. Her long, flowing black hair cascaded over her shoulders, with a few playful strands teasing her fair neck, enhancing her captivating charm. Zhou Yuner donned a low-cut lilac gown, exuding an air of ethereal beauty like a celestial maiden descended to earth. A string of pearls adorned her slender neck, further highlighting her snow-like skin, while her delicate arms and long legs peeked alluringly from beneath the hem of her dress, igniting boundless imagination. Both women radiated an enchanting fragrance, clearly having just bathed, their forms enveloped in a gentle mist. The flickering candlelight in the room cast a soft glow upon their exquisite faces, rendering them even more alluring, akin to blooming flowers. Yanran, Yuner, what brings you here? Lin Tianfeng's lips curled into a subtle, mischievous smile, his gaze revealing a hint of perplexity. At that moment, the two women entered his room, adorned in alluringly seductive attire, which inevitably stirred his imagination and ignited his desires. Are you injured? One of them inquired. We naturally came to apply medicine for you. Nangong Yanran's face flushed with a touch of shyness as she extended her delicate, silky hand, gently entwining it around his arm. Sister Yanran, isn't it inappropriate for a solitary man and woman to be alone together? Lin Tianfeng discreetly swallowed and felt his throat move slightly. As he sensed the soft and ample touch of Nangong Yanran, his heart began to race, and a flicker of excitement surged within him. Tianfeng, "Hurry and lie down over there. We shall assist you with the medication," said Zhou Yuner, her face adorned with a hint of alluring charm. A delicate blush graced her exquisite visage, rendering her irresistibly beautiful and enchanting. "You are overwhelming me with such gestures," Lin Tianfeng inhaled deeply, striving to calm his restless heart. "If you truly find it difficult to endure, we can offer our assistance," Nangong Yanran replied, her face displaying a rare, enchanting demeanor, her voice trembling slightly as her delicate, snowy hands gently encircled Lin Tianfeng's neck. At that moment, the atmosphere in the room was exceptionally intimate. Lin Tianfeng could distinctly perceive the palpable tension emanating from Nangong Yanran and Zhou Yuner, their bodies trembling ever so slightly. Nevertheless, their eyes remained resolutely steadfast, exhibiting no trace of wavering. "I shall rely on you two senior sisters to assist me with the application of the ointment. By the way, I sustained a sword wound on my thigh today. Please tend to it diligently." Lin Tianfeng spoke earnestly. Subsequently, he slowly reclined, his eyes revealing a hint of anticipation and cunning. Nangong Yin and Zhou Yuner summoned their courage and gently began to remove Lin Tianfeng's garments. Chapter 82. The solitary Lin Tianfeng. As Lin Tianfeng's robust chest was unveiled, a blush resembling the hues of dusk blossomed on the faces of the two women, the crimson hue creeping all the way to their ears. In that moment, a flicker of panic danced in their gazes. Yet they steadfastly suppressed the tumult within their hearts and continued their tender ministrations. "Tianfeng, do all these injuries cause you pain?" Zhou Yuner inquired, her tone laced with concern, her eyes shimmering with compassion and sympathy. "Just a while ago, while drinking downstairs, you appeared unfazed. I never imagined your injuries were so severe." Nangong Yanran retrieved ointment, her fingers trembling slightly as she cautiously applied it to Lin Tianfeng's wounds, her movements gentle and meticulous. "Such minor injuries are inconsequential," Lin Tianfeng replied with a smile. "Do not move. I have yet to apply the medicine," Nangong Yanran softly cautioned. "Yanran, Yuner, having you by my side is the greatest blessing of my life." Lin Tianfeng's eyes glistened with a hint of emotion. "You little rascal, you must never let us down in this lifetime," Zhou Yuner playfully chided, her gaze imbued with a touch of mischief, yet also revealing profound anticipation and reliance. "How could I? You are the most exceptional girls in the world, even in death. I would never betray you." Lin Tianfeng's tone was gentle, yet his voice resonated with unwavering strength, as if he were making an eternal vow. He had not anticipated that Nangong Yanran and Zhou Yuner would so boldly express their affections. As he watched the two young women tending to his wounds, an overwhelming sense of happiness enveloped him, accompanied by a profound feeling of accomplishment. After half an hour, every injury on Lin Tianfeng's body had been treated with ointment, and he lay quietly on the bed. Meanwhile, Nangong Yin and Zhou Yuner remained by his side, engaging him in tender conversation. The atmosphere among the three was exceedingly warm and intimate. They were undeniably in the throes of youthful romance. Although that night did not culminate in a consummation of their relationship, such a moment would inevitably arrive. As dawn approached, the two young women departed from the room. At merely 17 or 18 years of age, they were still innocent and naive, and the thought of being discovered spending the night in Lin Tianfeng's room would surely bring them a sense of embarrassment. Lin Tianfeng then fell into a deep slumber. That night had indeed been a torment for him. Although he yearned for some intimacy with the two women, they gently but firmly rejected his advances. The reasoning was simple: he bore injuries and such actions were not advisable. Despite not progressing in any physical manner, Lin Tianfeng felt an immense sense of happiness. After all, their relationship had been solidified, and such intimate moments would eventually come to fruition in due time. Furthermore, he could sense their tender care and the genuine affection they held for him. By midday, the sun blazed fiercely, its rays streaming through the window and illuminating the room. Lin Tianfeng gradually awakened from his slumber. At this moment, the lingering fragrances of Nangong Yin and Zhou Yuner permeated the room, enchanting him with their ethereal allure. The scent, akin to a magical essence, danced at the tip of his nose, engulfing him in a state of bliss. The mere recollection of Nangong Yanran and Zhou Yuner tending to his wounds the previous night caused an involuntary smile to grace Lin Tianfeng's lips, radiating pride, sweetness, and fulfillment. "Tianfeng, all the princes have sent invitations. Will you attend?" At that moment, Zhou Yuner and Nangong Yanran entered, their faces adorned with a blush and an alluring charm, enhanced by the glow of love's embrace. "Do not pay them any mind. They are likely drawn by the resources I possess," Lin Tianfeng remarked, his brow furrowing, his expression darkening. "What shall we do then?" A look of concern crept onto Nangong Yanran's face, her delicate brows knitting together in a manner that evoked tenderness. Fear not. I have just secured victory. They will not dare to act against me in the immediate future. Lin Tianfeng gently embraced the two girls, attempting to offer them some solace. Before turning to exit the room, Tianfeng, the grand competition has concluded. I must return to oversee matters of the sect. You must exercise utmost caution here. Wuqingda advised with a serious expression and a grave tone. Master, please take everyone back. I can manage on my own, Lin Tianfeng replied. There remained some time before the spirit pool would open, and the sect's higher-ups could not linger indefinitely for him. Moreover, the three major sects were eyeing the Sacred Heart sect covetously. If Wuqingda did not hurry back, the sect could be ambushed. Tianfeng, having just claimed victory in the competition, you are temporarily safe here. However, those princes may compel you to relinquish your resources. You must exercise restraint and avoid any conflict with them, Wuqingda cautioned gravely. Rest assured, Master, I will be vigilant. Lin Tianfeng nodded in response. If it becomes absolutely necessary, yielding the resources is not a grave matter. Safety is paramount, Wuqingda reiterated. Do not worry, Master, I am not foolish. Should the situation arise, I will know how to choose wisely, Lin Tianfeng assured him. Master, may we accompany junior brother Tianfeng? Zhou Yuner inquired, her face etched with reluctance, her eyes brimming with a pleading expression that was hard to refuse. My dear, it is not that I prohibit you from staying with him, but rather that your presence here would only complicate matters for him, and you might inadvertently become leverage for those princes, Wuqingda replied in a low voice. Yin, Yuner, you should return with the master. I intend to cultivate in the spirit pool for half a month, and I truly cannot rest easy leaving you alone outside. Lin Tianfeng's eyes were filled with a trace of concern, a worry deeply rooted in his affection for the two young women. Negong Yan and Zhou Yuner were not only strikingly beautiful but also possessed an unparalleled grace. In the chaotic and treacherous Hengyue imperial city, he felt utterly incapable of safeguarding these two girls. Thus, ensuring their return to the Sacred Heart sect seemed the wisest choice. Very well, but you must prioritize your safety, Nangong Yenran urged earnestly, her voice trembling slightly, as if she might burst into tears at any moment. That evening, the members of the Sacred Heart sect organized a farewell banquet. During the gathering, Wuqingda repeatedly emphasized the importance of safety. After the banquet concluded, Lin Tianfeng escorted the two girls back to their room. That night, the three of them scarcely closed their eyes. Tianfeng, I do not wish to leave. Zhou Yuner's voice was laden with reluctance and affection, tinged with a sob that was heart-wrenching to hear. Yuner, do not be sad. We shall soon meet again. Lin Tianfeng held Zhou Yuner tightly in his embrace, softly offering words of comfort. Tianfeng, you must also take care of yourself, Nangong Yenran said, her eyes reflecting deep affection and reluctance. She leaned quietly against Lin Tianfeng's shoulder, savoring this final warmth. The three of them cherished this rare moment of intimacy, sharing amusing anecdotes until the break of dawn. As the first rays of morning sunlight streamed into the room, the moment of parting inevitably arrived. Nangong Yenran and Zhou Yuner slowly rose, adjusting their attire. Tianfeng, please ensure you look after yourself. Nangong Yenran's voice trembled slightly, her gaze imbued with tenderness that seemed capable of melting all that exists in the world. Lin Tianfeng gently embraced the two women, speaking with heartfelt sincerity. Rest assured, I will. Thus, amidst reluctance and affection, Nangong Yan and Zhou Yuner followed Wuqingda as they departed from Hengyue Imperial City. Lin Tianfeng remained alone in Hengyue Imperial City, awaiting the opening of the Hengyue Spirit Pool. After tidying up briefly, he stepped out of his chamber, gazing at the desolate mansion. An inexplicable sense of loneliness enveloped his heart. Just yesterday, the enchanting visages and melodious laughter of Nangong Yan and Zhou Yuner reverberated in his ears. Yet now he found himself utterly alone in the chilling silence. Lin Tianfeng took a deep breath, gazing blankly at the distant sky. Just then, Su Xuyao's icy voice suddenly echoed down from the upper floor. Why haven't you left? Lin Tianfeng slowly turned around, his expression one of astonishment as he gazed at Su Xuyao. I informed the sect leader that I would be venturing out for a period of training, so I shall not be returning for the time being. Su Xuyao spoke with a voice as cold as ice. Do take care. It would be prudent to return to Hanyu City before embarking on your journey. The last time I was home, your father inquired about your well-being. Lin Tianfeng replied in a calm tone. Understood, you must also take care, Su Xueyao murmured softly. You too, Lin Tianfeng nodded in acknowledgement. Lin Tianfeng, I shall take my leave now. When we meet again, I will surely defeat you. Su Shuiyao cast a lingering gaze at Lin Tianfeng before turning and walking towards the estate's exit. Hey! Lin Tianfeng called out to Su Shuiyao's retreating figure. What's wrong? Su Shuiyao halted her steps but did not turn around. Well, we don't have any enmity. Could you refrain from constantly thinking about defeating me? Lin Tianfeng expressed with a look of helplessness. I simply wish to conquer you, Su Shuiyao replied stubbornly, continuing on her way without glancing back. Is she out of her mind? Lin Tianfeng observed Su Shuiyao's fading silhouette and shook his head in resignation. Subsequently, he exited the residence as well. Lin Tianfeng contemplated a visit to the princess's residence to present the Tianluo crystal he possessed. Were it not for the princess gifting him a celestial spirit blood ginseng, he could not have so swiftly ascended to the 6th layer of the Earth Profound Realm, nor could he have secured victory in the recent grand competition. Having now acquired the Tianluo crystal, it was only fitting that he deliver it to her. Chapter 83, Becoming the Princess's Servant. As Lin Tianfeng stepped out of the gates of the Holy Heart Manor, a throng of prince's retinues surged forth like a relentless tide, effectively obstructing his path. Young Master Lin, His Highness the 5th Prince earnestly invites you. We hope you would graciously accompany us. One elegantly garbed attendant spoke first, a sycophantic smile gracing his lips, though his eyes betrayed a glimmer of urgency and veiled threat. Young Master Lin, the 3rd Prince has prepared fine wine and exquisite delicacies, eagerly awaiting your esteemed presence. Another attendant chimed in, desperation lacing his tone. Young Master Lin, the 9th Prince has also arranged a banquet at his residence, extending a sincere invitation for your attendance. These individuals, each contributing their own enticing offers and veiled threats, endeavored to compel Lin Tianfeng to accompany them. Observing this scene, Lin Tianfeng furrowed his brow, his expression darkening considerably. He was acutely aware that if he followed these men to the prince's abodes, the rewards from the grand competition he had secured would likely be jeopardized. Gentlemen, I have pressing matters to attend to today and am unable to join you. I shall certainly pay a visit to each of your highnesses on a more opportune occasion, Lin Tianfeng replied, his tone measured and respectful. Lin Tianfeng, the 8th Prince has spoken. Regardless of your availability, you must accompany me today. A robust middle-aged man emerged from the crowd, his gaze piercing and cold as it fixed upon Lin Tianfeng. Just days ago, I claimed victory in the grand competition, and now, unexpectedly, your attention has turned towards me. Lin Tianfeng stood tall, unwavering, and coldly declared, Today, I shall not go anywhere. If you possess the audacity, then forcibly take me away. I am eager to see how the world perceives your Hengyue Empire. Lin Tianfeng, you are merely a champion of a minor competition. I advise you to recognize your own limitations. The 3rd Prince has prepared a banquet. Should you refuse to attend, you ought to be aware of the consequences. A guard of the 3rd Prince stepped forward, his face laden with disdain and menace. I have stated my refusal. It stands firm. Lin Tianfeng's voice grew increasingly frigid as he resolutely responded. What an arrogant young man. The guards of the various princes seethed with indignation, yet they dared not act rashly. After all, Lin Tianfeng had just been crowned champion of the grand competition. If they were to seize him in full view of the public, it would undoubtedly cast a profoundly negative shadow over the empire. Should the emperor lay blame upon them, they could not bear the consequences. Just as the tense atmosphere seemed to solidify, an exquisitely adorned beast carriage approached slowly. The carriage curtains were gently lifted, revealing the elegant figure of Aunt Yun from the princess's estate. Dressed in a delicate lavender gown, she possessed a voluptuous figure, her mature and enchanting visage exuding both composure and authority. Young Master Lin is a guest of Princess Jean. I must kindly ask you all to take your leave. Aunt Yun's voice rang clear and strong, reminiscent of a nightingale's song, yet imbued with an undeniable air of command. The expressions of the various princes' attendants shifted subtly upon seeing Aunt Yun, a flicker of apprehension crossing their faces. Young Master Lin, His Highness has sent me to escort you, Aunt Yun said, gracefully gliding towards Lin Tianfeng with a smile that radiated elegance. Then I shall rely on you, Aunt Yun. Lin Tianfeng politely clasped his fist in salute. Having done so, he unhesitatingly followed Aunt Yun onto the beast cart. As they watched the departing cart, the expressions of the guards accompanying the various princes turned somber, and they promptly left the scene. Before long, the beast cart came to a steady halt before the grand and magnificent gates of the princess's residence. Lin Tianfeng took a deep breath, striving to calm his anxious heart, before following Aunt Yun into the opulent mansion. At this moment, he felt a sense of unease. Although he had temporarily evaded the invitations from the princes, he remained uncertain whether Dongfang Jin would genuinely safeguard his interests. If this woman harbored desires for the resources he possessed, he would undoubtedly be at risk. Under Aunt Yun's guidance, Lin Tianfeng traversed several ancient buildings adorned with exquisite charm. Arriving at the inner hall of the princess's residence, "Young Master Lin, please wait here for a moment. The princess will arrive shortly," Aunt Yun said, slightly bowing before turning and leaving. Before long, Dongfang Jin entered with an air of grace. Today, she was clad in a sumptuous, flowing gown that cascaded to the floor, shimmering like a river of stars and perfectly accentuating her alluring curves. Her long, lustrous black hair fell elegantly over her shoulders, swaying gently with her light steps, presenting a unique allure. A delicate veil adorned her face. Though obscuring her features, it heightened the sense of mystery, igniting an irresistible desire to glimpse the exquisite beauty hidden beneath. As Dongfang Jin stepped into the inner hall, Lin Tianfeng felt momentarily entranced, prompting him to quickly summon his inner strength to stabilize his mind. Faced with a woman of such captivating allure, akin to a siren of legend, he dared not let his guard down. Despite the veil shrouding her visage, her enchanting eyes revealed that she was indeed a breathtaking beauty. Even a fleeting exchange of glances could ensnare one's heart, rendering it impossible to escape her spell. "I have the honor to meet your highness, the princess." Lin Tianfeng clasped his hands respectfully and slightly bowed, performing a courteous gesture. "You have brought the Tianluo crystal, I presume?" Dongfang Jin's voice was cold and melodious, yet imbued with an irresistible authority. "Indeed, I have brought it." Lin Tianfeng hurriedly produced the Tianluo crystal from his bosom, presenting it with both hands. Dongfang Jin gently received the crystal, scrutinizing it for a moment before placing it into her storage ring. "I find myself in need of a servant. From this day forth, you shall remain by my side to attend to my needs," she declared, her voice as cold and melodious as ever, emanating an undeniable aura of authority. "Your Highness, I have never served anyone and, indeed, I am rather clumsy," Lin Tianfeng replied, his brow furrowing slightly. Despite her noble and graceful demeanor, he harbored no desire to become a servant. "If you are unaccustomed to serving, I shall not compel you," Dongfang Jin said, delicately lifting her teacup and savoring a sip, her poise akin to that of an ethereal fairy. "Thank you, Your Highness." Lin Tianfeng breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing her words, grateful for the reprieve. "Aunt Yun." Dongfang Jin's icy voice rang out once more. "Your Highness." Aunt Yun's figure appeared beside Lin Tianfeng as if conjured by magic. "His limbs are rather clumsy and serve no purpose. Take him away and dispose of him," Dongfang Jin commanded indifferently, as if dealing with a trivial object. "Yes, Your Highness." Aunt Yun replied respectfully, seizing Lin Tianfeng and leading him toward the exit. Dragged along by Aunt Yun, Lin Tianfeng found himself nearly powerless to resist. No matter how he struggled, he could not free himself. "Your Highness, please temper your wrath. I have something to say." Lin Tianfeng was so frightened that beads of cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and he hurriedly called out loudly, "Think it through before you speak. This is the only opportunity one shall grant you." Dongfang Jin's lips curved slightly, her beautiful eyes glimmering with a hint of teasing. "Your Highness, though I may not excel in serving others, I possess a keen intellect and can grasp many matters at a glance. If you would only give me this one chance, I assure you, I shall not disappoint you." Lin Tianfeng spoke with the utmost respect, his eyes brimming with sincerity and supplication. "Since your demeanor is so earnest, I shall grant you an opportunity," remarked Dongfang Jin, her gaze imbued with a hint of playful mockery. "Thank you, Your Highness, for your kind consideration." Lin Tianfeng finally breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he was not subjected to the severance of his limbs, serving as a servant was not entirely unacceptable. At least as a servant, there remained a chance for redemption. However, if he were to lose his limbs, he would be utterly incapacitated. Chapter 84. Serving the princess, it is a tremendous honor for you to be kept by my side. Were it not for your somewhat pleasing appearance, you would have long been cast into the palace as a eunuch. As for your ability to serve, I possess ample time to train you. Do not even think of escaping. Otherwise, your sect, your family, and all those associated with you will face catastrophic repercussions. Dongfang's voice was as cold as frost, imbued with an undeniable authority. To be able to stay by the side of a princess of such unparalleled beauty, even if only as a servant, was indeed a great honor. How could he ever contemplate fleeing? Though a seething anger burned within him, Lin Tianfeng dared not reveal it, instead feigning utmost compliance. He recognized that Dongfang Jin's strength was unfathomable, far beyond his current capacity to contend with. To rashly provoke this woman would undoubtedly be an unwise decision. His immediate goal was to diligently cultivate his abilities. Only by significantly enhancing his strength could he hope to seize control of his own destiny. From now on, that courtyard will be your residence. You must be at my beck and call, and without my permission, you are not to leave at your own discretion. Dongfang Jin gestured towards a serene and elegant courtyard nearby. Yes, your highness. Lin Tianfeng nodded helplessly, resigning himself to his fate. Thus, he took up residence in the princess's mansion. Meanwhile, an astonishing piece of news erupted from the residence of Princess Jin. The champion of the Hengyue Grand Competition, Lin Tianfeng, had voluntarily joined the princess's household as a personal attendant, enamored by his admiration for Princess Jin. Once this news was disseminated, it sent shockwaves through Hengyue Imperial City, sparking fervent discussions among the populace. It is noteworthy that Lin Tianfeng was not only the champion, but also an idol revered by countless young admirers. The notion that such an extraordinary talent willingly became a servant to Princess Jin was met with profound disappointment by many. At this moment, the most disheartened were the various princes. They had initially intended to compel Lin Tianfeng to relinquish his resources, but now that he had become Princess Jin's attendant, their plans were thwarted. Despite Princess Dongfang Jin being merely a royal, no prince dared to provoke her lightly. This was due to her remarkable talent and her enigmatic prowess, making her the emperor's most cherished daughter. In other words, had Dongfang Jin been a man, he would undoubtedly be the prime candidate for the position of crown prince. In the days that followed, Lin Tianfeng diligently attended to Princess Dongfang Jin, serving her tea and massaging her shoulders. By day, he catered to her needs, while by night he retreated to the primordial space for cultivation, leading a life that was both stable and fulfilling. Though Princess Dongfang Jin did not intentionally make things difficult for Lin Tianfeng, she never ceased to monitor him closely. To Lin Tianfeng's surprise, Princess Dongfang Jin always wore a veil, never revealing her true visage. However, it was certain that she possessed a beauty akin to that of a celestial being. Her graceful figure and captivating eyes were the epitome of allure. During these few days, Princess Dongfang Jin frequently instructed Lin Tianfeng, starting with serving tea and gradually progressing to shoulder and leg massages, treating him almost like a favored companion. Initially, Lin Tianfeng resolutely refused such treatment. But after enduring several reprimands from Princess Dongfang Jin, he ultimately acquiesced. He understood that a wise man does not suffer in vain. To assert his strength before this woman would surely lead to dire consequences. Fortunately, Lin Tianfeng was clever and quick-witted, possessing a strong aptitude for learning and a knack for serving women. As he adapted to her needs, Princess Dongfang Jin's demeanor softened, no longer as frosty as before. Lin Tianfeng, change into this attire. There is a banquet this evening, and do not disgrace me, Princess Dongfang Jin declared one evening, presenting him with an exquisitely magnificent robe. Yes, your highness, he replied. Lin Tianfeng respectfully nodded. Jasmine, Xiao Luo, please assist him with his bath, instructed Dongfang Jin to the two maidens beside her. Subsequently, the two maidens escorted Lin Tianfeng to the bathroom. Ladies, I would prefer to bathe by myself, Lin Tianfeng said, his face flushed with embarrassment. Young Master Lin, are you still shy? Jasmine inquired, a playful smile gracing her lips. It's not shyness, I simply fear I might startle you. Lin Tianfeng replied with a hint of resignation. Rest assured, young Master Lin, we are quite bold and not easily frightened, Xiao Luo responded, her confidence growing at the sight of Lin Tianfeng's bashful demeanor. Very well, since you insist on aiding me with my bath, I shall not refuse your kindness. Let us proceed. Lin Tianfeng swiftly removed his garments and leaped into the bathtub. The young ladies displayed no fear, so what could a grown man possibly apprehend? The moment Lin Tianfeng shed his clothing, the expressions of the two maidens transformed into one of utter astonishment. Their bodies trembled slightly, and their breaths quickened. Being the personal attendants of the princess, both were merely in their teenage years and had never beheld the form of a man. However, under the princess's orders to assist Lin Tianfeng with his bathing and changing, they had no choice but to proceed with trepidation. Yet, they were utterly unprepared for the revelation of Lin Tianfeng's remarkably perfect and robust physique, which was both striking and formidable. While lingering in shock, Lin Tianfeng could not help but jestingly remark, "Why don't you come over and help me with my back?" Upon hearing his words, Mo Li and Xiao Luo hurriedly approached to assist him. After a thorough cleansing ritual under the attentive care of the two maidens, Lin Tianfeng donned a magnificent white robe. His thick, long hair was elegantly styled, with two strands cascading over his forehead, complementing his melancholic, profound gaze and his exquisitely chiseled features. evoking the image of a jade-like gentleman. He indeed possessed an admirable appearance. Upon Lin Tianfeng's reappearance, Dongfang Jin's beautiful eyes sparkled with a hint of astonishment. Although she was aware of Lin Tianfeng's striking looks, she had not anticipated that, after his grooming, he would radiate such breathtaking charm. In that moment, her satisfaction with Lin Tianfeng grew immensely. Not only was he extraordinarily handsome, but he also had a knack for attending to others, and most importantly, his physique was exceptionally unique. "Your Highness, is this attire not a tad ostentatious?" Lin Tianfeng inquired with a look of helplessness. He had not anticipated that the two maidens would adorn him so strikingly. It was important to note that his current public identity was merely that of a guardian to Dongfang Jin. If he were to present himself in such an extravagant manner, those unaware might mistakenly presume him to be the host of the gathering. "That is quite agreeable. At least I shall not be embarrassed to present you in public. Let us proceed." Oriental Jin surveyed Lin Tianfeng with a hint of satisfaction in her gaze. Subsequently, Lin Tianfeng followed Oriental Jin as they departed from the estate, boarding an extraordinarily luxurious beast carriage, en route to the Grand Prince's residence. Chapter 85. The Grand Prince. The banquet this evening was meticulously orchestrated by the Grand Prince. Oriental Chi. Those fortunate enough to attend such a gathering were predominantly talented youths from the empire or scions of distinguished officials. Although the Hengyue Empire has yet to officially designate a crown prince, the Grand Prince, as the legitimate eldest son, naturally held a superior position among his siblings. Before long, the beast carriage came to a halt before a magnificent and opulent mansion. The estate sprawled across an expansive area, seemingly endless to the eye, and was surrounded by a formidable array of guards. Upon entering the mansion, Lin Tianfeng perceptibly sensed several powerful auras scanning him. From this alone, he could discern that the Grand Prince's residence was far from ordinary. Guided by the guards, Oriental Jin and Lin Tianfeng traversed through several uniquely designed and intricately crafted rockeries, ultimately arriving at the mansion's rear garden. At that moment, the rear garden was abuzz with activity, as a group of alluring women showcased their enchanting dance in the center. Surrounding them were an array of delectable dishes, exquisite medicinal cuisine, and fresh fruits. As Oriental Jin and Lin Tianfeng stepped into the rear garden, they instantly captured the attention of everyone present. Despite wearing a veil, Oriental Jin appeared resplendent in her lavish gown, exuding an extraordinary elegance. Lin Tianfeng, adorned in equally splendid attire, with his strikingly handsome visage and a hint of melancholy in his eyes, resembled a peerless young nobleman. Though he followed closely behind Oriental Jin, he seemed anything but a mere attendant. Rather, they appeared as a couple deeply enmeshed in romance. Several young officials from the empire approached to pay their respects to Oriental Jin. "Seventh Princess, it has been a long time." At that moment, a young man clad in a black robe adorned with golden borders and python patterns approached with an imposing presence. This individual was none other than the Grand Prince, Oriental Chi. Though Lin Tianfeng merely caught a fleeting glimpse, he could strongly sense that this man possessed unfathomable strength, far surpassing even that of the Holy Heart sect master, Wu Qingde. Upon arriving in the Hengyue Empire, Lin Tianfeng grasped the reality that the so-called four great sects were insignificant in the face of this empire, as their leaders were merely at the early stages of the spirit-gathering realm. In contrast, the emperor of the Hengyue Empire was rumored to have attained the pinnacle of the Void Inquiry realm. "Brother." A faint smile graced the face of Dongfang Jin. "This must be Lin Tianfeng, the champion of the Hengyu Grand Competition." Dongfang Chi's expression radiated warmth akin to a gentle spring breeze, his gaze turning towards Lin Tianfeng. Having met the Crown Prince before, Lin Tianfeng respectfully clasped his fists in greeting, demonstrating impeccable manners. Indeed, young Master Lin is exceptionally talented, managing to stand out among a multitude of skilled competitors to claim the championship, a feat truly remarkable. Dongfang Chi nodded with a smile, a glimmer of admiration evident in his eyes. "Your Highness, the Crown Prince, is too kind in your praise." Lin Tianfeng spoke with a calm and composed demeanor, exhibiting neither arrogance nor servility. Subsequently, Dongfang Chi pulled Dongfang Jin aside and inquired with a smile, "Jiner, what exactly is your relationship with this young man?" "What relationship could there be? He is merely my bodyguard, so what?" Dongfang Jin replied casually, her tone laced with nonchalance. "A bodyguard?" Dongfang Chi expressed skepticism, then chuckled. "You have dressed him up so elaborately. Who would believe such a tale?" Clearly, he found his sister's words hard to accept. Throughout their lives, it was the first time he had witnessed his sister in such close proximity to a man, And it was also the first occasion she brought a male companion to a banquet. Believe it or not, Dongfang Jin retorted with a hint of irritation. Jiner, this young man possesses considerable talent. If you can fully master him, it would indeed be an excellent outcome. Dongfang Qi continued. However, you must remain vigilant. This lad has a rebellious spirit and may not be so easily controlled. Brother, rest assured, this young man will not escape my grasp. A confident gleam shone in Dongfang Jin's eyes. Very well, you may wander about for a while. I shall attend to other guests, Dongfang Qi acknowledged before departing. Dongfang Jin then returned to the position where Lin Tianfeng stood. Seventh sister, long time no see, the third prince, Dongfang Yi, approached with a wine glass in hand, his face beaming with a smile. Third brother, Dongfang Jin replied coolly, her demeanor somewhat aloof. Seventh sister, since you're rarely out, we siblings must share a drink today. Dongfang Yi suggested cheerfully, his eyes filled with enthusiasm. Third brother, you are being overly courteous. I have not been in a good mood lately, and do not wish to drink. Dongfang Jin responded with a frosty tone. Among the numerous princes, aside from her elder brother, the first prince, she harbored no fondness for the others. She detested their relentless pursuit of power, employing all manner of schemes, which deeply repulsed her. Isn't that Lin Gongzi? Dongfang Yi remarked in surprise, his gaze shifting to Lin Tianfeng, who stood behind Dongfang Jin. Greetings, your highness, third prince. Lin Tianfeng acknowledged respectfully. Lin Tianfeng clasped his hands in a respectful gesture, his demeanor humble. Although Dongfang Yi wore a smile, Lin Tianfeng discerned a subtle yet palpable hint of murderous intent lurking in his gaze. Lin Tianfeng understood well that Dongfang Yi harbored animosity towards him due to his previous refusal to accept the latter's invitation to visit his residence, which had evidently fostered resentment. Of course, Lin Tianfeng held no fondness for Dongfang Yi either. Despite the latter's seemingly amiable exterior, he was, in truth, exceedingly insidious. The invitation to his estate was merely a veiled attempt to covet the Tianluo goldstone and the martial arts manual of the illusory realm that Lin Tianfeng possessed. Moreover, during the banquet at Dongfang Yi's abode, the way he gazed at Nangong Yanyan and Zhou Yuner was laced with a potent possessiveness, which greatly displeased Lin Tianfeng. Young Master Lin, I have heard that your admiration for my royal sister led you to serve as a guard at her residence. Is there any truth to this? Dongfang Yi inquired with a faint smile, though his words seemed to carry a deeper implication. Lin Tianfeng furrowed his brow slightly. Indeed, there was truth to that. I did not expect young Master Lin to be quite the romantic. Nangong Yanyan and Zhou Yunu are both unparalleled beauties. Do you intend to relinquish such a pursuit? Dongfang Yi remarked with a smile, his eyes betraying a hint of probing curiosity. Your Highness, the third prince, this is a private matter of mine, and I would appreciate it if you did not concern yourself with it. Lin Tianfeng replied, his tone growing somewhat frosty, and his expression turning increasingly displeased. At Lin Tianfeng's words, a barely perceptible glimmer of coldness flickered in Dongfang Yi's eyes. He then engaged in conversation with Dongfang Jin for a while before departing with a wine glass in hand. Subsequently, several other princes approached to extend their greetings. Yet each regarded Lin Tianfeng with unmistakable hostility. It was evident that his prior refusal of their invitations had left them quite vexed. After all, the Tianluo crystal was of immense value, and they had initially intended to pressure Lin Tianfeng into surrendering it through the weight of their noble status. However, they were taken aback by Lin Tianfeng's outright rejection and his subsequent affiliation with the princess's residence, a move that was tantamount to a resounding slap in their faces. Chapter 86. Sparring and exchange. As time progressed, the atmosphere at the banquet grew increasingly lively. Elder brother, it is a rare occasion for us all to gather together. If we merely indulge in drinking, wouldn't that be rather monotonous? At that moment, a young man clad in a light purple brocade robe, exuding an extraordinary aura, stepped forward confidently. Young ninth brother, if you have any thoughts, there is no need to conceal them. Simply express them openly, Dongfang Qi remarked with a subtle, almost imperceptible smile. Elder brother, what do you think of this proposition? Since everyone has brought their respective guards, why not allow them to spar with one another? This would undoubtedly add a considerable amount of enjoyment to the banquet, the ninth prince, Dongfang Hao, suggested enthusiastically. Elder brother, the ninth brother speaks wisely. It is indeed rare for us to gather, and merely feasting lacks any true excitement. Today, the attendants accompanying everyone have created an opportunity for a friendly exhibition, which serves to enliven the atmosphere, a rather splendid choice indeed. The third prince, Dongfang Yi, stepped forward with a smile. The The rivalry among the various princes is perennial. Hence, during gatherings, they often arrange for their respective attendants to engage in friendly sparring to effectively suppress the other princes. The attendants they recruit are invariably formidable and not to be underestimated. Dongfang Yi's proposal was driven by two primary motives. Firstly, to undermine the first prince, Dongfang Qi. And secondly, to take the opportunity to discipline Lin Tianfeng. Allowing the attendants to demonstrate their skills is indeed a clever idea. I concurred. The eighth prince, Dongfang Ling, also rose to express his agreement. This is an excellent idea. I, too, support it. The princess also voiced her approval. At that moment, numerous princes and princesses eagerly raised their hands in affirmation, particularly those princes who had been bested by Lin Tianfeng during the grand competition cast glances at him that betrayed an unmistakable malice. Trouble is brewing. A subtle smile played at the corner of Dongfang Jin's lips. Your Highness, I am now in your service. You wouldn't stand idly by while I am struck, would you? If I were to be harmed, who would attend to you? Lin Tianfeng wore a helpless expression, giving a wry smile as he spoke. Most of the guards accompanying these princes had reached the late stage of the heavenly profound realm. Should a confrontation arise, he truly lacked the confidence of an assured victory. Don't worry, if you happen to get injured, I will permit you to rest for a while, Dongfang Jin remarked casually. Your Highness, this could lead to fatalities. Lin Tianfeng replied, still feeling helpless. Rest assured, with me around, no one can bring you harm. Besides, even if you were to meet an unfortunate demise, I would generously compensate your family, Dongfang Jin said with a playful smile tugging at her lips. Lin Tianfeng, feeling utterly speechless, thought to himself, what use is compensation if one is already dead? Lin Tianfeng then inquired, if by chance I were to inadvertently kill them, would you be able to shield me? Regardless of whom you take down, I assure you that this palace will guarantee your safety, came the response from Dongfang Jin, her voice imbued with an unwavering confidence. Then I shall rest easy. Lin Tianfeng's eyes sparkled with an intense fighting spirit. Soon, under the instructions of the various princes, all the tables and chairs of the banquet were meticulously cleared away, leaving a vast expanse of open space in the center. Fortunately, the imperial palace's back garden was sufficiently spacious. Otherwise, engaging in battle would have posed considerable inconvenience. To prevent the aftermath of combat from affecting innocent bystanders, the eldest prince hastily summoned the palace's attendants to establish an energy barrier around the perimeter, effectively shielding the garden from any disruptive fluctuations of spiritual energy. Your Highness, the defensive barrier has been set up. With our presence here, even a peak practitioner of the heavenly profound realm would find it impossible to breach our defenses. A gray-robed elder proclaimed, brimming with confidence. I appreciate your efforts, elder son. Dongfang Qi nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping the area as he declared, esteemed brothers and sisters. Since everyone wishes for the guards to engage in a spar, I shall not refuse your request. However, let it be known that during our exchanges, casualties may occur. One thing must be firmly remembered. Should anyone concede, no further attacks are permitted. Otherwise, the consequences shall be borne by the aggressor. Of course, if someone chooses to fight to the death, then they must bear the repercussions. Dongfang Qi's voice resonated with authority, echoing like a mighty bell throughout the gathering. Do you all comprehend the words of the eldest prince? Dongfang Yi turned to the surrounding guards. We understand. All the guards replied with utmost respect. Before long, the guards of each prince eagerly ascended to the stage to challenge one another. The first to step forward was a middle-aged man at the 6th level of the heavenly profound realm, named Xie Sun, who served the 9th prince. His opponent was none other than Zhang Sanfeng, a guard of the 6th prince. The strengths of these two were remarkably well matched, standing on equal footing. After an intense and thrilling confrontation, both combatants showcased their unique skills and techniques, ultimately resulting in a stalemate, with neither able to claim victory. The challenges continued unabated, and the atmosphere became increasingly lively and boisterous. Sister 7, your guard Lin Tianfeng is the champion of this year's Henyue Grand Competition. Surely, everyone would wish to witness his prowess. Why not allow my guard to spar with him? At that moment, the 3rd Prince Dongfang Yi stepped forward, his gaze fixed on Dongfang Jin. Third brother, a sparring match is certainly agreeable, but should we not place a wager? The corners of Dongfang Jin's mouth curled into a hint of a teasing smile. 7th Princess, may I inquire what you wish to wager? Dongfang Yi's expression darkened as he asked in a hushed tone. If your guard loses, you shall relinquish the heavenly spirit sword in your possession. How does that sound? Dongfang Jin's smile deepened, her gaze revealing a glimmer of anticipation. Seventh princess, and if you were to lose? Dongfang asked directly. Third brother, your guard, Li Dongfei, has already attained the 6th level of the celestial profound realm, whereas my guard is merely at the 6th level of the earth profound realm. There exists a significant disparity in realms. Is it appropriate for you to inquire about a wager? Dongfang Jin replied leisurely. Very well, let them spar. If your guard emerges victorious, the heavenly spirit sword shall indeed be yours. However, should your guard suffer defeat, I shall ask for nothing in return. But should your guard sustain injuries, or, heaven forbid, perish, you cannot hold me accountable, Dongfang Yi remarked, a faint smile gracing his lips, his eyes glinting with a subtle cunning. That is to be expected, Dongfang Jin responded coolly. Chapter 87, Shock to the audience, kid. I hear you are the champion of this grand competition. Li Dingfei, the guard of the third prince, fixed a cold glare upon Lin Tianfeng, his eyes betraying an unmistakable disdain. Spare me the pleasantries. Let us engage, he commanded. Lin Tianfeng's expression was as grave as a tranquil deep pool, his gaze devoid of any sign of retreat or fear. The opponent had already attained the 6th layer of the celestial profound realm, and for Lin Tianfeng, overcoming such a formidable adversary seemed an insurmountable challenge, akin to crossing an unbridgeable chasm. However, Lin Tianfeng had already devised a strategy in his mind. First, to rely on his agile movements to engage with the opponent, and then to seek an opportune moment for a decisive strike. What an arrogant young man. Since you were so eager to meet your demise, I shall oblige you, Li Dingfei scoffed, his eyes filled with disdain and contempt. With a thunderous roar, he swung his heavy black blade, charging towards Lin Tianfeng with a momentum that resembled a torrential flood. The black blade whirled in his grasp, generating fierce gusts of wind that seemed capable of tearing the very air asunder. Lin Tianfeng, wielding a long sword, bore an expression of utmost gravity, as if he were confronting an impending tempest poised to engulf him. In the face of Li Dingfei's ferocious and overwhelming onslaught, he could do naught but employ his agile movements to evade the relentless strikes. Conversely, Li Dingfei grew ever more formidable in battle, his great blade sweeping with a ferocious vigor, each swing imbued with an almost primal force. Waves of terrifying sword energy surged forth relentlessly towards Lin Tianfeng, as if intent on utterly annihilating him beneath the weight of this fierce assault. Lin Tianfeng moved like the wind, deftly evading the ferocious assaults of Li Dingfei. Each strike from Li Dingfei carried an unparalleled intensity, the fierce blade's gusts stinging Lin Tianfeng's cheeks as if countless minute blades were slicing through. You little brat. Don't run if you have the guts, Li Dingfei bellowed, his voice brimming with fury, his onslaught growing ever more relentless. Lin Tianfeng gritted his teeth, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead like a string of broken pearls. He desperately evaded, occasionally leaping towards a nearby rockery, at other times rolling into the thicket of flowers. His once pristine and splendid attire was now tattered and torn, ruthlessly shredded by branches and foliage, rendering him utterly disheveled. Humph, let us see how long you can evade. Li Dingfei's assault raged relentlessly like a tempest, the black heavy blade in his hand slicing through the air with a fierce momentum, each swing accompanied by a deafening roar. Lin Tianfeng's breath grew increasingly rapid, his footsteps becoming increasingly unsteady, as if he might collapse to the ground at any moment. He narrowly escaped being struck by Li Dingfei's heavy blade on several occasions, the situation teetering on the brink of peril, each time just managing to evade disaster by a hair's breadth. With such meager skills, he is hardly worthy of being the champion of the grand competition. It seems you are more suited to being the champion of flight. The mocking voice of Li Dingfei echoed relentlessly, each word piercing Lin Tianfeng's heart like a sharp dagger. Lin Tianfeng's expression was grave to the utmost degree. He dared not show the slightest sign of complacency, desperately fleeing while attempting to seek an opening in the opponent's assault. At this moment, Dongfang Jin, who was spectating, clenched her hands tightly together, her knuckles whitening from the exertion, ever ready to intervene and offer rescue. Time swiftly passed, marking a quarter of an hour. After a frenzied chase, Li Dingfei's patience was gradually worn thin, and his mood began to grow increasingly restless. It was at this juncture that Lin Tianfeng, who had been evading, suddenly discerned a flaw in Li Dingfei's defenses. In an instant, he flashed forth, appearing like a specter to Li Dingfei's left side, and then thrust his sword with great force. Swoosh! Li Dingfei, caught off guard, was unable to mount a defense in time, and felt the sharp blade pierce his right shoulder. Ah, you brat, I shall slay you. Li Dingfei let out a pained roar, his eyes igniting with fierce murderous intent. Ignoring the agony in his shoulder, he wielded his formidable black blade, launching a more frenzied assault upon Lin Tianfeng. Until this moment, Lin Tianfeng had been in a state of retreat, leading Li Dengfei to gradually lower his guard. Believing the opponent to be merely a fleeting threat, little did he anticipate that Lin Tianfeng would manage to wound his right shoulder with a single thrust. In that instant, the air was filled with flashing blades as the two engaged in fierce combat once more. Each move contained formidable spiritual energy, causing the surrounding air to hum and vibrate. As if struggling to bear the weight of such overwhelming pressure, Lin Tianfeng no longer evaded confrontation as he had previously. For Li Dengfei had sustained injuries that diminished his combat prowess. Thus, Lin Tianfeng resolved to engage him in a direct battle. The clash of weapons resonated through the air, accompanied by sparks that danced like vibrant fireworks against the night sky. The scene was extraordinarily intense, evoking both fear and awe in the spectators. Due to the vast disparity in their cultivation levels, Lin Tianfeng found himself nearly overwhelmed by Li Dengfei's relentless assault, appearing exceedingly disheveled. His garments were torn, and numerous wounds adorned his body, staining his attire with crimson. Yet, despite being at a distinct disadvantage, Lin Tianfeng exhibited no fear. His eyes burned with fierce determination. Gritting his teeth, he confronted Li Dengfei's frenzied onslaught with unwavering resolve. At that moment, his clothes were drenched in sweat, resembling someone who had just emerged from the depths of water, and his body bore numerous injuries. Nevertheless, his gaze remained resolute, akin to a star that would never fall. In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged blows for 1,000 rounds. As Li Dengfei's right shoulder injury began to slow his movements, Lin Tianfeng, fueled by indomitable will and relentless spirit, maintained acute vigilance and agile reflexes. Unbeknownst to them, the tide of battle gradually shifted. Lin Tianfeng transitioned from being at a disadvantage to achieving a balance, striking back with equal fervor. "Embrace your demise," Li Dengfei bellowed once more, channeling every ounce of strength for one final strike. This blow carried with it his last hope and resolute determination, as if to bring everything to a definitive conclusion. Lin Tianfeng felt a shiver run down his spine as he unleashed the ethereal technique, transforming his form into a fleeting shadow that instantaneously vanished from sight. A thunderous roar echoed through the air as the ground of the garden was cleaved, leaving behind a long gash measuring over 10 meters, dust swirling violently, and stones scattering chaotically, creating a scene of utter devastation. The Soul Reaper Blade. In an instant, Lin Tianfeng unleashed a soul attack, his figure morphing into a fleeting shadow, darting toward Li Dengfei with astonishing speed. Li Dengfei, caught off guard by this sudden assault, was struck by an excruciating pain in his mind, his consciousness momentarily blanking out. At this critical juncture, Lin Tianfeng raced like lightning to Li Dengfei's side, his sword erupting with dazzling brilliance, thrusting toward Li Dengfei's throat with an overwhelming force. However, as a practitioner of the 6th tier of the celestial realm, Li Dengfei quickly regained his wits at the imminent strike. Yet, it was too late for him to defend himself. He could only watch helplessly as Lin Tianfeng's sword sliced through his throat. With a swift motion, the sword pierced Li Dengfei's throat, his eyes widening in disbelief and terror. He attempted to utter words, but no sound emerged, and he ultimately collapsed to the ground, breathless. Chapter 88. The rare tenderness of Dongfang Jin. How is this possible? This boy has actually slain Li Dengfei, surpassing a significant realm. It is utterly astonishing. At that moment, the scene fell into a profound silence, as if the air itself had been stilled. All the princes and princesses stared wide-eyed, their mouths agape, as though one could fit an egg within, their faces etched with shock and incredulity. Dongfang Jin's previously tense expression softened in that instant, a glimmer of surprise and admiration flickering in her autumn-like eyes. The third prince's face darkened ominously, as if he could weep tears of rage. The confident demeanor he once wore vanished without a trace, replaced by a countenance filled with fury and resentment. He could hardly fathom that his most relied-upon guard had been so effortlessly vanquished by Lin Tianfeng, a reality that far exceeded his expectations. With Li Dengfei dispatched, Lin Tianfeng returned to Dongfang Jin's side with measured strides, discreetly channeling the primal technique to mend his internal injuries. "Third brother, you have lost." Dongfang Jin's voice, though gentle, bore an undeniable firmness. Clap, clap, clap. The 7th princess's guard indeed possessed exceptional talent. I concede my defeat with complete acceptance. Dongfang clapped with a smile that was both superficial and forced, the expression on his face betraying a deep reluctance as he handed over the Tianling's sword to Dongfang Jin. It is worth noting that this sword, a spiritual artifact of the gathering spirit realm, had cost him a considerable sum. To claim that he felt no pangs of regret would be utterly disingenuous. I am indeed grateful to my third imperial brother, he said, a faint smile gracing his features as he relinquished the sword. No one else dared to challenge Lin Tianfeng thereafter, as he had just endured a grueling battle, sustaining injuries to boot. Approximately 2 hours later, the banquet finally came to a close, and Lin Tianfeng departed the Grand Prince's residence alongside Dongfang Jin in a beast-drawn carriage. Are you all right? Dongfang Jin inquired with genuine concern, a subtle trace of worry lacing her voice. I'm fine. Merely a minor injury, Lin Tianfeng replied in a calm tone. Why sit so far apart? Come a little closer, she said softly, her gaze imbued with a hint of allure, as her delicate, snow-white hand beckoned gently towards him. Upon perceiving the situation, Lin Tianfeng promptly approached Dongfang Jin. As he inhaled the unique fragrance emanating from her and felt her alluring presence, his heart raced uncontrollably. This woman possessed an undeniable beauty, particularly accentuated by her noble and graceful demeanor, along with her captivating eyes that rendered any man utterly defenseless. If you are injured, do not force yourself. Close your eyes and cultivate your energy. I shall assist you in healing, Dongfang Jin spoke, her voice imbued with a rare tenderness that seemed capable of melting one's heart. Heeding her words, Lin Tianfeng gradually closed his eyes and began to channel his energy using the Hong Wang technique to mend his wounds. Simultaneously, Dongfang Jin activated her own cultivation method, placing her hands gently on his back to aid in the healing of his injured meridians. Unbeknownst to them, the beast carriage returned to the princess's residence. Yet the two remained seated within, reluctant to disembark. Thanks to Dongfang Jin's assistance, Lin Tianfeng's injuries were mending at an astonishing pace. By the time the clock struck midnight, he had fully recovered. Thank you, Your Highness, he expressed gratefully. Lin Tianfeng clasped his hands together, offering a sincere apology. Is a mere verbal expression of gratitude sufficient? Dongfang Jin, rarely displaying a hint of allure, wore an expression brimming with temptation. How does Her Highness wish to express her gratitude to me? Gazing into Dongfang Jin's mesmerizing eyes, Lin Tianfeng felt his heart race uncontrollably, secretly contemplating whether he should offer himself in return. Of course, such a thought remained unvoiced, for he was well aware of Dongfang Jin's capricious nature. Provoking her could lead to a severe reprimand. Come to my room tonight, Dongfang Jin said, her delicate fingers gently lifting Lin Tianfeng's chin, her gaze laced with a hint of provocation. Is this appropriate? Lin Tianfeng discreetly swallowed, yet maintained a facade of propriety, striving to uphold his last vestiges of dignity. The opportunity has been presented to you. Since you have chosen to decline, so be it. This sword is bestowed upon you. Dongfang Jin gracefully emerged from the beast cart, simultaneously tossing the Tianling sword to Lin Tianfeng. What has prompted this woman to suddenly extend such kindness towards me? Lin Tianfeng took out a bronze mirror and examined his reflection closely. Could it be that my charming appearance has captivated others? With a self-satisfied expression, he exited the beast cart and returned to his dwelling. Glancing at the Tianling sword in his hand, a glimmer of joy appeared on his face. Until now, he had wielded nothing more than an ordinary longsword, which offered him no advantage when facing formidable foes. However, with the acquisition of the Tianling sword, his combat prowess was poised for a significant enhancement. For a cultivator, the importance of a fine weapon is self-evident. In the days that followed, Lin Tianfeng devoted his mornings to attending to Dongfang Jin and spent his nights tirelessly honing his skills within the vast primordial expanse. Before he realized it, 8 days had elapsed. With the aid of a substantial number of spirit stones, he successfully ascended to the pinnacle of the Earth profound realm. At this juncture, the 30,000 spirit stones he possessed had been completely refined. Witnessing the rapid depletion of his spirit stones caused a pang of agony in Lin Tianfeng's heart. Although he had the ability to refine resources indefinitely, the quantity required for each minor breakthrough was exponentially greater than that of an ordinary cultivator. Such immense consumption was far beyond what an average individual could endure. Fortunately, having secured the championship, he would otherwise have faced a prolonged wait to reach the pinnacle of the Earth profound realm. On that clear morning, Lin Tianfeng tidied himself up and made his way to Dongfang Jin's courtyard. From a distance, he beheld her clad in an exquisite white gown, gracefully twirling amidst the garden, her elegant figure seemingly merging with the surrounding blooms. She radiated an ethereal beauty, enchanting enough to make one's heart tremble. As Lin Tianfeng approached, Dongfang Jin descended lightly, akin to a delicate butterfly, gently alighting upon the ground. I did not expect you to break through to the pinnacle of the earth-profound realm so swiftly, she remarked, her eyes sparkling with a hint of surprise, as if she could see right through him. It was merely a fortunate breakthrough, he replied. Lin Tianfeng spoke humbly, expressing surprise at the rapid progression. In just a few days, you have remarkably advanced through 3 minor realms. My curiosity about you has truly intensified. Dongfang Jin's eyes shimmered with evident astonishment, and a hint of intrigue graced her exquisite features. Your Highness, harboring curiosity about a man can be a perilous endeavor. Lin Tianfeng responded with a serene smile, his gaze imbued with depth. Perilous? What do you mean? Slowly, Dongfang Jin approached Lin Tianfeng, her eyes scrutinizing him as if seeking answers within his very being. When a woman becomes curious about a man, she is but a step away from being captivated. Lin Tianfeng's gaze was fixed upon Dongfang Jin, his eyes brimming with confidence. Chapter 89. European-style massage. You insolent brat. You are now my servant. And whatever secrets you possess belong to me. Should I desire it, I could even take you as a concubine at any moment. Do you truly believe you have the right to resist? Dongfang Jin let out a cold snort, her right hand darting forward like lightning, swiftly seizing Lin Tianfeng's throat with a grip as quick as the wind. Your Highness, you are being utterly unreasonable. Lin Tianfeng wore a look of helplessness, his body tensing up in an instant, yet he dared not move recklessly, fearing he might provoke this woman. Should she tighten her grip, his life would be in grave peril. In this world, it is the law of the jungle. To reason is the act of the weak. Your sole duty is to serve this palace well, for if I am displeased, you may find yourself sent to the palace as a eunuch at any moment. Dongfang Jin's voice was piercing and icy, as if it could freeze the very air around them. Your Highness, let us speak calmly. I fear my neck may snap. Lin Tianfeng's face flushed crimson, his breath became exceedingly labored, and beads of sweat emerged on his forehead, each glistening like pearls. I am somewhat fatigued, said Dongfang Jin as she released Lin Tianfeng, languidly reclining in her chair, yet her posture remained regal and elegant, resembling a stunningly beautiful painting. Lin Tianfeng, witnessing the scene, endeavored to calm his frenzied heart. He then swiftly approached Dongfang Jin from behind and gently began to massage her shoulders. Lin Tianfeng's hands gently descended upon Dongfang Jin's shoulders, instantly sensing a warmth and softness. Dongfang Jin's skin, as pure as snow, was delicate and smooth, reminiscent of the luster of mutton-fat jade. Her figure was graceful and alluring, with curves that captivated the eye, particularly her slender waist and full bosom, evoking a flurry of imagination. At this moment, Lin Tianfeng felt a nervous tremor in his hands, and his breath quickened. He endeavored to focus, gently kneading Dongfang Jin's shoulders. As his fingers inadvertently brushed against her skin, a current surged through him, sending a shiver throughout his being. Dongfang Jin slightly closed her eyes, savoring Lin Tianfeng's massage. She emitted a soft, satisfied sigh that, to Lin Tianfeng, resonated like a siren's call, stirring his heart and leaving him breathless. I didn't expect you to be quite adept at this, Dongfang Jin remarked softly, her voice laced with a hint of languor and charm, akin to a dreamy whisper that entranced the senses. All thanks to the princess's excellent training. Lin Tianfeng intensified his grip, his fingers gliding gently along her shoulder, thoughtfully attuned to the tension and relaxation of her muscles. At that moment, his gaze inadvertently settled upon Dongfang Jin's graceful neck. It must be said that Dongfang Jin's neck was indeed exquisite, its contours as elegant as a swan, embodying both nobility and allure. Through the narrow gap of the collar, Lin Tianfeng could even faintly glimpse the enchanting and unfathomable ravine. This scene was simply exhilarating, igniting boundless imagination. Indeed, Eastern Mulan closed her eyes, humming softly, as her hair gently brushed against Lin Tianfeng's arm, sending a tingling sensation through him, akin to delicate feathers softly teasing the strings of his heart. Lin Tianfeng's heartbeat grew increasingly frantic, beads of perspiration forming on his forehead and cascading down his cheeks like glistening pearls. He endeavored to regulate his breathing, yet the subtle fragrance emanating from Dongfang Jin enveloped him, rendering him entranced and helpless. At that moment, Dongfang Jin suddenly rested her head against Lin Tianfeng's embrace. Lin Tianfeng felt an overwhelming heat enveloping him, his entire being gripped by anxiety to the point of almost losing the capacity for coherent thought. His mind was a blank slate. Aside from massaging his shoulders, was there anything else he could offer? Dongfang Jin's voice was akin to a gentle breeze, caressing the serene waters of Lin Tianfeng's heart. Your Highness, I have recently learned a European-style massage technique. Would you permit me to arrange a session for you? Lin Tianfeng took a deep breath, striving to compose himself, as he tentatively inquired, his voice tinged with a barely perceptible tremor. European-style pushing and pulling? What does that mean? A hint of surprise flickered in Dongfang Jin's eyes, her brow slightly furrowed, resembling distant mountains lightly creased, exuding a unique charm. It is a novel technique of massage. Lin Tianfeng's expression was exceptionally serious. I shall thoroughly experience this, he declared. Dongfang Jin smiled and said, let us begin. Your Highness, the process of European-style massage is rather unique. It necessitates the application of essential oil upon your back, which requires you to remove your clothing. Lin Tianfeng spoke cautiously. Surely you do not intend to take advantage of me, Your Highness? A faint, elusive smile danced upon Dongfang Jin's lips. Yet her gaze bore a hint of warning, sparkling like cold stars. Your Highness, you misunderstand. I have no intention of exploiting you, Lin Tianfeng hastily clarified. His demeanor tense yet sincere. Very well, accompany me to my chamber, Dongfang Jin replied, gently releasing Lin Tianfeng before gracefully turning to return to her room. She was not concerned about being taken advantage of, for this young man had long since seen her in her entirety. Now, she merely wished to discern his true intentions. Could it be? Has she truly acquiesced? Lin Tianfeng stood there, utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend the situation for quite some time. He had merely intended to test the waters. Yet he was taken aback when the other party unexpectedly acquiesced. In that moment, his heart began to race, and a flicker of anticipation surged within him. Nevertheless, he steeled himself and stepped inside. Dongfang Jin's chamber was adorned with exquisite elegance. Delicate, pale pink curtains fluttered gently in the breeze, creating a dreamlike atmosphere. At the center of the room stood an intricately designed bed, draped with a soft, luxurious quilt embellished with intricate floral and avian patterns that seemed to come to life. After entering the room, Dongfang Jin gracefully reclined upon the bed. Although Lin Tianfeng felt an intense mix of anxiety and excitement within, he dared not betray his emotions. He cautiously approached Dongfang Jin, gently removing the garments from her body. At the moment Lin Tianfeng shed his own clothing, Dongfang Jin felt a surge of tension coursing through her body trembling slightly. Soon, he had divested her of her attire, revealing her delicate, fair back. Gazing upon Dongfang Jin's exquisite and enchanting figure, as well as her perfectly rounded dairy, Lin Tianfeng felt his heart race uncontrollably once more. Thanks to the memories of Xianyuan Hong, he was not only proficient in alchemy and formations but also possessed remarkable skills in medicine and crafting. Lin Tianfeng was intimately familiar with the body's acupoints and understood precisely how to perform massages that would bring comfort. No one was more knowledgeable in this regard than he. He retrieved some spiritual oil crafted from rare herbs and gently applied it to Dongfang Jin's back, channeling his internal energy to guide the flow of her meridians. As she felt the warmth emanating from Lin Tianfeng's hands, Dongfang Jin experienced profound comfort. Initially, she too felt a degree of tension, but recalling their previous intimate encounters, her anxiety dissipated, and she gradually closed her eyes, allowing herself to indulge in the experience. While Dongfang Jin reveled in the moment, Lin Tianfeng, on the other hand, was tormented. As a vigorous young man faced with such an enchanting beauty, he could only adhere to the massage, and to claim he felt no discomfort would be utterly false. Though Lin Tianfeng yearned for something more to transpire, he refrained from acting impulsively. After all, Dongfang Jin was no ordinary woman. Her temperament was unpredictable, and inciting her wrath could lead to dire consequences. Chapter 90. The Spirit Pool cultivation time slipped by silently. And soon the day arrived for the opening of the Spirit Pool in the Hongyue Empire. As the undisputed champion of the Hongyue Grand Competition, Lin Tianfeng had the precious opportunity to cultivate in the Spirit Pool for half a month. However, to make this wish a reality, he needed to obtain Dongfang Jin's consent. Your Highness, the Spirit Pool is about to open, and I wish to cultivate there for half a month, Lin Tianfeng inquired cautiously, his expression brimming with anticipation. I almost forgot you mentioned it. Let us go together, Dongfang Jin replied, a faint smile gracing her lips, warm as the spring sun, before turning to leave the residence. Upon witnessing the scene, Lin Tianfeng hastily quickened his pace to follow. Having resided in the princess's residence for a fortnight, he remained profoundly curious as to why Dongfang Jin consistently wore a veil in his presence. Several times, he had been on the verge of inquiring, yet ultimately refrained. Once they exited the princess's abode, they steered the beast carriage swiftly towards the direction of the Hongyue Spirit Pool. Nestled upon the Hongyue Mountain in the eastern part of the city, the Hongyue Spirit Pool is perpetually enveloped in mist, reminiscent of a celestial realm. Furthermore, This location serves as a strategically significant area heavily guarded by the Hanyue Empire's elite forces. Lin Tianfeng sat in the car, his heart brimming with fervent anticipation for the cultivation at Lingqi. Meanwhile, Dongfang Jin sat quietly beside him, gazing through the car window at the scenery outside, her eyes deep and contemplative, lost in thought. At last, the beast carriage came to a gradual halt on the mountainside of Hengyue. Before them stood a magnificent and awe-inspiring edifice, surrounded by vigilant guards, each bearing a solemn expression and an air of strict vigilance. "Your Highness." The surrounding guards hastily bowed in respect upon the arrival of Dongfang Jin. Lin Tianfeng and Dongfang Jin dismounted from their beast cart, following the guards into the edifice. "I am Lin Tianfeng, the champion of this year's Hengyue Grand Competition. Today, I shall accompany him into the training chambers," Dongfang Jin declared, her voice cool yet imbued with an undeniable authority. "Ah, it is young Master Lin. Please step this way for registration." The lead guard spoke with a tone of utmost respect. After meticulously documenting his identity details, Lin Tianfeng followed Dongfang Jin as they ascended towards the summit of the mountain. The Hengyuan Spirit Pool stands as a paramount treasure of the Hongxue Empire, opening its gates only once every 3 years, and allowing practitioners but a mere month of cultivation within its depths. Consequently, the opportunity to train in the Hongxue Empire's Spirit Pool is exceedingly rare. Even some princes and princesses, should their talents prove inadequate, find themselves barred from entry. Dongfang Jin's access to this temporary training session is primarily attributed to her exceptional talent. At the tender age of 25, she has already attained the realm of Wushu, her prowess surpassing that of many seasoned powerhouses within the Hengyue Empire. Before long, the pair arrived before a cave shrouded in mystery. Within this cavern lay numerous secret chambers, each housing a small spirit pool. "Choose a chamber for yourself," Dongfang Jin stated, stepping boldly into the cave. Upon witnessing this, Lin Tianfeng promptly stepped into the enigmatic cave. Once inside, he sought out a secluded chamber and gently closed the stone door behind him. The atmosphere within was suffused with an abundance of yin energy, and the chamber housed a small, serene spirit pool, truly an exceptional sanctuary for cultivation. Lin Tianfeng eagerly stepped into the spirit pool, instantly enveloped by the rich and vibrant spiritual energy. He took a deep breath, striving to calm the excitement bubbling within him, and began to channel the primordial Lin Tianfeng technique, fully concentrating on absorbing the spiritual essence present in the pool. As the technique gradually unfolded, the spiritual energy surged into his meridians like a tidal wave, nourishing both his body and dantian. Lin Tianfeng could distinctly sense the surging growth of his power, with each cell in his body joyfully exulting. After an indeterminate passage of time, he felt an intensely fiery energy emanating from his dantian. He understood that this was a portent of an imminent breakthrough. Lin Tianfeng gritted his teeth, summoning every ounce of energy within him to breach the formidable barrier that obstructed his ascension. In an instant, the spiritual energy surged through his meridians, roaring forth like a torrential river. The power within his dantian grew increasingly tempestuous, causing his body to tremble slightly, yet his gaze remained unwavering, brimming with an indomitable courage. "Breakthrough!" he exclaimed fervently. Lin Tianfeng clenched his teeth, releasing a low, simmering roar of anger. With his thunderous shout, a formidable surge of spiritual energy finally shattered the barrier, and in an instant, an overwhelming force rapidly spread through his body. The spiritual energy surrounding him coalesced into a colossal vortex, wildly pouring into his being. Lin Tianfeng emanated a resplendent brilliance that illuminated the entire chamber. As the radiance gradually subsided, he slowly opened his eyes, which sparkled with a keen intensity. He could distinctly sense a qualitative leap in his strength, having successfully advanced from the earth-profound realm to the heaven-profound realm. At this moment, Lin Tianfeng's aura was steady and formidable, his heart brimming with joy and confidence, as if he could conquer all. Following his breakthrough in cultivation, Lin Tianfeng did not cease his training. Instead, he shut his eyes once more, continuing to circulate his energy, meticulously refining his prowess. He aimed to seize this rare opportunity in the spirit pool to elevate his cultivation as much as possible. For such an occasion was indeed a once-in-a-lifetime chance. As the 10th day arrived, Lin Tianfeng could clearly perceive the spirit energy within him becoming increasingly profound. He focused intently, channeling the primordial art, guiding this spirit energy to once again assail the barriers of his cultivation. At this moment, the spiritual energy in the chamber surged wildly around him, forming a colossal vortex of power. Lin Tianfeng's body trembled slightly, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, Yet his gaze was filled with unwavering resolve and determination, showing no signs of retreat. With relentless persistence, he struck against the boundary of his realm until a minuscule crack appeared. Witnessing this, a trace of barely concealed joy emerged on Lin Tianfeng's face. He swiftly gathered the spiritual energy within him into a surging torrent, charging furiously towards the fissure. Ascending to the second layer of the celestial realm, a powerful force erupted within him, causing his aura to surge dramatically once more. In that moment, he successfully broke through to the second layer of the celestial realm. However, Lin Tianfeng was not content with this achievement. He remained immersed in his cultivation, tirelessly absorbing and refining the spiritual energy from the spirit pool as if he were oblivious to fatigue. As time swiftly passed, on the 30th day, Lin Tianfeng, after days of accumulation and refinement, reached a critical point with the spiritual power within him. At this juncture, he launched another formidable assault on the bottleneck of his cultivation. This time, the challenge was more arduous than before, fraught with difficulties. Yet, Lin Tianfeng remained undaunted, his eyes brimming with determination, continually propelling his techniques and mobilizing the spiritual energy within him to strike against the barrier in wave after wave. Boom! Ascending to the third layer of the celestial realm, a crisp sound resonated from his meridians and dantian, and a powerful surge of spiritual energy erupted violently within him. In that instant, Lin Tianfeng successfully broke through to the third layer of the celestial realm. After the breakthrough, he slowly opened his eyes, which sparkled with a newfound confidence. Chapter 91. The anger of Dongfang Jin. Despite his reluctance, Lin Tianfeng had to depart from the spirit pool after achieving his breakthrough. For the month-long duration had come to an end, and he could no longer remain. Exiting the cave's secret chamber, he proceeded steadily down the mountain path. As he reached the midway point, a clamor suddenly reached his ears. Looking up, he beheld Dongfang Yi, Dongfang Ling, and an enchanting woman, leisurely approaching from a distance. Behind these three, 2 rows of imposing armored guards followed closely, each exuding an air of solemnity and authority, brandishing sharp weapons and radiating a chilling aura that sent shivers down the spine. As this entourage drew nearer, Lin Tianfeng wisely stepped aside. After all, this was the Hengyue Empire. Although he had reached the celestial realm, he was far from being in a position to act ostentatiously or recklessly. Isn't that Lin Tianfeng, the 7th princess's guard? Dongfang Ling remarked with disdain, casting a sidelong glance at him, her tone dripping with sarcasm. I see the 3rd prince and the 8th prince. Lin Tianfeng respectfully clasped his fists in a gesture of greeting. Although he was acutely aware that the other party was deliberately mocking him, he steadfastly suppressed his fury, revealing not a hint of dissatisfaction. How audacious! Do you truly believe this princess is inconsequential in your eyes? The strikingly beautiful woman, exuding an air of haughty elegance, spoke coldly, her voice laced with discontent and authority. I have encountered your highness the princess. Lin Tianfeng dared not exhibit the slightest hint of negligence. He once again clasped his fists in a gesture of respect. Kneel. The voice of the alluring woman was akin to the frost of a harsh winter, piercingly cold, her gaze radiating an unyielding murderous intent. Lin Tianfeng, my second royal sister, is known for her tempestuous temperament. I advise you to comply and kneel in reverence to avoid unnecessary suffering. Dongfang Yi's lips curled into a mocking smile, her intentions far from benevolent. I apologize, but kneeling is simply beyond my capacity. Perhaps you could demonstrate it for me instead? Lin Tianfeng responded with an icy tone, the fury within him nearly boiling over. How absurd! These 3 fools must be possessed by mad dogs, relentlessly biting at me. The flames of anger in Lin Tianfeng's heart blazed ever more fiercely. If not for his insufficient strength to contend with them, he would have relished the idea of striking down these 3 imbeciles with a single blow. Captain Zhou, a charming woman said darkly, her voice laced with contempt. Your subordinate is here. A formidable middle-aged man promptly replied with utmost respect. Teach him how to kneel. Her tone dripped with disdain and frost. As the eldest daughter of the current emperor, she had been at odds with Dongfang Jin since childhood, and naturally, she sought every opportunity to target Lin Tianfeng, who served as Dongfang Jin's guard. What audacity to be so arrogant before Princess Yan. Zhou Chaoyang snorted coldly and swiftly struck out at Lin Tianfeng's knee with a fierce kick, his movements both rapid and brutal. In Lin Tianfeng's eyes, a cold glint flashed momentarily, and without hesitation, he directed all his spiritual energy swiftly to his legs, charging towards his opponent. The sound of a resounding crack echoed through the air as Zhou Chaoyang emitted a heart-wrenching scream. His right leg had been brutally shattered by Lin Tianfeng's kick. leaving him in excruciating agony. How audacious! To dare commit such an act of violence before this princess. Dongfang Yin scoffed coldly and commanded, "Seize him at once." Should he dare to resist, execute him on the spot. At her command, a horde of armored guards surged forward like a tidal wave, their ferocity palpable. How dare they underestimate me, treating me as a mere soft persimmon to be easily manipulated. In Lin Tianfeng's eyes, a chilling gleam erupted as he swiftly unsheathed the celestial spirit sword, his form darting forward with the swiftness of lightning. Lin Tianfeng descended upon the mortal realm like an otherworldly deity, his heavenly spirit sword shimmering with a chilling radiance that instilled dread. With a mesmerizing and ethereal grace, he navigated through the throng of guards with a ghostly agility, swift as lightning. His sword danced in a display of the primordial sword technique, its ferocity unmatched. The intent to kill interweaving with deadly precision, as if it sought to rend all asunder. In the blink of an eye, numerous guards fell, blood splattering in a gruesome spectacle, severed limbs soaring through the air, the atmosphere thick with a pungent stench of blood. In that moment, Dongfang Yi was struck with astonishment. Disbelief etched upon his features. It was known that the cultivation levels of these guards predominantly reached the 6th tier of the celestial profound realm. Yet, amidst such a multitude, Lin Tianfeng had effortlessly dispatched them. Even more shocking was the realization that within just over a month, Lin Tianfeng's own cultivation had ascended to the 3rd tier of the celestial profound realm. Such extraordinary talent in cultivation was utterly astonishing. What an audacious youth! Daring to commit murder within my Hangyue empire, Dongfang Yi let out a cold snort, his countenance darkening. Su Lao, dispose of him. Initially, he had contemplated recruiting Lin Tianfeng into his ranks. However, now that Lin Tianfeng had allied himself with Dongfang Jin, eradication was the only option to eliminate future threats. Moreover, he had long coveted Nagong Yan and Zhou Yuner. To obtain these two women, it was imperative to first eliminate the obstacle that was Lin Tianfeng. As Dongfang Yi's words hung in the air, an elder clad in gray robes stepped forth. With the swiftness of a lightning bolt, he unleashed a devastating palm strike towards Lin Tianfeng. This strike harbored an immensely terrifying power, the chilling force imbued with a palpable intent to kill, evoking a bone-chilling sensation as though one stood at the precipice of death. Faced with the elder's ferocious and formidable assault, Lin Tianfeng's expression shifted to one of grave seriousness. Yet, without a moment's hesitation, he resolutely met the challenge with a punch of his own. Boom! The clash of two immense forces erupted violently, resonating with a deafening roar that echoed through the air. Lin Tianfeng felt a piercing pain radiate through his arm, followed by a tumultuous surge of blood and energy within his chest, sending his body hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string. As he soared through the air, he expelled a mouthful of crimson blood, his complexion instantly paling to a ghostly hue, devoid of any color. He fell heavily to the ground, instantly robbed of his combat capability. How dare a mere guard act so brazenly before this princess? Someone, take him away. Dongfang Yin scoffed coldly, her eyes filled with indifference and disdain. No sooner had her words left her lips than several armored guards charged toward Lin Tianfeng with fierce intent. What audacity! You dare to lay hands on someone from my court? A voice, frigid enough to freeze the very air, rang out suddenly. In an instant, a graceful figure materialized like a specter, standing protectively in front of Lin Tianfeng. Dongfang Jin stood tall, her beautiful eyes glinting with a chilling light, rendering one unable to meet her gaze. She emanated an overwhelming aura of terror, causing those present to struggle for breath, as if a great mountain pressed upon their chests. With a delicate lift of her hand, an invisible yet potent force erupted forth. In the blink of an eye, the approaching guards, unable to emit even a single cry of despair, transformed into a mist of blood, dissipating into the air, leaving no trace behind. Chapter 92. Lin Tianfeng's Gratitude. Following this, Dongfang Jin cast a frigid glance at Dongfang Yi, Dongfang Ling, and Dongfang Yin, coldly declaring, "How dare you lay hands on my people? Are you tired of living?" Her voice, as chilling as ice, seemed capable of freezing one's very soul, instilling a profound fear in all who heard it. Dongfang Yi and the others instantly turned as pale as sheets, their bodies trembling involuntarily with trepidation. "Seventh sister, this is merely a misunderstanding," Dongfang Yi stammered, his voice rife with fear and unease. Although he was the third prince, he was vastly inferior to Dongfang Jin in terms of cultivation. Should he truly provoke her ire, the consequences would be dire. He might even face a severe reprimand and physical punishment. Misunderstanding? Dongfang Jin scoffed, her eyes filled with contempt. Those who dare to act against me today shall not escape unscathed. With that, she lifted her hand once more, and a powerful shadow of her palm, like lightning, struck Dongfang Yi's face. A sharp crack echoed in the air as Dongfang Yi was sent flying, crashing violently against the mountainside, his once handsome visage swelling grotesquely. Seventh sister. This truly is just a misunderstanding. Dongfang Ling trembled in fear, hastily speaking with utmost respect. Although he was deemed the most talented among the princes, he still stood in stark contrast to Dongfang Jin. Moreover, he had not anticipated that Dongfang Jin would unleash such fury over a mere guard. Is this a matter for you to comment on? A frosty glimmer emanated from Dongfang Jin's eyes as she swept her hand, delivering a resounding slap that struck Dongfang Ling's face, sending him hurtling away. Su Dingyuan, did you harm him? Dongfang Jin's voice was icily cold, her gaze fixed upon the elderly figure in gray robes, filled with ire and murderous intent. Princess Jin, please spare me. Su Dingyuan trembled in fear, cold sweat pouring down his brow as he hastily knelt, bowing his head in supplication. Seventh sister, your fury has been sufficiently unleashed. It is time to temper it. Dongfang Yin interjected through gritted teeth, her expression dark and resolute. Dongfang Yin, have you grown so complacent in my absence that you believe yourself invincible? Dongfang Jin retorted with a disdainful huff, raising her hand for another strike. You insolent wretch, you seek your own demise. Dongfang Yin shot back defiantly, swiftly retaliating with a punch. A crack echoed through the air, followed by anguished cries as Dongfang Yin's arm broke, her body crashing against the mountainside, rendering her unconscious and devoid of sensation. Turning her cold gaze back to Su Dingyuan, Dongfang Jin asked icily, how would you prefer to meet your end? Faced with her murderous glare, Su Dingyuan realized his fate was sealed. In a moment of despair, he drew his sword, aiming it at his own throat. In that instant, the mountainside fell into an oppressive silence, save for the chilling aura that enveloped Dongfang Jin, instilling dread. Listen well, Lin Tianfeng is under my protection. Should any of you dare to provoke him again, do not expect mercy, Dongfang Jin proclaimed with an icy finality, casting a steely glance at Dongfang Yi, Dongfang Ling, and Dongfang Yin. With that, she lifted the injured Lin Tianfeng into her arms and departed in a beast-drawn carriage. Wretched girl, you will pay for this. The trio of Dongfang Yin, Dongfang Ling, and Dongfang Yi seethed, their eyes glinting with venomous malice as they watched Dongfang Jin's retreating figure. At that moment, Lin Tianfeng lay lifeless in Dongfang Jin's embrace, his body riddled with shattered bones, his injuries dire beyond measure. The carriage swiftly returned to the princess's residence. She gently placed Lin Tianfeng on her bed and turned to fetch healing ointments and clean towels. Endure for a moment. I will apply the medicine first, and then I shall channel energy to heal you. Dongfang Jin's voice was gentle as water, her gaze suffused with deep concern. Thank you, your highness, he murmured weakly. Lin Tianfeng's voice was faint and labored as he managed to utter a few words to convey his gratitude. Dongfang Jin slowly extended her jade-like delicate hand, cautiously unfastening Lin Tianfeng's garments. As the fabric slipped away, revealing his robust and broad chest, a flush of shyness and anxiety instantly colored Dongfang Jin's cheeks, causing her breath to quicken involuntarily. However, she soon composed herself and began to meticulously cleanse the bloodstains surrounding Lin Tianfeng's wounds. Her movements were gentle, each careful touch imbued with boundless tenderness. At that moment, she suddenly noticed that the fabric at the base of Lin Tianfeng's thigh was also stained with blood, and her expression shifted to one of concern. Are you all right here? Dongfang Jin's face slightly flushed, her gaze tinged with hesitation as she pointed towards the base of Lin Tianfeng's thigh, inquiring with genuine care. I have been rendered useless. Lin Tianfeng let out a soft sigh, deliberately feigning an expression of utter despair and helplessness. Damn it! Upon hearing Lin Tianfeng's words, a chilling and menacing aura suddenly enveloped Dongfang Jin, instilling fear in all who beheld it. Without hesitation, she swiftly removed Lin Tianfeng's trousers. As Lin Tianfeng attempted to intervene, it was already too late. You audacious brat, do you dare to toy with me? Observing Lin Tianfeng's unscathed form, Dongfang Jin's cheeks flushed slightly, and she cast him a reproachful glance. Her eyes revealed a mixture of indignation and a barely perceptible hint of fluster. I was merely jesting. Could you please put on your trousers first? Lin Tianfeng spoke with great difficulty. At this moment, several of his bones were fractured, and even the slightest movement caused him excruciating pain, as though 1,000 arrows were piercing his heart. Being scrutinized so intently by a woman left him feeling utterly embarrassed. You have a minor abrasion on your thigh. I shall apply some medicine for you shortly, Dongfang Jin remarked with an indifferent expression, yet beneath her seemingly calm exterior, there lurked an imperceptible tension. Isn't this rather inappropriate? Lin Tianfeng felt a slight sense of embarrassment, his heart filled with unease. He never anticipated that the esteemed Princess Dongfang Jin would be so unreserved. The fact that she even offered to personally apply medicine to his injuries left him both astonished and mortified. Humph. It is a stroke of fortune in your lifetime that this princess is tending to your wounds. Princess Dongfang Jin shot a disapproving glance at Lin Tianfeng, insisting, "Close your eyes." Lin Tianfeng helplessly closed his eyes. Dongfang Jin took out the ointment and began to apply it once more to Lin Tianfeng's thigh. "You have encountered me." Lin Tianfeng tightly closed his eyes, expressing mild dissatisfaction as he murmured, "Shut up. What's the harm in a little touch?" Dongfang Jin retorted with irritation. No sooner had her words left her lips than she playfully nudged him again, an act that infused the atmosphere with a subtle tension. "Oh no," Lin Tianfeng thought, feeling an acute embarrassment wash over him, his cheeks aflame. At that moment, he could only keep his eyes shut, striving to calm himself and quell the anxious tumult within. After applying the ointment, Dongfang Jin took a deep breath, gently placing her hands on Lin Tianfeng's back, slowly channeling her spiritual energy into him to aid in his recovery. As the flow of energy continued unabated, fine beads of sweat began to form on Dongfang Jin's forehead, yet her gaze remained unwavering and focused, devoid of any hesitation or faltering. Although Lin Tianfeng was gravely injured and his consciousness somewhat hazy, he could still sense the concern emanating from Dongfang Jin. At that moment, an indescribable wave of emotion surged within him, a profound touch that felt as though the softest part of his heart had been gently caressed. Simultaneously, Lin Tianfeng was filled with curiosity. Why would this princess, who typically appeared as cold and aloof as an icy mountain lotus, suddenly show such kindness towards him? Chapter 93. Disguising as a prince consort due to the severity of his injuries, Lin Tianfeng remained in Dongfang Jun's boudoir to recuperate in the following days. Each day, she would diligently come to tend to his wounds with meticulous care. Time slipped by swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. Through this period of nurturing, Lin Tianfeng's injuries had finally healed completely. After grooming himself with great attention, he appeared revitalized and full of vigor. He then prepared to step out of Dongfang Jun's chamber. "Where do you intend to go?" Just as Lin Tianfeng was about to cross the threshold, he encountered Dongfang Jun directly. "Ah, Your Highness, my injuries have healed, so I plan to return to my own residence." Lin Tianfeng replied with utmost respect. "Is it that my bed is uncomfortable?" Dongfang Jun's expression remained frosty, her words laced with a barely perceptible chill. "Well, it is indeed comfortable. But this is your royal chamber, Your Highness. Staying here for an extended period may cause inconvenience and potentially tarnish your reputation." A hint of embarrassment flickered across Lin Tianfeng's face as he earnestly offered his explanations. Now that his injuries had healed, it was time to don this splendid attire, shortly. "I shall escort you into the palace." Dongfang Jin produced a set of exquisite and opulent garments, presenting them to Lin Tianfeng. Lin Tianfeng took the clothes, a hint of curiosity appearing on his face. "Your Highness, what brings you to the palace?" "Never mind that. Just make sure to dress up properly and don't bring me shame," Dongfang admonished with a serious tone, his expression leaving no room for dissent. "Very well." Lin Tianfeng nodded helplessly, then turned and walked into his courtyard as dusk descended. Lin Tianfeng meticulously groomed himself, carefully arranging his hair and donning an exquisite outfit that rendered him strikingly handsome. He then accompanied Dongfang Jin as they departed from the princess's residence, making their way towards the royal palace. Today, Dongfang Jin was adorned in a resplendent gown of soft lavender, perfectly tailored to accentuate her tall and graceful figure. Her snow-white, elongated neck resembled that of a swan, exuding an air of elegance with every movement. She emanated a noble aura, making her appear extraordinarily refined and dignified, igniting a profound desire for conquest in anyone who beheld her. After a brief interval, their carriage arrived at the entrance of the Hengyue Kingdom's royal palace. Following a series of stringent inspections, Lin Tianfeng entered the ancient and solemn palace alongside Dongfang Jin. The Hengyue Empire boasts a rich history, despite enduring the passage of time. The palace still radiated brilliance and grandeur. Majestic buildings towered high, their golden glazed tiles glistening in the sunlight, casting a dazzling light that seemed to narrate tales of past splendor. Upon traversing the imposing and austere palace gates, a vast courtyard unfolded before them. Ascending further, they approached the Fontaine Hall, where the emperor conducted state affairs. Its grandeur was breathtaking. In a previous life, Lin Tianfeng had visited the Forbidden City numerous times. Yet the sight of the Hengyue Empire's palace left him profoundly awestruck. Under Dongfang Jin's guidance, they navigated through a palace imbued with classical charm, circumventing stone-carved hills and pavilions, ultimately arriving at the royal garden. After a brief moment, Lin Tianfeng found himself before a magnificent and opulent palace. Do not speak out of turn once we enter. Today, your identity is that of my consort, Dongfang Jin stated earnestly. Her expression serious as her gaze fixed intently upon Lin Tianfeng. What? Consort? Lin Tianfeng appeared utterly bewildered, his eyes wide open in disbelief. Is it truly so difficult for you to impersonate the prince consort? Dongfang Jin cast a cold, piercing glare at Lin Tianfeng, her gaze imbued with an overwhelming sense of authority. Your Highness, given my meager abilities, do you truly believe anyone would accept me as your prince consort? Lin Tianfeng, with a face full of helplessness, furrowed his brows, his countenance etched with worry. Although your cultivation is somewhat modest, you are still youthful, endowed with commendable talent, and possess striking looks. No one would suspect you if you were to masquerade as the prince consort. Dongfang Jin scrutinized Lin Tianfeng from head to toe, her gaze revealing a hint of satisfaction. She held a favorable view of his appearance and abilities. In her estimation, as long as they performed convincingly, her father would undoubtedly remain oblivious. Your Highness, while I am willing to impersonate your prince consort, it is only fair that you offer me some form of compensation, for the risks involved are rather substantial. Lin Tianfeng's eyes glimmered with a hint of anticipation. In truth, he had no desire to become entangled in the palace intrigues, as they offered him no advantages and could potentially invite grave peril. However, Dongfang Jin had indeed treated him well during this time, and should he choose not to assist her, it was certain that this woman would not let him off lightly. You insufferable brat! If I hadn't rescued you a few days ago, you would have already met your demise. How dare you ask me for favors? Dongfang Jin retorted coldly. I can disguise myself for this, but you must ensure my safety, Lin Tianfeng said, his face etched with concern. Rest assured, I shall protect you. However, shortly, the Holy Son of Qingyan Immortal Palace will propose to me, and we must perform our roles convincingly. Dongfang Jin's expression was exceedingly grave. Your Highness, are you jesting? The Qingyan Immortal Palace is a formidable force in the Dongxin domain. To have me compete with the Holy Sun for a woman is tantamount to inviting my own demise, he exclaimed. Lin Tianfeng wore an expression of utter disbelief, his eyes brimming with vexation. The Hengyue Empire was but a diminutive nation within the Eastern Xin domain. While the Qingyan Immortal Palace stood as a formidable power, their strengths akin to the vast chasm between the heavens and the earth. Although Lin Tianfeng harbored no feelings of inferiority, he recognized that his current abilities were woefully inadequate. Competing with the Holy Son of the Qingyan Immortal Palace for a woman was akin to searching for excrement with a lantern in a restroom, an utterly absurd endeavor. Are you even a man? Dongfang Jin's tone turned icily severe, her gaze sharp as a blade, seemingly intent on piercing through Lin Tianfeng. Of course, I am a man. Lin Tianfeng retorted with irritation. And how has my palace treated you during this time? Dongfang Jin inquired with a grave demeanor. This. Lin Tianfeng was momentarily at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. Indeed, Dongfang Jin had treated him well during this period. Yet the prospect of competing with the Holy Son of the Qingyan Immortal Palace for a woman was undeniably a steep price to pay, regardless of the circumstances. You must shield me from this predicament today, Dongfang Jin commanded, her eyes glinting with a hint of menace that sent shivers down Lin Tianfeng's spine. Very well. I shall do my utmost. Lin Tianfeng reluctantly agreed, his voice tinged with unwillingness. It was not merely a matter of doing his best. He was compelled to shield me from this predicament. Otherwise, you may as well remain in the palace as a eunuch, Eastern coldly snorted. Very well, but only this once. I shall not take responsibility next time, Lin Tianfeng retorted, inwardly lamenting his fate. Rest assured, it is indeed just this once, Eastern Jin declared, leading the way into the palace. Seeing this, Lin Tianfeng promptly followed suit. Chapter 94. The Extraordinary Saint's Son Yibufan. Under the guidance of Dongfang Jin, they soon arrived at an exceptionally spacious and expansive grand hall. At this moment, the hall was alive with a vibrant atmosphere of song and dance. The graceful and enchanting movements captivated the heart and soul, as if they could whisk one's spirit away. The tables within the hall were laden with an array of exquisite delicacies, and a medley of enticing aromas wafted through the air, provoking an irresistible salivation. All the prominent princes and princesses had gathered here. At the head of the hall sat two individuals. The man was a middle-aged gentleman, appearing to be in his 40s or 50s. He exuded an extraordinary demeanor, standing out with an innate aura of dominance and authority. This man was none other than the emperor of the Hunyue Empire, Dongfang. Beside him sat a woman of mature allure, her figure both graceful and enchanting. Adorned in luxurious attire and crowned with a resplendent tiara, her lightly adorned visage featured captivating eyes that radiated a powerful aura, instilling a sense of reverence. This woman was none other than Queen Shenmingyan. To the left below, a handsome young man clad in garments as white as snow was seated. His countenance resembled jade. His demeanor transcendent, and his gaze emanated an innate sense of pride. This individual was none other than Yi Bufan, the saint son of the Qingyan Celestial Palace. Jean acknowledged her father and the queen, slightly bowing in a graceful manner that perfectly displayed the poise befitting a princess. Lin Tianfeng also greeted His Majesty and Her Majesty, the Queen. Lin Tianfeng promptly and respectfully bowed, not daring to exhibit even the slightest hint of negligence. "Jeaner, come here to your father," said Dongfang, his face instantly adorned with a tender smile, his eyes brimming with profound affection for Dongfang. Without delay, Dongfang hurriedly approached her father, affectionately linking her arm with his, engaging in cheerful conversation. The scene appeared exceedingly warm and harmonious, evoking a deep sense of comfort. Lin Tianfeng stood quietly by, keenly observing the scene unfold before him. He could distinctly sense the profound affection that Dongfang harbored for Dongfang. Amongst the multitude of princes and princesses present, it was only Dongfang who could maintain such an intimate proximity to the emperor. However, the empress, Shenmingyan, exuded an aura of extreme danger that unsettled Lin Tianfeng deeply. This sensation of peril was the most intense he had experienced since his arrival in this realm. Merely a fleeting glance from Shenmingyan sent a chill racing through him, making it abundantly clear that this woman possessed an extraordinarily formidable presence and fearsome cunning. At that moment, Dongfang suddenly gestured towards Yi Bufan below, exuberantly announcing, "Jeaner, this is Yi Bufan, the holy son of the Qingyan Immortal Palace. In the entire Dongxian domain, he is a paragon of exceptional talent and a rare young prodigy." Dongfang nodded slightly in acknowledgement, her demeanor as serene as still water, and replied, "I have long heard of young Master Ye's illustrious name." "Your Highness, you flatter me," Yi Bufan said with an elegant smile, though his eyes betrayed a hint of undeniable admiration. Despite Dongfang's face being veiled, he could still discern her graceful silhouette and the refined elegance she exuded, indicating that she was indeed a woman of breathtaking beauty. Yi Bufan had heard much about Dongfang, recognizing her as the foremost beauty and talent of Hengyue Kingdom. He had come primarily with the intention of pursuing her. After all, at merely 25 years old, she had already reached the realm of Wangshu, her extraordinary gifts and stunning looks making her a peerless existence. Such an exceptional woman, if he could take her as his dual cultivation partner, would undoubtedly become an immeasurable asset in the future. For this reason, he intended to propose before Dongfang fully blossomed into her potential. "Jeaner, young Master Yi is a once-in-a-lifetime genius of the Dongxian domain. I wish to unite you in marriage. What are your thoughts?" Dongfang's eyes shimmered with hopeful anticipation.